Chapter 501 The Whole 100,000-Year Soul Ring. The new goal. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong and other members of the Shrek team looked at each other, knowing that this battle was extraordinary. It is related to Zhu Zuyun's life. It's also related to Lu Feng. They all worked up their spirits and let go to fight. They are now fighting not only for their personal and college honors but also for Zhu Zuyun and their husband Lu Feng. After such a long period of close contact, eating and living together, studying and practicing together, and playing together, they and Zhu Zuyun have long been like sisters. Zhu Zuyun gave up the power and glory of the future Queen Xingluo for the sake of love. They all felt that it was precious and they would never allow Davis to take it back. One can imagine what a miserable ending Zhu Zuyun would have had if he was forced to return to Xingluo City to marry Davis. And with Zhu Zuyun's personality, he would probably rather die than marry Davis. The battle begins. Open martial spirit. Both sides released martial spirits and soul rings. Martial soul fusion skill. Netherworld White Tiger. At the beginning, Davis and Zhu Yunggong immediately used the martial soul fusion skill Netherworld White Tiger. Using the most advantageous power to win a quick victory was the strategy they had previously formulated, and it was also the only chance to defeat Shrek Academy. Of course, this was an opportunity only when Lu Feng did not play. Even if Lu Feng didn't play, the longer their fight lasted, the greater the chance of defeat. They knew very well that the auxiliary soul masters on the Shrek team were also very terrifying. Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures Glaze Pagoda and Yelinengling's 9 hearts Haitang Emperor are both the evolution of the world's top auxiliary martial spirit. They are incomparable and the only 2 in the world. Therefore, in terms of combat endurance, Team Shrek completely crushed them. They can only have a glimmer of hope by using their most advantageous martial soul fusion skills as soon as possible and winning the battle quickly. Davis' first goal is to directly attack the auxiliary soul master. Yelingling is an extremely powerful girl. As long as she is here, the Shrek team will be the undead team. Ning Rongrong has extremely powerful buffing and assisting abilities. As long as she is here, the Shrek team can maintain its overall combat power by more than 1 level. Therefore, if you want to defeat the Shrek Academy team, you must first focus on supporting the Soul Master at all costs. Davis's tactics were not too tricky as Lu Feng had expected them. Lu Feng and others knew very well that if the other party wanted to win, they had to attack Ning Rongrong and Yelingling first. Otherwise, even if we can fight evenly, once it enters a war of attrition, the opponent will have no chance at all. This time, it was against our Luo Royal Academy. Sending 2 main auxiliary soul masters to the field is a trap to attract the opponent's soul master to attack deeply. When the opponent's soul master arrives around the 2 auxiliary soul masters, they will find that they are surrounded by poison. Dugu Yan's opening attack is not the target, but the poisonous green smoke was placed around Ning Rongrong and Yelingling as a protection. Then slowly deal with the opponent. This can be regarded as a face to Davis, and the Shrek team does not need to work too hard and retains some strength. In any case, Lu Feng and Davis got along well on the surface. Davis was also related to the Zhu family, and there was a cousin of Zhu Zuyun in the Star Luo Royal team. However, Davis broke up with Zhu Zuyun this time and plotted against Zhu Zuyun. Although he was not obviously against Lu Feng was a little unhappy. Lu Feng wanted to seek victory, adjust his deployment, and lose face. Fight fast. In a speed competition, currently no one can match the Shrek team, and the Netherworld White Tiger does not win with speed. After the battle began, the Shrek team showed very tacit cooperation. Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zuyun, and Xiao Wu launched their attacks at the same time, turning into a floating light, leaving behind them arrays of afterimages stabbing at the enemy team like a trident. At the same time, Ning Rongrong's second soul ring lit up, and he used his second soul skill. 9 treasures turn out to contain glass, and the 9 treasures are famous, and the second is speed. A blue light fell from the sky, accurately covering the 7 people. Everyone speed up. Zhu Zhuqing, who was originally an extremely fast pure agility attack type, was accelerated again. Ordinary soul masters below the Soul Emperor level were unable to catch her figure with the naked eye. The 4th soul skill, Netherworld Shadow Clone. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to sneak to the back row of the Star Luo Royal team and used his 4th soul skill to create several clones whose authenticity was difficult to distinguish. The clones had attack power in a short period of time. It's not a phantom created simply by speed. All the clones immediately launched an attack on Tang Hongning, the agility attack type soul master who was protecting the auxiliary soul master. Tang Hongning was shocked. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was beyond his prediction. As they were both of the agility and attack type, he could better understand the huge gap between them, so he could only fight against them reluctantly. Tang Hongning's martial spirit is the Fierce Thunder Leopard, level 43. Facing Zhu Zhuqing, who is level 49, he feels a little guilty, but he had to bite the bullet because behind him were the auxiliary soul masters and the control soul masters who were weak in combat power. But what the Star Luo Royal team didn't didn't expect was that Zhu Zhuqing only left his clone to fight with him. Zhu Zhuqing's real body flashed past Tang Hongning in an instant and went directly to find the hidden ace of the Starluo royal team, Li Yang, a level 42 agility attack type battle soul master. This is Lu Feng's arrangement. Lu Feng told Zhu Zhuqing to assassinate Li Yang as quickly as possible, because Lu Feng knew although Li Yang's public information is written as an agility attack type battle soul master, but Li Yang is actually better at assisting and controlling. Li Yang's martial spirit is the mirror of reflection. As long as his reflecting mirror is around, members of Starluo troopers can freely shuttle through the mirror space, launch unexpected surprise attack, or retreat from the mirror space. If Li Yang is allowed to perform, it will be a bit difficult. In the original plot, after Li Yang used the third soul skill of reflection mirror, Davis disappeared and killed the 3 team members Ning Rongrong, Oscar and Ma Hongjun in a short time. Davis, who is now at level 49, and Zhu Yunggong, who is at level 45, joined forces at the beginning and used the martial soul fusion skill Netherworld White Tiger. The assassination task should be placed on the fierce thunder leopard Tang Hongning. The Starluo royal team deliberately hid Li Yang's information in the hope that they would not be the first to strike. The 2 auxiliary soul masters with the supreme good as water martial spirit they sent were just to attract firepower. Unfortunately, Lu Feng, who was familiar with the plot, remembered this. He asked Zhu Zhuqing to use his absolute speed advantage to directly assassinate Li Yang, first eliminating the relatively most threatening hidden ace. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's figure froze and appeared behind Li Yang. Her jade face was cold, her amber vertical eyes revealed a cold murderous aura, and her movements did not stop at all. Netherworld slash. Zhu Zhuqing clasped his hands above his head, and the claw blades on his 10 fingers quickly fused together and turned into a sharp blade about a foot long. After injecting soul power, the black light blade condensed in a straight line and struck Li Yang head-on. Extremely destructive, extremely powerful close-range single-target attack soul skill. Li Yang was aware of it and turned around to see Zhu Zhuqing attacking. He was startled and turned pale with fright. He was preparing to use auxiliary soul skills to help Tang Hongning gain an advantage. He was just reciting the soul skill mantra silently. Little did he know that Zhu Zhuqing's real target was him, appearing directly behind him and launching a terrifying assassination. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was so fast that he had no time to react. Chilla. Zhu Zhuqing's swift and fierce blow hit Li Yang firmly, and his soul power penetrated Li Yang's body. Li Yang fell to the ground, completely losing his fighting ability. As soon as Zhu Zhuqing came up, he instantly killed the ace soul master, who was specially hidden by the Starluo royal team. Zhu Zhuqing displayed his extremely fast speed and powerful attack power to the fullest, and his movements were completed in one go. Li Yang didn't even have time to use an auxiliary soul skill. Halfway through silently reciting the skill formula, he was mercilessly assassinated. Chapter 502 Elite Competition. Undercurrents in Wuhan City. This is a shabby little country bar. Tang San and Dai Mubai tried their best to find out that this was the entrance to the killing city. They came all the way here just to get into the killing city. At this moment, Tang San and Dai Mubai were sitting in a dark corner of the bar. Tang San rubbed the back of his hand vigorously. The skin was still shiny green and had not faded at all. To be precise, my skin has not faded since it turned green. This made him anxious again. When he was at Shrek Academy, he didn't dare to find Duguyan in person, so he went to beg Flender to mediate and asked Duguyan to detoxify him and eliminate the green color on his skin. Flanders thought that he was a disciple from Soto City and was not selected as a substitute for the Shrek Academy team. Flanders also felt a little sorry for Tang San that there was a green-skinned student in Shrek Academy, so Flanders did him the favor. Flanders came forward and asked Duguyan to help Tang San for his sake. Duguyan agreed, but in the end there was no way to solve Tang San's green skin problem. The green pigment was completely deposited on Tang San's skin, and it could no longer be eliminated by detoxification. At this time, the nickname Green 3 was widely used in the academy. This nickname was given by Ma Hongjun. For this reason, Tang San became angry and vented his anger on Ma Hongjun. He beat Ma Hongjun severely and directly hit Ma Hongjun with the clear sky hammer. Ma Hongjun almost lost his life. Even Oscar, who had started the fight, was seriously injured. Tang San's friendship with Ma Hongjun and Oscar completely broke down. The clear sky hammer martial spirit is much more powerful than the blue silver grass. Tang San was eager to increase his strength and change the status quo. After coming to Tiandu City, he decided to change his major to clear sky hammer. Blue silver herb was recognized as a useless martial spirit. In addition, Tang San's third soul skill only absorbed 900 years of soul rings. As a result, even Yu Xiaogang said that the third soul skill was useless. For this reason, Tang San was determined to change the direction of martial soul cultivation. At that time, Flanders respected Tang San's wishes and sent a mentor to help Tang San go to the Sunset Forest to hunt 3 more spirit rings. Since Tang San currently has a soul master physique, he has the ability to absorb 1,000-year soul ring. As Tang San wished, he gave the clear Skyhammer martial soul and absorbed 3 soul rings that were over 1,000 years old. Sure enough, the strength has greatly increased. Attack power is doubled. Tang San also changed from the main control type spirit master to the main attack type spirit master. I thought that with his strength he would be more than enough to be selected into the academy team. It's a pity that he still lost the election. In the academy's internal selection competition, he lost to Meng Yuren, who also majored in martial arts and had competed with him for the soul bone attached to the human-faced demon spider. Meng Yuren's original talent was much worse than him. Compared with the world's #1 martial spirit, the Haoshan Hammer, the snake staff is far behind. When they met in the Star Forest, Meng Yuren and he had both reached level 30, but Meng Yuren was a few years older than him and his soul power talent was not on the same level as him. But when he met Meng Yuren again, he discovered that Meng Yuren's martial spirit had evolved into the Dragon Divine Staff, which was on par with the Clear Sky Hammer. His soul power had also exceeded level 40 and he had been promoted to the Soul Sect plus a powerful external soul bone. In the team trial, Tang San was beaten to the point where he was unable to fight back. Tang San used ghost shadows to distract him, tried his best and barely managed to hold on for 10 rounds before being defeated. Then I heard that Meng Yuren was also Lu Feng's girlfriend. It made him feel even more depressed and miserable. This was also one of the factors that caused his temper to explode, severely injuring Ma Hongjun and injuring Oscar. The more depression and resentment accumulate, the more people can tolerate it, the more terrifying it is when it breaks out. And Tang San was already on probation. Flanders was also furious for committing such a serious crime of severely injuring his fellow disciples again. After discussion, the management of Shrek Academy decided to expel Tang San from Shrek Academy. Flanders once had high hopes for Tang San. After all, Tang San's talent was also a very good one. He performed well in the early stage, could practice and study diligently, was quite calm, young and mature, and quite resourceful. But it was discovered that Tang Santai was very good at plotting against others, even against his classmate, and even plotted against the teacher Zhao Wuji, hoping to help Yu Xiaogang seize the position of deputy dean of Zhao Wuji. Since that incident, Flanders, like Zhao Wuji, was very disappointed with Tang San, and in Tiandu City, Tang San continued to sink and degenerate. In addition to spending a lot of time and money on going to Guilin to find Ji Nu, he also engaged in a series of bad behaviors such as torturing Ji Nu, defaulting on debt, cheating and abducting him. Now he is almost dead. His direct disciple Ma Hongjun was killed. Flanders was completely disappointed with Tang San and regretted that he was so soft-hearted and did not let Tang San leave Shrek Academy earlier. After Tang San was expelled from Shrek Academy, he lost his protection. His reputation in Tiandu City was extremely bad and he couldn't survive at all, and the business alliance is still sanctioning him. The world is so big that there is no place for him. Even if he has a place to stay, without the resources in the academy, especially without the mimicry training ground, his progress in cultivation will be very slow. After much deliberation, I could only go to the Killing City to try my luck. Maybe there would be a chance to make a comeback. And I heard that Yu Xiaogang and Xuebeng also went to the Killing City. It just so happened that Dai Mubai was very frustrated because he failed to be selected for the Shrek team and lost the opportunity to stand out in the most important competition in the continent. He also felt that he could not stay in Shrek Academy any longer. His ex-fiancée Zhu Zhuqing was the main player of the Shrek team. Lu Feng, who stole his fiancée, was rock solid as the captain of the team, but he couldn't even be chosen as a substitute. It was so embarrassing. With such a mess, he has no shame in returning to the Star Luo Empire. When Tang San suggested taking a risk in the Killing City, Dai Mubai thought about it for a while and agreed. The two of them went together to find the city of Killing. Now they have found the entrance to the Killing City. The eyes of all the drinkers in the shabby bar fell on the two of them. Where did these two chicks come from? They are also soul masters, it seems. So what about soul masters? They are so young and have so much soul power. Look at the expensive clothes on that golden-haired chick. He must have some. The young master of the Qian family. It just so happens that I'm short of money recently, so I'll get some gold soul coins from him. The drunken drinker stared at Dai Mubai with bloodshot eyes. A big man stood up and walked towards Tang San and Dai Mubai with a slight stagger. You two are so close to each other. Why are you here? Dai Mubai had already had enough of everyone's malicious look and said in annoyance, it's none of your business. Go away. He is a dignified dar. The prince was in a bad mood and he didn't have a good tone when facing the drunken country bumpkin in coarse clothes. Ouch. Little chick is getting angry. You dare to be so arrogant in our territory. Who do you think you are? The big man didn't go away and approached with a fierce look on his face. You want to know who I am? Dai Mubai stood up suddenly, took out the prince's gold medal and said, "I am Prince Zingluo, what do you think?" Everyone was stunned. Unexpectedly, Daimyo Bai was actually a prince. Such a noble person has never appeared in such a small place. Drinkers, look at me and I look at you. Chapter 503 Lu Feng's Big Fangirl. The game begins. Now, when Davis saw that Xiao Wu dared to confront her head-on, it was exactly what he wanted. Xiao Wu is one of the core members of Shrek Academy and her physical defense is relatively outstanding. If Xiao Wu can be killed with the powerful attack power of the Netherworld White Tiger, Dugu Yan, who has weak close defense, will be vulnerable to a single blow. Then Ya Lingling and Ning Rongrong searched for things and let him slaughter them. The Netherworld White Tiger roared. Seeing Li Yang being assassinated, Davis became more and more impatient. He was determined to capture Xiao Wu. While surpassing Xiao Wu in absolute strength, he also had to use the Netherworld White Tiger's extremely powerful attack skills, guaranteed to succeed in one hit. The huge Netherworld White Tiger roared out with a deafening roar. Sound waves as fierce as a super hurricane spread out and distorted the space. The terrifying soul power wind covered the entire field, causing violent fluctuations in the airflow, and the strong wind swept outside the arena. The flags were ringing, and the soul masters standing in the spectator seat, some with weak soul power, could not stand firmly, staggered backward, and fell. Not only that, some people who could not enter the venue to watch the battle were also blown to the ground by the sudden strong wind, and many tents were blown up. The momentum is shocking. It was the first time for many people to see the martial soul fusion skills of the White Tiger and the Nether Civet Cat, and their faces turned pale with shock. Finally, I saw why the Zingluo Dai family could securely sit on the throne of the Star Luo Empire, and why the Zhu family could become the second largest family in the Star Luo Empire. The martial arts of just one of them are not top-notch. Among the beast spirit, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus spirit is obviously stronger than the White Tiger and Nether Civet Cat, but as soon as the two combined martial soul fusion skills are used, two blue electric overlord dragon soul masters of the same level are definitely no match. Even the two blue lightning tyrant dragon soul kings are hard to contend with. The martial soul fusion technique composed of the White Tiger soul sect and the Nether Spirit Cat soul sect can form an attack power equivalent to the soul saint level, which is terrifying. And if they were soul Douluo, the attack power of the soul fusion skill Netherworld White Tiger would definitely be at the title Douluo level, even approaching that of a super Douluo. It is extremely difficult to cultivate into a title Douluo, but it is relatively easy to cultivate to the level of a soul Douluo. Only after Lu Feng saw it with his own eyes did he understand why the Dai family and the Zhu family had very few titled Douluo, but the Tiandu Empire, which once had the support of the three upper sect, was always suppressed by the Star Luo Empire, and the Wuhan Palace was also very afraid of them, only chose to cause trouble in the Tiandu royal family, and Bibi Dong's soul hunting operation only targeted the forces within the Tiandu Empire. This was all due to the fact that the court of the Star Luo Empire was much more powerful than the Tiandu Empire. Soft persimmon so pinching. The greatest foundation of the Zingluo Empire is the spirit fusion skill of the Dai family and the Zhu family, the Netherworld White Tiger. Lu Feng warned himself that he must not underestimate the Star Luo Empire. Although the Dai family and the Zhu family were successfully divided, and most of the Zhu family followed their father-in-law Zhu Yan and returned to the business alliance, there was still a lineage that stood on the side of the Dai family. Among the Zhu family members, one of a kind is Queen Zingluo. Emperor Zingluo and Queen Zingluo launched the Netherworld White Tiger, which was probably a super Douluo offensive. According to Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zuyuan, there are still some elders in the Dai and Zhu families who have retired to the second line and lived in seclusion for 30 or 40 years without paying attention to worldly affairs. The foundation is still there. The Zingluo Dai family's current weakness in the business alliance is a strategy that focuses on the general trend, but if their fundamental interests and bottom line are touched, variables may arise. The merchant alliance has always maintained a peaceful relationship with the Zingluo Dai family, at least on the surface. The Star Luo Zhu family has joined the alliance, but the merchant alliance is not a sect in the strict sense. It does not mean joining the merchant alliance means leaving the Star Luo Empire, nor does it mean rebelling against the Dai family. It is more like having an additional identity or job. Zhu Yan and others are still serving in the Zingluo court, and Lu Feng is still the king of Zhengzi of the Star Luo Empire. The huge benefits provided by the business alliance to the Zingluo Dai family have not stopped and have only increased. Lu Feng was strategizing and promoting behind the scene, hoping to complete the unification of the continent as peacefully as possible and save hundreds of millions of people from the suffering of war. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not go to war to force the Star Luo Emperor. In front of him, Davis was in a hurry in the competition arena. At the beginning, he used a terrifying martial soul fusion skill to directly launch a fatal attack on Xiao Wu. Although he knew Xiao Wu could handle it. Lu Feng was still a little worried. The more you love someone, the more you care about them, even if it is just a trace of adventure. In the magical and terrifying battle of soul power, no one can guarantee that it will be 100% foolproof. But if Xiao Wu is not allowed to take risk and fight alone, she will not be able to grow, let alone become a god. Being too protective actually harmed her. At this time, facing the roar of the ghostly white tiger from Davis and Zhu Yunggong, Xiao Wu had no choice but to avoid it. But her pretty face, which was white and rosy, did not change, because Lu Feng had already calculated this situation. She rushed forward, attracting the netherworld white tiger's most violent attack. According to the tactic, her fourth soul ring lit up. Invincible golden body. Her whole body was suddenly enveloped in an unknown golden energy flow, including the silky smooth black hair combed into neat scorpion braid, the well-developed chest tightly wrapped in the black battle suit, and the slender waist that is not tight enough to be grasped, all radiate a golden light. Invincible golden body. 3 seconds. Absolute defense against those below the god level. Doubled strength. 1 second added for every 10 levels. Invincibility time and strength enhancement time are the same. Almost at the same time, the netherworld white tiger's powerful and majestic attack hit Xiao Wu. Boom! If thunder exploded on Xiao Wu's body, it resounded throughout the whole place. Even people outside Wuhan City could hear it clearly. Millions of people inside and outside the city were looking eagerly towards the direction of the arena. You can clearly see the wind blowing against the sky, flying sand and rock, and the changing colors of the wind and cloud. Afia, who was worried about not being able to find a hotel, exclaimed, "The competition between Star Luo Royal Team and Shrek Team is so intense. I really want to go in and have a look. It's such a pity." The maid couldn't laugh or cry and said, "Miss, let's quickly find a place to stay." Ophia said nonchalantly, "At worst, we can live in the carriage first, or live in a tent like them." "How can that be done? You are so noble. She is the future countess." "Okay, don't say so much. Remember to queue up early tomorrow to buy ticket," Ophelia said. While the master and servant were talking, they didn't notice a man emerging from under the carriage. After blending into the crowd, he also looked towards the direction of the stadium and muttered, "It's best to get ticket." This man was wearing a shabby grey-brown cloak with a hood covering his head. His face was wrapped in a grey mask, revealing only 2 strange black eyes that flashed fiercely. "It's Tang Hao. Go and grab it. You have to devour more soul masters anyway. With so many soul masters gathered in the city, it's a mess, so it's time to take action." The voice of Rakshasa gods will sounded in Tang Hao's mind. "Yes, Lord Rakshasa God. It's best to devour the titled Douluo. Currently, my strength is not up to the level where I can defeat and devour the titled Douluo without alerting the Spirit Hall, unless you give me the gift more divine power. In order to help you pass the first 8 tests quickly and reach the 99th level and become a demigod, all my divine power has been exhausted. You can only rely on yourself for the 9th test to devour more of the Soul Master's soul power and soul. At this stage, it is only useful to you if you are at least Soul Saint or above." "Yes, Lord Rakshasa," Tang Hao said respectfully. With the full support of Rakshasa gods will at the expense of all divine power, he continued to absorb extremely evil thoughts and devoured the Soul Master's soul power and soul, plus the 300,000-year-old soul bones that Rakshasa god led him to find, allowing him to the soul power skyrocketed crazily, reaching level 99, the peerless Douluo level with a demigod body. But like Bibi Dong before, he could only display the strength of level 98. However, Bibi Dong does not have his secret skill of ring explosion. Chapter 504. Davis Hatred. Xingluo Zhu family's choice. Although this group of bandit threatened to capture them alive, they would not harm their lives, but Tang San and Dai Mubai would definitely not be tied down. The bandit leader was greedy and careless and made a miscalculation. Tang San and Dai Mubai both had hidden weapons on their bodies. Tang San made them himself, but Dai Mubai was given to him by Ruhua. Ruhua was still a member of the Merchant Alliance at the time, so she could get a discount on items purchased from Merchant Alliance stores. But this group of bandits hides in remote areas of the countryside, not working or making money. They occasionally rob passers-by to get some belongings and then buy wine to drink. There is simply no money to buy the hidden weapons of the Merchant Alliance, which cost several hundred gold soul coin. Even if they have money, they don't dare to go to Merchant Alliance stores to buy, and they don't even have time to hide from people in the Merchant Alliance. If their identity is exposed, the Merchant Alliance guards will come and destroy them. Call out. Dai Mubai showed off the Merchant Alliance's improved version of the Zhuj Lianu, and the crossbow arrows were fired continuously. Tang San also used the Zhuj godly crossbow he made. He added the word God to the name of the hidden weapon. Its power was far inferior to the Merchant Alliance's improved version of the Zhuj Lianu, but it was enough to deal with this group of bandit spirit masters with average qualification. There are many people on the opposite side and their soul power is stronger. Using soul skills to resist has no chance of winning. Only hidden hidden weapons can win by surprise. Tisk tisk tisk, they have hidden weapons. He was caught off guard. 5 or 6 bandit fell. Those who were critically hit by Dai Mubai's crossbow arrows were killed on the spot. Tang San's crossbow arrows also pierced their protective spirit power, causing serious damage to them. Even if they didn't die, the poison fed on the crossbow arrows made them lose their ability to fight even if they didn't die immediately. If they didn't want to capture people alive and attack with all their strength, it wouldn't be so miserable. The bandit leader relied on the agility of the Black Panther spirit to dodge the crossbow attack and screamed in anger, "You killed my brother. I want you to pay with your life." There were 11 of them in total. 5 or 6 of them went at once. Don't dare to be careless anymore and use your powerful soul skills with all your strength. Explosive angry claws. The bandit leader turned into a black shadow, his claws swallowing soul power and flashing with cold light. This sharp blow was aimed at Tang San. Because Tang San was closer to the bandit leader and he was facing the bandit leader head on, Tang San used up his Zhu divine crossbow and had no time to take out the second hidden weapon. If he used soul skills to fight against the Soul King, he would definitely get no benefit. If he was injured, the consequences would be serious. He couldn't take risk. Ghost Shadow. Without thinking, Tang San used his body skill, suddenly increasing his speed. His body blurred for a while and he dodged away. He and Dai Mubai were back to back, each responsible for a direction. Thus, Dai Mubai's back was completely exposed to the bandit leader. The bandit leader will not miss this opportunity. He has already used his soul skills to hit everyone he can. Lu San, you! Dai Mubai gritted his teeth in anger when he realized that Tang San had ducked away, exposing a large flaw in his back to the Soul King. He and Tang San had conflicts of interest before, and they only temporarily became teammates because of their common interest. They were already somewhat inseparable. It was a very unwise thing to leave Tang San's back. He wanted to use the White Tiger bodyguard to protect himself, but due to the rapid attack speed of the bandit leader, he responded hastily and was half a beat too late to use his body protecting soul skills. Shit! The bandit leader's black claws brought up a bloody flower on Dai Mubai's back. His luxurious clothes were torn and stained with blood. Dai Mubai screamed and his body flew away. The bandit leader was the Soul King of the agility attack system. He was faster than Dai Mubai and he struck with all his strength in anger. This was enough for Dai Mubai to bear. However, Dai Mubai's evil-eyed white tiger spirit leaned over and his defense was strong enough so the injury was not considered fatal and he could still fight. But at this point, deep down in his heart, he hated Tang San deeply and held a grudge. Whoosh! Tang San also knew that he was wrong. After leaving the battle circle, he threw out his sleeve arrows to prevent the bandit leader from pursuing Dai Mubai. Then he used the clear sky hammer to assist Dai Mubai, who was surrounded by concentrated fire from the side. As soon as Dai Mubai had time to breathe, his first and third soul rings continued to light up and a milky white light emitted from his body. He continuously used the White Tiger protective barrier and the White Tiger Vajra transformation greatly enhanced his defense and strength. Almost at the same time, he took out the improved rifle. With a bang, a fine iron bullet shot through the body of a bandit who came to pick up a bargain. Boom boom! The attacks of the other two bandit soul sect hit Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was injured more and more, vomiting blood at the mouth, and his body was thrown away again. Even though his defense was greatly enhanced, he could not resist the attacks of two soul sect with soul skills. His body was like a broken sack and he fell on a table, smashing the table into pieces and breaking a hole in the floor. Dai Mubai screamed help and his body suddenly disappeared. Under the floor, a big hole suddenly appeared. There is some kind of strange dark red energy flow at the entrance of the cave, flowing slowly and silently like a whirlpool, like the eyes of a demon staring at everyone from the dark abyss. Suddenly, the small bar was enveloped in this strange dark red color and a strong smell of death floated in the air. Everyone was shocked. He couldn't help but stop fighting. Focus your eyes on the burrow and remain on high alert. Tang San showed joy. He knew that this was the entrance to the legendary killing city. It took a lot of effort, but I finally found it. But he didn't expect that it was under the bar floor, and Dai Mubai entered the killing city in this way, not knowing whether he would live or die. Tang San didn't care at all about Dai Mubai's life or death. If Dai Mubai died, it would be beneficial to him. He would have betrayed Dai Mubai, defected to Davis, and profited from the infighting among the Xing Luo princes. If Dai Mubai dies, he can ask Davis for credit and get a large reward. Dai Mubai didn't know until his death that Tang San had betrayed him for a long time and was being plotted by Tang San. Tang San cupped his fist and said, "Brothers, my best friend is also dead. Let's just treat this matter as an equal matter. Again, we all have enmity with the Merchant Alliance. There is a saying that is right. The enemy of my enemy is friend. Bullshit. It depends on who you are. Even if you are the enemy of the enemy, you are still an enemy." The bandit leader showed no appreciation at all, with a murderous look in his eyes. "Being a friend of someone like you will be a disaster. If it weren't for you, Prince Ingluo would not be be dead. You still lick your face and say that he is your best friend. Sure enough, his character is too despicable, and the rumors are true. Exactly. Even those like us who are engaged in shady business at least know that justice is our priority, and we will not betray our brothers even if we die in battle. The men were so angry that even they didn't bother to be friends with Tang San. They had seen clearly just now that Tang San didn't even try to resist or warn him. He just dodged away and exposed Daimyo Bai's back. In that case, we'll see you later. Seeing that he couldn't be convinced, Tang San said no more and walked towards the cave. The cave was too weird and scary, and the bandit stayed far away, not daring to get close. Want to leave? It's not that easy. You have killed so many of us and you have to stay. Settle the account. The bandit leader shouted angrily. I won't accompany you. Tang San said this and jumped into the cave. In a blink of an eye, the body disappeared into the dark red energy flow vortex. Enter the illusory world of darkness and corruption. Chapter 505 Zhu Zhuqing's Dilemma and Decision. Star Forest. A small world under the lake. Lu Feng lay on a deck chair by the lake and soaked up the sun. The blue-silver emperor on the side gently wrapped vine branches around his leg, tightening and loosening them as if massaging his thighs. After Yin adopted a unique way to spend the night with Lu Feng, their relationship was no longer a simple master-servant relationship but more intimate. Yin regarded herself as one of Lu Feng's spouses. Of course, this is Yin's idea. In Lu Feng's heart, he treated Yin as a harem goddess from the beginning. So what if he had a relationship with Tang Hao? In his previous life, how many people could marry a wife without a past relationship? One person can have multiple wives. The concept of the previous life was very unfair to them, but it is rare and common in this world. As long as they are good women, as long as they can be happy together, there is no need to care about her past. What's more, Yin was so loyal to him. In order to repay his kindness, even if he didn't have a physical body, he would borrow Zig's physical body to sleep with him, wear interesting clothes that he liked, and try his best to contribute without any selfishness. Such a woman is better than all treasures. How can we not cherish and protect her more? After 2 years of companionship and communication, Lu Feng went from coveting her body and pitying her to now he is deeply in love with her. In my own world, I can no longer live without her. Therefore, he tried his best to hope that Yin would be resurrected as soon as possible. I thought about giving Yin crystal blood dragon ginseng to restore Yin's physical body. However, her cultivation level has not recovered. Yin's soul power is insufficient and she can only return to Yin's physical body for a short time. Most of the time, she can only act like a puppet, which is not good for her. In addition to affecting her cultivation, she may also encounter external dangers. Not long ago, Lu Feng thought of a good idea. Just let Tang Hao sacrifice to Yin. This should be more useful than anything else. Yin's soul ring was still on Tang Hao. Tang Hao sacrificed it to her, and she was able to perfectly take back the soul ring. It is extremely difficult for Tang Hao to be willing to sacrifice, but no matter how difficult it is, you have to give it a try. Lu Feng was basking in the sun leisurely, his thoughts lying. Ever since I fell in love with lying down and basking in the sun, the recliner has become a must-have item for my belt storage. Steal a half day of leisure and enjoy the present life. The sunshine in the small world was not too strong, and the water-rich breeze blew from the lake like a girl's soft red lips kissing every inch of his skin. Really comfortable. And Yin is also serving in her own way and with all her heart. Thinking back to the passionate release last night, the body belongs to Zig, but Yin controls it. Prime Minister Cao sincerely will not deceive me. This morning, Gu Yuina thoughtfully sent Jin Hulai, which is said to be a spiritual fruit that is very tonic for the body. After eating it, your physical strength is fully restored. This small world has a strong free soul power, and there is no human plunder. Many wild fruits can be called spiritual fruit. Jin Hulai is the best spiritual fruit, equivalent to fairy fruit. It is worth mentioning that while traveling around the small world, I accidentally discovered several fairy herbs. The fairy grass here does not grow as concentratedly as the ice and fire ice. This discovery made me very excited. Go out for a walk later and see if you can harvest some more fairy grass. Of course, the more of such an excellent thing, the better. After eating the top-quality spiritual fruit Golden Firely just now, Lu Feng not only recovered his physical strength but his soul power also increased by 1 level. The soul power level reached level 53. Lu Feng looked inside the martial soul to check the changes in the martial soul. It was discovered that the 4th of the 9 stars surrounding the world tree was glowing dimly. Bai's hiking was a little brighter when she saw the ice and fire eyes. The slowly rotating red and blue energy became more condensed. Could this be the 4th martial spirit? The 3rd martial spirit, the world-destroying dragon spear, was too powerful, so Lu Feng was also looking forward to the 4th martial spirit. The martial spirit attribute of the world-destroying dragon spear is no less than a god-level martial spirit of the world tree. Whether it is defense or attack, it is so powerful that Lu Feng himself was surprised. With the thought thought in his mind. Lu Feng felt that the attributes of the third martial soul were greatly enhanced. Absorbed a purple dragon energy. At this moment the purple dragon energy is hovering on the world-destroying dragon spear, creating a subtle fusion with the world-destroying dragon spear. Where did the purple dragon energy come from? It can't be Zig's. It really is. It feels exactly the same as the dragon power flowing in Zig. When did I unknowingly absorb the dragon energy of the demonic dragon king of hell? Could it be because I was in the bedroom with Zig last night? This is okay. Lu Feng recalled the details of last night. There is indeed some energy coming out of Zig. I thought it was maybe at that time he unknowingly absorbed her dragon energy, but she was fine in the morning, and now she and Gu Yuina were swimming in the lake and taking a bath. What's going on? There are too many unclear things in Douluo world. Anyway, Lu Feng got great benefit. The world-destroying dragon spear has reached the third level. Obtained the third level soul skill, chasing souls thousands of miles and killing 1000-mile soul chasing / After locking the target, the world-destroying dragon spear tracks the opponent thousands of miles at sublight speed and kills the opponent within a radius of 50 meters where the power explodes. It withstands 80% of the killing power. Outside a radius of 50 meters within 100 meters withstands 60% of the lethality. Note: the target can be locked by the breath of the object. Damn it, this soul skill is equivalent to an intercontinental missile. Also comes with lock tracking, and as long as you get something on the target, any drop of blood, a piece of hair, a piece of cloth, as long as there is the target's breath, you can lock it and chase it thousands of miles away. So awesome, so scary. Lu Feng was once again shocked by the new soul skills of his third martial soul. With this move, it's useless no matter how fast your opponent runs. In the future, if you want to kill anyone, as long as you have something on the other person's body, you can release the world-destroying dragon spear and directly deliver a fatal blow. Although there is a distance limit of 1000 miles, it is scary enough to be able to track thousands of miles. When the palace was in shock, Xuebeng took advantage of the chaos to escape. If there had been 1000 miles chasing Soul Killer at that time, Xuebeng would have escaped regardless of his escape. No matter how fast, you have to stay alive. It deserves to be called the world-destroying dragon spear. The third turn was so violent, so how powerful will the fourth revolution, fifth revolution, and even the ultimate ninth revolution be? Lu Feng looked forward to it even more. And if you can advance like this, you have to play more rounds with Zig, but there is a high probability that the effect will only occur once. According to this speculation, Gu Yuina can also contribute an improvement. The premise is that absorbing the dragon energy from them will not cause harm to them. Are there any other dragon girls or girls with dragon blood in this world? This is really forcing me to become a professional dragon knight. Master, is the intensity of my massage okay? Yin's voice sounded. Not bad, not bad. The rhythm and strength are all my fault. When you are resurrected and regain your physical body, you will be better at massaging with your fingers. Lu Feng praised, giving a Yin confidence. In fact, using vine branches for massage, I always feel almost meaningless. Wow. Gu Yuina and Zig, wearing sexy swimsuit, jumped up from the clear lake water at the same time and landed lightly in front of Lu Feng. What is a massage? I want it too, Gu Yuina said with a smile. Chapter 506: Zhu Zhuqing's terrible assassination and Lu Feng's arrangement. The Eye of Ice and Fire is a cornucopia formed under the influence of the two dragon kings of water and fire, while the small world at the bottom of the lake of life was developed and formed by the power of the dragon god. Compared to the outside world, a paradise like dragon god's small world is a cornucopia of treasures. Lu Feng went out for a day's travel and got a few fairy grasses. Among them was one, the 9-ranked ginseng king. Lu Feng remembered that in the original plot, after Tang San promised to resurrect Xiao Wu, Ming Erming told Tang San that among the conditions for his resurrection, he needed a 9th-grade ginseng king. In the end, Tang San couldn't find the extremely rare 9th-grade ginseng king. In fact, he didn't even bother to look for it. The 9th-grade ginseng king is of a higher grade, and its power and effects are slightly better than those of the crystal blood dragon ginseng. If the 9th-grade ginseng king is the emperor among ginseng, then the crystal blood dragon ginseng is the emperor among ginseng. One of them has the same function, which is to recreate the human body from a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Now that the 9th-grade ginseng king has been obtained, it can be used by a yin and a ro to recreate human bodies. We will see how it is distributed then. While Lu Feng was thinking, Gu Yuina and Zig came back from the lake. Gu Yuina asked for a massage. She didn't know what massage was. She was just curious about many new things. Okay, I'll let you experience it. Lie down and I'll give you a massage. Lu Feng got up, gave the recliner to Gu Yuina, and flattened the folding recliner. Gu Yuina was wearing a two-piece white swimsuit. Her slender waist without any fat was completely exposed to the air. The swimsuit was held up high in front of her body and was very plump. A pair of snow-white, round, and slender legs stood still had crystal water drops sliding down them, which made Lu Feng dizzy and wanted to rub it in. It just so happened that she asked for a massage, and she could just rub it, so how could she not agree to it? Wearing a white skirt is as graceful as wearing a swimsuit, but the style and temperament have changed. Gu Yuina, in her fluttering white dress, is like a fairy sister, refined from the worldly world, sacred and inviolable. Gu Yuina, who is wearing a swimsuit, is more down to earth and has more of a girl next door affinity. She shows off her excellent figure, which is extremely alluring. You want to lie down? Gu Yuina was confused and thought massage was a kind of object, but she still lay down obediently. Turn over and lie down. Lu Feng smiled broadly. I still have to lie down. There are so many demands. If you play tricks on me, there will be no good result. Gu Yuina warned, turned over and lay down on the recliner with her round buttocks in full view. Don't worry, how can I play tricks on you? And you have already given me good fruit to eat. Jin Hulai is the best fruit I have ever eaten. Let's start the massage. Lu Feng took a deep breath, leaned down, stretched out his hands, and rubbed the ancient Yu Neu's back. Under the illumination of the rising sun, her delicate body seemed to glow with a faint silver holy light. There was a sense of blasphemy when he touched her body, and at the same time there is a fatal temptation. Between holiness and temptation, Lu Feng had to use his soul power to suppress the evil fire in his heart. Gu Yuina was extremely attractive to him. At this moment she was wearing a sexy swimsuit, and her body as white as jade lay horizontally in front of her eyes, within reach, and every detail of her body could be clearly appreciated with the naked eye. This kind of temptation is even more deadly. Fortunately, I got great satisfaction from Zig last night. That natural strong need is slightly relieved, and my mind can relax a little. Ah, what are you doing? Gu Yuina exclaimed softly, uncomfortably, twisting her body to protest, trying to stand up. Don't move. This is a massage. It may help your hidden injuries. Lu Feng found a reason, but this is a real reason, not a lie. Proper massage can activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis, dredge meridian, and relieve fatigue. This was recognized in previous lives, but of course it would not have a big effect. There is no such skill in this world, and Lu Feng didn't know much about it at first. He had massaged Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and others before. It was originally to increase the fun between lovers, but later he found that it could also have a certain effect. So after studying it seriously for a period of time, I began to look internally at the meridians on my body, and also gained a deeper understanding of the structure of a woman's body. When massaging, let a little soul power condense on your fingertips. Hearing that it might be helpful for hidden injuries, Gu Yuina no longer resisted and allowed Lu Feng's hands to massage her body inch by inch. Gradually a sense of comfort came. Well, this massage is quite comfortable. Gu Yuina exhaled. Relax your body, Lu Feng said. Gu Yuina may be a little nervous and her body is tense. Hearing this, Gu Yuina relaxed her body. So this is called massage. Zig chuckled. I don't know what she thought of, but she became a little shy. She had an extremely charming face and her cheeks were white and rosy, like a young daughter-in-law who had just had her wedding facing her husband. No matter how powerful a woman is, she will be in this state when facing her lover after tasting the feeling of being a woman for the first time. Last night, Lu Feng accepted her, although the process is somewhat special, but from then on, her body completely belonged to Lu Feng. Loyalty to the death and physical belonging are two different things. If Lu Feng didn't accept her, giving her body to someone else would not change her allegiance to Lu Feng. The allegiance of a soul beast only depends on the strength of its bloodline. If the bloodline strength is almost the same, then we can only fight for strength. Lu Feng gradually strengthened the soul power on his fingertips and became more powerful. Well, Gu Yuina let out a lazy moan. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to be gentler? Lu Feng asked. No, you can use more force. Gu Yuina squinted her eyes, her expression a little intoxicated. Okay. Lu Feng increased his intensity. He also hoped that this would help Gu Yuina's hidden injury. The idea of massage was an impromptu idea. Of course, while massaging Gu Yuina, his hands were also greatly satisfied. The smooth and tender skin is as smooth as gelatin. Touching your fingers on it is a pleasure in itself. It is also very eye-catching to admire the extremely beautiful curves of a beautiful girl up close. What's more, she is Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina. Lu Feng moved his fingertips, touched the round surface, and then landed on the long, round, and snow-white leg. Gu Yuina's heart trembled slightly, but she did not protest, because she felt that it seemed to have some effect. It seems to be working, but it doesn't directly affect the dark wounds. Instead, it has a slight healing effect on the dark wounds through the stretching of the meridian. Gu Yuina looked inside her body and expressed her feelings with joy and gratitude in her purple eyes. Through skin-to-skin contact, her soul power blended with that of Lu Feng, as if their bloodlines were connected. She could feel Lu Feng's sincere devotion to her. The soul beasts are relatively independent. For example, Zig also serves her, but will not greet her. She will handle her own affairs by herself and will not interfere too much. The same is is true for spouses. After getting to know Lu Feng, he gave her meticulous care and tried every means to help her heal her hidden wounds. Chapter 507 Xiao Wu fights against the Netherworld White Tiger. Qian Rongxiu's current location is a high tower in the Papal Palace complex. She is standing at the top window watching the game. Her identity currently made it inappropriate to appear in a public place with tens of thousands of people, so she chose to fly to a high tower to watch the battle alone. Grandpa, why are you here? Who is he you are talking about? Qian Rongxiu pretended not to know with a smile. Normally, Qian Daoliu has never been involved in the specific affairs of Wuhan Palace, let alone watching a competition that is too low level for him. You're trying to make Grandpa angry, right? Who else could it be? Your husband-in-law, Lu Feng. Qian Daoliu nodded towards Lu Feng below. Not yet, Grandpa. Don't talk nonsense. Qian Rongxiu blushed slightly. Haha, you are the regent prince and the sole heir to the Tiandu Empire. It's only a matter of time. Grandpa, you are good or bad? Eavesdropping on our conversation? It's not eavesdropping. I was just passing by in a fugue last night. When will you bring him to see me? Seeing Qian Daoliu being so anxious to see Lu Feng, Qian Rongxiu chuckled and said, wait until the competition is over. So late. Qian Daoliu looked like he couldn't wait. Unless you promise me that if Tang Hao appears, you will help. That won't work. Tang Hao is dealing with the leader of the Merchant Alliance and Bibi Dong. It has nothing to do with me. I will not interfere. Qian Daoliu shook his head. In his heart, he did not want Bibi Dong's family to dominate, and it was in his interest to let Tang Hao weaken Bibi Dong's power and prestige. Qian Rongxiu's red lips opened, but she stopped talking. She knew that she couldn't change the decision made by Qian Daoliu. Besides, this is related to the overall situation. Grandpa, Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong had a deep grudge. As long as she could remember, they had never spoken to each other and barely seen each other. She didn't know what caused their bad blood, but she knew, unless Lu Feng's identity as leader of the alliance is informed to Grandpa, Grandpa will not help. After Qian Rongxiu thought about it, she decided to keep it a secret and not tell her grandfather to avoid causing complications. Lu Feng did not ask her to keep it secret, but she understood that Lu Feng trusted her, and she had to think carefully for Lu Feng. Seeing that Qian Rongxiu was silent, Qian Daoliu softened his voice and said, Shweter, why do you want me to help them? Don't you hate her? Think about it. Everything is in the past, and hatred can't solve the problem. Just try to surpass her, and she is my mother after all. Qian Rongxiu sighed lightly. Thanks to Lu Feng's mediation, Qian Rongxiu's frozen heart gradually melted, and she understood that Bibi Dong also had her difficulties, and Bibi Dong was also using her own way to try to make up for it, and the mother-daughter relationship moved towards reconciliation. Okay, for your sake, Grandpa promised that if your mother's life is in danger, I will take action, but with Tang Hao's strength, he has no such ability. Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Rongxiu. His eyes were full of kindness, and it was rare to give in one step forward. If Bibi Dong dies, it may damage Qian Rongxiu's state of mind and affect her cultivation, which is not good. The current situation of Wuhan Palace is very good. If Bibi Dong is killed, it will definitely cause great damage to Wuhan Palace. Whether it was for Qian Rongxiu or Wuhan Palace, Qian Daoliu decided to at least save Bibi Dong's life. Thank you, Grandpa. Qian Rongxiu smiled widely. She knew that if Tang Hao wanted to kill Lu Feng, Bibi Dong would probably fight to the death to protect him. With Qian Daoliu in charge, she felt much more at ease. At this time, in the competition stage, dragon and tigers were fighting each other. The Netherworld White Tiger pounced unabated and slapped its claws on the abdomen of the two-headed dragon. Davis and Zhu Zhuqing had their arrows on the string and had no choice but to attack. Their charge just now was so fierce that it was impossible to retract the attack. They never expected that Duguyan and Meng, who thought they were vulnerable, could still possess martial soul fusion skills, and their combat effectiveness suddenly soared to an unpredictable level. They had no choice but to bite the bullet. Both sides have a shortcoming: the lack of tacit understanding. Meng Yuran was the last to transfer to Shrek Academy. During the team's internal training, he discovered that he could fuse with Duguyan's martial spirit. Their martial spirits also have the attributes of dragon and snake blood. Although the dragon god staff is a weapon with a martial spirit, it also has beast martial soul characteristic. But if their martial souls didn't evolve separately, there would definitely be no possibility of fusion. So they understood that the ability to have martial soul fusion skills was all thanks to Lu Feng. They just trained together for not long enough, and their tacit understanding was relatively insufficient. The tacit understanding between Davis and Zhu Zhuqing is even worse. Zhu Zhuqing is Zhu Zuyun's replacement. He is also another civet spirit, but his cultivation talents are very different. Zhu Zhuqing's talents are not as good as those of Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. Insufficient tacit understanding will affect the performance of combat effectiveness to a certain extent. The Netherworld White Tiger's attacks were a bit unsmooth, and the speed and power did not reach the highest level, but they were still very terrible. terrifying. If he was hit, it would definitely cause a lot of damage. The two-headed dragon did not dodge, but lowered one of its heads and used its horns to fight against the netherworld white tiger's claws. Boom! The light flame exploded. The air exploded. At the same time, the other head of the two-headed dragon opened its huge mouth full of fangs and bit into the neck of the netherworld white tiger. The netherworld white tiger did not gain any benefit from the two-headed dragon's head-to-head fight. Instead, it suffered a loss. The dragon's horn was much tougher than its claws. There were only a few white marks on the surface of the horn, while the netherworld white tiger suffered a loss. The white tiger's paw was damaged by the shock. When projected onto Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, the tiger's mouth split open on their palm. The double-headed dragon is so good at close combat. How dare the netherworld white tiger, led by Davis, dare to fight the double-headed dragon in close combat? The netherworld white tiger jumped sideways, narrowly avoiding the bite of the dragon's huge mouth. A layman looks at the excitement, an expert looks at the door. Most of the audience watching were not soul masters. Among them were nobles, businessmen, and laymen, but it can also be seen that the netherworld white tiger failed to retreat. Not to mention the expert not far behind Lu Feng, Lu Erlong, Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, Dugubo, Ning Fengzi, Long Gong, Shipo, etc., who formed a protective force, were all experts among experts. At this moment, Dugubo and Long Gong and Snake Pole looked at each other with satisfied smiles. Their granddaughter's martial soul fusion skills were publicly unveiled for the first time, and she was facing off against the world-famous netherworld white tiger, so she was still a little worried. But after seeing the nether white tiger and the two-headed flood dragon fighting at close range, they felt relieved, because they know that Duguyan and Meng Yuren's martial soul fusion skills are actually best at long-range attacks. The nether white tiger can be repelled in melee combat, so there is nothing to worry about. Next, the double-headed dragon's long-range attack will give the netherworld white tiger a surprise. Davis and Zhu Yunchang were forced to retreat when they suddenly noticed that their teammates were all lying on the ground unable to get up. Zhu Zuyuan, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were unharmed and were outflanking them with murderous intent. Defeat is decided. At this time, the two-headed dragon roared and launched a long-range attack skill. Sky Poison Dragon Flame Explosion. Chapter 508 Davis's Fatal Offensive. Tang Hao's ninth test of Rax Hasa God. Haoshan Douluo, who is admired by thousands of people, had the appearance of becoming a god but ended up in such a miserable end. Are you willing? You, who broke through to the title of Douluo the fastest in history, were forced to peel off your soul bone, and your soul power dropped sharply to the soul saint. Are you willing to be captured by a group of people who once feared you, to be imprisoned and to be locked in this narrow cage, never to see the light of day until death? Your son Tang San, twin martial souls. I am born with soul power and my cultivation talent is superior to yours. Now I have been suppressed and have to survive. My destiny and life are in the hands of others. Are you willing to do so? Are you worthy of your ancestors by giving up like this before the blood revenge has been avenged? I deceived a yin into offering sacrifices to you. I was following the sect rules and the ancestral precept. It's not your fault. A yin is nominally your wife, but she is a spirit beast, and spirit beasts should be hunted and killed by humans. Your plan to sacrifice her is just like setting up a trap for hunting bees. It is not your fault that she fell into it. Soul rings and soul bones are destined to be used by humans. If you don't do it, someone else will do it. If Tang Xiao knew that a yin was the 100,000 years blue-silver emperor, he would do the same thing. Do you think your son Tang San is? You bastard! You have always been unwilling to see him, and you are ashamed that this secret is known, but now the whole world knows it, and everyone is laughing at you. You have worked hard for decades to become the Haoshan Douluo that attracts everyone's attention. How did you end up here? Why should the world laugh at you for this outcome? The fault is with this world. The leader of the Merchant Alliance, Bibi Dong, not you. A bewitching voice kept whispering in Tang Hao's ears. The voice said something, and Tang Hao himself repeated it in a broken voice. It's this world that's wrong. It's the leader of the Merchant Alliance. It's Li Sunhuan. It's Bibi Dong, not me. Li Sunhuan, a peerless Douluo, actually broke his promise and publicized his confession of deceiving a yin into offering sacrifices to the whole world. Bibi Dong also issued an announcement explaining the whole story, revealing that Tang Hao had used Wuhan Palace to completely prove Tang Hao's crime, and there was no room for redemption. Therefore, Tang Hao also hated Bai Dong. Tang Hao was imprisoned in this dark and small prison for nearly 2 years. During this period, when the Haoshan sect soul-breaking technique was revealed, he was violently beaten by the furious Bai He. There have been no further attacks since. The leader of the Merchant Alliance gave Bai He the decision-making power on how to deal with Tang Hao. Bai He thought that Tang Hao had the blood of his sister, so he did not kill him. But since Tang Hao participated in initiating the Merchant Slaughter Conference, it was impossible to let him go easily. Therefore, Tang Hao was sentenced to life imprisonment, imprisoned until death. Tang Hao was physically fine, but he was tortured internally. Tang Hao repented discontented at first, but as he was imprisoned for a long time he had more thought. Recalling the glory of the past, everyone looked up to him wherever he went. As long as he revealed his identity, everyone would worship him and respectfully call him Your Majesty. But now, it is extremely miserable. Huge contrast. This made him increasingly unwilling. Locked in a dark prison for a long time, his psychology became more and more distorted. He made many excuses for himself, put the responsibility and mistakes on others and the world, started to have evil thoughts about the world. Not long ago, a gloomy voice that seemed to come from hell appeared in his ears, catering to his evil desires, keep encouraging him to have more evil thought. It made his heart that had given up resistance rekindle and become more active. It's the Merchant Alliance leader's fault. It's Li Sunhuan's fault. It's Bibi Dong's fault. It's all the world's fault. I'm not willing to give in. Not willing. Not willing. I hate them. Hate this world. I want revenge. I want revenge. I want revenge. Tang Hao suddenly stood up and roared hysterically. Very good. I can help you. Only I can help you in this world. Only I can give you a chance. The only chance. A sinister voice said. Who are you? Tang Hao asked. If you accept me, you will know who I am. I will give you unimaginable power and let you escape from the prison. Do you accept it? I accept. I will temporarily possess you. Are you willing? I do. I am willing to serve you as my master. Please give me strength. Tang Hao has no choice or chance at the moment when his psychology is extremely distorted and the most evil thoughts arise in his heart. Give him a chance to regain his freedom. There is no reason not to be willing to take the opportunity to become stronger again. The price of possession is not worth mentioning in this case, so he agreed without thinking. Just when Tang Hao agreed and opened his heart to accept it, a black smoke rose out of thin air, condensing into an evil face and accompanied by a sound like a shrill howl of a ghost. The black smoke condensed into a bunch and penetrated into the center of Tang Hao's eyebrows. After the black smoke penetrated, a mysterious and terrifying force surged through Tang Hao's body. Ah! Tang Hao roared in pain, but his eyes were filled with extreme excitement. He blinked, and when he opened his eyes, both eyes turned into thick black without any white. Tang Hao instantly knew who the gloomy voice came from. To be precise, it was not a human but a god. Rakhasa god. The will of the Rakhasa god successfully bewitched Tang Hao. This will of the Rakhasa god originally resides in Bibi Dong, but after meeting Lu Feng, Bibi Dong insisted on giving up the 9th test of the Rakhasa god and no longer accepted the inheritance of the Rakhasa god. Then Qian Rongxiu successfully ascended the throne and became the Empress of Tiandu, fulfilling Bibi Dong's great wish. Her mood is getting better and better, and her heart is getting brighter and kinder. The Rakhasa god knows his will and has no chance to reverse it. Therefore, the will of the Rakhasa god had no choice but to find a way to get away from Bibi Dong, dormant for a period of time, absorbing all kinds of evil thought, regaining some divine power, and finally found Tang Hao. Tang Hao's potential is still there. His psychology is extremely twisted and dark, and he is a good candidate. It can also be said that it was the most evil thoughts that grew in Tang Hao's heart that summoned the will of the Rakhasa god. A fly doesn't bite a flawless egg. People who are easily deceived must have some kind of flaw in their heart. It is a common problem of the Tang family to base profits on the pain and harm of others and pursue power without a bottom line. Tang Chen was bewitched for no other reason than this. What are you calling? You're crazy again. There was a sound of footsteps and the impatient voice of the prison guard sounded. I don't know what's going on with him during this time. He's always talking nonsense and now he's yelling. Another prison guard said. Is he sick? What's wrong with him as a soul saint? If he's sick, he's also mentally ill. What I'm talking about is that there's something wrong with his nerves. Why don't you ask someone to come and take a look at him? Forget it. Treat him. It's good enough. He committed such a big crime, but Elder Bai didn't kill him, and he didn't treat him badly when eating or drinking. Elder Bai was a little too kind to him. Elder Bai has always been affectionate. After all, it's him, my nephew. As the two prison guards spoke, they came over to check on Tang Hao. I want to see Uncle Bai. I have a big secret to tell him. Tang Hao's voice softened with a strange smile on his lips. Chapter 509 Xiao Wu's wonderful performance. The reversal brought by Dugu Yan and Meng Yuran. Shortly after, Bai He was notified and came to the underground prison. Uncle. Tang Hao bent his knees and bowed to Bai He. Tang Hao had never acted so submissively. Bai He was stunned for a moment, and the word uncle touched his heart. After such a long time, his anger was gone. Seeing Tang Hao surrender, his family affection could not help but be aroused. He sighed and said, if you have any major secret, tell me. This major secret cannot be shared with outsiders. Can uncle come in? My nephew wants to tell it face to face. Tang Hao said. Bai He did not doubt that he was there and nodded. Open the door. Yes. The prison guard took out the key and opened the thick cell door covered with deep sea silver. Tang Hao is a soul saint, but in this prison specially built by the Lujao team, his soul power is greatly suppressed, and at most he can only exert the soul power equivalent to that of a great soul master. And Bai He is a contra, so he has nothing to worry about. You guys go out, Bai he ordered. The prison guard bowed and left, closing the door behind him. Seeing Tang Hao's attitude of admitting his mistake, Bai he also wanted to talk about his family relationship with Tang Hao while there was no one around. You really know your mistake, Bai he said. My nephew realizes his mistake. He has been thinking about it for 2 years and repenting for his past evil deed. My nephew realizes that it is really an unforgivable crime. I am extremely grateful to my uncle for sparing my nephew a small life for the sake of my mother. Tang Hao, pretending to be sincerely frightened, he knelt on the ground and spoke in a grateful tone, while his gloomy eyes stared closely at Bai He's feet as he walked into the cell, calculating the distance in his mind. Well, you're right to think about it this way. Bai He's tense face softened somewhat and he smoothed his white beard. While you are in prison, you should practice in seclusion. After 10 or 8 years, you will be able to prove it with time. If you sincerely reform, I will consider applying to the leader to reduce your sentence and change your sentence from life imprisonment to 20 years in prison. Haha, 20 years? I don't want to wait for another 20 days. Tang Hao stood with a sneer. Stand up. What did you say? He had a sharp attitude towards Tang Hao. However, when the situation was reversed, Bai he found it hard to adapt and his face stiffened. I said, go to hell. When Tang Hao spoke, a black thorn came out from his severed hand and instantly pierced Bai He's heart. Black thorns penetrated from the back of the white crane, bringing out a burst of blood. Bai He's eyes widened and his eyes were about to burst. He was a contra, but he couldn't escape Tang Hao's fatal blow and he was directly penetrated. His protective soul power and defensive attributes had no effect. He recovered. Restore to Super Douluo soul power. The prison soul restriction no longer works on him. How did he do it? It doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that he assassinated me and he wants to escape from the prison. I don't know how many people in the business alliance will suffer. Bai he was heartbroken, but not because of pain. He cared about family ties and spared Tang Hao's life, but little did he know that instead of influencing Tang Hao, he was deceived and mercilessly assassinated by Tang Hao. He extremely regretted being soft-hearted to Tang Hao and sparing Tang Hao's life. He even regretted trusting Tang Hao, opened the cage, and came in to talk to him at close range. Otherwise, even if Tang Hao regains his Super Douluo soul power, he will not be able to break the solid cage made of deep-sea silver for a while. Swallow his soul power quickly. Divine power can only support you for one stick of incense. The will of Rakshasa God reminded. The will of the Rakshasa God exerted a huge loss of divine power and temporarily restored Tang Hao's soul power to Super Douluo. After time passed, Tang Hao would be knocked back to his original form. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao immediately used the secret technique taught to him by the will of the Rakshasa God and began to devour the soul power of Bai He through the long black thorn. After you have devoured it, it will take time to transform. You must leave here quickly and find a hidden place to regain your strength. Then go to Death Canyon and look for the tomb of 10,000 bone, which contains the 4 soul bones I left behind. Will of the Rakshasa God no longer abiding by the rules of the divine world, he began to use the most direct method to support the successor to the divine throne, because he discovered that Poseidon also violated the rules of the divine world and started to compete with him for the successor. Lu Feng. Whenever Lu Feng had any intention, the Rakshasa God would definitely choose Lu Feng. Compared to Lu Feng, Tang Hao's qualifications were far inferior, but Lu Feng didn't give him any chance. As for Poseidon, Lu Feng basically wants to become the heir to the throne of Poseidon. The quarrels and conflict with the Poseidon also made the Rakshasa God want to compete, hoping to pass on the divine position one step ahead of the Poseidon and refute the Poseidon's face. This is very possible. Tang Hao devoured the soul power of the white crane and then absorbed the soul bones left in the 10,000-year-old tomb and became a ready-made Super Douluo. He could easily pass the first 8 tests of the Rakshasa God and his strength soon became a peerless Douluo, possessing the body of a demigod. In this way, if you face the 9th exam, you have a high chance of passing it. Lu Feng is still too young and has limited soul power. It will take a long time to improve his soul power. He must reach at least level 60 before he can accept the Poseidon test. In terms of time to inherit the divine throne, he will definitely not be able to compare with Tang Hao. Yes, Lord Rakshasa God. Tang Hao felt the full power of becoming a Super Douluo again and respected all the instructions of the Rakshasa God. With a sly smile on his lips, he watched Bai He's frightened and angry old face quickly wither, melt, and turn into ashes. Tang Hao didn't give up. Even Bai He's soul power was going to be swallowed up. Bai He was soft-hearted towards Tang Hao, and his one gullibility led to the destruction of his body and soul. In this cruel and cold world, the loss of humanity is common, but Bai He didn't expect that Tang Hao's humanity would be reduced to such an extent that he was worse than a beast. Bai He was ruthlessly abandoned by the Haoshan sect and suffered for more than 10 years because Tang Hao killed Qian Sunji, the former pope of Wuhan Palace, causing a huge disaster and implicating the Min clan. If he hadn't met Lu Feng, he would still be living in the wilderness, relying on the help of his friends. After meeting Lu Feng, the Min clan discovered a huge change, becoming richer and more powerful than ever before. Everyone in the world has become very respectful to the disciples of the Min clan. As an elder of the Merchant Alliance, he was even more honored. The Lord of Zhengzhen City had to be submissive in front of him. Prince Davis of Xingluo took the initiative to approach and make friends, smiling with his face, and Lu Feng respected him very much. Even though he was the leader of the alliance, he still followed Bai Chenxiang in private and called him Grandpa Bai He. Lu Feng trusted him completely and handed over the power to him. However, because of his negligence, Tang Hao's tiger came out of the cage. Zhengzhen City was in danger, and many members of the Merchant Alliance were killed or injured. Lord Alliance leader Bai He is sorry for you. Xiang, Grandpa is also sorry for you. He can no longer teach you and watch you grow up. Grandpa promised you to take you to see brother Lu Feng this year, but Grandpa can't do it. Bai He's last thought before his soul disappeared was not to resent Tang Hao, but to think of the two most important people in his heart. It left endless sadness. Not long after, Bai He's soul power and soul power were all swallowed up by Tang Hao, but it cannot be transformed into his power all at once. It takes time. Therefore, what Bai He was most worried about before his death did not happen. Swallowing the white crane takes about half the time of burning incense. Tang Hao used the remaining time to escape from Zhengzhen City and find a hiding place, and he knew that there was also a super Douluo sitting in Zhengzhen City. It's Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanzhen. If he was held back by Yu Yuanzhen, he would be doomed. Chapter 510 Dragon and Tiger Fight. Tian Shui Academy led by Princess Shui. This is a large workshop in Zhengzhen City. There are thousands of elite craftsmen who skillfully operate every process. Several production lines operate at the same time, continuously producing excellent and improved repeated crossbows, musket, repeating crossbows, etc. This large workshop is one of the most important areas of the Merchant Alliance. It produces the most core products of the Merchant Alliance and is personally supervised by the Lujao team. Yu Yuanzhen, accompanied by Shenjiang Lugao, came to the workshop for routine inspection. Old Lu, how have my incompetent disciples performed recently? Yu Yuanzhen glanced at the several disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family who were taking turns. Since he is a direct disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family and possesses extremely strong lightning properties, he is sent in turns to generate electricity and start machine tools that run on current to improve production efficiency. The technology on Douluo continent is still it was not possible to build a generator set capable of running the factory. At present the mainstream is steam engine as power, but if there are ready-made current-driven gears, the operating efficiency of the machine tool modified by Lu Gao's team can be doubled compared to the steam-driven one. In the early years, some soul masters with thunder and lightning attributes were also invited to conduct experiment. The experiment was successful, but there was a problem that could not be solved. There were not many soul masters with thunder and lightning attribute. The most powerful lightning attribute soul masters are all concentrated in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Now, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has joined the alliance, which solves this problem. Disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family help generate electricity for the production line, which is several times more efficient than steam-driven production and is more stable. Back to Thunder Douluo. Your Majesty, your sect's disciples have strict discipline and have always performed very well. I would like to thank you again for your willingness to send disciples to assist. Lu Gao said with a smile. Lao Lu, please don't be polite. Just call me Lao Long. There's no need to thank me. We will be a family from now on. You may not know it yet, but I have applied to the leader of the alliance to officially join the Merchant Alliance and ask him for an elder. Dang, from now on we are both members of the Business Alliance, Yu Yuanzhen said with a smile. Previously, Yu Yuanzhen was proud of his martial soul, took the interests of the sect very seriously, refused to succumb to any force, and dared to confront the Pope of Wuhan Palace. He was once regarded as a thorn in the side of Wuhan Palace, but he saw that facing the declining sect, it is also full of ambition but insufficient strength, because he has an aloof character and is a strong man who only does things based on his own preferences. He is not on good terms with Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Kaibao Glai sect, and has a very average relationship with the royal family of the Tiandu Empire. But ever since the battle with the Haoshan sect, when he saw Divine Sword Douluo instantly killing the 7 titled Douluo of the Haoshan sect with one sword, his divine power was unstoppable and his pride was somewhat shaken. I know that I can no longer do things based on my own preferences. For the sake of the survival of the sect, he had no choice but to succumb to Divine Sword Douluo Xiaoyan and agree to pass on the position of sect leader to Lu Erlong. At that time he was not completely convinced by the Merchant Alliance, and he was not convinced verbally. After that, Lu Erlong came to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family family and showed his powerful strength. The evolved red flame holy dragon spirit easily defeated the dissatisfied elders, and with both kindness and power he firmly established himself as the leader of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Disciples of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family share the benefits of the business alliance and receive huge benefits and tilted resources. The strong men of the sect were rewarded with high-level soul bones by the leader of the merchant alliance, taking a huge step forward in strength, and the disciples were speeding up their training. Lu Erlong also showed strong leadership and management capabilities, changing the declining situation of the sect and making the sect prosperous. Yu Yuanzhen and all the people in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family have personally experienced the great benefits brought by the business alliance, but the business alliance has not made any move to suppress them, and they are gradually convinced. Therefore, when the merchant alliance leader accepted the title of king and land, Yu Yuanzhen took the initiative to ask Ying to lead a group of core disciples to help guard the Star Luo Empire where the soul masters were weak. When Yu Yuanzhen came to Zhengzhen City, he was shocked. This was no longer the Zhengzhen City he knew. He had been to Zhengzhen City 10 years ago. At that time, it had low city walls, chaotic and dirty street, and a mixture of fish and dragon. The current Zhengzhen City has solid city walls as tall as the cloud, brand new street, tall buildings, and is neat and orderly. The city area has expanded several times, even better than the Tiandu capital city. After communicating with Lu Gao, Bai He, Yang Wudi, and others, visiting the Merchant Alliance workshop, seeing those magical machine, advanced technology, and fully understanding the Merchant Alliance system, Yu Yuanzhen was even more eye-opening and convinced. In the business alliance, everyone is equal despite their different positions. Even the most ordinary craftsmen and waiters can be recognized and respected as long as they work hard and put in effort. The leader of the Merchant Alliance made rules and cancelled the ceremony of kneeling down. Everyone in the Merchant Alliance was treated equally, regardless of high or low status, and people were only hired based on ability and character. The leader of the Merchant Alliance places great trust in the elders. The elders, president, and general managers all perform their duties and have full power of disposal within their authority. Not only do they not restrict the families that have joined, they also encourage them to grow. This is more like division of labor than regulation. After seeing it with his own eyes, Yu Yuanzhen's view of the Merchant Alliance was completely refreshed, and he sincerely admired the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Submitting to the Merchant Alliance is completely different from joining the Wuhan Palace and the Haoshan sect. Becoming attached to the old tradition is no different than being someone else's dog. In the business alliance, it is called joining the alliance. Small matters are decided by oneself, while major matters are discussed and handled by the elders. Only matters that the elders cannot decide are asked to be decided by the leader of the alliance, more like a family. After realizing the above, Yu Yuanzhen was shocked in his heart and completely convinced. The intention to have the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family officially join the Merchant Alliance came up. As for the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, in this big workshop they help generate electricity and train their martial art. At the same time, they can also receive generous salaries from the highest technical positions. They are actually more than the monthly salary of the family elders. Everyone is happy. With enough wealth, resources, equipment, etc., all can be upgraded to advanced equipment and the overall strength will reach a new level. When the disciples who stayed in the family heard about this, many began to apply to work here. The disciples will definitely have no objection to officially joining the Merchant Alliance. After that, another female peerless Douluo appeared in the Merchant Alliance, and she instantly annihilated King Balak's elite army, shocking the whole world. Yu Yuanzhen felt that he could not wait any longer. The sooner he formally joined the Merchant Alliance, the better it would be for the family. Therefore, not long ago, Yu Yuanzhen wrote a letter to Lu Erlong, explaining his thought, hoping to promote the family to formally join the alliance and win the trust of the alliance leader. At the same time, he also wrote a letter to the leader of the business alliance, applying for formal membership. When Lu Gao heard that Yu Yuanzhen was about to officially join the alliance, he smiled broadly and nodded. This is a great thing. It will definitely be no problem. Welcome Thunder Douluo. Oh, welcome Lao Long to officially join the alliance. I'll call you tonight. White Bird, Old Rhino, let's have a few drinks together. Okay, I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Ha ha ha. Yu Yuanzhen's laughter suddenly stopped and he frowned. There's something wrong. He felt a rush, an extremely powerful wave of soul power. Chapter 511 Comparison. By Dong was satisfied. Wuhundian made a fortune. Dang, clang, clang, clang. Alarm bells went off. The restriction in the dungeon was destroyed. Something happened in the dungeon. Only Tang Hao is imprisoned in the dungeon. Could it be Tang Hao? Open the soul power formation quickly. Don't let him escape. Main control room of the Business Alliance headquarters. Niu Gao, who was in charge of the city defense, issued instructions. Since the driving core was changed to the Haoshan core in the Haoshan array, the soul power array in Zhengzhen City is no longer what it used to be. The core of Haoshan was a trophy that Lu Feng obtained from the Haoshan sect after defeating Tang Chen's will. It was sent back to Zhengzhen City to protect the most important core area of the Merchant Alliance. Since Zhengzhen City is open, the formation will not be activated when nothing happens. At this moment the formation is opened. Around the entire big city, cloud and fog suddenly rose, covering the sky. The clear sky turned grey in an instant. Outside the city walls of Zhengzhen City, it was shrouded in thick cloud and fog, making it difficult to see even one's fingers. However, within the city wall, visibility was normal. Within the cloud and mist there were floating snowflakes, and several cold currents surged, rolling up the snowflake like white snakes dancing, with a freezing and slowing effect. Tang Hao was like a flash of light, instantly leaping out of the city wall and crashing into the wind, snow, cloud and mist. After killing Bai He, there was only half a stick of incense left for him. It was not advisable to stay for a long time. He used the clear sky hammer to break through the dungeon and flew out of the ground. He quickly rubbed oil on the soles of his feet and ran towards the city. He is very experienced in escaping. He now has greater strength than in his heyday. In this Zhengzhen city, he insists on running away, and no one can keep him. A thick wall of fog suddenly appeared in front of me, which was a little abnormal, weird, and felt familiar. I didn't think much about it at first. I just rushed over. However, after Tang Hao entered the thick fog, he found that he was in a blizzard, and a cold current immediately swept over him. Isn't this similar to the Haoshan formation? Why does Zhengzhen City also have such a large formation? Tang Hao is too familiar with the large formation attack mode. He grew up in Haoshan sect and could see him every day and often exercised in the formation. The Zhengzhen City Soul Power formation is a little different from the Haoshan formation, and its power is also a little less powerful, but they are very similar. Could it be that Zhengzhen City also uses the Divine Ice Soul Guide as the driving core? No, there is only one Divine Ice Soul Guide in the world. There cannot be two. It was plundered from the Haoshan sect by the Merchant Alliance. Tang Hao was immediately furious. The Merchant Alliance stole the driving core of the Haoshan formation and equipped it in the Zhengzhen City formation to deal with him. Tang Hao couldn't wait to turn around immediately, make a big fuss, kill someone and make a river of blood, but he didn't dare. He learned from the prison guard that Thunder Douluo was in Zhengzhen City. He had never fought against Yu Yuanzhen, but he knew that the 95 level Yu Yuanzhen had defeated Gurong, the bone Douluo of the Kaibao Glaze sect, and tied with sword Douluo Chinek Sin, so he was very difficult to deal with, and he didn't have time to fight with Yu Yuanzhen. Once half a stick of incense has passed, he will be knocked back to his original form and return to the power of the Holy Spirit. Just when Tang Hao was distracted in his thought, a cold current like a spiritual snake struck. He is very aware of the operation of the formation. The freezing cold current cannot touch it and will be frozen. Tang Hao directly blasted out the clear sky hammer. Linked Yen strike. The arcs of electricity intertwined on the Haoshan hammer, flashing with dazzling light and making random chirping noises. As the soul power surged on the giant hammer, the powerful aura poured out completely. Wherever the clear sky hammer passed, it tore apart the airflow, forcibly splitting the blizzard and dense fog into a vacuum. The freezing cold wave is equivalent to a control skill. Ling Tian's attack can directly break through the control skills with absolute force, breaking the control with one force. Boom kaka! There was a violent explosion, like a bomb exploding thousands of years of ice. The freezing cold current was instantly dispersed, and the white spirit snake turned into swirling snowflake. Even the Haoshan formation cannot stop the Super Douluo, let alone Zhengzhen City, which does not have the bonus of severe cold weather. Tang Hao penetrated the formation with one hammer and was about to take the opportunity to leave, but he saw a tall and straight figure emerging from the wind and snow with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like lightning, and he locked onto Tang Hao. His long black and white hair was flying in the wind, and his dark blue embroidered dragon cloak was flying behind him. The blizzard did not affect him at all. He walked steadily. Jade Yuanzhen. Tang Hao recognized the strong man in front of him at a glance and was secretly worried. Tang Hao, how did you recover your soul power? Yu Yuanzhen asked calmly. You don't need to know this. I have admired the name of Thunder Douluo for a long time. I know that you have never succumbed to any force, and you must not really succumb to the Merchant Alliance, so we don't need to be opponents. Please make way. I really want to see you someday. Tang Hao didn't want to shake hands with Yu Yuanzhen, hoping that with some word Yu Yuanzhen would give way. What if I don't let you? Yu Yuanzhen said proudly. Then go die with Bai He. Tang Hao sneered. You killed Elder Bai. Yu Yuanzhen's whole body was shaken, and his eyes showed murderous intent. Putting aside the treachery of Tang Hao by killing his close uncle, the fact that Tang Hao killed the elders of the Merchant Alliance was an eternal feud with the Merchant Alliance, and there was no room for redemption. And he is about to officially join the alliance and become an elder of the Merchant Alliance. If he can keep Tang Hao, it will be the best gift for the Merchant Alliance to join the alliance. Fight with you. Haoshan's incarnation. Tang Hao saw Yu Yuanzhen's hostility and could not delay delay it any longer. So the seventh soul ring bloomed brightly. He knew that Yu Yuanzhen was difficult to deal with, so he used Haoshen's body at the beginning, releasing all 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red, and a red one appeared on the outside. The 100,000-year soul ring is Yan's soul ring. In the middle of the soul ring, a huge blood-red body appeared. The clear sky hammer in his hand was also wrapped in blood-red flame, and the blood-red outer layer was faintly surrounded by a layer of black. Tang Hao's huge body seemed real and imaginary. Compared with the size of an average person, he was like an ant or an elephant. Tang Hao's god of killing domain also spread. At the same time, the huge clear sky hammer wrapped in blood-red flames was raised. Its soul power suddenly condensed and the space twisted, and it was about to hit Yu Yuanzhen. Yu Yuanzhen had already prepared blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex true form. He transformed into a huge blue electric. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is surrounded by thunder and lightning. The arc is blazing, and the strength of a thunder and lightning attributes is obviously better than that of the clear sky hammer. Using his true body, like Tang Hao, Yu Yuanzhen's various attributes were greatly improved, and the dragon transformation made his physical body become particularly powerful. Dragon transformation is the innate ability of the blue electric overlord dragon soul master. A normal blue electric overlord dragon soul master will start to awaken into dragon transformation from level 30. Each time a soul ring is obtained, a dragon transformation part will be awakened, specifically dragon claws and dragon wings, dragon leg, dragon horn, dragon armor. Each additional part of the dragon transformation will gain an additional soul skill, which is called the dragon transformation soul skill. In the original plot, Yu Yuanzhen faced the combined attack of the 4 titled Douluo from the Wuhan Palace. Although he fell, he killed one of them and seriously injured 2 others. It can be seen how terrifying Yu Yuanzhen would be if he tried his best. Tang Hao yelled that he had to fight hard, and he had to use all his strength. The 8 soul skill, Soaring Dragon Thunder Explosion. A large blue-black thunder cloud condensed above Yu Yuanzhen, and the thunder cloud draw countless thunder and lightning to attack Tang Hao. Each thunder and lightning would form small thunder dragons as they fell. Comes with paralysis effect. At the same time as the soul skill was being used, the dragon's true form transformed from Yu Yuanzhen's martial soul, let out a thunderous dragon roar from its mouth, raised its dragon claws, and faced the clear sky hammer. Be tough now. Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and others all chased to the city wall, and the 2 super strong men faced off. The thick fog in the formation became thinner due to the violent stirring of the majestic and unparalleled soul power, and the 2 super Douluo turned into giant real beings. Fighting in person, everyone can see clearly. The world's #1 martial spirit, the super Douluo, and the world's #1 beast, the super Douluo, are about to have a decisive battle. The situation is bound to change and the world will be shaken. Chapter 512 Qian Rongxiu's consideration. Dragon and tiger fight head-on. Idiot, at this time you are fighting a super Douluo. Are you looking for death? There is not much time left and you are still brave. If you fight him desperately now, you will both lose. Even if you defeat him, what's the use? He is not your enemy. He is just a subordinate of the leader of the Merchant Alliance. If you want to fight hard, you go to find the leader of the Merchant Alliance. If you can't find the leader of the Merchant Alliance, you have to find one of the 3 enshrinement. Divine Sword Douluo. He is the Divine Sword Douluo. Luo will destroy your section. Why don't you run away? There's no time. Seeing Tang Haoshen's Haoshen form, Rax Hasa God concentrated all his soul power on the clear sky hammer, leaving no room for chance and doing his best to fight against the thunder. Douluo Yu Yuanzhen's desperate momentum was really urgent, but Tang Hao changed his previous submission to the Rax Hasa God and insisted on attacking Yu Yuanzhen, who had transformed into the true form of the Thunder Dragon. I never thought that you, Tang Hao, would be so unwise. Wow, I'm so angry. I've misjudged the wrong person again. Rax Hasa God was so angry that he jumped to his feet, but there was nothing he could do. He used magical skills to restore Tang Hao's soul power in a short period of time, which greatly depleted his divine power and left him in a very weak state. He could not reveal himself to help Tang Hao scare away Yu Yuanzhen, and he could not escape from Tang Hao. Once Tang Hao and Yu Yuanzhen fight to the point of losing both sides, he is likely to be held back. The Merchant Alliance's continuous reinforcements are chasing him. Tang Hao transforms into a soul saint and is injured again. How can he escape? If Tang Hao dies, his ray of divine will not be annihilated immediately, but will be severely damaged again, and it may take 1,000 years to recover. He searched for more than 10,000 years and finally found Bibi Dong, who was extremely suitable to inherit the divine throne. However, at the last moment, Bibi Dong's thoughts were disturbed and she was no longer bewitched by him. She found a new successor to the divine throne and had no choice but to leave Bibi Dong. Cut off the connection with Bibi Dong. It was equivalent to Bibi Dong driving him away. I found Tang Hao and succeeded in bewitching him. I thought I could achieve great things, but little little did I know that I met someone unkind once again. When time was running out, Tang Hao actually tried his best to fight an extremely powerful super Douluo. If the Rakshasa gods will had a physical body, he might be so angry that he would vomit blood. Between the electric light and flint, Tang Hao's blood-red giant hammer was about to collide with the Jade Yuan Zhen Long Claw. The condensed soul power of the two super Douluo, one red and one blue, came into contact in advance and squeezed violently. The situation suddenly changed. The strong energy swept across the air, was split against the wind, sand and rocks flew, and thunder rumbled as if the end of the world was coming. Under the impact of the terrifying momentum, the flags on the city wall couldn't withstand it and snapped into pieces. Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and others who were watching could not stand and took a few steps back with shock on their faces. This rare duel between Super Douluo was so terrifying. This is not a competition on the field but a desperate effort. Tang Hao was once famous all over the world and had many auras. After being sacrificed by the 100,000-year-old Blue-Silver Emperor, he possessed the 100,000-year-old 9th Spirit Ring and became the youngest titled Douluo. Xian Sunji was seriously injured by him and died, but Yu Yuanzhen is relatively old and the quality of his soul ring is not as good as Tang Hao. Therefore, Yang Wudi, Niu Gao and others are more worried about Yu Yuanzhen, but they are ready to attack at any time. Even if they risk their lives, they must avenge Bai He and defend the glory of the Merchant Alliance. At this time, Tang Hao's hand suddenly broke away from the blood-red giant hammer, turned around and ran away, his figure instantly disappearing from everyone's sight. The blood-red giant hammer still condensed Tang Hao's powerful power and collided with Yu Yuanzhen's giant dragon claw. However, the giant hammer suddenly lost the support of Tang Hao's soul power and its damage power dropped sharply. Clang! There was no blast of air, only a sound of gold and iron, and the blood-red giant hammer was easily swept away by the dragon's claw. Then, the momentum suddenly subsided and everything was calm. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned and froze on the spot. I thought it would be an earth-shattering battle. The momentum at the beginning has also changed. The terrifying aura and pressure created an atmosphere as if doomsday was coming. However, Tang Hao abandoned his hammer and ran away. Yu Yuanzhen was also very surprised and did not react for a while. In full view of everyone, Tang Hao, who had regained his strength and was a majestic super Douluo, escaped in this way. Yu Yuanzhen quickly woke up. Tang Hao deliberately threatened to go all out and directly used Haoshen's body in a menacing manner. In fact, the purpose of doing all this was to escape. When he said desperately, he meant trying to escape. Escape by calculating with intention and without intention. Tang Hao induced Yu Yuan to shake with all his strength. After receiving the blow, he turned back and chased Tang Hao, who was running away with all his strength. The time was a few breaths slower. The strong man flew across with all his strength, and in a few breaths he could reach a distance of more than 10 miles. What's more, Tang Hao obviously has some secret escaping skills and can escape extremely fast. In a blink, Yu Yuan was shocked to see a figure flashing on the top of a mountain in the distance, and it was dozens of miles away by visual inspection. It probably Tang Hao, running too fast. It's impossible to catch up. But Yu Yuanzhen knew that Tang Hao had killed Elder Bai He, and he desperately wanted to keep Tang Hao. With a flash of lightning, Yu Yuanzhen's figure turned into a floating light, and he followed him away with lightning speed. Yang Wudi held the soul-breaking gun and shouted, "Deploy all flying scout. We have detected Tang Hao's traces and report quickly. Old Rhino, you guard the city to prevent Tang Hao from killing him." After giving this order, Yang Wudi stepped forward to follow, heading towards Yu Yuanzhen. The two of them followed together and had someone to look after him. The Merchant Alliance has gone through the up and downs of the previous Merchant Slaughter Conference and has become more well-trained. Orders are issued layer by layer. Immediately, thousands of flying scouts flew into the sky. All the sensitive clan had red eyes and searched for Tang Hao without any effort. In order to check carefully, some flying soul masters flew at low altitude, risking their lives just to find traces of Tang Hao. "Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa Niu Gao, where is my grandpa?" Bai Chenxiang flew to Niu Gao's side. She didn't know yet that Bai He had been killed, and no one who knew the situation dared to tell her. Bai He did not leave a body behind, but since Tang Hao said he would kill Bai He, and Bai He went to the dungeon to meet Tang Hao, it can be inferred that Bai He was bound to not be spared. Your grandpa, Niu Gao, who was in tears, held back the grief that cut through his heart. He carried Bai Chenxiang on his back, wiped away his tears, and forced out a smile. "Xiang, don't worry, your grandpa went to investigate the enemy's situation. I'm going to." Bai Chenxiang spread her white wings on her back and was about to fly into the sky. Niu Gao grabbed her little arm. "You can't go." "Why can't I go? Do you still think I'm young? I'm 10 years old, and my soul power has reached the level of a great soul master. I can fly faster than them." "Because your grandfather told you to stay. Wait for him to come back at home." "Okay." Bai Chenxiang pouted when she she heard it was Grandpa's explanation and didn't insist anymore. The little girl has been quite obedient recently. Niu Gao breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes full of love and pain, focusing on Bai Chenxiang, who had grown to the height of his shoulders. The innocent little girl whose grandfather she depended on was no longer around. She must have been a huge hit, because brother Lu Feng said in his reply last month that he would go back to Zhengzhen City to pick me up. Hehe. Bai Chenxiang smiled brightly when mentioning Lu Feng. Chapter 513. Davis wanted to lose in a good way, but the result, the leader of the alliance is going back to Zhengzhen City. Aren't you going to Wuhan City? Niu Gao asked anxiously. Go to Wuhan City first and then return to Zhengzhen City, Bai Chenxiang said. I understand. The leader of the alliance has also told you his next plan. What else did the leader say? Brother Lu Feng wants me to listen to Grandpa, otherwise he may change his mind and won't pick me up even if he comes back. I'm going to Tiandu City, so Xiang should be more obedient. Oh, just be obedient, just be obedient. Looking at the lively and cute Bai Chenxiang, Niu Gao almost couldn't help but burst into tears. Xiang is the granddaughter of his brother who has been with him for decades. He has watched Bai Chenxiang grow up and treats her as his own granddaughter. He has a deep affection for her. He really can't bear to let her face the cruel news. She lost her parents when she was young and has not yet reached adulthood, and lost my dearest grandfather. Niu Gao also knew that she would have to face it sooner or later. As a soul master, she must be able to bear the burden more than ordinary people. At this moment, Tang Hao flew with all his strength through the barren mountains and ridges. He was exhausted from running for his life and did not dare to slow down, but his speed still dropped significantly because the soul power has returned to the soul saint state. He knew clearly that he had stabbed the ant's nest, and the Merchant Alliance's investigative capabilities were extremely strong. Don't dare to be exposed anymore. He found a secret cave in a remote mountain forest, covered the cave entrance with vegetation, restrained the fluctuations in soul power, and prepared to hide here and transform the soul power swallowed from the white crane. GGG. Rax Hasagod will kept laughing. Well done. You made the right choice this time. You even deceived me. You are cunning enough, insidious enough, and sophisticated enough. What's more, you still have the appearance of a righteous, rough, and tough guy. You are better than that. Bibi Dong is more suitable to inherit my divine position. The Rax Hasagod kept talking to himself. Bibi Dong? Could it be that your lord wanted Bibi Dong to inherit the divine throne? Tang Hao's eyes moved. Concentrate on your transformation. The Rax Hasagod didn't want Tang Hao to know his embarrassing past, and he didn't want Tang Hao to think that it was his turn because Bibi Dong disliked him. It makes the Rax Hasagod throne seem worthless. This is shame and blasphemy. Bibi Dong, you will regret it. The will of the Rax Hasagod was filled with hatred compared to Bai Dong. He originally wanted to kill Bibi Dong before leaving and destroy what he couldn't get, but due to a special reason he failed to do so. Yes, Lord Rax Hasagod. Tang Hao did not dare to ask any more questions. This day, Lu Feng flapped his flame-burning golden wings and flew away from the star forest. Looking back at the lush and boundless forest sea, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. Nair, Ziji, and Aru are waiting for me to come back. This trip to the star forest made him deeply moved. Experience the atavistic evolution of the incarnated soul beast and also see the simple and kind side of the intelligent soul beast. To a certain extent, soul beasts are more principled than human. As long as their territory is not violated, they generally will not actively attack human. This is also the reason why ordinary hunters dare to make a living on the outer edge of the Star Do forest. Not to mention the Silver Dragon King Guyuina. With Zig's strength, if she actively attacks human, it will take a matter of minutes to destroy the entire city. This can be seen by killing tens of thousands of barracks elite troops with one move of death and withering. But they didn't, because they respect life very much. The life here refers to all life, including every plant and tree, including human beings. Only when they are violated will they kill. Many humans are disrespectful. Life, in many cases, is not respected even by other life forms. Throughout the history of Douluo world, human beings in power have always formed military forces and fought against each other on a large scale to compete for interests never ending. The same goes for soul beasts. Sometimes not for soul rings or food, but just because the fur or horns of certain beasts or soul beasts are valuable, they will be massacred until they are extinct. After all, it's just for that little profit. Desire is hard to fill. This is even more obvious in Tiandu City, where various forces have repeatedly staged conflict, intrigue, and vying for power. Compared to the small world of Lake of Life, that kind of carefree life, it's a world of difference. When he first traveled to this world, he was just an ordinary person. Before awakening his soul power, Lu Feng just wanted to make more money, use enough wealth to seek peace for the rest of his life, and then live in peace and retire. But when he was 12 years old, he successfully awakened for the second time, awakened a god-level martial spirit, and was bound to a new system. Gradually, he realized that with greater ability comes greater greater responsibility. Traveling in the world, he saw evil, viciousness and cruelty, as well as simplicity, kindness and justice. Since he has the ability, he feels the need to do something for simplicity, kindness and justice, so he supports Bibi Dong to unify Douluo continent. Only by unifying the world can wars be reduced to the greatest extent, and hundreds of millions of people can be spared from war and enjoy eternal peace. Use a system of fair competition as much as possible to promote good qualities such as kindness and justice. Today, the results are obvious to all. Bibi Dong is no longer black. Qian Rongxiu ascends the throne, and the unification of the continent is just around the corner. But there are still big hidden dangers that have not been eliminated. Currently, one of the biggest hidden dangers in Lu Feng's mind is Tang Chen, the king of slaughter. While Lu Feng was thinking, he flew over to a small town. This small town is within the Wuhan Palace's sphere of influence, but it also has a branch of the Merchant Alliance. I stayed in the small world of Lake of Life for 3 days, which was 30 days to the outside world. In addition, I completed the task of returning to my ancestors and evolving in the Star Forest, so I had almost 2 months without caring about worldly affairs. Lu Feng originally planned to fly directly to Wuhan City. At the current flying speed, he could arrive in half a day, but it was discovered that several flying soul masters wearing the costumes of members of the Merchant Alliance were hovering in the air around the small town, nervously investigating everything on the ground. It looked like something happened in the small town. Lu Feng searched for the Merchant Alliance branch in the small town. Suddenly he saw a red flag on the roof of the branch, fluttering in the wind, with a black sword and shield embroidered on the red flag, the highest warning flag of the Business Alliance. Sure enough, something happened. Lu Feng's eyes darkened. He retracted the giant wings behind his back, and his body swooped down like a meteor. After a while, he landed firmly at the entrance of the Merchant Alliance branch. Who is it? A group of soul masters were guarding the door. They were armed with weapons and fully equipped with armor. They were ready as if they were faced with a formidable enemy. When they saw an uninvited guest descending from the sky, they immediately raised their weapon, looked alertly, and shouted loudly. Lu Feng raised the alliance leader's order and said, "I am Lu Feng." "Ah, it's Master Lu Feng." "Greetings to Master Lu Feng." The guard at the door knelt down and cheered. At this time, Lu Feng did not remind them that they did not need to kneel down, and said straight to the point, "Take me to the branch manager." Only the branch manager can tell him the most accurate situation. Soon, Lu Feng met the head of the branch. A third-level manager named Deng Daqiang is an ordinary person without soul. He was trained at the Merchant Alliance College and has outstanding business and management capabilities and very good communication skills. An ordinary person without soul power can become a third-level general manager and be in charge of a small town branch. He must be exceptional and have extremely strong business capabilities. The reason why Lu Feng was familiar with Deng Daqiang's situation was because all promotions above the general manager level and the appointment of branch heads had to go through him. He must be familiar with the backbone of the Business Alliance. Of course, Deng Daqiang had never met him. Lord Lu Feng. Deng Daqiang was a little surprised at Lu Feng's youth, but he still knelt down without hesitation. "Speak directly." Lu Feng's words were concise and to the point. "Yes." Deng Daqiang recounted the major incident in Zhengzhen City, when he heard that Tang Hao had recovered his soul power and escaped from the dungeon, and that Bai He was missing, and it was basically concluded that he was killed by Tang Hao. Lu Feng's eyes suddenly turned red. He was extremely shocked and angry, and he slapped his hand on the table. With a bang, the solid wood table was smashed into pieces. He didn't use soul power, it was just muscle power. Chapter 514 Hua Wu's disgust. Seeing Lu Feng smashing the table without using his soul power, the manager Deng Daqiang was surprised, and the guard commander at the side was also shocked. This guard commander is a level 68 attack soul emperor, responsible for guarding the area around Hunnan City. He knew that this table was commonly known as hardened iron wood, and its hardness and toughness were comparable to iron stone. He has bulging muscles and is an attack-type soul emperor known for his strength, but with muscle power alone, he cannot smash a solid wooden table made of hardened ironwood. The leader's representative, Lu Feng, seemed to be gentle, but despite his young age, his muscle strength far surpassed his. Of course, they didn't know that Lu Feng's physical strength attributes had been doubled during this trip to the Star Forest, reaching unprecedented heights at the same level. In the deep pool of the ice and fire eyes, Lu Feng used the power of 2 immortal grasses and the 2 dragon kings of water and fire to temper his golden body. His physical defense, toughness, endurance, strength, etc. reached a level comparable to that of a titled Douluo. As the soul power increases, these attributes of the physical body will continue to increase. The degree of enhancement is many times that of a soul master of the same level. For example, when a general soul king increases his soul power by 1 level, the physical body will be enhanced by 1 under the influence of soul power from the outside to the inside. As for Lu Feng, in the soul king stage, when he increases his soul power by 1 level. His physical body is not only strengthened by the soul power but also drives the body's most fundamental enhancement from the inside out. The enhancement can be about 10, that is 10 times the base number. During the 2 months when he went to the Star Forest, he ate the golden fiery spiritual fruit and his soul power increased by 1 level. He relied on his own cultivation and last night he improved by another level. Currently, Lu Feng's soul power has broken through to level 54. In addition to the above, what is even more impressive is the attribute bonus brought by the auspicious beast Kylan body. Lu Feng transformed into the auspicious beast Kylan and 1/12,000th of years of cultivation really exist. The human form is restored, the cultivation of the beast body is restricted, and the power is hidden in the dragon god bloodline. No matter how his appearance changes, Lu Feng's dragon god bloodline remains the same. When in human form, due to the bloodline of the dragon god, Lu Feng's physical attributes have an attribute bonus equivalent to 30% of the beast body that has been cultivated for 120,000 years. Don't underestimate this 30%. This is the 30% that has experienced a heavenly tribulation and been tempered by the thunderstorm of the heavenly tribulation. The beastly attribute of the auspicious beast Kylan is known for its strength. Therefore, it was no surprise to him that Lu Feng used only his muscle power to smash the table with 1 palm. Lu Feng didn't care about this either. His mind was now filled with how to deal with Tang Hao and avenge Bai He, and he felt extremely sorry for Bai Chenxiang. Bai Chenxiang and him were childhood sweethearts. They had grown up together for several years during their childhood, and their relationship was extremely close. In Lu Feng's mind, Bai Chenxiang is closer than his own sister. Now he wished he could fly back to Zhengzhen City immediately to take care of and comfort Bai Chenxiang, but he quickly calmed down and clearly realized that Zhengzhen City was guarded by Yu Yuanzhen, Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, Lu Gao, and others. It was heavily guarded, and after strengthening the precautions, it became even more impregnable. Attacking Zhengzhen City was of little significance to Tang Hao. The person Tang Hao hated the most was not in Zhengzhen City. The extremely scheming Tang Hao would not be stupid enough to attack hard even if he regained his soul power. Therefore, Bai Chenxiang is safe in Zhengzhen City. Lu Feng was very confused about Tang Hao. If Tang Hao really returned to his heyday, why he didn't dare to confront Yu Yuanzhen head-on but instead used a trick to escape? This is a big doubt. You know, Tang Hao was forced by himself to hand over 3 soul bones in Notting City 2 years ago. His soul power dropped to the level of a soul saint. It was not easy to recover. The dungeon was guarded at every level and there was no outside force to rescue him. The special iron prison could suppress the use of his soul power. How did he recover his soul power? Mysteries abound. I can't figure it out at the moment, but what is certain is that Tang Hao brutally killed the soft-hearted Bai He who spared his life, which shows that not only did Tang Hao not repent, he was even more cold-blooded and eager for revenge. With Tang Hao like this, his plan to persuade him to sacrifice to Ayan might be impossible. Now, the Merchant Alliance mobilized a large number of manpower to hunt Tang Hao everywhere. The enemy is in darkness and we are in the clear, and the Super Douluo who is forced into danger will cause a large number of unnecessary casualties to the Merchant Alliance. People in the Merchant Alliance cannot be allowed to sacrifice in vain. Lu Erlong, Du Gabo, Long Gong, and Snake Po, etc. who are patrolling the fiefdom are also in danger. A plan must be devised. After Lu Feng thought about it, he issued a few instructions. Zhuqing Merchant Alliance branch, cancel the pursuit, shrink the defense, and leave only the scouts outside for investigation. Whether they are flying scouts or ground scout, they do not wear the Merchant Alliance service or logo. They are all dressed as free soul masters. Ruoka, if you find Tang Hao's traces, don't alert him, just come back and report. Don't fight with him. The task of hunting down Tang Hao will be entrusted to the 3 merchant alliances. Spread the word and announce in the name of the alliance leader that Wuhan will be there in the near future. The city faces the world with its true appearance. This last one, it was a big bait for Tang Hao. Tang Hao wanted revenge and wanted to shake up the merchant alliance, so the best way was to assassinate the leader of the merchant alliance. Now, the leader of the business alliance is about to appear in his true form in Wuhan City, which is very attractive to Tang Hao. Wuhan City is holding the finals of the elite competition. Elites from all walks of life are gathering together. There are many forces entering the city. It is not difficult for Tang Hao to sneak in. He can advance and retreat freely. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Feng wanted to make complicated things as simple as possible. The Merchant Alliance's special flying courier quickly conveys the alliance leader's orders. The world is boiling. The extremely mysterious leader of the Merchant Alliance will finally appear in front of the public. Who is he? What does he look like and how old is he? What is his strength? What kind of celestial hero is able to develop the business alliance to this extent in just a few years? How could he recruit the help of 3 peerless Douluo? Over the years, there have been countless conjectures. Now, the answer is almost almost there. The news of the main appearance of the Merchant Alliance was like a tsunami, overwhelming the sensation caused by Tang Hao. It aroused great curiosity among people across the continent. It soon became the hottest topic of conversation at home, outside, and on the streets all over the world. The morale of the Merchant Alliance was also boosted. Some people are also worried that the 3 Merchant Alliance ministers are chasing Tang Hao outside, leaving the Merchant Alliance leader empty. If the Merchant Alliance leader himself is not strong enough, Tang Hao will take advantage of the opportunity and assassinate him. Assassination is not a frontal battle but a fatal attack hidden in the dark, which is difficult to prevent. The elders Lu Erlong, Du Gabo, Chen Xin, Yang Wudi and other elders who knew Lu Feng's strength felt uneasy and wrote letters to advise Lu Feng to keep at least one of them around for protection. Only Lu Feng knew where the 3 worshippers from the Merchant Alliance came from. Li Sun Huan and Xiao Yan are both themselves, and Zig cannot communicate in the small world, and if Zig is asked to protect him, Tang Hao, who is hiding in the dark, will not dare to take action, but his plan will be ruined. Tang Hao was good at forbearance and very good at hiding. Back then, Wuhan Palace used such huge power to continuously search and couldn't find him for more than 10 years. Therefore, this opportunity cannot be missed. There was only one chance. This time, Tang Hao had to run away. He didn't know how long he would have to hide. Tang Hao was hiding in the dark and was always worried. Chapter 515 Feng Xiaoshan's little thought. Irritable Huawu. Shui Yuer gradually adapted to the current situation and became less cautious. That's great if you think so. Shui Yunmei covered her mouth and chuckled. Auntie, is Emperor Shuya useless? After all, he is so old with grey hair. Shui Yunmei's breath froze in response to Shui Yuer's sudden word. This question is too personal. Only the quirky and carefree Shui Yuer would ask such a question. Shui Yunmei waved her hand and asked an unexpected question. It's your turn. Come quickly. My aunt is useless. Ugh. Shui Yuer's smile condensed. Shui Yunmei did not answer directly, but she actually gave the answer. Dan Shuiyu, I didn't expect that my eldest aunt, who had always been very strong, would show weakness so frankly. Exclusive viewing seat for Tian Shui Academy. Shui Wu's thoughts were not on the live competition at all. On the battlefield, the 2 teams competed fiercely, but Shui Wu was absent-minded. Shui Yuer just made an excuse to leave the scene, and she hasn't come back yet. Based on her understanding of Shui Yuer, she felt that she might go to Lu Feng. In fact, when Lu Feng left, he also took Shui Wu's heart with him. Shui didn't know why her heart was so naughty and out of control. She is a very smart girl, and she understood after thinking about it. She secretly has a crush on Lu Feng, but her relationship with Lu Feng has not been confirmed. It was okay when I didn't see Lu Feng. As soon as she saw Lu Feng and faced Lu Feng, her mentality became unstable. Better yet, make it clear. Even if Lu Feng doesn't accept it, he still has to make it clear. Otherwise, in the next game, such a mentality will affect the game and may drag down teammates. Swu is not an indecisive person. She made an excuse for herself and immediately decided to find an opportunity to confess her feelings to Lu Feng. Also be prepared for rejection, because when she was at Tian Shui College, she was opposed to Lu Feng. Maybe Lu Feng hated her. Lu Feng did look twice at the proud man in front of her, but his fiancée Zhu Zhuqing, with her proud figure and hotness, was not inferior to her at all. And Zhu Zhuqing, who had just settled the engagement issue with Xingluo Prince Davis with a hearty victory, looked even bigger than her. Sisters Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing are not only plump and hot but also extremely talented. In the recent battle, the powerful fighting power they showed was shocking. Zhu Zhuqing is definitely the nightmare and nemesis of auxiliary soul masters like her. In the blink of an eye, she can sneak to the back row and use ultra-clear explosive power to instantly kill auxiliary soul masters with weak defenses. The status of the Zhu sisters was even more unmatched by her. They were from the second largest family in the Star Luo Empire, and their father, Zhu Yan, was still an elder of the Merchant Alliance. Therefore, Shui Wu was a little unsure, but Shui Wu also has her own stubbornness. Once she decides, she must do it. Bing'er, I'll go back and take a rest. Okay. Shui Bing'er stared at the battle on the field, looked at it very seriously, and responded casually. Shui Wu left her seat and returned to the Tian Shui College lounge. Sure enough, Shui Yuer was not there. Go out through the other door, go through the corridor, and go straight to the Shrek Academy team's lounge. She made up her mind to confess her love to Lu Feng, but she felt uneasy inside. The closer she got to the Shrek Academy team lounge, the more uneasy she became, and she also felt more shy. Will Shui Yuer be inside? Will it disturb Lu Feng? If Lu Feng refuses, how can he agree to go down the stairs like this? Just say, it's okay, just be friends. Shui Wu stood at the door, took a few deep breaths, mustered up the courage, and raised her hand to knock on the door. Do. Is Master Lu Feng inside? Waited for a while. No one responded inside. Lord Lu Feng. Xiao Wu raised her voice and called again. Still no one responded. However, Shui Wu discovered that the door was not closed tightly. Since you're here, why don't you go in and take a look? The lounge is not a private space. The Tian Shui Academy team is also under the Merchant Alliance, and the Shrek Academy team can be considered a family. Shui Wu thought for a moment before pushing the door open and entering. Seeing that the lounge hall was empty, there was really no one. But then, she heard a strange babbling sound. It was like a girl deliberately suppressing but couldn't help but make a sound. Shui blinked her beautiful blue eyes, very curious. The sound came from the dressing room next door. In addition to the lobby, each team lounge also has several rooms, including an independent locker room. Anyway, it means there is someone in the next room. Shui decided to sit down and wait. Lu Feng may be busy and will be back later, or wait for the people in the locker room to come out and ask Lu Feng where he went. Shui Wu sat on the sofa chair in the hall and waited patiently. When she calmed down, the sounds coming from the locker room became clearer. Before, it was covered by the noisy sound of tens of thousands of people outside the stadium. I could only vaguely hear it a little bit. I couldn't tell what the sound was. I only knew that someone was in the locker room. Now, Shui Wu carefully helped close the door to the lounge, blocking out part of the noise in the stadium, and the sounds coming out of the locker room were much clearer. That voice was all too familiar to her. It's Shui Yuer. Sounds like she's in pain. Not good. Shui Yuer was her. She was once interested in Shui Yuer, but later found out that it was an emotional illusion. But that didn't stop Shui Yuer from being her good sister and best friend. Shui Yuer is extremely important in her heart. Shui Wu felt anxious, and without much thought, she stood up suddenly. Soul power burst out from the solace of her feet, and her tall and graceful body shot out like an arrow from a string. Rushing towards the locker room, she rushed to the door of the dressing room in an instant, raising her foot to kick the door in. At this time, a clearer voice reached Shui Wu's ears. She suddenly understood what was happening inside. He abruptly withdrew his strength. Her foot touched the door lightly, without kicking it or making any sound. The whole person kept the action of kicking the door, and instantly froze on the spot. Shui Wu let out a sigh of relief, feeling happy in her heart. Fortunately, he didn't break through the door recklessly, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Not to mention the good things that disturbed Shui Binger. Such offensive behavior made Lu Feng hate him even more. Yes, the other person inside is a man. It is definitely Lu Feng. Did they hear a knock on the door just now? Yes, I just don't have time to respond, and it's not easy to respond. This is really too busy to get away from. Shui secretly hated herself for not accurately judging the situation in the locker room at the beginning. It was too reckless. If you listen carefully, you will know that she has heard Shui Yuer's voice before. At Tian Shui College, on the balcony of the lakeside monastery where Lu Feng lived. At that time, she was hiding in the lake about 100 meters away, watching secretly and listening quietly. It's normal for this to happen at night, and today, in broad daylight, Shui Yuer and Lu Feng actually. Shui Wu just didn't expect that such a thing would happen in such a time period and such a place. Tens of thousands of people were watching and shouting outside, and the game was in full swing. Chapter 516. Feng Xiaotian made bold words, and Davis was mistaken for a beggar. When Qian Rongxiu was young, she had great respect for Qian Douluo. She had never done this kind of intimate gesture of hugging her arm, and she even spoke in a submissive manner. How could she dare to speak to him like this? The peerless Douluo was majestic without being angry. Qian Rongxiu did not dare to approach at that time. When we met again a few years later, Qian Rongxiu was as kind and considerate as the grandparents of ordinary people. Qian Douluo has cultivated his mind and nature for more than 10 years. As he gets older and older, he is very grateful for the changes in his granddaughter and feels the happiness of a family that he has never experienced before. I am very relieved. Yes, it's just a question, unless grandpa is ready to discuss it with him. Qian Rongxiu grabbed Qian Douluo's arm and started acting coquettishly. The long-lost family affection made her very relaxed. At that time, her grandfather was the only person who gave her love and care. Qian Douluo shook his head and smiled bitterly. If you let your subjects know that as an emperor you act like a little girl, how would they feel? It doesn't matter if you know. At most, you don't fight the emperor that day. Being an emperor is very tiring. How about you do it, Grandpa? Qian Rongxiu said half-jokingly. I'll do it. Haha, what makes you humorous? Countless people are fighting for a little bit of power, regardless of their lives. You sit on a powerful empire and hold centralized power, but you are still tired. But if you really don't want to do it, then don't do it. Only cultivation is the most important, and it must not affect your cultivation. Qian Douluo looked at Qian Rongxiu with doting eyes and warned. He knew that his granddaughter was in desperate need of fatherly and motherly love. He knew that his granddaughter had endured the humiliation and sacrificed too much for Wuhan Palace. He knew that his granddaughter now had too many responsibilities. Born in this world, even if he is a peerless Douluo, he cannot change the general trend. But now if my granddaughter has her own ideas, as long as it doesn't affect her cultivation, then let her do it. Now that the Tiandu Empire Palace Palace is in the hands of the Wuhan Palace. They can also get a stand-in puppet to replace Qian Rongxiu in the position of the Empress. The granddaughter will have more time to focus on training, which is not a bad thing. I'm kidding you. I have worked hard for more than 10 years and finally sat on the throne of God, and I'm pretty good at it. I feel a sense of accomplishment when I do it. How can I just give up like this? Qian Rongxiu said. You know that I, the granddaughter of Yan Daoliu, will never give in to difficulties, but don't be afraid of cultivation because of it. Grandpa, don't worry. Cultivation has never fallen behind, and the affairs of the empire have been busy in the early days. After 2 or 3 months of rectification, everything is in order and running normally. Otherwise I wouldn't have time to come back to see you. Haha, okay, Grandpa believes in you. Qian Daoliu nodded with a smile. Qian Daoliu was about to say something more. Suddenly his eyes moved and he glanced towards the south sky. There was a soul master, fluttering golden wings of burning flame, gliding from the sky from far to near. The flames on the wings are very special, fiery red with dark colors, making the pair of huge golden wings appear a dark gold color, shining under the sunlight, showing a uniqueness. Golden winged Tianpeng martial spirit. No, that aura is much higher than that of golden winged Tianpeng. It is a god-level martial spirit evolved from the golden winged Tianpeng martial spirit. It is on par with our seraphim martial spirit. He, the martial soul, contains the ultimate fire, the ultimate wind, the ultimate darkness, and he is still so young. He is terrifying. Qian Daoliu himself has a flying martial soul, and he is very thorough in his research on flying martial soul. He can see the origin of Lu Feng's martial soul at a glance. Such a powerful talent, he couldn't help but be amazed. That's right, Lu Feng is here. Qian Rongxiu saw the vigorous and free-spirited figure in the sky. Her eyes brightened and her lips curved into a bright smile. Grandpa, do you want to know what makes me humorous? It's a person. Qian Daoliu withdrew his gaze and looked at Qian Rongxiu's beautiful face with a smile like a flower with some surprise. He knew that Qian Rongxiu had a cold attitude towards the outside world, indifferent, noble, generous and stubborn. He had never smiled at his grandfather before. He was feeling strange that when he came back this time, his granddaughter had changed a lot. She smiled brightly in front of his grandfather and no longer concealed her admiration in her words. But now, Qian Rongxiu looked at the young soul master who fell from the sky and suddenly smiled as brightly as 100 flowers blooming, and she could feel her extreme joy. Qian Daoliu was a man who lived there for more than 100 years. How could one not understand what happened to Qian Rongxiu? In love. The granddaughter is in love. Falling in love with that boy. My granddaughter is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. She is the kind of girl who is extremely difficult to fall in love with. Once she falls in love with someone, she is devoted to her. Qian Daoliu's eyes turned to Lu Feng, who was getting closer and closer, and the vigilance in his eyes disappeared. I see. This young man must be the representative of the leader of the Merchant Alliance, Lu Feng. Qian Daoliu had naturally heard about Lu Feng. He smiled and said, I finally understand. You came back this time not just to see Grandpa. I have to say that my granddaughter is very discerning, and this grandson-in-law is a good candidate. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. Qian Rongxiu's cheek suddenly turned red with embarrassment, and she said coyly, he and I, just friends. Qian Rongxiu was very happy that Lu Feng could get her grandfather's approval. Qian Daoliu's vision is extremely high, and talents like Xia Yu and Yan of the golden generation are not in his eyes at all. Just looking at Lu Feng from a distance, he gave a very high evaluation of the future generations are to be feared, which is really rare. Now, Lu Feng flew to the forbidden area of Wuhan Palace. Immediately, a group of flying soul master soldiers with bright armor flapped their wings. Soul power burst out from the solace of their feet and rose into the sky to intercept Lu Feng. The soldiers shouted, who are you? Death to those who trespass. Lu Feng calmly raised the papal decree he had prepared. I am Lu Feng. Come to see my teacher. Lu Feng is third young master. I've met third young master. Wuhan Palace flying soldier. The soldiers immediately saluted respectfully and shouted down, the third young master is back. All the Wuhan Palace guards below quickly put away their spears, crossbows and other weapons, knelt down in unison and saluted Lu Feng. Third young master. Understood. Ranked by seniority. Qian Rongxiu is the young master. Hu Lina is the second young master. He is the third young master. It seems pretty good. The welcome was grand and impressive. The soldier said the third young master is back and treated him as one of his own. Obviously, Bibi Dong knew that he would come and had already told him. When Lu Feng came here this time, he thought of himself as a guest. This way, he felt a sense of belonging. Lu Feng smiled, shouted, long live the Wuhan Palace, and then landed at the entrance of the Pope's palace. The guards were a little confused. They glanced at each other and felt that this slogan was very encouraging. Some of them shouted, long live the Wuhan Palace. Interesting. Zhu Douluo walked out of the gate of the Pope's palace. Ghost Douluo followed closely with a gloomy face and reluctantly bowed to Lu Feng. A strange smile appeared on Zhu Douluo's feminine face, and she chuckled smiled like a woman. Third young master, do you still remember me? Of course you do. I had a chance meeting with Master Zhu Douluo in Xingluo City 2 years ago. Pass by. Lu Feng nodded and gave a friendly smile. Chapter 517 Lu Feng is strategizing. Princess Shui comes alone. Well, it is indeed destined. Zhu Douluo said. His Majesty the Pope, please come in and talk to the 3 young masters. Zhu Douluo sighed in his heart. In order to win over Lu Feng, he almost broke up with Emperor Xingluo, but in the end he failed. He was even scolded by the Pope. Pope Bibidong also fought hard to accept Lu Feng as his disciple. He secretly left Wuhan City twice and went to find Lu Feng in person. The first time he and the old ghost followed him but did not see Lu Feng and only found some clues. They went to the northern Haoshan sect and saw the unparalleled power of the divine sword Douluo Xiaoyan. Haoshan sect, one of the powerful rivals of the Spirit Hall. Instantly destruction. At first they didn't know that the Merchant Alliance had peerless Douluo enshrined in it. Everyone thought that the Merchant Alliance was about to die. The Wuhan Palace was very afraid of the combined power of the 3 sects. At that time the Merchant Alliance only had 2 titled Douluo honorary elders. Strictly speaking, honorary elders are not considered members of the business alliance. Pope Bibidong plans to launch a soul hunting operation in advance, taking advantage of the emptiness within the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the Kaibao Glaze sect to gather strength for a surprise attack. The 9 elders and tens of thousands of soul masters are on standby. She couldn't attack Haoshan sect by force, but she could attack the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the Kaibao Glaze sect. Eliminate the 2 thorns in the Wuhan Palace's eyes, and the Elder Palace supports it. By eliminating the Haoshan sect's allies, Bibidong also indirectly supported the Merchant Alliance, trying to prevent the Merchant Alliance from being destroyed so quickly. But things went beyond everyone's expectations. The Merchant Alliance appeared, bucked the trend and launched a strong counterattack, shocking the world. As a result, Wuhan Palace's soul hunting operation was temporarily cancelled. As of now, this plan is completely cancelled because, as we all know, the Kaibao Glaze sect is affiliated with the Merchant Alliance, and so is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. The closest allies of the Merchant Alliance and the Wuhan Palace, the leader of the Merchant Alliance and the Pope of the Spirit Palace, also have some secrets that cannot be told. Zhu Douluo is also a person who is good at observing people's emotions. He can guess some situations from Bibidong's occasional expression when he mentions the leader of the Merchant Alliance. This matter is only good for Wuhan Palace and has no harm. No, with the full assistance of the Merchant Alliance, Shuiye was forced to abdicate, and the young master Qian Rongxiu ascended the throne as emperor ahead of schedule. It was smooth and extraordinary, and Wuhan Palace did not waste a single soldier, and it several years ahead of schedule. Bibidong told them that this was mainly due to Lu Feng. The Merchant Alliance did not lose a single soldier, and it mainly relied on Lu Feng's strategy to win. It can be seen from this that the leader of the Merchant Alliance not only possesses the strongest force of the 3 peerless Douluo, but also has the terrifying strategy of Lu Feng. Zhu Douluo was very lucky that he did not have to be an enemy of the business alliance. Okay, thank you. Lu Feng nodded and walked into the Pope's palace. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo were about to follow. There was a bang. The doors of the papal palace are closed. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo looked at each other. Why does His Majesty the Pope trust him so much? He is the leader of the Merchant Alliance. It didn't take long for him to be accepted as his personal disciple. What if? Ghost Douluo looked at the closed door, feeling a little displeased. He and Zhu Douluo were close followers who had followed Bibidong for many years. We were discussing important matters just now. However, as soon as Bibidong heard that Lu Feng had arrived, he put everything aside and asked them to come out immediately to greet Lu Feng. Now he locked them out, indicating that he wanted to see Lu Feng alone. Old ghost, please stop worrying about this. His Majesty the Pope has his own deep meaning. Zhu Douluo comforted him. In fact, he didn't know the deep meaning of His Majesty the Pope. He just saw that Lu Feng was particularly favored. They didn't notice Qian Daoliu and Qian Rongxiu observing from a distance. As long as Qian Daoliu doesn't want anyone to discover his existence, no one can detect it. Qian Rongxiu watched Lu Feng walk into the Pope's palace. Although it was clear that Lu Feng didn't know she was in Wuhan City and it was normal to see Bibidong first, she still felt a little bit disgusted in her heart. Are you jealous of your mother? It's not necessary. That woman loves the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Ridiculous. Falling in love with a man I have never met. Only that weird woman could do such a thing. No, the leader of the business alliance is Lu Feng. It's a bit messy. Before, Qian Rongxiu and Bibidong went to Haoshan sect together. From Bibidong's conversation, she discovered that she seemed to have fallen in love with the leader of the Merchant Alliance. At that time, Qian Rongxiu even ridiculed Bibidong because of this. The leader of the Merchant Alliance and Lu Fengzhong cooperated together, and Qian Rongxiu's head just didn't turn around. Now that I suddenly woke up, I started to feel uneasy and even more disgusting. What would happen even if that woman knew that her direct disciple Lu Feng was the leader of the Merchant Alliance. A huge surprise for sure. But will she give up that thought? No, will. She doted on this direct disciple more than she doted on Hu Lina. She is the kind of woman who wants to take every good thing into her own hands. She will steal men from me. So what do I do? Strike first to gain the upper hand? Qian Rongxiu had mixed feelings in her heart, and the smile on her pretty face disappeared, becoming solemn and cold. In Tiandu City, with the help of Lu Feng, she and Bibi Dong's mother-daughter relationship had warmed up slightly, but it was not as cold as a day. They were far from a normal mother-daughter relationship. Shuer, what's wrong? Qian Daoliu noticed that Qian Rongxiu's expression was different and asked. It's nothing. Qian Rongxiu shook her head. I just thought of some unhappy things. What makes my granddaughter unhappy? Tell me, and Grandpa will help you solve it. No, Grandpa. Qian Rongxiu, she was unhappy because Bibi Dong might take away the man she loved. This kind of thing cannot be solved by force. What's more, Grandpa didn't dare to touch that woman, and she couldn't let the Wuhan Palace have internal strife. The hatred for Bibi Dong has not been completely eliminated, but she does not want Bibi Dong to be seriously harmed. After all, she is her mother, and her blood cannot be severed. Qian Rongxiu put away her complicated eyes and said confidently, it's just a small matter. I can solve it myself. At this time, the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong was leaning on the papal throne as always, with her jade arms bent, her elbows resting on the armrest, her fingers resting on her temples, holding a scepter inlaid with many precious gems in one hand, and a pair of long, round legs crossed, somewhat careless but showing the domineering style of a queen. The 9-curved purple gold crown on her head is dazzling, but it cannot hide the invisible nobility and sanctity revealed on her body, which makes people feel the emotion of worshipping her. Her almost perfect appearance, her noble and mature beauty, eclipsed all the words of modification. She stared directly at Lu Feng with burning eyes, an intriguing faint smile on her lips. Against the backdrop of the papal palace and the throne, the eldest wife is simply extremely beautiful. Lu Feng looked at Bibi Dong, and after being slightly absent-minded, he saluted. Teacher. Well, Bibi Dong said calmly, you set out from Tiandu City more than 2 months ago. Why did it take so long to arrive? To put on a high profile as a master. It turns out it's because I'm late. Lu Feng put on a harmless smile. Teacher, I went to the Star Do Forest for training on the way. Gu Yuina, it is not convenient to disclose the small world and other things, but it is indeed an experience in the Star Do Forest, so this is not a lie. We went to the Star Do Forest. Okay, are there any gains from the experience? Bibi Dong still asked in the teacher's tone. Slightly gained. The soul power has been increased by 2 levels, and the physical attributes have been enhanced. Lu Feng said. Upgraded by 2 levels. Bibi Dong Feng's eyes were fixed. The corners of her lips widened a bit, and she couldn't even laugh or cry. The Soul King has been upgraded by 2 levels in 2 months, and you dare to call it a slight gain? Maybe for a monster genius like you, maybe not. It's a great harvest. My cultivation is progressing very well. However, if you don't hear from me for such a long time next time, it's better to inform me of your whereabouts in advance to avoid worrying. The word worry cannot be used to describe it, and worrying is even worse. Appropriately, there was no news from Lu Feng for more than 2 months. She was really afraid that something would happen to Lu Feng, especially after the news came that Tang Hao had recovered his soul power and escaped from the dungeon. Knowing that Lu Feng had arrived intact, Bibi Dong was overjoyed, but in order to control this direct disciple, he must pretend to be a teacher and train him well. Disciple realizes his mistake. Lu Feng said honestly, if you make a mistake you will be punished. Do you accept the punishment? Disciple, accept the punishment. Bibi Dong nodded leisurely and said, well, then you come up and beat my leg. Yes. Chapter 518. Princess Water's emotions are ups and downs. She wants revenge. Qian Sunji died and the Pope was taken over by Bibi Dong, but there was no unity within Wuhan Hall. The most powerful Wuhan Palace enshrines Qian Daoliu, who controls the core power of Wuhan Palace. He and the other 6 major offerings placed anywhere in this world are an absolute force that cannot be shaken. Therefore, the early Pope Bibi Dong was nothing more than a pawn to Qian Daoliu. Bibi Dong also knew very well that with the title of Pope she seemed to have unlimited glory, but in fact her life was not easy. On the one hand, she had to manage the complex affairs of the huge Wuhan Palace. On the other hand, she had to deal with external pressure, and on the other hand, she had to be vigilant at all times internally. The gaze that had been staring at her from behind, the eyes staring at her behind, were the most terrifying thing. If she made a wrong move, her identity as Pope would be replaced, which would be a minor blow, and there would be endless misery waiting for her. Qian Daoliu will definitely realize that she killed his son Qian Sunji with a last-minute blow, but she must. Only by killing Qian Sunji can the shame be washed away. She has been waiting for a chance for revenge for a long time. That beast dressed like a beast is not worthy of being a teacher. He was not worthy of being the Pope of Wuhan Palace, but was actually plotted and used by Tang Hao how to indirectly help Tang Hao complete the task of forcing Ayin to sacrifice. Ayin was even more miserable than her, even more pitiful. Her beauty was gone, and she had no chance of revenge. And she succeeded in revenge, killed Qian Sunji, devoured his soul attribute, and after transformation her strength increased by leaps and bounds, and she replaced Qian Sunji on the throne of the Pope. At first she simply wanted to kill Qian Sunji and prepared to die with him, but the will of the Rakshasa god found her, told her that there was a way to protect herself, and tempted her to accept the 9 tests of the Rakshasa god and change her cultivation method. Devouring an important person is one of the Rakshasa divine examinations. For her, it is a casual thing, really. After taking the 9 tests of Rakshasa god, Qian Daoliu was very afraid of her and no longer wanted to touch her. After she settled her grudge with Qian Sunji, another 20 years passed. In the past 20 years, Bibi Dong has become self-reliant, faced life again, and set ambitious goals. The good thoughts deep in her heart prompted her to unify the entire continent, re-establish order, and establish a world where everyone is equal. If a beast like Qian Sunji appears again, there will be a just third party to severely punish her, not like her. It was like that at that time, with nowhere to appeal and no help. In despair, I destroyed my enemies and myself by myself. For a long time, Bibi Dong thought that she had been destroyed. She only by moving towards a lofty goal and devoting all her attention to practice and work can she temporarily forget the pain and at the same time resist the Rakshasa god urging her to complete the 9th test. Bibi Dong knew that completing the 9th test would completely annihilate her humanity and she would sink completely and irreparably. She once thought that gaining power and peak power would bring her a lot of happiness. However, she was not happy after becoming Pope. I have reached the peak of the 99th level Soul Master, but I am still unhappy. Will becoming a Rakshasa god make me happy? No, you won't be happy either. How happy can a god who absorbs the most evil thoughts become his power be? If you are unhappy and lose your original intention and self, what is the meaning of becoming a god? Is the self who has dehumanized himself still himself? The above is the reason why Bibi Dong has not taken the 9th test of Rakshasa god. She reached level 99 very early and could take the 9th test of the Rakshasa god and inherit the Rakshasa god position, and the success rate was extremely high, but she put it off for many years. Later, Bibi Dong met him, the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Her life has now taken a big turn. The leader of the alliance was like a little sun, lighting up her life. He brought new and exciting concept, and the darkness and haze in Bibi Dong's heart was gradually dispelled with his unique insights and recognition. At the same time, he is still trying his best to help her solve her dilemma. Bibi Dong was extremely grateful to him, and his talent, his humor, his incredible abilities. This made Bibi Dong admire him even more from the bottom of her heart, and because of his mystery, Bibi Dong had endless reveries about him. They began to express their feelings to each other in letters. Bibi Dong opened her heart to him. The leader of the alliance was also expressing his love and care for her between the lines. As time went by, she fell in love without knowing it and fell in love with him. Bibi Dong herself felt ridiculous, but love is so strange. It cannot be explained clearly, and the way is unclear. She also suspected that this love might be false, but the happiness, the joy, the excitement when I think of him are real. She also knows that this love may come to an end, but she won't give up until she sees him in person. But after meeting Lu Feng, accepting him as his personal disciple, and getting to know the leader of the Merchant Alliance better from the side, this love became even more stable and intense. Perhaps because Jaiwu and Lu Feng had only known each other for a short time, Bibi Dong doted on him. It was also because Lu Feng's personality matched hers and she liked him very much. Moreover, perhaps because Lu Feng often came into contact with the leader of the Merchant Alliance and was greatly influenced by his teachings and influence, she always felt a sense of familiarity. Lu Feng was an outstanding strategist and helped her successfully complete the plan several years ahead of schedule with the help of behind-the-scenes push. She was also very successful in her training and had improved 2 levels in the past 2 months since she left. Therefore, Bibi Dong couldn't bear to punish him. Just find an excuse and give some symbolic training. Beat your leg. It is the action of serving her. It is also a very intimate act. Lina had never touched her jade leg. The reason why Lu Feng was allowed to be so intimate was because when Lu Feng was touching her bones to tell her fate, he had already rubbed her legs all over. After all, they have already rubbed each other so intimately, and the contact of beating their legs is nothing. Okay. Lu Feng naturally didn't resist such a good punishment. He walked quickly to the female Pope, smelled the unique fragrance of Bibi Dong's body, held it with his devil's claws, and gently pounded the round jade legs tightly wrapped in the liquid stocking. Feeling happy in his heart, seeing the shocking whiteness between the pantyhose and the hem of the skirt, I couldn't help but feel a little distraught. I want to lift up my gorgeous skirt and take in the infinite scenery. Why does your heart beat faster? Bibi Dong's sexy voice with a hint of magnetism sounded, and she was keenly aware of Lu Feng's abnormal reaction. Because the teacher is so loving, I feel so excited. Lu Feng said a reason, and it was a real reason, not a lie. I asked you to beat your leg. Why did it turn into rubbing your legs instead of touching your bone? Bibi Dong frowned slightly, but it wasn't uncomfortable. On the contrary, she felt Lu Feng condense his soul power on his fingertips and rub it on some acupuncture point. The meridians on her legs felt relaxed, and she couldn't help but moan slightly. This is called massage. It can contact fatigue better than beating the legs, clear the meridian, and can also treat some hidden injuries. Lu Feng smiled and said, "Teacher, how do you feel?" "No." Bibi Dong hummed one word. "The words are unclear. She seems to be having trouble adapting. Don't like it." Chapter 519 Shui Yuer never changes her nature as a nymphomaniac. Lu Feng stopped what he was doing. After many studies and experiment, Lu Feng's massage techniques became more mature when used on Gu Yuina. But not everyone can adapt to this kind of massage. It's normal for some people not to like it. Don't stop. Continue. Bibi Dong exhaled and said, "Yes." Lu Feng was slightly startled and started to move his hands again. "Keep kneading." Rubbing it on Bibi Dong's legs felt comfortable in Lu Feng's heart. Bibi Dong was also very comfortable. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were narrowed. Her moist red lips were slightly open. Her slender waist was slightly twisted. Her eyes were as charming as silk, and she had a look of enjoyment on her face. Not only was it comfortable, she also had a novel feeling. She didn't know whether the hidden wounds could be cured through such massage, but she could feel the relief from fatigue. "Let's talk about business." Bibi Dong squinted her eyes, pulled up a strand of black hair hanging on her cheek, and said softly and lazily, "Your leader is finally willing to show up. Please help me ask him before you show up. Can you talk to me privately?" Lu Feng smiled and said, "Isn't this why you came here to talk?" On the way here, Lu Feng decided to reveal the identity of the alliance leader in front of Bibi Dong. Continuing to hide it will maximize his interest. The fewer people who know his true identity, the safer he is. But I couldn't bear to hide it any longer. I feel a little sorry for Bibi Dong's trust and love, and over time, it may go too far, causing harm to Bibi Dong's heart and affecting the trust and relationship between the two. If it is announced now, things will become complicated and there may be unexpected consequences. Fruit. But no matter what, she couldn't be hurt inside again. "What are you talking about? Don't make such a joke." Bibi Dong didn't understand. She thought it was Lu Feng's joke and laughed it off. "It's not a joke, my dear His Majesty the Pope. I am actually the leader of the Merchant Alliance," Lu Feng said solemnly. Bibi Dong, she was stunned. Her eyes suddenly opened, and she looked at Lu Feng, who was still rubbing his legs in front of her, with a bit of authority and a bit of doubt. She couldn't believe the words she heard. However, when the shadow of the Merchant Alliance leader in his heart overlapped with that of Lu Feng in front of him, he found that except for his age, everything else really matched him. "No wonder there is that familiar feeling in my gut." But at first she didn't think about it. Who would have thought that the leader of the Merchant Alliance was actually a 14-year-old boy, and he was only 7 or 8 years old when he founded the Merchant Alliance. She had imagined that the leader of the Merchant Alliance might be old and ugly, but she never imagined that the leader of the Merchant Alliance might be so young. Being old and ugly makes it easier for her to accept it. The Lu Feng in front of him, although his body has long been the same as that of an adult. In this world, people get married and have children at the age of 12, but after all, he is only 14 years old. In other words, Lu Feng was only about 10 years old when he exchanged letters with her. She developed feelings for Lu Feng 2 years ago, when Lu Feng was about 12 years old. "Oh my gosh, is this Pope actually dating a 12-year-old boy? How can it be?" In his letters, there is clearly so much maturity and stability between the line, and he feels like he is at least 30 or 40 years old. How could he create a business alliance at the age of 7 or 8, and in a few years develop industries all over the world with millions of alliance members, earn countless wealth, and even recruit 3 peerless Douluo to assist him with double king titles and fiefdoms, tens of thousands of miles? Lu Feng knew that Bibi Dong could not accept it for a while. With a warm smile on his face, he recited warmly, "If the love lasts for a long time, how can we stay together day and night? This poem, good boy, you kept it from me." Bibi Dong stood up suddenly, her face flushed, and her gaze on Lu Feng's face became sharp and cold. Whether she believed it or not, the poem Lu Feng just said was a wonderful poem Lu Feng wrote to her in their exchange of secret letters. At that time, she expressed in her letter that she wanted to meet and stay together. The leader of the Merchant Alliance wrote back and said that the time had not come yet and they could not meet each other. In order to comfort her, he wrote a poem and attached it. "The thin clouds make trick, the flying stars spread hatred, and the silver man is far away in darkness. As soon as the golden wind and jade do meet, they will defeat countless people in the world. Tenderness is like water, good times are like dreams, and you can't bear to look at the Magpie Bridge on your way back. If the love between two people lasts for a long time, they will win again. It's like morning and evening." He also told told a poignant story about the cowherd and the weaver girl. Bibi Dong couldn't fully understand the poem at first, but she just felt that the poem's words were beautiful and its imagination was very rich. But the more you taste it, the more you feel it. Sophisticated and poignant with far-reaching intention. The story of the cowherd and the weaver girl's joys and sorrows is used to sing the praises of steadfast and sincere love. It is also a metaphor for the love between the two of them. Her favorite sentence at the end is, "If love lasts for a long time, how can we stay together day and night? We can't get along day and night for the time being, but as long as the two love each other until death, there will always be times when the golden wind and jade do meet and conquer countless people in the world." She kept this poem in mind that the leader of the Merchant Alliance wrote for her, and whenever she thought of him, she would recite it softly to comfort herself from the pain of lovesickness. During the correspondence between the two, they also had further exchanges about the poem. Now, listening to Lu Feng's chanting, that kind of passionate emotion suddenly came overwhelming and overwhelmed her. It's him, it's him. Lu Feng is the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Bibi Dong couldn't suppress the turbulent waves in her heart. The jade hand holding the scepter trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes were covered with mist, and the corners of her eyes were sparkling with tears. She looked at Lu Feng, who was standing in front of him, with a smile. There were complex emotions in his charming eyes: resentment, shame, anger, surprise. Lu Feng smiled and said nothing, feeling uneasy in his heart. It's useless to say anything at this time. Giving Bibi Dong time and waiting silently is the best way. Bibi Dong is soft on the outside but strong on the inside. Wise and intelligent is the Pope, holds immense power and is used to seeing big storms. But this incident was too shocking to her heart, and she needs to be given time to digest. Time passes minute by minute. In the quiet papal palace, the atmosphere was solid and strange. A peerless beauty and a handsome young man stared at each other at close range without saying a word, without any movement, and even held their breath as if they were two sculptures. The eyes of the two people seemed to be able to speak, and 1,000 words seemed to have been exchanged between their eyes. Between people who are smart and have a tacit understanding, there are many things that need not be said out loud. You can get the general idea just by looking at the other person's eyes. Bibi Dong and Lu Feng are very smart, have a tacit understanding, and have a deep affection for each other, forming an extremely tight bond. Therefore, Bibi Dong glanced at Lu Feng's eyes and understood a lot instantly. Lu Feng had reasons and difficulties for not revealing his identity before. Lu Feng's biggest difficulty and biggest weakness is that he is too young and his soul power is too low. The soul power here is too low for a strong person like her. She only awakened her soul power when she was 12 years old. After practicing for more than 2 years, she reached the 54th level Soul King. This cultivation talent is astonishing and terrifying, but let alone a strong person like her, any titled Douluo can easily kill him. Once the identity of the leader of the Lu Feng Merchant Alliance is revealed to the public, he will have no choice but to hide, otherwise he will be in great danger and will easily be assassinated by a strong person and fall. On the other hand, even the current 54th level of soul power is difficult to convince the public, let alone that there was no soul power before. If you are too young, it will be difficult to convince the public. Therefore, if she were Lu Feng, she would definitely keep her identity secret. Such a heavy burden to bear at such a young age. It's so hard for him. It's really heartbreaking. Now that he is open and honest and reveals his identity, he actually has absolute trust in her and dares to entrust his wealth and life to her without leaving any room. This is true love until death. At this moment, Lu Feng's affectionate eyes could be seen. Bibi Dongzin was almost drunk. Chapter 520. Shui Wu decides to confess her love. I'm very angry. Bibi Dong pretended to be a tough female pope and said with false anger, she is strong on the outside and soft on the inside. She always uses a strong and cold outer shell to arm her soft and hot heart. In fact, she has figured it out now, and there are more surprises in her heart, and the love in her heart is overflowing like a tide. The pure and sincere spiritual love for the leader of the Merchant Alliance and the maternal love for his direct disciple Lu Feng overlapped, making this love extra special. Her heart was racing, and she had a strange feeling that she couldn't get rid of. How to face it? How to handle yourself? Where will the love between the two go in the future? Bibi Dong couldn't figure it out clearly for a while. You can only deal with it with your usual attitude first. But from Lu Feng's behavior towards her in Tiandu City and his current attitude towards her, Bibi Dong can identify it. He is still him. His love for himself has not changed. Their goals are still the same. The core thing between them remains unchanged. This is the most important. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong felt much more relaxed, recalling that she went to Tiandu City to find him, beat him up as soon as they met, and made him run naked in the woods to show him off. Lu Feng looked extremely surprised and panicked at her sudden visit. Now that I think about it, it's so funny. After that, he used the so-called bone-touching technique, touching his feet to his buttock and rubbing them all over. Did he do this on purpose? From the correspondence, she knew that he knew more things things than anyone she had ever met, but he had never mentioned fortune-telling, but he was very accurate. Anyway, he was able to win back the victory. The first time the two met, it was so special, unique, and unforgettable. If he hadn't been so determined to accept him as his personal disciple, the relationship between the two would not be so strange and complicated now. Therefore, it is not his fault that this happened today. Teacher, I am here to save my life, the eldest wife said. She was very angry. Lu Feng quickly explained. When it's time to explain, explain. Just relying on the tacit understanding of eye contact is not enough. Verbal communication is essential and is more accurate and closer. Many times explanations are not meant to explain but to comfort. This is just like many girls in love who will ask their boyfriends from time to time, do you love me? Do I look good dressed like this? Etc. What she needs is not answers but comfort. If her boyfriend loves her, he will normally take the trouble to give her a positive response and comfort her. If her boyfriend doesn't love her and is just perfunctory at first, then she will get bored after hearing too much and can't even comfort her. So how can she talk about anything else and how to trust her for life? When two people like this are together, there is more pain than happiness. In the process of capturing the goddess, Lu Feng learned more about women's thoughts and knew the difference between women's and men's thinking pattern. Don't call me teacher, Bibi Dong still said coldly. It's all a showdown. I even call him teacher in private. So angry. Dear wife, Lu Feng changed his words with a smile. No screaming. Although Bibi Dong said this, her expression softened a little and there was a ripple in her heart. My dear wife, please calm down. Why don't you sit down and I'll rub your leg and massage you? Lu Feng had long seen through Bibi Dong's serious and cold shell that there was a soft and warm heart which was not affected by her appearance at all. The attitude was intimidating and instead he used a sweeter name which stuck to him like brown candy. When did this Pope agree to be your wife? Forget it, you should call me teacher. Bibi Dong felt a hint of sweetness and warmth in her heart. She sat back on the Pope's throne, raised her jade leg and crossed her legs as before, a domineering and charming sitting posture. As you command, my teacher wife. Lu Feng knelt down, stretched out his hands and kneaded Bibi Dong's round leg. Bibi Dong was speechless for a while. There is no such title. Don't touch me, you kind-hearted guy. Bibi Dong raised her slender white hands and slapped one of Lu Feng's hands to show her rejection but did not slap the other hand away. Symbolic resistance is more like flirting. As a lesson from heaven and earth, this alliance leader has good intentions. Lu Feng smiled brightly and continued to massage gently, feeling the soft and elastic touch. Bibi Dong didn't stop him anymore. Thinking of the world-dominated leader of the Merchant Alliance serving her with such a low profile, a great sense of accomplishment arose in my heart and a burst of strong happiness surged through my heart. In this world, I have never seen a man be so respectful and considerate to a woman. If you have your beloved like this, what more can you ask for? Her pretty face was almost unbearable. You can't laugh, you can't laugh. You are training him now, otherwise he will ride on his head in the future and it will be so fun. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and forced down his true emotion. There was no laughter. Lu Feng took out a prepared black leather bag from his storage belt and presented it to Bibi Dong. Take these soul bones. Buy me with gift. Don't even think about it. Bibi Dong curled her red lips, raised her chin, showing off her noble queen style. This is not a gift, it is a sponsorship for the Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, Lu Feng said with a smile. Bibi Dong remembered that the Wuhan Palace held an elite competition and the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance had generously sponsored these two tournaments, including 3 soul bones as a reward for the champion. The Pan-Continental Business Alliance only asked for naming right. Therefore, the official full name of the competition is Pan-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. The 3 soul bones sponsored by the Merchant Alliance in the previous session were delivered to her by mail. This time, Lu Feng now personally delivered them to her. It's not that Wuhan Palace can't produce 3 soul bones, but soul bones are very precious, so having someone sponsor them is of course the best. The Merchant Alliance has a monopoly on the soul bone trade, which is becoming more and more expensive. If an ordinary person wants to buy an ordinary soul bone at the auction house, he has to pay tens or millions of gold soul coin, and the Wuhan Palace is short of money. Wuhan Palace does not engage in production or commercial trade. In order to pay Soul Master subsidies, purchase resources, and repair buildings, it consumes huge amounts of money every year. It has already been unable to make ends meet and owes tens of millions to the Merchant Alliance. Huge debt. He planned a soul hunting operation to attack the Kaibao Glaze sect, which was extremely wealthy. He also wanted to make a fortune, plunder the wealth of the Kaibao Glaze sect, and replenish the storehouse. The soul hunting operation was completely cancelled, but the huge debt of Wuhan Palace still existed. Bibi Dong has a very independent mind. She has to rely on her own ability to repay the debt and does not want to rely on the relationship with the leader of the Merchant Alliance, but the agreed sponsorship can be accepted. After all, it has been named. Thinking Thinking of this, Bibi Dong grabbed the leather bag unceremoniously, opened the mouth of the bag, and a precious light flashed. She was a little surprised. So many, it said to be 3 soul bone, and your bag contains more than a dozen yuan. You can keep the extra for me. If you want to give it away, you can make your own decision. We are a family anyway, Lu Feng said with a pleasant smile. Who is your family? I only recognize him as your teacher now. In this position, use more force. Well, Bibi Dong retorted, but she enjoyed Lu Feng's massage and even gave instructions. Chapter 521 Hua Wu makes provocation. Lu Feng said calmly, Master and apprentice are also one family. The leader of the Merchant Alliance will be your direct disciple, which is equivalent to the entire Merchant Alliance indirectly listening to you, which is enough to help you unify the entire continent. Before, I was the one who unified the entire continent, the biggest dream, but later I discovered that I have a bigger dream. Compared with this bigger dream, I can even give up on unifying the continent. Bibi Dong's tender eyes glanced at the side of Lu Feng's face. When he raised his head and made eye contact with her, she immediately became as cold as ice. She said faintly, forget it, you don't understand. Lu Feng felt moved, stood up, grabbed Bibi Dong's jade hand, and said, I understand. Your bigger dream is also my dream. With Zi join hands and fly together. You. Bibi Dong's delicate body trembled, her heart trembled, and she could no longer suppress her excitement. I am still me. Your direct disciple is included in the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Nothing has changed. You and I were on the other side of the cloud, knew each other through letters, and fell in love with each other. Now that we meet again, it is better than countless people in the world. Forever is too long. Only I hope I will accompany you until the end of my life, Lu Feng said emotionally. Bibi Dong finally broke through her guard. Her hot phoenix eyes were full of tears, and her red lips trembled lightly. Lu Feng rushed forward and hugged Bibi Dong tightly. Ah, what are you doing? I am your teacher. Well, Bibi Dong struggled symbolically. With her absolute strength, she could easily repel Lu Feng without struggling. Of course she wouldn't do that, not even thinking about it. Under Lu Feng's offensive, she put aside her identity as a peerless strongman and the Pope, and now she is just a woman deeply in love. Struggle is just a shy instinct of women. The rationality in her mind also told her that this was the Pope's palace, regarded as a solemn holy place by countless soul masters. She sits on the papal throne where thousands of people worship her. No messing around. Lu Feng didn't care. He was so passionate that he not only hugged her but also sealed his mouth on her moist red lips. Make out with her directly on the papal throne in the papal palace. Emotion overcame reason. Lu Feng's love words completely moved her. Break through her hard and cold shell and go straight to her soft heart. Her extremely passionate emotions, which had been brewing for many years, suddenly erupted like a volcano and were out of control. All emotions, the longer they are suppressed, the more violent they will explode. She felt like the blood in her body was burning. My heart and body are melting. The spiritual world also seems to be integrated with Lu Feng. Her red lips are fragrant. Her body softened from its stiffness as if it were boneless. Lu Feng was also fascinated by the infinite tenderness. Suddenly, Bibi Dong pushed Lu Feng away slightly. Red lips detached. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. Her eyes were staring at Lu Feng with an angry look, and she was breathing slightly. Lu Feng was a little confused, but don't think too much about it. Bibi Dong hugged him and turned around. The two switched places. She licked her red lips, and a thrilling smile appeared on her beautiful face. Next moment, she pressed Lu Feng onto the papal throne. Lu Feng's mouth was sealed with bright red lips. I see. The female pope is not used to being passive and wants to take the initiative. Lu Feng understood. With some strong queen kisses, something special, also excellent. I wonder if Her Majesty the Queen will go further. Isn't it a bit too barbaric in this place? We are all civilized people. Unlike the soul beasts who are not shy or ashamed, the spiritual beasts will also care about the occasion. And I have always been noble and above board, and I am not that kind of person. But what am I looking forward to? There were only 2 of us in the huge papal palace, which was actually considered a confined space, but the room was a bit bigger. Your Majesty the Queen, I am ready. Come as you wish. On the papal throne. But things did not develop to the final step as Lu Feng imagined. After Bibi Dong released her fiery emotions for a moment, she let go of Lu Feng, stood up, wiped her lips, and began to tidy up her somewhat messy gorgeous robe. Just hugging and kissing will not mess up the clothes. It's because Lu Feng's hands were not honest during the process. Are you comfortable? Bibi Dong seemed to ask casually. It's so comfortable, but the time is too short. I still want it. Lu Feng sat on the papal throne, feeling uncomfortable and unfinished, smiling and waving. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes. I'm asking you, are you comfortable sitting on my pope's seat? This pope's seat is too hard. A soft bed is more comfortable. Lu Feng patted him with some disgust. Pat the papal throne. You bad guy. You still want to. Don't push yourself too far. That's it for today. Okay, listen to my wife. Let's do it tomorrow. What about tomorrow? Not even tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Damn it, I'm being led astray by you. What are you thinking about? Bibi Dong Dong changed the topic. You should think about how to deal with Tang Hao's assassination. Although Wuhan City has me to protect you, it is not absolutely safe. I can't follow you every step of the way. That's right. Are you really going to send 3 peerless Douluos to hunt down Tang Hao? This time in Wuhan City, you lured Tang Hao out and attacked Lu Feng was the most important thing, and Bibi Dong obviously guessed his intention. The 3 peerless Douluo enshrines have all gone into seclusion to practice and will not come to deal with this matter. However, I may have other arrangement. Lu Feng could only reply like this. If he told the truth, it would raise a lot of questions that he couldn't explain. Just tell a lie. Regardless of the past life or this life, no normal person can go through life without telling a lie. Lies are not terrible, but malicious lies are terrible. Lies that harm the interests of others in order to seek your own interests are malicious lies. Lu Feng's lie was not malicious, but a helpless lie that had to be told. It would not cause any harm to Bibi Dong. I know that peerless Douluo spends most of his time cultivating in hiding, so there is no way he can be always on call. What other arrangements do you have? Bibi Dong said. It's not decided yet. I'll let you know when it's decided. Lu Feng also has a peerless Douluo experience card with him, which he will only use in the most critical moment. This peerless Douluo experience card is intended to be used against Tang Chen. If it is used this time, it will be a bit troublesome if Tang Chen comes out from the killing city to seek revenge. But if Tang Hao appears this time, if he cannot be kept with absolute power, there will be endless trouble. And Lu Feng knew that in the original plot, Tang Hao had a big battle with Bibi Dong in Wuhan City. Tang Hao escaped unscathed, but Bibi Dong seemed to be injured. Bibi Dong at level 99 could only exert her strength at level 98 due to the limitation of her soul power. After Tang Hao exploded the ring, his attack power alone should be better than Bibi Dong, and Tang Hao took advantage of Bibi Dong's weakness to go smashing the sacred and iconic building of Wuhan Hall, made Bibi Dong dare not use her full strength. Therefore, if Tang Hao appears, Lu Feng plans to use this peerless Douluo experience card first. Chapter 522 Xiao Wu challenges Hua Wu. The tacit understanding between Shui Wu and Princess Shui. An hour passed. After a secret discussion, Bibi Dong and Lu Feng initially agreed on a plan to deal with Tang Hao. Wuhan City adopt the method of loosening the outside and tightening the inside. It is not afraid of Tang Hao sneaking into the city, but it is afraid that he will not come. As long as one of the 7 major worshippers of Wuhan Palace comes out to protect Lu Feng secretly, he can at least block the first round of Tang Hao's attack, and Bibi Dong will not be too worried about Lu Feng. But the worshippers only obey the orders of Qian Daolio. Qian Daolio, on the other hand, did not interfere in Bibi Dong's affairs and never helped her. Bibi Dong said, "Let's do this. I plan to make an exception and ask Qian Daolio to send a Wuhandian to worship you and protect you secretly. It will give you an extra layer of protection." Before that, the strong and independent Bibi Dong encountered another even in great difficulties. I have never lowered my face and asked Qian Daolio, but in order to ensure Lu Feng's safety, she was willing to put her dignity and face second and humiliate herself. Lu Feng knew this very well. "No, you don't need to owe Qian Daolio a favor, and I don't need his protection." Lu Feng flatly refused. "Childish, don't you know how important your safety is? If anything happens to you, what will the business alliance do? What will I do?" Bibi Dong had a reprimanding tone, but in the end her true feelings were revealed. Lu Feng approached with a smile, put his arms around her slender waist and kissed her flawless jade face. "We're talking about business. Don't be like this." Bibi Dong gave Lu Feng a look. The red cloud that had just faded from her face climbed up to her cheeks again, but she did not push Lu Feng away. Being so intimate in the Pope's palace had the implication of desecrating the majestic holy place, but it also brought her a different kind of feeling, especially the sweet taste of true love for the first time. In her heart, she actually enjoyed Lu Feng clinging to her like this and expressed it with bold movement. Love, but her inertia has always been to maintain dignity and distance in the Pope's palace. She cannot let Lu Feng go too far. "If I really want to beg Qian Daolio, I would rather stay with you all day long." Lu Feng put his mouth next to Bibi Dong's ear and blew gently with a meaningful tone. Naturally, Bibi Dong could hear what he meant, and she stayed close to him all day long. When she went to bed that night, she blushed even more and spat. "The leader of the business alliance, how can you think of such shameful things when we are talking about business? There is no shortage of women around you. A bunch of young and beautiful girlfriends from Shrek Academy are also in Wuhan City. They are them. You are you. Each of you is unique and indispensable. When I was with you, I only wanted you." This sentence, if placed in Lu Feng's previous life, would have been extremely scumbag. It would not be allowed by morality and would be criticized. However, in the context of this world, it is extremely scumbag. Normal love word. A strong person can have many opposite sexes at the same time, as long as one of the financial resources, status, strength, etc. is strong enough. Even if you like the new and dislike the old, and always give up, no one will say anything. For example, Lu Erlong's father was involved in promiscuity outside, and after giving birth to Lu Erlong he abandoned them. The public was accustomed to this and didn't think anything of it. There is a duchess in the south who is 80 or 90 years old. She still keeps hundreds of men at home and changes the men to sleep with her every day. This duchess has mediocre soul power and has given up on practicing. She just wants to be romantic and happy for the rest of her life. Of course, this is just an individual woman. Normal female soul masters are particularly focused on cultivation and abandon the need for men. All in all, this is the way the world is, but that doesn't mean there is no bottom line. The bottom line of this world is that you must be willing to be with me, and you cannot deceive the other party. As far as Bibi Dong knew, Lu Feng's bottom line was even higher. Lu Feng is very honest about his lustful nature and never portrays Gao Weisheng as an upright person. He has never disliked the new and disliked the old. He always gives up when he starts to get confused. He is always responsible to the end for the women he loves, is willing to sacrifice for them, and tries his best to help them improve their souls. He gave them the best thing, including the extremely rare fairy grass. He puts his true self in front of the girls calmly. If they can accept it, they can be together. If they can't accept it, he will never force it. On the contrary, because he is so honest and because he is so good, willing to give true love and treats them extremely well, the girls are willing to follow him wholeheartedly. In addition, Lu Feng never messes around outside, unlike other powerful men who are casual playing with women, changing women, but sincerely treating the women he had a relationship with. Of course, the one who can catch his eye must be a goddess-level beauty. When Bibi Dong exchanged letters with him before, she guessed that the leader of the Merchant Alliance might be older than her, and with the financial resources, power, and status of the leader of the Merchant Alliance, there would definitely be many women around her, like Shui. Yet it is not surprising that there are thousands of beauties in the harem. She didn't know that she would fall in love with the leader of the business alliance at the beginning. She didn't want to be tied to a man at all. She thought that a man would only affect her cultivation, but in the subsequent exchanges, Lu Feng gradually became her only confidant. She didn't even know why she fell in love without knowing it. Today, she finally met the leader of the Merchant Alliance, who turned out to be Lu Feng. She had longed for the direct disciple she had personally accepted. Fate played a big joke on her, but if you think about it carefully, it is also a great blessing. After getting to know Lu Feng, she fell in love with this direct disciple more and more. It's so interesting that the person you love and the person you like overlap together. As for the women around the Merchant Alliance leader, there were far fewer women than she expected. This young leader of the Merchant Alliance is full of vitality. He is full of need for the opposite sex and is in a period of romantic pursuit of beauty, and he was unparalleled in handsomeness, wealth, and status. As long as he moved his fingers, thousands of women would willingly climb into his bed. Whether it was for wealth, look, power, or love, it was easy for Lu Feng to get their bodies, but Lu Feng didn't do this. After counting, he only has about 10 women at most, and they are ficked. It was simply too restrained. They are all a bit inconsistent with his identity and incompatible with the style of men in this world, but it just shows that Lu Feng is particularly affectionate. This is also one of the important reasons why girls are willing to love him with all their hearts and trust him. Think of this. Bibi Dong felt a lot in her heart and felt that she should cherish Lu Feng's love. She hugged Lu Feng, who was clinging to her, and let his hands slide down to her round buttock. His red lips took the initiative to kiss Lu Feng's mouth again. The passion ignited again. The two seemed to have forgotten that they were in the Holy Pope's palace. Not only that, at this moment nothing matters. They get carried away. A world between two people is connected through their lips. They wandered freely in the world of two people, as if they were passing through a quiet forest, flying over green grasslands and crossing clear lake. Wherever they went, flowers were blooming, grass and trees were swaying, the gentle breeze with fragrance blew on their bodies, and the warm sunshine shone on them. All over the world, a fire suddenly burst out in Bibi Dong's body. This fire was different from the volcanic passion she had been brewing for a long time. This is not an emotion, but one of the most primitive needs in the body. Chapter 523. Feng Xiaotian visits Bike City in the far north. Bibi Dong has been practicing ascetic for so many years and has been surrounded by many things. She has no time to think about it, and she doesn't think it is necessary. She has already buried her original need for men in the deepest part of her body. In other words, she doesn't need a man. But now, this need was provoked by Lu Feng. She started to want it, but she only wanted Lu Feng. She also coveted Lu Feng's body. You can tell from her movement. Bibi Dong rubbed the hot and graceful body into Lu Feng's arms, twisting and turning. The scope of exploration of Lu Feng's body by those slender hands was expanding, but she knew that it couldn't be done, at least not while the big things were still being discussed in this hall. Bibi Dong, who almost fell into Lu Feng's arms and couldn't extricate herself, woke up at the last moment. She used her extremely tenacious willpower to forcefully break away from Lu Feng's Feng's arms. Bibi Dong's breathing was rapid. Her head lowered. She didn't dare to touch Lu Feng's hot gaze for a moment and kept a distance from Lu Feng, fearing that it would be difficult to deal with it. Okay, let's put our children's personal affairs behind. Bibi Dong's voice was still trembling slightly and her tone did not return to normal, but she changed the subject and said, "This is an important matter. It is related to your safety. You should not take it lightly. I feel now, please, it is really not appropriate to offer help to Qian Daoliu, as Qian Daoliu will easily know your true identity." Lu Feng announced his appearance in Wuhan City as the leader of the alliance, but did not say that he would reveal his face. In the conversation with Bibi Dong just now, Bibi Dong also asked him to dress up in disguise, wear a mask, and just say a few words in the Soul Master Elite competition. Before your soul power is strong enough, it is best not to reveal your true identity to the public, while continuing to maintain a sense of mystery. It is also a way to protect yourself and those around you. Lu Feng also planned this. He has not announced his true identity, so he only needs to protect himself. Once it is revealed to the public, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong and other people closest to him will also be exposed in a dangerous situation. In addition to powerful enemies like Tang Hao, he must also guard against secretly ulterior motive people. As for Qian Daoliu, Lu Feng is not worried. He knew that Qian Daoliu's greatest wish was to train Qian Rongxiu to inherit the throne of the angel god. Qian Daoliu is currently paving the way for Qian Rongxiu. In addition, Qian Daoliu also hopes that the Wuhan Palace will become stronger and stronger, so he actually supports Bibi Dong in leading the Wuhan Palace to unify the entire continent. After all, what Bibi Dong gets will eventually be left to her granddaughter Qian Rongxiu in the hands of Qinjia. As long as these 2 points are not affected, Qian Daoliu will not care too much about other things. Actually, the danger is only during the period after I show up. Lu Feng said, "That's right, so your speech should be arranged as late as possible. Then let you go on stage after the competition is over and the awards are given. At that time, I will be with you." Bibi Dong adjusted her strategy. She felt that she was confused because she cared a little. She learned that Lu Feng was the leader of the Merchant Alliance and immediately began to worry about his safety. However, she ignored that Lu Feng was still alive and well even when he had not awakened his soul power, which showed that he had a strong ability to control his survival. "Okay, I will listen to my wife." Lu Feng agreed readily. "Don't tell me you're used to talking like this in front of others." Bibi Dong pretended to smile helplessly, implying that she no longer objected to Lu Feng's private remark. "I called my wife," but she was worried that Lu Feng, who acted willfully, would also call her that in front of outsiders. At present their relationship cannot be made public. In front of outsiders they can only have a master-disciple relationship. "I know, if someone else is around, I'll call you teacher." It was very interesting to think about keeping this secretive relationship with Bibi Dong in front of others. Lu Feng took a step forward and reached out to grab Bibi Dong's hand. "You're here again." "No, I haven't finished speaking yet." "Does Shweta know your identity as leader?" Bibi Dong brought up a new topic. Lu Feng's heart thumped and he could only tell the truth. "I know." "When did she know?" Bibi Dong asked. "When we go to Ziweo Tower together," Lu Feng said with a sneer. "You favor one over the other." Bibi Dong's smile disappeared. She let go of Lu Feng's hand, sat back on the papal throne, crossed her leg, crossed her hands on her chest and became sulky. There was a sudden silence in the papal palace, but the air around the female pope began to become increasingly violent. It seemed like a storm was brewing. The queen's powerful aura instantly created a tension, as if a violent explosion was about to occur at the slightest touch. Lu Feng told Qian Rongxiu the biggest secret of his identity 2 or 3 months ago, and she has been kept in the dark during this time, but she repeatedly showed her love for the leader of the Merchant Alliance in front of Qian Rongxiu. How embarrassing! And Bibi Dong felt that it was obvious that Lu Feng was better to Qian Rongxiu than to her. She couldn't help but feel sad and angry. Lu Feng could smell the strong sour smell and sighed in his heart. Can this Shura field be achieved even through the air? He is quite familiar with Bibi Dong's character. Bibi Dong is very strong, the kind of person who doesn't want to be second to others and will never allow anyone to override her. Obviously, this is also true emotionally. She suddenly felt that her feelings for Qian Rongxiu were above hers, and she couldn't accept it for a while. Without contrast, there is no harm. Qian Rongxiu has been competing with Bibi Dong these years. Qian Rongxiu hated her, stood by Qian Daoliu, and was not completely obedient to her. Bibi Dong can naturally feel this. Therefore, the rift between mother and daughter is too great to bridge. When he asked them to meet in Tiandu City, Lu Feng wanted to try his best to help mediate between them. The purpose of telling Qian Rongxiu his true identity first is to make Qian Rongxiu feel happy and then take the initiative to take a step closer to Bibi Dong and ease the relationship with Bibi Dong. The result is indeed the same, and the relationship between the two has eased. It's not about favoring one over the other. I want to reconcile the relationship between between you mother and daughter. We are all one family, not each other. Next, Lu Feng explained his purpose. After hearing the explanation, the frost on Bibi Dongye's face immediately melted, and she understood Lu Feng's good intentions. She was also in Ziweo Tower at the time, and she had a quarrel with Qian Rongxiu, which was difficult to reconcile. Lu Feng took Qian Rongxiu into the small room and chatted for a few words. After the two came out, she found that Qian Rongxiu's attitude towards her had improved. She felt very strange, but she only thought that Lu Feng used some reason to convince Qian Rongxiu. Only now do we know that Lu Feng changed Qian Rongxiu's attitude by revealing the secret of the alliance leader's identity. The daughter took the first step. How could her mother be stingy? So Qian Rongxiu and her later reached a preliminary reconciliation, which cleared up a big knot between her and Qian Rongxiu, and the progress of her cultivation was accelerated. I'm sorry, I wrongly blamed you. Bibi Dong's doubt disappeared and she said apologetically, I don't know why I acted like a little girl today. Lu Feng smiled heartily and said, I quite like your little girlish behavior. There's nothing wrong with it. Well, won't you feel a lot more relaxed if you don't pretend to be the Pope? No one else can see the feminine side of the noble and holy female Pope, and it will shock hundreds of millions of people if it is spread. This contrast is very interesting. Yes. Bibi Dong shyly threw herself into Lu Feng's arms. She was very touched by Lu Feng's dedication and tolerance for her. Who wants to be a strong woman when she can be a little girl easily? Although Lu Feng was young, he could tolerate her little temper and shortcomings like the ocean. His generous mind made her feel more solid, safe, and trustworthy than ever before, and she could be a little girl as she pleased. Bibi Dong had peach blossoms on her face. Her phoenix eyes were full of love, and her voice was soft and ecstatic. Call me Donger and kiss me. Chapter 524. Feng Xiaotian plays trick. Motivation to pick up girls. The gossip spread rapidly among the audience. What's going on? Why is Lu Feng sitting on the tutor's chair at Tianshui College? I just heard that Lu Feng also attended Tianshui College and served as a teaching assistant. Yes, then theoretically, Lu Feng is qualified to represent Tianshui for the sake of fairness. The rules of the competition are that one person is only allowed to represent one team. However, there is no prohibition on becoming a mentor for other teams' entourage to help make suggestions and arrange tactics. You are right, I have the exact information. Master Lu Feng is sitting in the spectator seats of Tianshui Academy today as a guest instructor and special advisor to the Business Alliance, guiding the Tianshui Academy team. Then I understand. It will look better this way. Tianshui Academy team. It is impossible to come back, but with Lu Feng guiding the tactic, maybe the defeat will not be too embarrassing. Yes, when the Shrek Academy team played the Star Luo Royal Academy team yesterday, Lu Feng gave the on-site command and defeated the Star Luo Royal Academy. The team was tortured so badly that Davis is still lying in bed unable to get up. The audience was talking a lot. Lu Feng communicated with everyone about this matter yesterday. Lu Erlong, Flender, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing and other Shrek Academy teams are completely supportive. Everyone knows that this is likely to be the last battle for Tianshui Academy. Whether Lu Feng is an assistant teacher at Tianshui College or a representative of the leader of the Business Alliance, it is necessary for him to help Tianshui College in person. Elder Lu, will the alliance leader's actions damage his prestige? Snake woman Chao Tianxiang was a little worried. Lu Erlong cast his eyes on Lu Feng and lightly opened his red lips. If the Tianshui Academy team can withstand a wave of attacks, the leader's prestige continues to increase. If he can't withstand a wave of attack, maybe. So far, no team has been able to withstand a wave of attacks from the Spirit Hall Academy team. The previous performance of the Tianshui Academy team was not much better than that of the teams that lost to the Wuhandian Academy team. It's normal to be unable to withstand a wave, but it is inevitable that some people will say that Lu Feng's ability to guide tactics is just that, of little use. Only when Tianshui Academy withstood a wave did it prove that Lu Feng's guidance was effective. Here at Tianshui College, Lu Feng's personal presence greatly boosted the morale of the Tianshui Academy team. Not only Shui Yuer, Shui Bing'er, and Shui Wu smiled like flowers, but members such as Gu Qingbo, Shen Liuyu, Chu Ruo Shui, and others were also extremely happy and excited. In the last battle, even if they were destined to lose, they were not discouraged at all. For the support and respect of teacher Lu Feng, they must move forward bravely and go all out. The Wuhandian Academy team acted very relaxedly and did not take the Tianshui Academy team seriously at all. I'm scared to death. Lu Feng came out with Tianshui Academy just now. I thought he was going to represent Tianshui Academy. Su Yu, the auxiliary weapon soul sect of the Wuhandian Academy team, laughed to himself. Su Yu, the martial soul, is a golden scepter. His soul skills not only have healing effect but also enhance attribute. He is a very comprehensive auxiliary soul master. Why are you scared? Even if Lu Feng represents Tianshui Academy in the battle, so what? Can he still make a comeback on his own. Yan said with an unhappy look on his face. Yan, please control your temper. The teacher said that we cannot underestimate any opponent. Hu Lina said indifferently. Yan remained silent without interest, clearly still unconvinced. Ever since Lu Feng came to the Pope's palace yesterday, he saw that Hu Lina was unusually kind to Lu Feng, so he became jealous and looked down on Lu Feng. Here is the Tian Shui Academy team. Even if all the viewers don't like them, even though almost everyone thought that the Wuhandian Academy team was strong enough to crush them, they couldn't withstand a round of attack. But at this moment the bright eyes of the beautiful girls were filled with fighting spirit and no fear. Activate the spirit and attack. To everyone's surprise, Captain Shui Binger actually issued the order and the whole team took the initiative to attack. Powerful attack type Soul Masters Yu Hero, Chen Liu, Chu Ruo Shui, and agility attack type Soul Masters Gu Qingbo were the first to launch the attack. It turned into 4 glimpses and sprinted straight towards the Wuhandian Academy team. Countless viewers were stunned. Is this an egg against a rock? You think you didn't lose fast enough? Do you want to go home early? It's simply a suicidal behavior. Is this the tactic arranged by Lu Feng? I fainted and I thought Lu Feng had what a brilliant move, that's all. No, my goddesses, don't be so impulsive. I bought a ticket to come in just to see you more. Many people couldn't help but shout. Bibi Dong, who was standing on the high platform, and Qian Rongxiu, who was in front of the high tower window, had unexpected looks in their eyes at the same time. Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong looked at each other and saw confusion on the other's face. Ning Fengzi was once the #1 think tank around Emperor Shuiya, and he was known as a smart person. He believed in Lu Feng's tactical ability, but he didn't understand why the Tian Shui Academy team gave up on defense and the whole team rushed forward. With only Shui Yuer left behind, it was difficult to defend against the surprise attacks from the opponent's powerful and agile attack type Soul Masters. Whether it was the strength gap between the two teams or the water attribute martial spirit of the Tian Shui Academy team, it was determined that the Tian Shui Academy team's most beneficial tactic was defensive counter-attack. Defense and control are also the strengths of the Tian Shui Academy team, but their attack power is relatively weak. However, they gave up their strong points and used their weak points to go head-to-head with the Wuhandian Academy team, whose attack power was extremely terrifying. There are no fools among Soul Masters who can enter the finals. It's just that this tactic is so unreasonable. Everyone couldn't agree. The first soul skill, freeze. At the moment when his teammates attacked, the control type Shui Binger raised her hand lightly and the first soul ring suddenly glowed. The naked eye could see that under the violent fluctuations of soul power, wisps of blue soul power condensed. The palm of her hand, her jade hand, instantly seemed to turn into blue ice crystals flashing with fluorescent light, and the surrounding airflow suddenly entered a solid state. The frozen soul skill is released instantly. Swish! The freezing cold current quickly condensed around Yan, Xiaoyu, and others. Haha, little trick. Yan looked disdainful. His top fire attribute was the water nemesis, and he was not afraid even if he was frozen. Xiaoyu, Hu Lina, and others did not have fire attribute, so they carefully chose to avoid. The soul power burst out from the solace of their feet, leaping high and escape from the cold frozen area. Shui Binger's soul control skill caused many teams to suffer heavy losses and had to guard against it. Hu Lina's agility was slightly better than that of Xiaoyu and she easily avoided it. Xiaoyu and Yan were not as agile as Hu Lina, but they were both 50-level soul kings, so they didn't pay much attention to the soul skills of Shui Binger, the 49th level soul sect. After all, the absolute strength is there, and all attributes are much better than Shui Binger. Yan relied on his top-level flame attribute to protect himself, and had no intention of avoiding it. With a sarcastic smile on his lips, he stood with his head held high and let the freezing cold current instantly freeze him into ice, freezing him. Chapter 525. A terrifying bet. Yan felt that as long as the top flame attribute exploded, he could easily break the ice and show his power. Since the opposite party is full of young beauties with a huge gap in strength, Ziyu, as a strong-blooded man, will be somewhat attracted to them. He was especially fond of Swu with short hair, so he was not impatient and kept his elegant and relaxed posture to dodge, showing off his masculine charm. But he underestimated Shui Binger's freezing effect. The scope of the freezing cold current exceeded his expectation. When he jumped up, his toes were scratched by the freezing cold air. Although he dodged the ice, white frost instantly condensed on his toes, and the cold air was biting. Xiaoyu quickly used her soul power to force out the cold air. Suddenly, he felt vaguely that Shui Binger's soul skill was extremely unusual. His heart trembled, and he jumped into the air. Before he landed, he quickly reminded him, "Get out of the way quickly, don't be careless." But it was too late. The freezing cold current condensed instantly, and Yan was first sealed tightly in the ice, maintaining his disdainful smile. Another strong attack-type war soul sect from the Wuhandian Academy team was also unable to dodge and was frozen in ice. He was frozen on the field like a statue statue and lost the ability to move. Shui Binger became a blockbuster. The whole audience was stunned. Impossible! How could Shui Binger be so strong? Is it because of her extraordinary performance? Or, by the way, I thought she was level 46 before, but today her information shows level 49. Same goes for Shui Yuer. She was level 42 before, but today the data shows level 47. Many people can't understand. Lu Feng's face was calm and he didn't feel surprised at all, because it was he who made this change. In the small world of Lake of Life, among the several fairy grasses picked, 2 were suitable for Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Yesterday, Lu Feng fed them separately. Their soul power was upgraded several levels in a row. In addition to their overall attributes being greatly enhanced, their martial soul skill power, range, etc. were also greatly enhanced. Also, their ultimate ice attributes have been condensed and sublimated. Due to their in-depth exchanges with Lu Feng before, for some reason they obtained the ultimate ice attribute, and this ultimate ice attribute is very weak, just like Ma Hongzhen's ultimate fire attribute was so weak before. Of course, it's slightly better because they can control it and don't have random outbursts like Ma Hongzhen did back then. If Shui Binger and Shui Yuer's previous ultimate ice was called a faint ray, then after taking the grass jelly it can be called a condensed ray. In addition, there is another more surprising effect. Binger is great. Xiao Wu stood up and cheered for Shui Binger. They recently lived together in the Rose Hotel, had more contact, trained together, and became familiar with each other. Come on Binger! Ya Lingling, Zhu Zhuqing and others also cheered. The expression of that red-haired weirdo looked so annoying, Meng Yuren said. After saying this, many people looked at Yan, who was frozen in the transparent ice. He had red hair, a weird hairstyle, many red patches on his face, and an arrogant and disdainful smile. Xiao Wu nodded and said, "Yeah, I think that too. I want to beat him up just by looking at that expression." "What's his name?" "His name is Yan. He is one of the 3 geniuses of Wuhandian Academy. In their team, the single attack power of he is the strongest," Dugu Yan said. Now, Yan felt something was wrong. After being suddenly frozen, the cold air actually penetrated from the protective soul power, invaded the skin, and seeped into the meridian. In an instant, it seemed as if his blood was freezing. Could it be that it is the legendary ultimate ice? Definitely is. Otherwise, with his top fire attribute, he can restrain the water attribute. Only ultimate ice can counter-restrain his fire attribute in this way, and one must have the ultimate fire attribute to compete with the ultimate ice. His top flame attribute, if further sublimated, would be the ultimate fire, but this difference in sublimation makes the 2 attribute completely different. It's like the difference between a 99 level peerless Douluo and a 100 level god. Armor of lava. Yan silently recited the mantra, and the 5 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black on his body were spinning, and the second yellow soul ring lit up. Click. A red rock armor flowing with fire suddenly appeared on Yan's body, resisting the invasion of cold air. Using fire attribute soul power, you cannot break the ice seal. You can only use soul power, but the shattering power of this soul skill was actually not enough to break the ice. Yan was shocked, but all that changed was his eyes. His expression was still fixed with a disdainful smile, which looked extremely strange. He quickly used another soul skill with astonishing explosive power, Hell Magma Rush, to break through the ice. However, something happened that shocked him. His soul power was suppressed. Soul skills are prohibited. Unable to cast. Frozen actually has this effect. He was a 50 level soul king, but he couldn't break through a soul first soul skill. Yan complained endlessly. His expectation of breaking through the ice in an instant and showing off his might was shattered, and quite the opposite. He could only stare helplessly frozen on the field, unable to move, like a living specimen being displayed, or like a big popsicle being in the spotlight. I was so embarrassed. This is in Wuhan City, our own territory, a home battle with His Majesty the Pope and other big shots watching. He deeply regretted that he had been too careless. If he were cautious and didn't want to stand out, his agility would be more than enough to dodge the ice. Who would have thought that this was no ordinary ice, but the ultimate ice that could defeat his fire attribute? Now, he can only hope that his teammates will help him out after defeating the Tian Shui Academy team. Fortunately, it won't be long. With the strength of his teammate, even if he didn't take action, he could quickly crush the Tian Shui Academy team. Hu Lina's charming eyes revealed a red light. This is her second soul skill, an extremely powerful charm ability. The object of Hu Lina's confusion was Gu Qingbo, the fastest student in Tian Shui College. The martial soul of Gu Qingbo, agility attack type, is the blue swordfish. He can use the enhanced soul skills to fly at short distances at extremely high speed, and his speed soars. During Gu Qingbo's impact, an agility attack type from the Wuhandian team came to intercept him. She used this soul skill to fly up and over the opponent's head, and then dived diagonally towards Su Wei, the auxiliary soul master in the back row. Another offensive soul master came to help defend, but was accidentally frozen by Shui Binger's freezing soul skill. Shui Binger led the team calmly and calmly controlled the overall situation. While freezing two opponents, she also played an extremely exquisite coordination with her teammate. It actually made the Wuhandian Academy team a little confused. The audience was in an uproar. There were bursts of exclamation. Everyone was speechless and speechless. The person who had just said something like "an egg touches a stone" seemed to have been slapped in the face. The performance of Tianshui Academy was completely unexpected. Taking the lead in launching the attack and freezing the two of them, the agility attack Spirit Master was able to successfully break through the defense line and attack the back row. "How come I didn't realize before that Tianshui Academy still has such talent?" Bibi Dong said with approval in his eyes, self-mumbling. Chapter 526 Zhu Douluo questions. Hu Lina confronts Yan Shui. Binger's performance brought surprise to Bibi Dong. Since Tianshui Academy is also under the Merchant Alliance, Bibi Dong has no hostility towards the Tianshui Academy team. Just like Lu Feng said, it is a competition between ourselves. After Hu Lina dodged to avoid the ice, she immediately noticed that Gu Qingbo had found a gap in the defense and made a surprise attack on the rear. No matter what, auxiliary soul masters are the targets of important protection. Su Yu is a purely auxiliary soul master with weak attack and defense. It is difficult for him to withstand the continuous attacks of agility attack soul masters. Hu Lina couldn't let Gu Qingbo succeed. Quickly returned to defense. He ducked in front of Su Yu and used his soul skill to be charming. Gu Qingbo's surprise attack was about to succeed, and he was planning to attack with all his strength. No matter what the outcome, he would defeat everyone. Unexpectedly, Hu Lina's speed was much faster than she expected, and she came first and stood between her and Su Yu. As soon as the foxy soul skill came out, Gu Qingbo's eyes glazed over and he was directly charmed. In an instant, she seemed to be infatuated with Hu Lina in a very humble way. Hu Lina became her master, and she was Hu Lina's slave at will. "Stop! Don't move!" Hu Lina ordered. After landing, Gu Qingbo obeyed the instructions and stood upright in front of Hu Lina with all his guard down, his eyes full of infatuation. "That's good, hey!" The corner of Hu Lina's lips curled up with a charming smile. She raised her jade arm, rubbed her hands into a knife, and cut into Gu Qingbo's back. Gu Qingbo immediately fell unconscious and fell to the ground. The surprise attack failed. Lu Feng secretly cried out that it was a pity, but it was also expected. Senior sister Nana's strength was not something that Gu Qingbo could withstand, even though Gu Qingbo ate the soul power sacred fruit and absorbed 2 soul bone, and the soul skill of being charming can be used by both men and women, which is amazing. In terms of charm alone, Hu Lina is better than Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's charm can only work on men at present. What will happen in the future is unclear, as Xiao Wu is not fully mature yet. Xiao Wu's current charm is a cute and charming one, but Hu Lina has fully matured, and her charm is the ultimate charm of ecstasy, beauty, and disaster. She had suffered this trick before, and if she hadn't turned on the golden eyes of true vision at that time, she wouldn't have been able to withstand it, and she would have become a doll at her will. This is normal. Xiao Wu is a main attack and agility attack type soul master. She has extremely strong attack and defense. She also has unparalleled flexibility and physical skills. Charm is only her auxiliary skill. Hu Lina is a control type soul master with a special skill in charm. She has an extremely charming face, a pair of seductive peach blossom eyes, and a perfect hot body, which makes her naturally charming. She doesn't need to use any soul skills, just her smile can make many men fascinated. At this time, Hu Lina glanced at Lu Feng from afar, intentionally or unintentionally. It seems to be saying, "Husband, I listen to you. Be gentle with her. Just knock her out." Lu Feng could naturally understand the meaning of her gaze. Looking at Hu Lina's tender and ecstatic eyes, she felt a little relaxed and happy. Lu Feng winked at Hu Lina and reminded her not to be distracted. "Senior sister and wife, what I say is that everyone should take it easy and don't work too hard, but you can't be distracted either." He couldn't say this to Hu Lina. There is a rule in the competition that the teacher responsible for tactical guidance can only transmit his soul power to the members of his own team. If there are no such rules and everyone transmits messages randomly, it will become a serious interference and affect the order and fairness of the game. Hu Lina could not fully understand the meaning of Lu Feng's eyes for a while. She solved Gu Qingbo, and Xia Yu also defeated Yu Hero in one fell swoop without any effort. Looking back, it was the Wuhandian Academy team's turn to counterattack. Even if they were missing 2 members, they would definitely be invincible. Shui Binger was unexpectedly strong, but she was also unable to stand alone. At this time, a clear phoenix cry resounded throughout the entire place, drowning out all sounds. The huge soul power surged violently, and the violent airflow, carrying a chilling chill, swept across the entire place. The shadow of the ice phoenix martial spirit behind Shui Binger actually condensed into a huge blue ice phoenix, spread its wings and flew up, covering the sky and the sun. It was originally a scene where the sun was shining brightly, but in a blink of an eye, the sky was covered with dark blue cloud and crystal snowflake flashing blue fluorescent light were flying and falling down, which was spectacular and beautiful. This is the emergence of powerful soul skills that change the weather. The ultimate ice and snow. Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, and Shui Wu shouted at the same time. The three women holding each other's hands had their martial art fused together, turning into a dazzling blue-white light pillar, rushed into the clouds in the sky, erupting into layers of powerful fluctuation. The leader is Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, and Shui Wu, who simultaneously inject the power of the martial soul's origin and activate the three-person martial soul fusion technique. This is the more surprising effect Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er had after eating the grass jelly. Compared with normal two-person martial soul fusion skill, three-person martial soul fusion skills require more time to activate. It was also because the new soul skill was discovered yesterday and required the cooperation of three people, so they were not very skilled yet. If there is serious interference during the process, the martial soul fusion may fail. Therefore, Lu Feng's tactical arrangement was adjusted from the defensive counter-attack to a full-scale attack. The other four people took the initiative to attack the enemy's formation, using offense as defense to gain time for Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, and Shui Wu to activate their martial soul fusion skills. Otherwise, if the Wuhandian Academy team attack, it may be too late to activate the three-man Wuhan fusion skill. Now, at the same time as the snowflake fell, an extremely cold chill began to spread in the air, making people's skin frosty, their mobility reduced, and their soul power stagnated. The snowflakes falling outside the battle platform did not change, but the gently floating snowflakes falling inside the battle platform suddenly turned into a sharp rotation, turning into a terrifying giant whirlpool of ice and snow, sweeping towards Hulina, Xiaoyu, and others. Each time, a snowflake suddenly became as sharp as a sharp blade, launching a continuous cutting attack on them. After forming the fusion skills of the three martial arts, Shui Bing'er launched an attack directly. Looking at this scene, the audience excitement suddenly shone in their eyes. Martial soul fusion skills and very rare skills could make them feel excited if they could see them. Three martial souls are fused into one, and their soul power reaches the soul saint level, which is not bad. Poison Douluo couldn't help but praise. Ha ha ha, I saw the show. I didn't expect that the Tian Shui Academy team still hide such a powerful secret weapon. Longgong Meng Shu said happily. I've been hiding it for a long time. I didn't realize how calm these beautiful little girls are. Xiao Tianxiang said. It hasn't been hidden for long. The soul fusion skills of these three people were actually created by our alliance leader just yesterday for them. Lu Erlong said, his beautiful eyes locked on Lu Feng's angular profile. My lord leader, you are always amazing. Inadvertently, the Tian Shui Academy team has not been able to reach the finals in all previous elite competitions, and this time, with the help of Lu Feng, they not only entered the finals but also made a splash and shined. At this moment, the three people's martial soul fusion skills were successfully activated, and they were able to compete with the Wuhan Palace Academy team. In terms of momentum, they even surpassed the Wuhan Palace Academy team. The whole audience was shocked. Yesterday, the alliance leader created Xiao Tianxiang was done. It turns out that the leader of the alliance turned decay into magic. Meng Shu sighed. Sword Douluo also said with emotion, how did the leader create it? Immortal grass. Lu Erlong cherished the words like gold. These people were all elders of the Merchant Alliance and had lived together through life and death, so they could definitely be trusted. Lu Erlong did not hide anything, and Lu Feng also said that there was no need to hide the matter from them. Hearing this, the elders were relieved. Lu Feng also distributed fairy grass to the 7 main players of the Shrek Academy team and Lu Erlong, creating miracles. I see, haha, I have a share of the credit for that. Du Gabo raised his hand and smoothed his long beard with a smile on his face. The fairy grass Shui Bing'er eats is called Tianbing 9-leaf lotus, and the fairy grass Shui Yu'er eats is called Xian Shui Fimeng He. They are not produced in your medicinal garden but are collected by the leader of the alliance in the Star Do Forest. Lu Erlong said, the Star Do Forest also produces fairy grass? I've never heard of it. Du Gabo pondered for a moment and nodded. That's right. The Star Do Forest stretches thousands of miles, and no one has been able to fully explore it so far, even if there is fairy grass. Strange. Meng Shu sighed with a smile. I have been to the Star Do Forest hundreds of times, and at most I have only seen some magical grasses. The leader of the alliance picked the magical grasses the second time he went there. He was really lucky. Chapter 527 Conflict in the Pope's Palace. Only a few Merchant Alliance elders could talk and laugh happily. The entire audience was stunned and had not yet woken up from their shock. Not knowing the inside story, they had greetings and exclamation marks all over their head. The Tian Shui Academy team can fight like this, which is really beyond their ability. Interesting. Bibi Dong laughed in surprise, shook her head slightly, and locked her gaze with a bit of authority on Lu Feng. You brat, how dare you hide it from me? Let's see how I punish you tonight. Lu Feng felt the gaze from the female pope, and and the corner of his mouth twitched. He didn't raise his head and make eye contact with Bibi Dong. He couldn't make it too clear yesterday, otherwise it would be unfair to the very weak Tian Shui Academy team. If word gets out that the Wuhandian Academy team has taken the lead, it may be difficult for the Tian Shui Academy team to form the three-person Wuhan fusion skill. Today's battle will not be so exciting. The Tian Shui Academy team will lose the opportunity to practice in the competition. Hu Lina and Xiaoyu looked at each other in surprise. We now know why the Tian Shui Academy team took the initiative to launch an attack in the first place. I finally understood why Lu Feng insisted not to let the Wuhandian Academy team get away with it, but to take it easy on each other. It turns out he was thinking about them too. With the true strength shown by the Tian Shui Academy team now, if the Wuhandian Academy team fights to the death, even if they win, they may suffer heavy losses. Yan is the one with the strongest continuous attack power output in the team. Yan was too careless just now. Bound by ice, the Wuhandian Academy team lost one of its core players. Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, and Shui Wu combined into a three-person martial soul fusion technique. The combined soul power of the three of them combined, but the actual combat power far exceeded the combined strength of the three, soaring directly to the soul saint level. Moreover, it was an extremely large-scale attack, and the entire battlefield was covered by the blizzard when their martial soul fusion skills were activated. The giant whirlpool of ice and snow that quickly formed was even more frightening. Faced with a giant whirlpool of ice and snow, there is no other choice. Martial spirit fusion technique. Demon Hu Lina and Xiaoyu also used their ultimate move to overwhelm the opponent. The two brothers and sisters combined into a strange warrior with long flowing hair covered in black armor and holding a long scimitar in each hand. It looked like he could not tell the difference between male and female. On the surface, Wuhan fusion skills are dominated by Xiaoyu. In fact, Hu Lina is the main one who plays a role in the entire martial soul fusion technique. The demon master controls it and releases a red mist centered on itself. Within the control range of this skill, all opponent senses will be reduced by 50%, their soul power will be suppressed by 50%, and all actions will be sluggish by 50%. In addition to the three negative state, only Xiaoyu and Hu Lina can see in the red mist. It is difficult for outsiders to detect their traces using breath, soul power fluctuation, etc. The two brothers and sisters grew up together, practicing and training together. They have used this martial soul fusion technique countless times, and their tacit understanding is unparalleled. Therefore, the formation of demons only takes place in an instant. The red mist released by the demon spread quickly without being affected by air currents and winds. Shui Bing'er led the extreme wind and snow drifting, and the primary targets were Hu Lina and Ziyu. Yan was frozen, so there was no need to worry about it for the time being. The three core members of the Wuhandian Academy team are Hu Lina and Ziyu. Both of them have broken through to the Soul King level, and it is extremely difficult to deal with them alone, not to mention their martial soul fusion skills. If it can cause harm to their brothers and sisters and weaken their fighting power, the balance of the battle will be more balanced. Therefore, Shui Binger wanted to capture the thief and capture the king. Attack harder. Click on Hu Lina and Xiaoyu. Although it is an extremely large-scale attack, the strength of the attack depends on the degree of attack. In the center of the huge whirlpool of ice and snow that was swirling violently, the attack was the most destructive, and even the Soul Emperor could not withstand it. As soon as the demon appeared, the red mist quickly filled the air, and Shui Binger was immediately unable to lock onto her opponents and lose track of them. Shui Binger is the calmest in the team. She can grasp the situation at the beginning of the battle and adapt to changes during the battle, decisively adjusting the direction. The giant whirlpool of ice and snow rushed diagonally towards the middle of the red mist. The giant whirlpool of ice and snow has absorbing power and has a strong freezing effect. Within the range of its power, the opponent's movements are slowed down by 60%. In the ice and snow area formed by the entire battle platform, the opponent's movements are already slowed down by 60%. 20. In other words, even if Xiaoyu and Hu Lina were not attacked by the giant parallel whirlpool attack, their mobility would still be reduced by 20%. However, after merging into a demon, all attributes including speed are doubled, and the speed is slowed down by 20%, so the impact is not particularly big. Hu Lina and Xiaoyu hid in the red mist and nimbly avoided the scope of the giant ice and snow whirlpool without suffering any damage. However, Shui Binger seemed to have guessed the result. The direction of her attack was adjusted. A giant vortex of ice and snow passed through the red mist, covering Su Yu, the auxiliary soul master in the back row. Su Yu came from the Su family of the Star Crown sect, but he was not a direct descendant of the Su family. What he awakened was not the Star Crown martial spirit, but the Golden Scepter martial spirit. He is qualified to be selected into the Wuhandian Academy team, and he is also a talented auxiliary soul master who is one of the best in 1,000. He escaped the surprise attack from the all-attack soul master Gu Qingbo, Kingbo, and just as he took a breath, Shui Bing'er launched another super powerful move. The red mist emanating from Yu Mei's body also affected Su Yu's vision. The ice and snow vortex disappeared into the red mist. The red mist acted as a barrier to hide the sound. The sound of the ice and snow vortex disappeared, and only the red mist could be seen churning and churning by the strong rotational force of the ice and snow vortex. Su Yu judged that his opponent was attacking Xiaoyu and Hu Lina, and the giant ice and snow whirlpool could not reach as far as he did, so he didn't take much precaution. Instead, he recited the mantra silently to apply soul skills with enhanced attributes to his teammate, and was always ready to treat Hu Lina, Xiaoyu, and other teammates who might be harmed. Right now, a giant whirlpool of ice and snow suddenly broke through the red mist, carrying a rumbling and harsh sound caused by space friction, and came towards me. Su Yu was startled and couldn't avoid it. No, Su Yu only had time to use an auxiliary soul skill randomly before his whole body was submerged in the center of the ice and snow whirlpool. The powerful pulling and tearing force, coupled with countless snowflake that looked like sharp blade, caused continuous cutting attacks on him. 60% plus 20%, a total of 80% load down, making it difficult for him to move even an inch, and he was almost frozen on the spot. Tisk tisk tisk. Su Yu's soul shield was instantly shattered, and dense cracks were cut out of his battle clothes. After a few breaths, the whirlpool of ice and snow disappeared. Su Yu fell to the ground, passed out, and completely lost his fighting ability. Kill instantly with one hit. Not far away from Su Yu was Gu Qingbo, who was also in a coma. This was Shui Bing'er's mercy, otherwise this blow would have been enough to tear Su Yu into several pieces. The ice and snow drifting from the fusion of the two martial arts spirits was already very powerful. In addition, after Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu ate the fairy grass, their power increased several times, and there was also an additional snow dancer. Chapter 528 Bibi Dong's good intentions and Hu Lina's potential. The fusion skills of three people's martial arts are not just the combined effect of the three, but the enhancement of geometric multiples. Shui Bing'er has a pure and kind personality. Even if Lu Feng doesn't tell her to be merciful, she doesn't want to seriously hurt her opponent. Hu Lina, Ziyu, and others accepted this. Such a powerful attack only caused Su Yu to fall into coma and lose his fighting power, so Shui Bing'er stopped. Obviously, take it easy. Hu Lina and Xiaoyu saw that Su Yu could not be saved, so they were not idle. The demon walked through the red mist, maintaining extremely fast speed. Like a ghost, silently appeared behind Shen Liuyu. Shen Liuyu's senses were reduced by 50%, her soul power was suppressed by 50%, and all her actions were sluggish by 50%. By the time she sensed the enemy appearing behind her, it was already too late. Scimitar cut. Shit. Shen Liuyu's protective soul was torn apart. The demonic long legs swept out, and the wind howled. Boom. Shen Liuyu's body was swept away by the strong force and flew backward like a kite with a broken string, and fell outside the battle platform. If your body leaves the sidelines of the fighting stage, you will be disqualified from participating in the fighting. Therefore, although Shen Liuyu still has the strength to fight, she cannot re-enter the battle. This is why Hu Lina shows mercy. Otherwise, the demon's sharp scimitar would be slashed with all its strength, which would be enough to cause a fatal blow to Shen Liuyu. When the demon released the red mist, Lu Feng used his soul power to send a message and told Shen Liuyu and Chu Ruoshui to retreat. Their faint mission was accomplished, and there was no need for any more unnecessary losses. However, the red mist spread too quickly, and Hu Lina and Xiaoyu reacted extremely quickly. Shen Liuyu did not have time to escape and was trapped in the red mist. Chu Ruoshui was far away from the demon and successfully retreated behind Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu, and Shui Wu. At this time, Shui Bing'er decisively used the second-level attack of extreme ice and snow. The three of them simultaneously blessed the original power of the martial soul. Snowflakes are gathering. The body of the blue ice phoenix surged again, accompanied by a clearer phoenix cry. The huge blue ice phoenix, with a body length of more than 10 meters and a wingspan of more than 50 meters, flapped its giant wings and glided towards the enemy. Although the speed is not fast, every time it advances, the snowflake falling in the sky will make its body more solid and its power stronger. As time goes by, the power will become stronger and stronger, but it will also become more and more difficult to control. The huge energy tilted downward, and the warmth in the area where the huge phoenix passed by at low altitude dropped to an extremely terrifying level. Not only does it have a larger range and stronger attack power, but the freezing effect also increases significantly. Get out of the way. A disciple of Wuhandian Academy couldn't help but speak. Hiding like this, such a huge phoenix almost covers most of the battlefield. The fellow disciple on the side shook his head helplessly. The performance of Shui Bing'er, and Shui Wu can be described as shocking. Beyond all human beings, no one could have imagined before that the Tianshui Academy team could fight against the Wuhandian Academy team in such a situation. Not only only were they not wiped out in one wave, but with the fusion skills of the three martial art they were evenly matched and even more powerful. The Tian Shui Academy team continued to take the initiative to attack, while the Wuhandian Academy team fell into passivity. Ah, what a terrible attack! I feel so cold. If this continues, I will freeze to death. Summer turns to winter, and the three-person Tian Shui Academy team uses the second level of martial soul fusion skills attack and have an impact on the surrounding area. The temperature drops drastically. The ordinary people in the audience without soul protection huddled together, shivering from the cold, and their lips turned purple. The soul masters with low soul power also quickly used their soul power to drive away the cold. People close to the fighting platform had white frost condensing on their bodies and head. Inside and outside the battle platform, it was completely white at the moment. The leader, Shui Binger, is like a winter goddess controlling the ice, snow, and temperature of the entire venue. And in the battle arena, those who are within the attack range of the huge blue ice phoenix will naturally feel it countless times more obvious. Even Gu Yuina and Xiaoyu couldn't completely avoid such a large-scale attack. A super wide-range indiscriminate attack is the nemesis of red mist. The huge blue ice phoenix spread its wings, almost covering the red mist. Almost, not all. There is still a small space for the demon to move and hide, but other teammates were not so lucky. Boom! The huge gliding ice phoenix collided with Yan, causing a big explosion with extremely terrifying power. As time went by, the cold air weakened and the ice around Yan's body became loose and cracked. It didn't take long for Yan to escape and join the battle. After being hit by the giant ice phoenix, the huge soul power exploded violently on Yan, destroying his lava armor in an instant. Yan's body suddenly suffered severe injuries. Red blood gushed out from the mouth and nose. It may be that under the terrifying cold current of hundreds of degrees below zero, the ice not only did not thaw but also thickened and strengthened instantly. Therefore, Yan's expression remained frozen, maintaining his original disdainful smile. There was fear in his eyes. There was a disdainful smile on his face. The blood that gurgled from the corners of his mouth and nostrils was frozen instantly. The bright red color of the blood was very eye-catching among the transparent ice and white frost and snow. All these make Yan's expression at this moment look extremely weird and ridiculous. Many people pointed at Yan and laughed. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong laughed the loudest, unscrupulously and without giving any face. Yan wants to cry but has no tears. The clown is actually himself. The huge ice phoenix did not stop flying because it hit Yan. It continued to glide forward unstoppably. Boom! Hitting another attack-type soul master who was frozen in ice. There was another big explosion. The ice phoenix is still unabated, and as the snowflakes continue to add, the ice phoenix becomes more solid and its power continues to increase. I'll fight. A powerful attack spirit master wanted to sacrifice his life to resist the ice phoenix. It's not necessary, just get down and dodge, the demon said in a weird voice. In fact, it was Hulina who was directing. The two teammates heard the word, obeyed the instructions, and lay on the ground. The ice phoenix passed over their head. Click, click, click. Under extreme cold, everything is frozen. Two members of the Wuhandian Academy team became ice sculptures. Since it was not a direct impact, they were not injured, but they were completely incapacitated and unable to use soul skills. Many spectators looked shocked and couldn't help but stand up and look up. No way. There are only 2 people left in the Wuhandian Academy team, and there are 4 people in the Tian Shui Academy team. How could this happen? If this continues, the Tian Shui Academy team is really likely to make a comeback. This Tian Shui Academy team is really likely to make a comeback. The team is too strong. Do you want to be a dark horse? Impossible. The 2 core members of the golden generation of the Wuhandian Academy team are still there. The terrifying power of their Wuhan fusion skill has not yet been fully demonstrated. Tian Shui Academy not an opponent, but Shui Binger and the others use 3 soul fusion skills to attack again. That's hard to say, but to maintain such a large-scale attack in the entire blizzard state, the soul power will inevitably be lost. It's huge. It should be difficult for a third wave of attack. Chapter 529. A battle with a huge disparity. Playing cards that don't follow common sense. To this day, Dai Mubai still clearly remembers that when he watched Yu Xiaogang eat shit and laughed and said it tasted so delicious, it made him vomit twice. Thinking about it now makes his stomach churn. Since then, Yu Xiaogang disappeared. I heard that I went to the killing city. Now it seems that the rumors are true, but I didn't expect that when I saw him today he would become so powerful. Teacher, Tang San shouted in surprise. At the most critical moment, Teacher Yu Xiaogang saved him. Yu Xiaogang said with a gloomy face, Tang San, I am very disappointed with you. It has been 2 years, but your soul power has only improved so much, and after entering the killing city you can't survive more than 3 days. Teacher, it's Dai Mubai caused me to be like this. Tang San defended. Shut up. Passing the responsibility to others is a sign of cowardice. Yu Xiaogang reprimanded sternly. Yes, teacher. Tang San did not dare to say any more. more. Tang San and Dai Mubai both felt that Yu Xiaogong's whole person had changed, completely opposite to the gentle and elegant person before. Now Yu Xiaogang is sharp, cold and irritable, and he also exudes a cold and ferocious aura. Yu Xiaogong's eyes were now blood red, and between the opening and closing of his eyelid there was a sharp and cold-blooded light like a poisonous snake. "You guys get out of here," Yu Xiaogang said to the two strong men who wanted to eat Tang San by force. The two strong men quickly got up, lifted up their pan, and ran away as if they had received an amnesty. "Teacher, kill them quickly, don't let them go, they are treating me," Tang San shouted. Tang San had never encountered such a shame. It was such a humiliation that I wanted to tear these two strong men into pieces. If you want to kill them, you have to do it yourself, but you may be too late. They signed up for tomorrow's killing field duel, and they may not survive tomorrow. After Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, he raised his head and fixed his gaze on Dai Mubai on the roof, said in a cold voice, "Dai Mubai, come out too. Do you still want to hide in front of me?" When Dai Mubai heard that Yu Xiaogang revealed his existence, he could only walk out angrily and jump off the roof, saluted Yu Xiaogang and said, "Teacher Xiaogang." Yu Xiaogang nodded and said, "I knew it as soon as you entered the killing city. The reason why I didn't show up to see you was because I wanted to take a look at you. Your performance in the killing city was slightly better than Tang San's." After hearing this, Tang San and Dai Mubai realized that Yu Xiaogang had been silently watching them from behind. "Teacher, they did that to me just now. Why did you just take action now?" Tang San was very depressed. Although he was not driven straight in by the strong man, he was touched wherever he should touch. A great shame and humiliation has been caused, but the last step has not been taken yet. For Tang San, this was the greatest pain in his life, and this kind of psychological shadow might never be eliminated in his lifetime. Yu Xiaogang remained expressionless. "I originally planned to wait for them to finish their work before coming out to see you, but considering that you are still young, I was afraid that your spirit would be destroyed and there would be no way to save you. If you don't taste the ultimate power here, how can you achieve the ultimate improvement in pain? What you have experienced, the teacher has experienced, and it is 100 times more painful than what you just experienced." The corners of Yu Xiaogong's eyes twitched, seeming to bring back extremely painful memories. He slowed down and said, "But these pains will eventually turn into strength and become the strongest driving force for growth." Tang San and Dai Mubai heard the implication of Yu Xiaogong's words, secretly sucked in a breath of cold air, and endured. They couldn't help but glance at each other, and then glare at each other fiercely. Their expressions were not very natural, because from Yu Xiaogong's words, I heard that Yu Xiaogang also experienced the same thing as Tang San, and those perpetrators succeeded in Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang suffered extreme pain both physically and mentally. It was probably because of such a stimulation that things would turn to their extreme, breaking through the limitations of his soul power, and then he became as powerful as he is now. But is this price really worth it? How to face yourself in the future? But considering that Yu Xiaogang ate his own shit, he probably wouldn't be able to face himself for a long time. Dai Mubai's chrysanthemums tightened and he thought to himself, it's okay not to have such motivation. "Teacher, what level is your soul power now?" Tang San asked. "Level 69, Soul Emperor," Yu Xiaogang said proudly. "What?" Dai Mubai was stunned. "No way, teacher. In 2 years, not only did your soul power break through level 29, but you also increased it by 40 levels. How is this possible?" Tang San was also confused. They were dumbfounded with shock. Is this motivation so powerful? Such an improvement is simply terrifying. Of course, there are examples of rapid improvement outside. Lu Feng had only been promoted to Soul King in just over 2 years without soul power, improved more than 50 levels in more than 2 years. The difference is that there is a huge difference in difficulty between leveling up before level 50 and leveling up after level 50. Therefore, Yu Xiaogong's soul power improvement is more powerful than Lu Feng's. To tell you the truth, I am able to achieve what I am today thanks to the support of the Lord, Yu Xiaogang said. The Lord he was talking about was the King of Slaughter, the Lord of the Slaughter City. Here, the King of Slaughter is a godlike existence. It is very simple for him to want to support someone, but it also depends on Yu Xiaogang being cruel enough to himself. In the past 2 years, Yu Xiaogang not only practiced as an evil soul master and continued to devour other people's soul power, but also continued to drink Huangquandu. He took a shortcut on both fronts and gained the soul power he has now. But the price paid is very high. The last bit of humanity in him has been wiped out, and all that is left in his heart is killing, revenge, and profit. He has gradually become a killing machine, a pawn of the king of killing, and has long lost himself. So Tang San and Dai Mubai would feel that he had become another person. Yu Xiaogang now drinks a cup of Huangquandu every day to suppress the extreme mania and violence in his heart in order to stay awake. Once the supply of Huangquanlu is cut off, he will soon become an unconscious walking zombie that madly attacks and kills any target. Teacher, the lord you are talking about is? Tang San asked curiously. You don't need to know now, just practice hard, but I can tell you that the lord will give you certain preferential treatment, for example provide you with Huang Quan Du for free. Come with me. After Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, he turned around and left. Teacher Xiaogang, what about me? Dai Mubai had expectations in his eyes. In this terrible and filthy underground world, it would be much better if someone protected you. You can only rely on yourself, Yu Xiaogang said without looking back. The implication is that he will not give Dai Mubai any help and will let Dai Mubai fend for himself. Dai Mubai, what you gave me today, I will remember this debt clearly and I will definitely repay you in the future. Tang San sneered at Dai Mubai, followed Yu Xiaogang and disappeared into the alley. Tang San was a man who was bound to take revenge. Today he was blocked by Dai Mubai and fell into the arms of two strong men, which has caused irreparable shadows and pain. With such hatred he would definitely want revenge. Chapter 530 Shui Binger became a blockbuster and Gu Qingbo broke through the defense line. At this moment, in a dark and majestic hall in the Killing City, the King of Slaughter is sitting on the throne. The haggard hand with long fingernails waved casually and the illusory image that appeared in front of him disappeared. That illusory image was exactly the meeting between Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. This is the secret spying skill of the Slaughter King. Although he is in the hall, he can clearly see what is happening outside. GG. The Slaughter King's smile made his ferocious face even more ferocious. It's getting more and more lively. Well, here comes another prince and a descendant of the Clear Skyhammer martial spirit, which is a bit interesting. Shui Bang, who was standing below, said, the Lord has stipulated that all successors of the Clear Skyhammer spirit should be given preferential treatment. Could it be that the Lord and the Clear Sky sect have a connection? Is there a connection? The King of Slaughter raised his hand and touched it. He touched his head with a puzzled look in his eyes. He couldn't figure it out himself, but he has an inexplicable fondness for the soul master of the Clear Skyhammer spirit. Therefore, he stipulated that whenever a Clear Skyhammer soul master enters the Killing City, he must be given preferential treatment. He still remembered that many years ago there was a successor of the Clear Skyhammer martial spirit named Tang Hao who had quite good cultivation talent. Without his preferential treatment, he probably would not have been able to obtain the Killing God realm and leave the Killing City alive. It's a pity that the Clear Sky sect is extinct. This Tang San is the only successor of the Clear Skyhammer spirit, Shui Beng said. Upon hearing this, the King of Slaughter suddenly held his head with both hands, looked up to the sky and roared, "Ah, it hurt, my head hurt, it hurt." Shut up. If you say such words again, your body and soul will be torn apart immediately. Spiritual statue of the King of Slaughter. It was a huge shock and I felt an unbearable headache for no reason. He himself didn't know why he was in such a situation. As soon as he heard that the Haoshan sect was destroyed, not only did I have a splitting headache, but I also felt inexplicably extremely sad, angry and manic. I made a mistake. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Shui Beng shivered with fear and quickly knelt down, not daring to express his anger. He didn't understand why mentioning this sentence would cause such a big reaction from the King of Slaughter. He just wanted to please the King of Slaughter. Through Yu Xiaogang's help, he was summoned by the King of Slaughter. His martial soul was very weak, but he saw that Yu Xiaogang, who was originally weaker than his martial soul, got a great opportunity. His martial soul evolved and his soul power soared, actually became a strong man. He was extremely envious and had hope in his heart. This miraculous trial site really had a chance to turn around. In this paradise of sin, he had to survive first, and he immediately wanted to hug his thigh. But this thigh is not so easy to hold. As a prince, he would swear to serve the King of Slaughter. Yu Xiaogang had some agenda because Shui Beng had the blood of a core member of the royal family, so he gave him some protection. Yu Xiaogang once asked him what he would do if one day the King of Slaughter led the evil legion of the Slaughter City to attack Tiandu City and help him regain the throne. Shui Beng told Yu Xiaogang that when the time comes, he will definitely make Yu Xiaogang king, give a large territory as a fief and share the country, and whatever the King of Slaughter wants, he gives it to him and takes whatever he wants. For Shui Beng, he has nothing now and is desperate. This kind of empty promise will not cause any loss to him, and if one day he can regain the throne, what's the big deal in giving them these? No matter what, it's all for him. There is no loss in blood. Wuhan City, Rose Hotel. This is the top hotel in Wuhan City, bar none. However, this hotel has recently refused visitors and only entertains the academy teams under the Merchant Alliance, such as Team Shrek and Team Tian Shui. Wuhan Palace provides accommodation for various academy teams, but the treatment is much worse than that of Rose Hotel, and being concentrated in one place makes it easier to protect. All team members are the most potential genius soul masters of the Merchant Alliance and are the future of the Merchant Alliance. We had to prevent Tang Hao from taking action on the future of the Merchant Alliance. Within a kilometer radius of the Rose Hotel, pencil. There are layers of eyeliners. There are also powerful businessmen in the hotel, including Sword Douluo, Poison Douluo, Dragon Lord and Snake Woman, as well as Ning Fengzi and Bone Douluo. With such a strong lineup, no matter how powerful Tang Hao was, he would not dare to attack at will. All the people in the business alliance are on alert and will not let go of any suspicious characters. Now, in the top floor luxury suite, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing were chatting. Why hasn't our husband come back yet? Xiao Wu was a little impatient in waiting and slightly pursed her red lips. Xiao Wu, don't worry, our husband is discussing things with the elders. Why don't you practice first? Zhu Zhuqing comforted her. I'm not in the mood to practice now. Xiao Wu shook her head. Tang Hao will come to assassinate him at any time. I'm very worried. I really hope that I can become very strong and be able to protect my husband. This is what Lu Feng is worried about. Once Xiao Wu knew that he was the leader of the Merchant Alliance, she would be overly worried and it might affect her cultivation. But Lu Feng felt that he had to tell them the truth now. Otherwise it would be a bit unfair to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Therefore, Lu Feng came back from Wuhan Palace. He revealed his identity as alliance leader to Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing and Ye Lingling, who were unaware of this situation. This information shocked them so much that they were speechless for a long time. In their heart, Lu Feng, at his age, became the leader representative of the Merchant Alliance, and his position was above the elders of the Merchant Alliance, which was beyond imagination. I never expected that Lu Feng would be the leader of the Merchant Alliance, the leader of the two kings. Lu Feng knew that it would be difficult for them to accept it all at once. They need to be given time to digest. Therefore, Lu Feng first summoned several elders from the Merchant Alliance in Wuhan City, as well as Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong, to discuss together how to deal with Tang Hao. After Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing cleared their thought, they all understood why Lu Feng didn't tell them in advance. The less people know about this, the better. People who know are actually taking responsibility and are a little more dangerous. Lu Feng did this to protect himself and them. Xiao Wu thought more deeply and felt that Lu Feng might be telling them his true identity now because he was afraid of anything unexpected happening, because Lu Feng promised the whole world that he would show up publicly in Wuhan City. In this way he would become an obvious target and exposed to Tang Hao's assassination. So Xiao Wu was very worried. If she had the power of a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, she might be able to help Lu Feng. But now she is just a soul sect, and it is not enough to fill the gap between Tang Hao's teeth. Instead, she has become a drag. Our husband's move is risky, but we should trust him. Zhu Zhuqing Xin Li was also worried, but had the same confidence in Lu Feng as before. Yes, we should believe him. Zhu Zhuqing, who was standing by the window observing the situation outside, said this, but there was a trace of uneasiness in her watery peach blossom eyes. Chapter 531 Three People's Martial Soul Fusion Skills. It was Lu Feng who said it. No wonder, but if you can understand the truth deeply, you will make great progress. Ning Fengzi understood why her daughter suddenly had such business talent, was close to Zhu Zheqi, and had been with Lu Feng for a long time. Triggered subtly. Dad, have you agreed? Ning Rongrong asked. Promise. Of course I agree. If the alliance leader has such a need, even if the Kaibao Glaze sect loses profit, we will try our best to help. Ning Fengzi knew in his heart that wealth is never as important as his own strength. With the help of Lu Feng, Ning Rongrong's soul power grew at an astonishing speed, far exceeding what he had been back then. The most commendable thing is that Lu Feng allowed Ning Rongrong's martial soul to evolve into the 9 treasure glazed pagoda. For hundreds of years, the Ning family has finally, there is someone who has the qualifications to reach the top. Based on this alone, Ning Fengzi will definitely help Lu Feng with all his strength. Great, it's best not to need it, but anyway, even if you lose, you don't have to worry. Ning Rongrong was very happy to help solve Lu Feng's possible worries. Lu Feng himself never thought about such worries, but no matter what, this is Ning Rongrong's love for Lu Feng. When you truly love someone, you always want to sacrifice for them. Lu Feng heard the thoughts of the father and daughter. Listen not with your ears, but with your spirit. It wasn't that he eavesdropped on purpose, it was because he was wandering by and saw Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong chatting, so he came to take a look. Lu Feng had just been practicing, and his mental power had reached the highest level. Traveling in the spirit, he can use pure mental power to condense a superego that can go up to heaven and earth and wander around. The superego in fugue does not use physical eyes and ears, but you can hear subtle sounds that are invisible to the naked eye, and you can see the essence of objects that are invisible to the ears, without being noticed by anyone. Even Sword Douluo couldn't notice his arrival. Moreover, fugue can shrink the ground to an inch and reach the place where he wants to go in an instant with one step of 10,000 meters. As mental power improves, it will be possible to reach tens of thousands of miles in one step in the future, or even reach distances beyond imagination. The superego condensed with your spiritual power is not hindered by any object and is not affected by temperature and environment. It can travel through underground soil, rock, and lava without any problem. You can walk above the clouds without flying. Martial art. Currently, the range within which he can travel freely is to perceive the distance of plant, which is approximately 20,000 meters in radius. In other words, if Lu Feng wants to visit any place within a radius of 20,000 meters, he only needs to enter the fugue state and reach there immediately with a thought. You can go 20,000 meters away, just not as comfortable anymore. It cannot arrive in an instant but has to wander all the way there, and it will take more time to return to the physical body. Mental power is one of the attributes of the body, and its strength is affected by soul power. Theoretically, the higher the soul power, the stronger the mental power. If Qian Daoliu knew that Lu Feng's mental power had reached the state of fugue, and that he could flash freely within a radius of 20,000 meters from the beginning, he would be extremely shocked. You must know that Qian Daoliu reached level 99 and concentrated on cultivating his spiritual power for several years before he broke through to the realm of fugue. At that time, he could only flash freely within a radius of several kilometers. Lu Feng was very moved when he heard the conversation between Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengzi. He did not stay long, and the next moment the superego returned to the physical body. Using fugue requires a certain amount of soul power. For tomorrow's battle, we must maintain sufficient soul power. When you use fugue for the first time, it feels like entering a whole new world, which feels extremely wonderful and exciting. But don't play too high, which will cause too much soul power loss and increase the variables in tomorrow's battle. The 200 million bet was mentioned casually, but in his heart he was extremely serious and cautious about tomorrow's battle. Never allow in case of failure to happen. People around him were silently supporting him and not allowing him to be disturbed in any way. The most clingy Ning Rongrong and the carefree Xiao Wu didn't come to him. Zhu Yan, Meng Yuran, Shui Binger, and Shui Wu discussed with each other the martial soul fusion technique. Zhu Yan sent an elite scout team of the Netherworld Civet family to come to Wuhan City to provide assistance and put them in charge of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing. Lu Erlong took over all the affairs of the Merchant Alliance in Wuhan City, handling every detail personally, including sending forces to participate in the defense of Wuhan Palace. More than a dozen of them were elites of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, all of whom were in Seoul City, above the Emperor. After Yu Yuanzhen became the elder of the Merchant Alliance, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family officially affiliated to the Merchant Alliance. It was natural for Lu Erlong to mobilize the power of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family to serve the Merchant Alliance. At this time, Lu Erlong appeared in the Pope's palace on behalf of Lu Feng. Under the somewhat commanding gaze of female Pope Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong faced it calmly. "I have seen His Majesty the Pope." Lu Erlong bowed slightly and saluted. "Lu Erlong, why don't you kneel down when you see His Majesty the Pope?" Salas, the Bishop of Wuhan Palace, saw that Lu Erlong was only at the contra level, so he subconsciously wanted to pressure him. Presumptuous. Bibi Dong glared at Salas in displeasure and said, "Sect leader Lu is the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family and an elder of the Merchant Alliance. He is here to represent the Merchant Alliance, so there is no need to follow those customary etiquette." "Salas, get out!" Bishop Salas did not expect Bibi Dong to think so highly of Lu Erlong, so he could only bow down and bow down, then left the Pope's palace angrily. "Sect Master Lu, please forgive me for my indifference." Bibi Dong's gaze returned to Lu Erlong, losing his authority and putting on a kind smile. "We are all sisters from now on, so we need to handle the relationship well. Give me a seat." Bibi Dong gave him preferential treatment. Lu Feng came and didn't offer a seat. That was because Lu Feng came as Bibi Dong's direct disciple. Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and others were also there at that time. When she met Lu Feng alone, Lu Feng had even sat on her papal throne. Moreover, it was Bibi Dong who forcibly pressed Lu Feng on the papal throne for the convenience of kissing hot. "Thank you, His Majesty the Pope." Lu Erlong was neither humble nor overbearing. He did not refuse and sat on the chair brought by Hu Lina. Next, the secret discussion began. "Let's talk about defense issues. There are 3 soul saints in the city in a row, and 1 soul Douluo is missing." Lu Erlong frowned slightly when he heard the statistics reported by Hu Lina. "Yes, some of them drank at night and disappeared on the way back in the middle of the night. Some of them lived alone in tents and found that they were missing the next day, but no bodies were found." Hu Lina said, "Could it be Tang Hao?" Lu Erlong's intuition was related to Tang Hao, because he also died without seeing his body. "That's right, Tang Hao is here." Bibi Dongfeng's eyes turned cold with a flash of fear, because she thought of something terrible. She had visited the tent where the sanctuary of lost souls was located, and there was no trace left, but there was a familiar and fearful feeling floating in the air. Cold, vicious, extremely evil. It shows that it is related to the Rakshasa god. From Tang Hao's escape, he was killed, his body was not found, and everything that happened in the past 2 days, the clues were connected. Bibi Dong judged, not only Tang Hao is here, the Rakshasa god is also here. Chapter 500 132 Shui Bingers Strength Martial Soul Fusion Skills Duel. Bibi Dong accurately guessed that it was the Rakshasa god who found Tang Hao, used the power of God to help Tang Hao escape from trouble, and devoured by his soul and power. 3 soul saints are missing in Wuhan City, and even a powerful soul Douluo is missing. That means something extremely terrible is happening quietly. Tang Hao begins the 9th test of Rakshasa god. In other words, Tang Hao's current soul power, like hers before, has reached level 99 as a peerless Douluo and a demigod. Due to the influence of the 9th test, her soul power has been temporarily suppressed to level 98. But the difference is, Tang Hao has completely accepted the 9th test of Rakshasa god, and may be only one step away from becoming a god. After completely accepting the 9th test of the Rakshasa god, one's mind will fall into extreme evil. The seeds of evil in the heart have grown into a towering tree, which is irreversible. Tang Hao probably doesn't want to do it either. Qian Rongxiu had hinted that if Tang Hao was too powerful, Qian Daoliu would help. But if Tang Hao has the aura of Rakshasa god in him, Qian Daoliu may not dare to intervene. Just like Qian Daoliu didn't dare to touch her when she had the aura of Rakshasa god in her body. Now she has changed into the inheritance of the god of light. Change the inheritance of God. If there is gain, there will be loss. Some of the things previously given by the Rakshasa god were lost. The power of soul skills decreases. His attributes are reduced. His soul power also dropped to level 98. It's a real reduction, not a suppression at level 98. If you don't get a great opportunity, it will take a long time to slowly recover to level 99. And this she did willingly. She knew the consequences. It was for a better self that she gave up without hesitation. However, she didn't know at the time that there would be a variable like Tang Hao. If she had known, she would have postponed the time to change the inheritance of God, because she didn't want Lu Feng to take risk. Now I know that Tang Hao is more powerful than expected. Bibi Dong decided to bear all this for Lu Feng and not tell him about it for the time being. The next day, 2 games over. Next game, it is the much anticipated showdown between the Kamikaze team and the Shrek team. The first 2 games were also finals, but compared to this highlight, they were just warm-up games. What everyone is looking forward to most is that the traces left by the previous game will be quickly cleared up. As the referee gives instruction, the main event is about to begin. 2 teams enter, just like the rumors said. On one side is the full main lineup of 7 Kamikaze Sentai. There was only Lu Feng on one side. Tens of thousands of spectators were already excited, and their shouts and applause converged into waves of roaring noise. In contrast, there were more cheers for Lu Feng. After all, his fame was there, and there were many people in the business alliance at the scene. There are also many people cheering for the new Kamikaze Sentai because some people are betting on them. In the peripheral gambling game, the number of bets on Lu Feng was slightly less than that on Kamikaze. The majority of people bet on Kamikaze Sentai. Lu Feng is so famous that he has almost become a legend among the younger generation of soul masters. Big bosses like Ning Fengzi have said that Lu Feng should suppress his contemporaries, but Ning Fengzi is Lu Feng's prospective father-in-law, so it's normal for him to prefer Lu Feng. As for the news that Lu Feng killed the Soul Saint, it was also reported by people in the Merchant Alliance. They were all his own people. Some people felt that the credibility was compromised. They speculated that it might be to enhance the reputation of the leader of the Merchant Alliance. It is suspected of being a whitewash. After all, Lu Feng was only at the 49th level of the Soul Sect at that time, and he was too young. It's unbelievable to be able to kill a Contra alone. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, it would be unbelievable. Since the final, the new Kamikaze team has swept all the way, and its strong performance is in front of everyone, and there is no doubt about it. Plus the stimulation of 200 million gold soul coin. Many people believe that the new Kamikaze team will perform exceptionally well and will fight tooth and nail to defeat Lu Feng. Therefore, those people ended up betting on the new Kamikaze Sentai. Betting a little more can not only make up for the cost of expensive ticket but also make money. Of course, it is also because of the internal regulations of the Merchant Alliance that members of the Merchant Alliance are prohibited from betting on the outside. Wuhan Palace, as the organizer, does not allow internal members to bet. If people from the Merchant Alliance and Spirit Hall members were involved, the amount of money betting on Lu Feng might exceed the Kamikaze team several times. Even so, Lu Feng is not far behind with his prestige and fan support. The Earl's daughter Ophia, as a fan of Lu Feng, invested 10,000 gold soul coins in Lu Feng. Lu Feng is more handsome than I thought. Come on, I support you. It's over. It's over. The first time I saw you, you stole my heart. Lu Feng, I love you. Lu Feng said with one person faced a 7-man team, but he stood calmly and fearlessly on the field. His clothes were flying, his handsomeness was unparalleled, and he perfectly displayed the temperament of a handsome young man. Many girls, including Ophia, had stars in their eyes and shouted in unison. Ophia had a row yesterday. The team waited for several hours hours to get a ticket. This was the first time she saw Lu Feng. She had only seen Lu Feng's portrait before. When she saw the real person today, she realized that the so-called handsome men she had seen before were just empty skins without the support of temperament. They were all empty. The temperament that Lu Feng naturally exudes is unparalleled, and many women are immediately obsessed with it. After seeing these shameless women, I don't even think you are a nymphomaniac. Shui Wu shook his head and sighed. I also think they screamed a little too crazy. Shui Binger laughed. How can you compare me with them? I'm not a nymphomaniac now. I only care about my husband, and all other men are out of my sight. Shui Yu said with a smile. Looking at what you said, it's because you got it. Sui curled her lips. Do you think so? I can help you. Shui Yu winked playfully at Shui Wu. I don't want it. Shui Wu was thin-skinned. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she refused to admit it in front of everyone. What did you say? What did you get? Shui Binger blinked her beautiful eyes but didn't understand. You've got our husband, Shui Yu said bluntly. You. Shui Wu couldn't stand being exposed in public. Don't talk nonsense. Shen Liu on the side chuckled and said, Shui Wu, your blushing face and your eyes have given you away. Gu Qingbo spread his hands and said, it's okay. Just say it out loud if you love me. Who doesn't love teacher Lu Feng? I admit that I'm in love with him too. I'll confess my love next time I get a chance. Gu Qingbo's frankness surprised the people around you. Shui Yunmei, the team leader of Tian Shui Academy, was dumbfounded and sighed in his heart. It seems that the entire Tian Shui Academy team will fall into Lu Feng's love network. As someone who has been there, how could she not see the little thoughts of these beautiful girls? Shui Yunmei supported them. At the same time, I also envy them. They could openly express their love for Lu Feng, but she could not. At least while she was married to Emperor Shui, yet she had to hide her feelings. Diagonally opposite the seats of the Tian Shui Academy team, there was a person who was also hiding his feelings. Tang Hao is hidden among the general audience. Chapter 533 The Unstoppable Second Level Attack. Tang Hao's face was gloomy, and his dark evil eyes stared coldly at Lu Feng. The hatred in my heart is growing infinitely. Seeing Lu Feng couldn't help but bring back painful memories from 2 years ago. It was precisely because of Lu Feng that he was defeated by Divine Sword Douluo Li Sun Huan with one move and was forced to peel off 3 inherited soul bones. He lost an arm and a leg. His soul power plummeted and he became a soul saint. The 100,000-year-old Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone also disappeared, was plundered and disgraced. The battle in Notting City was a major turning point in his fate. He had been hiding in the Holy Soul Village for more than 10 years and finally recovered from all his injuries, and his soul power had increased a lot, becoming stronger than when he fought Qian Sunji. At that time he was secretly observing and protecting his son Tang San. Tang San and Lu Feng made an appointment to fight at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. During the battle, Tang San was suppressed by Lu Feng and beaten violently. It's just that he won't choose to show up. When Lu Feng begins to reveal that he cheated on A Yin, he couldn't hold it in any longer. After thinking about it, he decided to show up in Notting City and announce to the world, I, Haoshan Douluo, am back. But as soon as he showed up and knocked back Lu Feng, Divine Sword Douluo appeared. Divine Sword Douluo defeated him overwhelmingly with just one strike, leaving no room for resistance. That terrifying little flying knife was still a lingering shadow in his heart, and if Lu Feng hadn't beaten Tang San violently and exposed his background, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to show up in anger. Therefore, Tang Hao believed that the culprit was Lu Feng, and now Lu Feng is the representative of the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Old and new hatreds surged into my heart. Tang Hao wanted to devour Lu Feng to relieve the hatred in his heart, but the real owner hasn't appeared yet, so he can't alert the enemy. After assassinating the Merchant Alliance leader and Bibi Dong, Lu Feng, the Little Soul King, can take care of them at any time. This time, with the full assistance of the Rakshasa god, he regenerated his arms and leg. After devouring the White Crane, he also devoured many powerful soul masters, absorbed better soul bone, and completed the 8 Rakshasa god tests in a short period of time, ranking 9. The exam also went smoothly. Absolute power better than before. Currently, his soul power has reached level 99 and he has the body of a demigod. Due to the 9th test, his soul power has been suppressed to level 98. However, he estimated that if he used the secret technique of using the Great Sumuru Hammer to explode the ring, the attack would be as powerful as level 99 or even stronger. The Business Alliance destroyed the Haoshan sect. He is bound to win the fate of the leader of the Business Alliance. Killing the leader of the Merchant Alliance is a direct attack on the vital point of the Merchant Alliance. Without a leader, the Merchant Alliance is in chaos and will be destroyed without attack, making it much easier to destroy. By killing Bibi Dong and devouring her soul power and soul, he can become a god in one step and no one in the world can match him. Then go back and deal with Divine Sword Douluo, etc. The Haoshan sect will regain its glory in his hands. The whole world will tremble at his feet. Tang Hao had a plan in mind. Compared to Tang Hao's gloominess, the eyes of Feng Feiyang, Huo Lai, Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wushuan, and their family members were full of fanaticism. Looking at Lu Feng was like looking at a shining golden mountain, like seeing them suddenly become a first-class family. They discussed for a long time yesterday and reached a consensus. As a result of victory, one family will be divided into 100 million gold soul coin. Originally, Feng Feiyang wanted to get more points and take away 120 million. The reason is that his son Feng Xiaotian is the strongest in the core fighting force, and there are more people participating in the Divine Wind Academy. Huo Lai firmly disagreed. The reason is that without the participation of Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, Shenfeng Academy would not be able to go this far. The two had a big fight over how to distribute the fruits of victory. For the sake of huge interest, Feng Xiaotian changed his attitude of being a dog licker and stood on his father's side. The reason why some people become dog lickers is because they are unable to win the favor of women, so they use such low-level techniques to please. But few people are willing to spend their entire lives being a dog licker, and skills are such a thing, not sincerely either. Generally, there are two situations where dog lickers will abandon their dog licking skills. One is gaining ability. Second, I got it. To some extent, Feng Xiaotian felt that he might have acquired abilities. Financial resources are a core ability to pick up girls. Once he wins a huge amount of money from Lu Feng, Feng Xiaotian will not have to worry about not having outstanding beauties around him. He can choose the kind of beauties he likes the most instead of Huo Wu, who is extremely arrogant, irritable, aggressive, and unruly. Thinking about it this way, the importance of Huo Wu in Feng Xiaoshan's mind was naturally greatly reduced. Therefore, Feng Xiaotian stood on his father's side. Huo Wu was so angry that he said on the spot that he would withdraw from the competition. Everyone knew that Huo Wu's strong temper was even worse than Huo Lai's. If he said he wanted to quit, he really wanted to quit. Feng Qingyang had no choice but to give in and agree to half of the family. Huo Wu was provoked by Feng Xiaotian. She didn't like Lu Feng and just wanted to beat him up. Add in the astronomical money factor. Let this battle become more complicated and its importance rise to the top. If you can win, the reward will be many times more generous than the championship reward. It's about the fate of the family, and the fate of the family is also her fate. How far you can go in cultivating the great Dao. Resources are very important. It is impossible to say that she is not moved, but Huo Wu still puts beating Lu Feng first. If you beat Lu Feng, you can get hundreds of millions of gold soul coins, so why not do it? The reason why they haven't won yet but everyone is quarreling over the distribution of bets is because they feel that they already have something in their pocket, including Huo Wu. They also think so. Now, Huo Wu glared at Lu Feng with flaming red contact lenses and was slightly distracted by his handsomeness and unparalleled temperament. Lu Feng stood on the field. His temperament completely changed. Seeing Lu Feng sitting in the seat from a distance of hundreds of meters and looking at him face to face at close range are completely different things. It would be a pity for such a handsome face to be swollen or damaged by me. Is he really as bad as Feng Xiaotian said? A question appeared in Huo Wu's mind. I'm Lu Feng. Please teach me. Lu Feng noticed Huo Wu's gaze. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He raised his hand and hooked his fingers. Come on, Miss Red Pepper. Come and beat me up. Huo Wu, after publicly provoking Lu Feng before, she got what she wanted. According to the agreement, the kamikaze team can attack first and Lu Feng will not fight back. Seeing Lu Feng calm and composed, he seemed not to take her seriously. He also described her as a red pepper. Huo Wu is tall and slender, likes to wear red clothes, and her hair color is also red. Overall, she does look a bit like a red pepper. Huo Wu sounded a little ironic. Her temper is much hotter than red pepper. Huo Wu was immediately angered. No matter what, we must defeat him. Make him look embarrassed to win his 200 million asset. Let's see if he dares to be so contemptuous. Huo Wu stamped his feet and said angrily, be respectful. My name is Huo Wu, not red chili pepper. You are asking us to give you a move, but I don't need you to give in. I won't take action. Chapter 534. Even though defeated, it's still glorious. Shui Binger. Actually, I am his girlfriend. Huo Wu really couldn't bear it. 7 against 1. Taking advantage of a huge advantage, he was already defeated, and now he had to take action first. Although she often had to risk her life for shocking huge bet, she could not overcome her proud heart. Huo Wu is irritable and unruly, but also upright and upright. He will not take action if he can't say it. He puts his hands behind his back and holds his head high, not to attack Lu Feng together with Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wushuan looked at each other. There was nothing they could do about it. He also guessed that Huo Wu's temperament would make him behave like this. Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wushuan no longer hesitated and took action directly. Open the martial spirit. Captain Feng Xiaotian gave the order. Except for Huo Wu, the other members of the kamikaze team released their martial spirit. The two-headed wolf spirit of Gale appeared behind Feng Xiaotian. The Gale two-headed wolf is a variant of the mid to to high-level martial spirit Gale Demon Wolf close to the top martial spirit with equal emphasis on strong attack and agility attack. 4 martial spirit Yellow, Purple and Purple rose from Feng Xiaoshan's feet. According to the information, he is a level 45 attack type fighting soul sect. At the gate of Tianshui Academy, he saw that Lu Feng was several years younger than him, but his strength was outrageous. After that, he also redoubled his efforts. Soul power accelerates and improves. In more than a year, it has been upgraded to 4 levels. Among his generation in Kamikaze Academy, he was far ahead, but he was still far behind Lu Feng, and he was getting further and further behind. When I first met Lu Feng was in his early 40s as a soul sect, and he was at the 40 level soul sect, which was not much different. Now, Lu Feng is already the 54th level soul king, and he is the 45th level soul sect. This astonishing gap made him unable to catch up. One can only look up. Fighting alone has no chance, only through the combined efforts of many people, so that his soul power and attack power attributes skyrocketed. Could there be any hope of winning? Possessed by 2 wolves, Feng Xiaotian immediately used his second soul skill. After being possessed by the martial spirit of the 2-headed wolf of Gale, a layer of faint green light erupted from the body. As the green light surged, Feng Xiaoshan's body changed significantly. With the crackling sound of bones like fried bean, the muscles and bones expanded at the same time, and the figure became obviously larger, and the long hair on the head was also rendered cyan, and on the left shoulder a ferocious wolf head appeared. Feng Xiaoshan's attributes were greatly enhanced, especially his speed and attack attribute. Hua Wushuan also released the one-horned fire Tyrannosaurus spirit. 4 soul rings of yellow, purple and violet rose under his feet. He was also immediately possessed by the martial spirit. The flames rising all over the body vaguely showed the shape of a dragon on the back. The body swelled in size, with a layer of hot dark red scales attached to the surface of the skin, and a short horn about 3 inches long protruded from the top of the head. This is his strongest attack form. Hua Wushuan dotes on his sister Hua Wu very much, but in fact he also has a strong personality. He is very confident in his own strength. In previous matches, he has the habit of persuading his opponents to admit defeat before the battle begins, but facing Lu Feng today, he couldn't feel confident. When Feng Xiaoshan's martial soul possessed him, he put his hands together in front of his chest, and dark red light surged out of his palm, instantly condensing into a palm-sized dark red ball of light. This is an attack skill. He can control the dark red light ball to shoot at the opponent. As for today's tactical arrangement, Hua Wu did not help Feng Xiaotian, so he could only assist. Hua Wushuan pushed with both hands, and the dark red ball of light flew toward Feng Xiaotian, bursting into blazing flame. But this flame did not burn Feng Xiaoshan's body, but merged into the flow of wind-attributed soul power circulating around Feng Xiaotian. This is a combination of skills they have developed. Feng Xiaoshan's attack adds fire damage, greatly increasing the destructive power of the attack. The Kamikaze team's formation today was quite unique, with a very rare lineup of 3 auxiliary spirit masters. Because there is only one opponent, they want to strengthen the core soul master of the main battle as much as possible. Therefore, more auxiliary soul masters were sent to enhance the various attributes of Feng Xiaotian and Hua Wushuan. Not all auxiliary soul masters can be as comprehensive as Ning Rongrong, covering almost all attribute support. General genius auxiliary soul masters have their own strengths. Some are good at increasing attack attribute, and some are good at increasing soul power or attack power. The Kamikaze team can take action first. The 3 auxiliary system soul masters don't have to worry about being attacked by the agility attack system. They can use their soul skills with confidence to fill up Feng Xiaoshan's buff status, and Lu Feng did not have an auxiliary soul master to increase his status. As one goes and the other goes, Feng Xiaotian quickly closes the gap in soul power with Lu Feng. Ouch! Feng Xiaotian, who transformed into a 2-headed wolf, looked up to the sky and howled wildly. Feel the abundant strength surging through your body, and your confidence will increase greatly. His current fighting power is comparable to that of the Soul King. Wind Wing. A pair of huge cyan wings stretched out from Feng Xiaoshan's back, temporarily gaining the ability to fly. He knew that Lu Feng's second martial spirit, Golden Winged Tianpeng, had the ability to fly. Now he also has the ability to fly. Even if Lu Feng flies into the sky, he can still attack him. Feng Xiaotian launched an attack. His body turned into a green light and rushed towards Lu Feng quickly. Before this, Hua Wushuan launched an offensive soul skill with the help of the wind attribute auxiliary soul master, and the surrounding air became violent. The fire attribute soul power around him instantly condensed, and a large fire dragon about several meters long flew towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng still stood motionless, looking at Feng Xiaotian with a half smile. I feel Feng Xiaoshan's power in my heart. Estimate your own tolerance. As for Hua Wushuan, he was just assisting. The purpose was to open up the situation and let Feng Xiaotian find flaws so that he could attack the weak weak point. Lu Feng released the martial spirit of the world tree, and the giant tree surrounded by stars appeared behind him. Almost at the same time, he raised one hand. A blue-gold soul shield gathered in front of him. Boom! Hua Wushuan's fire dragon hit the soul shield, making a violent explosion, and the blazing flames suddenly exploded like dazzling firework. In an instant, the sunlight was rendered fiery red, and a burning smell floated in the air. The battle platform shook slightly, showing how powerful Hua Wushuan's attack was with the blessing of the wind attribute. However, Lu Feng remained unmoved. Hua Wushuan's powerful fire attack had no impact on him, and he didn't even take a step back. Hua Wu's expression changed. He was so confident that he didn't scatter or dodge, and he didn't use soul skills. He only used his soul power to condense a shield and resisted his brother's strongest attack. He was completely fine. The moment Hua Wu's thoughts emerged, she saw Lu Feng actually blinked at her, a little frivolously. Damn it, how dare you tease me at this time? You think that being able to withstand my brother's attack means you are guaranteed to win? You are wrong. Hua Wu clenched her fist tightly and stared at Lu Feng unblinkingly. Anger seemed to well up from his eyes. She is proud and can't bear to be looked down upon by others. Lu Feng actually didn't despise her, but he had a little liking for her. Hua Wu has a somewhat annoying personality, but it is rare to be able to stick to his heart and not participate in attacks in the face of huge interest. No matter in the past life or in this life, there are really too few people who can withstand the test of huge interest. This is the same for men and women, not to mention 100 million gold soul coin. Many people can do anything even for 10,000 gold soul coin. Chapter 535 Business Genius Ning Rong Rong. Faced with the temptation of 100 million gold soul coin, Hua Wu still remained true to himself and refused to strike first. I have to say, this is quite cute. Suddenly, Qing Ying stood behind Lu Feng, and Feng Xiaotian appeared. According to the previous tactic, he would wait for Lu Feng to receive Hua Wushuan's attack, and then wait for the opportunity to launch a decisive blow. Sure enough, Lu Feng raised his soul shield, but his back was empty. Feng Xiaotian immediately grasped this flaw. Clang! From between the finger bones of Feng Xiaoshan's hands, 3 sharp blades about 1.5 feet long popped out. He moved his hands to the left and right, and a foot-long green light burst out from the 6 sharp blade. Lu Feng seemed unprepared. Feng Xiaoshan's attack speed is extremely fast. It was almost too late for Lu Feng to gather his soul power shield. Lu Feng turned around and crossed his arms. He actually had to use his body to block Feng Xiaoshan's soul attack. Seeing this, the crowd screamed, Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, Shui Wu, and others who had not fought against Lu Feng for more than a year also exclaimed and felt their hearts tighten. If it were any one of them, their physical body would definitely not be able to withstand Feng Xiaoshan's explosive attack, and they would be severely injured. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others who had sparred with Lu Feng yesterday rolled their eyes at the same time. There was no worry in their eyes. They just felt that Lu Feng was deliberately showing off his skills. Since learning the identity of Lu Feng's alliance leader, they hope that Lu Feng will hide deeper and retain more of his strength so that they can be safer. Feng Xiaoshan's fierce attack hit Lu Feng's arms firmly. Boom! There was another bang. Powerful soul power fluctuations detonated. Shock waves visible to the naked eye spread out, and strong winds swept towards the auditorium. The audience who bet on the Kamikaze Academy burst into cheers with excitement and joy on their faces. Lu Feng was too trusting, and he might have been injured under Feng Xiaoshan's unexpected and powerful attack, but quite the opposite of what they expected. Feng Xiaoshan's body felt like it was struck by lightning, and he flew backwards more than 10 meters. Seeing that he was about to fall embarrassingly, Feng Xiaotian flipped his body in the air and barely landed on his feet, but under the influence of the remaining force, the soles of Feng Xiaoshan's feet were still squeaking against the ground, and he slid back 2 or 3 meters before he stabilized his figure. A trace of blood was seen flowing out of the corner of his mouth. The whole audience was astonished. It was clearly Lu Feng who showed his flaw and blocked Feng Xiaoshan's powerful blow with only his physical body. However, Lu Feng still stood firmly on the spot, standing as tall as a mountain. On the contrary, Feng Xiaotian was ejected and even injured. It's incredible. Countless people were confused. Lu Feng did not take any action and stood still to let the opponent attack, but instead he injured Feng Xiaotian. The cheers of those who were betting on Feng Xiaotian suddenly stopped, and their smiles suddenly froze. They had heard that Lu Feng was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Even Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong looked at each other in surprise. After a few months, Lu Feng's physical defense was actually so strong. Ning Fengzi estimated that with his level 79 soul power, if he resisted Feng Xiaoshan's blow with his physical body, he might not be injured, but he would have to take a few steps back to remove the soul power impact. But it was definitely impossible to fly Feng Xiao into the sky and get injured. Ning Fengzi was completely relieved. Yesterday, he and his daughter Ning Rongrong were still thinking of backup plans plans for Lu Feng in case he lost. When I saw Lu Feng's strength today, I realized that all my worries were in vain. I finally understood that Lu Feng's casual remarks were indeed just casual remark. But Ning Fengzi still didn't understand why Lu Feng's physical body had such terrifying counter-attack power. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Sword Douluo's mouth. It was the only time in his life that Lu Feng had such physical defense at his age. He once attacked Lu Feng and helped Lu Feng feel the limits of defense. He knew best the counter-attack power of Lu Feng's body. The force of the counter-shock seems to be innate. The stronger the attack, the more violent the counter-shock. What he didn't know was that in Lu Feng's forest, he used thunderstorms to temper the body of a beast that had been cultivated for 120,000 years. After transforming back into human form, some of the attributes of the beast body were also inherited, and the body's defense naturally increased again. Bibi Dong remained expressionless. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. My lord, how many secrets are you hiding in your body? But no matter how many secrets you have, I will dig them out one by one. Even though they were so intimate and had been kissed passionately, Bibi Dong looked at Lu Feng, still filled with excitement, a sense of mystery, and this sense of mystery in men is very attractive to women. How could this happen? Hu Lina on the side was dumbfounded. When she was at Tianshui Academy, she fought against Lu Feng and thought it was because of the difference in speed and attack power. Now I know that Lu Feng's physical defense is even more astonishing. Even if she hit Lu Feng at that time, she probably wouldn't get any benefit. Tang Hao was also moved. The first time I met Lu Feng, although Lu Feng suppressed Tang San and showed extraordinary talent, it was still within an acceptable range. When he met Lu Feng for the second time, he saw a young man rising like a comet on this competition field. In 2 or 3 years, his soul power went from nothing to a soul king, and his growth rate was astonishing, unprecedented in 10,000 years. It is foreseeable that with Lu Feng's growth rate, he will definitely break his record as the youngest titled Douluo. Destroyed. He must be destroyed. What a good heir. It's a pity. Tang Hao, I have changed my mind. Even if you can't kill Bibi Dong, you still have to kill this Lu Feng. The voice of Rakshasa gods will sounded in Tang Hao's mind. If you can't get Lu Feng as the heir to the throne, you must destroy him as much as possible to prevent Poseidon from getting it. Yes, Lord Rakshasa God. The wish of Rakshasa God was exactly what Tang Hao wanted. There are several titled Douluo around Bibi Dong, and the Elder Hall has 7 major enshrinement, including the peerless Douluo Qian Sunji. Killing Bibi Dong would be like stabbing an ant's nest. Wuhan Palace will besiege him at all costs. Qian Sunji will do anything for the prestige of Wuhan Palace. Moreover, Bibi Dong is the first to successfully break into twin martial souls, absorbing 18 soul rings. Each soul ring can enhance the body's attribute. Bibi Dong's soul rings are twice those of ordinary soul masters, and the quality of the second soul ring absorb are very high. From this, it can be predicted that Bibi Dong is extremely powerful and not so easy to kill. Killing Bibi Dong is not easy, but killing Lu Feng is easy. After killing the leader of the Merchant Alliance, he wiped out this unique genius of the Merchant Alliance. Tang Hao upgraded Lu Feng to the second most lethal person. Huo Lai and Feng Feiyang's excited and smiling old faces were still stiff. They thought that Feng Xiaotian, who had the fire attribute and full auxiliary buffs, could inflict heavy damage on Lu Feng with this blow, or at least cause minor injuries to Lu Feng, tilting the balance of victory in favor of Kamikaze team and leaving them with 200 million gold soul coin just one step away. But the result was completely beyond their expectations. The other members of the Kamikaze team on the battlefield were also stunned. Huo Wu was the first to recover from the shock, took a deep breath, pointed at Lu Feng and said, "You, where is your soul ring?" You can't blame Huo Wu for his tricky observation angle. She noticed from the beginning that when Lu Feng released his martial soul, the soul ring did not appear at the same time. She heard that Lu Feng had a red 100,000-year soul ring, but no one knows how he got it. Huo Wu always remembered this matter, but she didn't see Lu Feng's soul ring, so she couldn't help but ask. Everyone was paying attention to the battle situation between the two sides and did not pay much attention to this detail. When Huo Wu reminded him, everyone showed doubt. The soul ring did not appear because Lu Feng had a passive skill in the dragon god domain. Dragon hidden, breath, soul ring, martial souls, etc. can all be hidden. Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "You want to see the soul ring? Okay." With a thought in his mind, the soul ring appeared. 5 red soul ring, emitting magnificent and dazzling brilliance, slowly surrounded Lu Feng, shocking everyone's attention. Chapter 536. Breaking through to the highest realm. Lu Erlong goes to meet Bibi Dong. The air suddenly became quiet. Not even breathing could be heard. The whole place fell into an eerie silence. After a few breaths, there were loud screams. What? All 5 soul rings are 100,000 years old. I must have seen it wrong. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My God, how could it be? This is my eyesight yet. Everyone who saw Lu Feng's latest soul ring state for the first time couldn't believe their eyes. Tens of thousands of people were present at the scene, and a strange phenomenon occurred that had never been seen before. After they were stunned at the same time, they rubbed their eyes almost at the same time. After confirming that Lu Feng indeed had 100,000-year soul ring, everyone was shocked beyond measure. Tang Hao, Bibi Dong, and Qian Daoliu also widened their eyes and were stunned on the spot. Dear leader, did you do this? This Pope is even jealous. Geez, it's another secret. Well, my precious disciple, I love you even more. Bibi Dong's lips curled up uncontrollably. With a thick smile, he suddenly felt unbearable and had a strong desire to explore Lu Feng. The two identities of alliance leader and direct disciple were switched at will in her heart, which made her feel a little more exciting. Tang Hao's eyes became even more gloomy, and he shouted in his heart, kill him, must kill him. Otherwise, even if my son Tang San can return gloriously from the killing city, he will be suppressed by this monster Lu Feng, and he will never be able to stand out. If Lu Feng is allowed to grow up, he will become my strong enemy. He was really jealous. For 100,000-year soul ring, he spent a lot of effort and scheming to trick him into getting the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor's soul ring. Lu Feng is only the soul king, but he possesses 500,000-year soul rings. When I met Lu Feng for the first time in Nodding City, Lu Feng's 2 soul rings were both of purple 1,000-year quality. Tang Hao was already very surprised at that time. Theoretically, the first soul ring can reach the quality of 400 to 500 years, which is an amazing genius. Lu Feng's first soul ring can actually absorb thousands of years of quality, and his talent is simply amazing. Now, Lu Feng's first soul ring has become 100,000 years old. This is too scary. Obviously, Lu Feng's soul ring can enhance growth. He is probably the only one in the world with this kind of innate ability. Moreover, the soul ring's growth rate is also terrifying. In 2 or 3 years, the first soul ring grew from 1,000 years to 100,000 years. No one knows how. Even after reading all the ancient book and studying martial arts for hundreds of years, Qian Daoliu still couldn't understand it. But there is no record in ancient book, which does not mean that it will not appear. Soul power, martial souls, and soul rings themselves are all bizarre and magical powers. No one in history has ever been able to fully understand it. Every soul master has secret, and such secrets may not be revealed or recorded unless they are made public, like Lu Feng. Lu Feng's revelation will surely go down in history and be famous forever. Schwetter, don't be silly. Grandpa is going to meet him today, Qian Daoliu said slightly forcefully to Qian Rongxiu beside him. When Qian Rongxiu saw Lu Feng's soul ring, she couldn't help but smile after being stunned. She stared blankly at Lu Feng, not knowing what she was thinking. Hearing this, she pulled away from her thoughts and smiled even more. Her beautiful smile stunned the time. Grandpa, are you inviting me in your name? It's okay, as long as you bring him to see me. Previously, Qian Daoliu thought that he was an elder, and his status was so high that no one could match him. Naturally, he waited for the junior Lu Feng took the initiative to come to see him. Due to the relationship between Lu Feng and Qian Rongxiu, it was not made public. However, Qian Daoliu regards the Merchant Alliance as a rival and has a quarrelsome mentality. Qian Rongxiu is worried that Qian Daoliu will find out that Lu Feng is the leader of the Merchant Alliance, which will cause a sudden change. Therefore, he just promised Qian Daoliu to bring Lu Feng to meet him after the game. With the 2 major events of the competition and Tang Hao over, Lu Feng had time to slowly discuss with her how to face Qian Daoliu together and keep the same tone. Now, Qian Daoliu couldn't wait to see Lu Feng. Qian Rongxiu thought for a moment and chuckled. Let's stick to the previous agreement. We will wait until the end of the Soul Master Elite competition before meeting in private. Lu Feng and I have made an appointment. He must follow the etiquette of juniors, carry gift, and be respectful. Come and meet your old man. She still didn't want to add trouble to Lu Feng's busy schedule and worry about causing unnecessary complications. Can't we meet in advance? Don't worry, if he doesn't want to tell his private cultivation secret, I won't force him. Qian Daoliu was a little unwilling. If you don't force me, you will definitely ask. To a certain extent, it was also embarrassment for Lu Feng. Qian Rongxiu was even more determined that she could not let Lu Feng and Qian Daoliu meet privately in advance. Grandpa, you are someone Lu Feng admires very much. You always stick to your word. Since you have made an appointment, don't change it at will. You don't want people to think that you don't mean what you say. Qian Rongxiu's tactful words also contained a hint of emotion. There is a touch of toughness. How can I not keep my word? Well, after the game, just after the game. Wait 2 days. Qian Daoliu shook his head slightly with a helpless smile. In this world, only his granddaughter Qian Rongxiu dared to talk back to him and change his mind. Only family matters can make him soften his heart. The granddaughter just wants to be afraid that her lover will be disturbed. As the representative of the Merchant Alliance leader, her lover is now facing 2 major events. Those who have serious problems must wait until the big things are settled before caring about their children's personal affairs. affairs. Excusable. Qian Rongxiu's little thoughts were noticed by Qian Daoliu, but he didn't say anything about it. I also think Qian Rongxiu's handling method is a wise choice. Which one is more important and which one is less important is very clear. Sure enough, he is the style of a wise king. The granddaughter has grown up, and the grandson-in-law she chose was even more amazingly talented than she was. Sunji, if you have a daughter like this, you should rest in peace. Qian Daoliu was very pleased. Grandpa, you are so kind. Qian Rongxiu hugged Qian Daoliu's arm and used the coquettish technique a little. She learned this from Ning Rongrong. The little witch Ning Rongrong mastered the essence of coquettishness and was loved by the elderly such as Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Qian Rongxiu learned how to deal with her grandfather, but it was not as exaggerated as Ning Rongrong. She just showed intimacy. It is also very useful, and Qian Daoliu is very comforted. Ha ha ha, just know how good Grandpa is. There is one more thing I have to tell you. Grandpa, tell me, Tang Hao may be at the scene. Where is Tang Hao? Qian Rongxiu's eyes darkened. He suddenly became alert. In the auditorium, but I don't know the exact location. If he can avoid my mental detection, he should. It uses a god-level ability to conceal the aura. I can only vaguely feel that there is a peerless strong man in the audience. If the three worshippers from the Merchant Alliance did not come, the only explanation is that Tang Hao was among the audience. Middle. Grandpa's inference is very accurate. It must be Tang Hao. The Merchant Alliance announced to the outside world that the three major worshippers of the Merchant Alliance are currently searching for Tang Hao in other places. Lu Feng revealed the inside story to me. The three major worshippers of the Merchant Alliance are actually practicing in seclusion. I can't leave the customs at the moment, Qian Rongxiu said. Chapter 537. Lu Feng challenged 7. The audience went crazy. Qian Daoliu nodded. Normally, for peerless Douluo, seeking the opportunity to break through to the peak is the most important thing during cultivation, and nothing else is important. Qian Rongxiu said. Then why doesn't Grandpa retreat all year round? Practice and seek the slightest opportunity to break through to the top. Grandpa can't break through to the top. Qian Sunji knew that his destined path was not to break through to the top, but to help the successors break through to the top and inherit the title of Angel God. Before, he thought that person was his son Qian Sunji. Later, after Qian Rongxiu was born, he directly had an innate soul power of level 20, a god-level seraph martial spirit, and his talent was much better than Qian Sunji's. Therefore, he decided that his granddaughter was the one who could inherit the throne. As for her future husband, Lu Feng, his talent is even more astonishing, and he has the potential to inherit a godly position. It is a wonderful thing for a husband and wife to have two gods, and if he could sacrifice it to his beloved granddaughter, Qian Daoliu would be willing to do so with a smile on his face. Why? Qian Rongxiu was puzzled. You will know in the future. Qian Daoliu changed the subject. The reason why I am sure that the peerless powerhouse hidden in the audience is Tang Hao is also because when Lu Feng showed his soul ring talent, he had an extremely strong hostility. Tang Hao wants to take action against Lu Feng. Yunren Suihua said with a pale face. They do have a feud. Don't worry, his main target is the leader of the Merchant Alliance, and he doesn't dare to expose it yet. I also deliberately sent out a breath to let him know that I was watching, but I didn't expect that Tang Hao's strength would actually reach the level of a peerless powerhouse. Yandao Liu Dao. After hearing this, Qian Rongxiu became even more worried. The leader of the business alliance is Lu Feng. Yunren Suifeng's eyes were filled with concern as she stared at Lu Feng on the battlefield below. The atmosphere below reached its peak and was boiling with enthusiasm. Even the most powerful people were shocked by Lu Feng's 5 red soul rings, let alone others. The eyes of Ophia and other women who admired Lu Feng became even more intense, and they were overjoyed. So strong! Lu Feng, I love you to death! Lu Feng! Lu Feng! Lu Feng! Many people shouted Lu Feng's name, converging into bursts of sound that resounded through the sky. The wind was flying and the fire was fierce, and the face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The excitement and fanaticism in his eyes seemed to be wiped out by a basin of cold water in an instant, leaving only horror and helplessness, and his heart suddenly fell to the bottom. Feng Xiaoshan's face was as bitter as a bitter gourd, feeling that he had been cheated. If he had known that Lu Feng had the full 100,000-year-old soul ring, why would he have made such a bet? Mao couldn't possibly have 200 million gold soul coin. He was still full of expectations and thought about it for 2 days. Now it feels like it was through his initiative that the 2 major colleges were given to the Merchant Alliance for nothing. Unconditional surrender means that no conditions can be raised. The resource support and benefits that Lu Erlong promised before may also be gone, but it was too late to regret. This matter is irreversible. It was the 2 families who asked for a written contract and deliberately spread the news so that everyone knew about it. If they regret it, the Merchant Alliance will not look for them, and the people of the world will look down on them. Fortunately, joining the Merchant Alliance is not a bad thing. For ordinary disciples, it is actually a golden thigh. At least they can buy cultivation resources resources, weapon and equipment at internal prices, saving a lot of money. It's just that the management of the college must be subject to the control of the top management of the business alliance. Anyway, the two colleges are destined to belong to the business alliance. Losing to Lu Feng can be regarded as losing to one of your own, so it is not too embarrassing. Think of this. A faint bitter smile appeared on Feng Xiaoshan's face. Landers and Zhao Wuji's eyes were so wide open that they almost fell down. After they recovered, their mouths widened and they laughed heartily. Oscar, Jiangju, Tailong and other teammates were so shocked that their mouths opened wide and their hearts were filled with turmoil. Oscar's jaw almost dropped and he stammered, "Boss, boss, you are too strong." His beautiful crimson eyes flashed with admiration and he said to himself, "Boss, boss, when will I can?" Hua Wu, Hua Wushuan and others stood stunned on the field, their head blank. Hua Wu doesn't obey anyone, doesn't accept failure and is extremely proud. Facing Lu Feng at this moment, he could no longer be proud. There was a complex look in the ruby red eyes and there seemed to be an extra layer of admiration. I finally understood why Lu Feng dared to resist Feng Xiaoshan's charged blow with his body. Absorbing 100,000-year soul ring can greatly enhance various physical attributes, let alone 500,000-year soul rings. How did you do that? Hua Wu's voice trembled, asking the question that everyone wanted to ask. "Why should I tell you?" Lu Fengjian asked calmly. Hua Wu hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Indeed, why would anyone tell you such an important secret of cultivation? Who are you? Why, in the arena, they are opponent. If she joins the Merchant Alliance, she will be Lu Feng's subordinate and she is not qualified to ask about Lu Feng's cultivation secret. Are you still fighting, or should you admit defeat? Lu Feng smiled and said, Hua Wu waved her pink fist vigorously. Even if she knew that the combined strength of 7 people was no match for Lu Feng, she was not willing to give up. Still fighting? Hua Wushuan lost all confidence and said with his head hanging down, "Why don't you fight? I haven't made a move yet." It's more embarrassing to admit defeat without making a move than to lose in a fight. Hua Wu insisted and turned to Feng Xiaotian. "Your self-created soul skills haven't been used yet. The new soul skill, 36 consecutive kills by the Gale Demon Wolf. People will die." His soul skill is to fuse his wings and arms into one body, continuously slashing the opponent and attacking. The power of the attack is getting stronger and stronger and the speed of the attack is also increasing. The biggest feature is that it uses speed and gravity to continuously enhance its attack power. But when it comes to Lu Feng, the stronger the attack, the greater the damage. If you are trying your best with this trick, maybe Lu Feng was not injured in the end and he was killed by the counter-injury force first. But the word could not be spoken. People will laugh at you. Hua Wu will also look down on him. Feng Xiaotian could only bite the bullet and said, "Okay, let's cooperate in the attack." Lu Feng shrugged and said calmly, "The problem is, I want to start attacking." Hearing Lu Feng's word, Feng Xiaoshan's face changed. Big changes. He forced a smile and said, "How about we compete without using soul power?" As soon as he said this, even the audience who had bet on the Kamikaze Academy team suddenly felt that Wen Xiaotian was a bit shameless. "You just filled up the buffs and launched a powerful attack on Lu Feng with all your strength. Now that you see the absolute advantage of Lu Feng's soul ring, you start talking about competing with and without soul power." The corner of Lu Feng's mouth curled up with a trace of sarcasm. "You are overthinking. The arena is like a battlefield. Once I take action, I will do it with all my strength and no casualties will be counted." Light of life. Lu Feng didn't bother to say more. As soon as he took action, it was like a soul skill. The light of life is an instant soul skill. A green light suddenly appeared in Lu Feng's hand. This was a large-scale soul control skill. All opponents on the battlefield were hit by the range. Lu Feng can freely send and receive messages as he wishes. All 7 members of the Kamikaze Sentai were covered by a beam of green light falling from the sky. Suddenly, their movement slowed down significantly. There are also corrosive toxin, life-stealing and other profit and loss effect that continue to occur. Feng Xiaotian felt despair in his heart. What he depends on for survival is speed, but now his speed has been greatly slowed down and there is no way to survive. Chapter 538 Tang Hao enters. Red pepper fire dance. Slowness, poisoning and vitality continues to drain. Feng Xiaotian felt very uncomfortable and his whole body was green, which made him feel uneasy. Hua Wu quickly used her soul power to resist the discomfort on her body. Hua Wu didn't expect that Lu Feng would take action so quickly. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, they were struck. At this time, Lu Feng used another skill, natural power word. This is Lu Feng's third soul skill. It is a single target attack soul skill. It's also instant. Use it on yourself or teammates to purify all negative effect. All attributes are increased by 10%. Used to attack the opponent, it can remove all buffs on the opponent. All attributes are weakened by 10%. Moreover, the buff effects removed from the opponent can be stolen from the caster. Lu Feng used the natural mantra technique against Feng Xiaotian. Because only Feng Xiaotian is full of buffs. There is no need for others. Lu Feng had no intention of rushing over and defeating them one by one. Just force them to admit defeat. He must maintain relatively abundant soul power to cope with emergencies. No one can guarantee whether Tang Hao will suddenly come out to cause trouble. Just now, the will of the Poseidon within the Vasi universe wakes up and warns Lu Feng that he is currently in extreme danger because Tang Hao is at the scene. But the will of Rakshasa God actually possessed Tang Hao. Tang Hao exuded a strong murderous intention to kill Lu Feng, which was detected by the will of the sea god. Lu Feng must be more vigilant. If necessary, use your trump card immediately. Kamikaze Sentai here. Feng Xiaotian received the power of natural power. All the buffs on his body were instantly extracted and transferred to Lu Feng. His speed attribute, the most prominent of all attribute, has been weakened again, which is equivalent to becoming weak. What else is there to fight? Feng Xiaotian completely collapsed. The little fighting spirit aroused by the fire dance suddenly disappeared. I feel extremely depressed inside, looking at the invincible Lu Feng, who was so powerful that he could only look up to him. Feng Xiaotian felt fear in his heart for the first time. Lu Feng said that he would take action with all his strength, regardless of life or death, knowing that it was probably just a form of verbal coercion. Feng Xiaotian didn't dare to try it. I admit defeat. Feng Xiaotian did not intend to play with Huo Wu any longer. Just admit defeat. Huo Wushuan and other team members immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Feng used a weakening control soul skill, 3 auxiliary soul masters, and all the healing soul skills, but they were unable to remove any negative effects such as poisoning, slowness, etc., nor could they suppress the continued loss of vitality. Although it disappears little by little, over time they will collapse without a fight. The gap is just too big. There is no need to fight anymore. To forcefully fight and be crushed is just a pure embarrassment. Feng Xiaotian, you are cowardly. Huo Wu glared angrily, although his proud heart was shaken by Lu Feng, but she had been holding her breath for a long time and had nowhere to vent it. She hasn't taken action yet. Feng Xiaotian actually didn't listen to her and admitted defeat. Feng Xiaotian is the captain. He represents the entire Kamikaze Sentai. He said admitting defeat would be equivalent to the Kamikaze team admitting defeat. Fire dance is not ordinary willful. She stamped her feet and said, okay, if you admit defeat and don't fight, I will fight alone. As she spoke, she rushed towards Lu Feng alone. Even though he knows he will fail, he still has to attack with all his strength to vent his emotions. The extremely proud character with a fiery temperament is vividly displayed. Huo Wu's martial spirit is Hokage. It is the shadow with Huo Wu herself as its main body, which can bring out the fire element to the maximum extent. After the martial soul possesses her, a layer of faint orange-red shadow that is exactly like her body gradually appears behind her. The blurry shadow of fire is full of illusion. The feeling is extremely special. Huo Wu's fourth soul ring lit up. Fire dances in the sun. In her bare hands, flames instantly condense, forming a huge white fireball above her head. The fireball flew extremely fast and was powerful, locking onto Lu Feng and attacking. Lu Feng looked calm and smiled in his heart. Such a goddess is not something that ordinary people can control. It cannot be conquered using normal method. The reason is that Huo Wu was spoiled since childhood. She is extremely talented, surpassing her brother Huo Wushuan. If given some time to grow, he could surpass Feng Xiaotian. She was the daughter of the dean of Blazing Academy and was doted on by her father and brother. She grew up in an environment where everyone around her followed her temperament. She has not suffered any great hardships. Over time, this special unscrupulous character develops. I always think that if I am willful, I can get everything at once. In this case, she must suffer a lot today. Otherwise, with a personality like hers, she would suffer a big loss after leaving the protection of the academy. Outside, not everyone would give way to her, and her temper will offend many people outside, including some strong men who can easily take her life. Lu Feng's thought suddenly changed. Just for a moment, his movements did not stop. In an instant, it switched to the second martial spirit, the golden winged rock. The flame-burning dark golden wings spread out, and the soul power pressure dropped. Huo Wu, whose speed was slowed down, was not fast in the first place. Under the pressure of Lu Feng's majestic soul power, his movements were stagnant again. Ultimate fire. Huo Wu was shocked. Pursuing top-level fire attributes is a lifelong dream of all soul masters who mainly practice fire attribute. Because of the top flame attribute, it is possible to reach the title of Douluo. As for the ultimate fire, Huo Wu couldn't even imagine it. Because of possessing the ultimate fire, it is possible for a fire attribute soul master to reach the peak of the soul master level, let alone the Blazing Fire Academy. No one in the Huo family has top-level flame attribute. When watching the battle yesterday, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan were very envious when they saw Yan's top flame attribute. The fire attribute of the Huo family is close to the top flame, but that slight gap is like a chasm, and the soul masters of Blazing Fire Academy cannot cross it in their lifetime. Now, it was discovered that Lu Feng actually possessed obvious this ultimate fire attribute. Why doesn't Hua Wu turn pale with horror? Martial spirit can be suppressed and soul power attribute can also be suppressed. If you use fire dance's soul power, which is close to the top lame attribute, to attack someone with the ultimate fire, the power of the attack will be greatly weakened. The white fireball attacked by Hua Wu was easily defused by Lu Feng and was unable to break through Lu Feng's defense. The fire dance was circled, but she was riding a tiger, unable to dismount, and the blow had already been dealt. Lu Feng did not intend to let Hua Wu off easily. Golden feather storm kill. The huge wings flap violently. In an instant the soul power condensed into pieces of dark golden fire feathers. Each dark gold fire feather contained terrifying power. Sharp lying blade flew all over the sky, spinning at extremely high speed, stirring up the airflow, forming a huge golden firestorm sweeping towards Hua Wu. Because of the proximity, Hua Wu's whole body was suddenly submerged in the golden firestorm. As his soul power increased and the attributes of his body multiplied, the power of the soul skills used by Lu Feng was naturally very different. This golden feather storm kill not only has the ultimate fire attribute but also contains the ultimate wind. Lu Feng accomplished the task of wind assisting fire and combining wind and fire by himself. The power is very terrifying. Chapter 539 Hua Wu's persistence. Hua Wuxuan and Feng Xiaotian, who were standing outside the golden storm, had their skin hurt by the strong wind. They were unsteady and had to use their soul power to resist. Outside the venue, Hua Lai and Feng Qingyang looked at each other in shock, their pale faces filled with fear. Hua Wu let out a scream, and his voice was drowned by the roar of wind and thunder. The dark gold fire feathers in the golden firestorm bring continuous cutting damage to Hua Wu. This is similar to the snowflake damage in Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, and Shui Wu's martial soul fusion skills. The difference is Tian Shui Academy is a fusion of martial art formed by 3 girls. Lu Feng completed it alone. It was just an ordinary soul skill of his, but the lethality seems to be not weak and the ice and snow are falling to the extreme. When the first piece of dark gold fire feather struck Hua Wu, her body protecting soul power was instantly cut through. More dark gold fire feathers are coming from all directions, totally surrounded everywhere, no place to hide. Tisk tisk tisk. In the blink of an eye, Hua Wu was defeated. She lost control of her body. Her body was involuntarily swept up by the tornado formed by the powerful golden firestorm, like a kite with its string cut off, and was thrown into the sky. Hua Wu, Hua Lai, Feng Xiaotian, and Hua Wuxuan screamed at the same time. Feng Xiaotian quickly flapped the phantom blue wings behind his back. Soul power burst out from the solace of his feet, and he flew up. He wanted to fly to the sky and catch Hua Wu. But here's the thing: the flying ability of Feng Xiaoshan's soul skill can only fly up to about 50 meters, and Hua Wu's body was thrown high into the sky 100 meters in an instant and was still rising. Looking at it with the naked eye, only an ant-size figure is left, looming in the golden tornado. No one thought that Lu Feng would actually attack with all his strength. Hua Wu's life and death are now uncertain. Hua Wu had suffered heavy injuries. Even if she wasn't killed by Lu Feng's soul skill, if she didn't catch her and fell from such a high altitude, she would still fall to her death. Feng Xiaotian flew to a height of 50 meters. No matter how he flapped his wings, the shadow could not rise even half an inch. Such a heroic act of saving beauty. Very embarrassing. Even if Feng Xiaotian could fly to the sky to catch Hua Wu, Lu Feng would not let him succeed. How could a hero save a beauty by letting his opponent do it? Seriously injuring Hua Wu was what he expected. There must be a painful lesson that is deeply remembered before Hua Wu can reflect deeply. It's useless to reason with a girl like Hua Wu. If it's just a small lesson, I'm afraid the scar will be healed and the pain will be forgotten. And if it is serious enough to threaten life and death, you will be bitten by a snake once and fear the rope for 10 years. Lu Feng flapped his huge wings behind his back and flew into the sky at high speed, like a meteor rising against the trend. With a hiss, he chased the fire dance in the sky, and this time, the golden firestorm around Hua Wu was still causing her continuous cutting damage. Hua Wu suffered severe pain and was so painful that she couldn't breathe. She felt that she was going to die and was terrified. Finally know what the fear of death is. This fear of death completely shattered his proud heart. What's the use of being proud? In the end, he was defeated by someone and died miserably. What's the use of being willful? He is not as strong as others, but he has to use his arms as a chariot and insists on launching an attack. This is the end. Lu Feng had already said that if you attack with all your strength, life or death will not matter, but she still didn't care and insisted on fighting. This is asking for death. At the last moment of death, Hua Wu suddenly figured out many things. The past events are vivid in my mind. From childhood to adulthood, fragments of memories flashed through my mind. She was born with a golden key in her mouth. She is extremely talented and has been respected and favored since she was a child. Wherever she goes, she is admired by stars. Because her mother died early, her father and brother pampered her in every possible way, and no one in the college dared to disobey her. She has outstanding beauty and an extraordinary family background. Even though she has a fierce and unruly personality, there are always outstanding young soul masters around her who are lining up to pursue her and show their attentiveness. She takes honor very seriously, is competitive and does not accept failure. If she loses once, she will always find ways to take revenge on the person who defeated her. As a result, people could only let her go. But what's the use? Nowadays, once a person dies, everything comes to an end. She walked along in such a hurry that she didn't even have time to look back at the footprints she walked along. In a flash, Huo Wu reflected on herself and realized many things. Lu Feng, I don't blame you, nor do I hate you. It's just that life in this life is too short. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely cherish life, my youth, and my hard-won achievement. What a beautiful world it is, but all this is going to disappear. Huo Wu felt infinite emotion in his heart. Her life was quickly disappearing as the golden feather storm cut her. She was covered in scars. The fiery red battle uniform had long been cut into pieces. Pieces were scattered in the wind and broken into powder. If the whole body is not swept and wrapped by the golden storm, maybe many people will see her naked. This is so embarrassing. Don't be a human being anymore. Huo Wu was so ashamed that she even wanted to die. If she fell to the battlefield like this, she might as well die. That's not right. She was already dead before she fell. What's the use of being shy? Anyway, it was a cold corpse, just like those soul beasts she hunted. Lu Feng, you might as well cut my body into pieces. Huo Wu thought this way, but he was dying and didn't even have the strength to speak. Although there were many regrets and endless remorse in his heart, Huo Wu realized many truths at the last moment of his life. The only one to blame is myself, because I brought myself to death. So be it. Farewell, world. Farewell, Lu Feng. Huo Wu herself didn't understand why she was dying at the last moment of her life. The picture fixed in his mind was not his father Huo Lai, not his brother Huo Wushuan, and certainly not the Feng Xiaotian pursuing her, but Lu Feng. Maybe it was because Lu Feng left such a deep impression on her that he put a big exclamation point in her mind. It was Lu Feng who killed her. It was Lu Feng who made her understand life. It was Lu Feng who stood firm with an unparalleled attitude and crushed the entire kamikaze team with one person. At that moment, Lu Feng deeply shook her heart. At this time, the golden fire tornado that enveloped Huo Wu disappeared. Huo Wu felt that his body was tightly hugged by a pair of big hands. Then she felt the heat. Feel the warm embrace. A faint masculine scent penetrated his nostrils. It was a man who hugged her. As long as she could remember, this was the first time she was held by a man, with her body curled up in his arms. That sound like gusts of wind and thunder. Is it the flapping of wings? Then, a milky white light bloomed in front of her eyes and enveloped her body. Huo Wu couldn't help but moan. This is the sound of extreme shame. How could he make such a sound? But there is no way. My whole body felt so comfortable, especially when the numerous wounds all over the body are causing terrible pain. Chapter 540 Unexpected Result. Huo Wu's doubt. This is obviously a healing soul skill. The wounds on Huo Wu's body healed quickly, and the injuries were reduced by half in an instant. The vitality that was on the verge of extinction was reactivated. Although Huo Wu was extremely weak, she still tried hard to open her eyes. This is her last bit of stubbornness. She must see who the other party is. What caught his eye was an unexpectedly handsome face. If not Lu Feng, who else? His eyes were clear and there was a faint smile on his lips. Huo Wu felt that Lu Feng's faint smile at this moment gave her a hint of warmth. Perhaps it was because the wind was blowing against my body and it was very cold, creating a contrast. The background behind Lu Feng is the same white cloud. It has already flown so high. Actually, above the cloud, Lu Feng was flying with her in his arms. Flying among the cloud, roaming freely and overlooking the world is one of Huo Wu's dreams. As everyone knows, it was realized at this time. Being held by Lu Feng and flying, his long fiery red hair and clothes were flying in the wind. Anyway, it's a bit romantic. Wait, now, where are the clothes on my body? Huo Wu suddenly realized that she was naked. No wonder it feels so cold. The cold wind was blowing directly on her delicate skin. Also illustrates the restoration of touch. She was so seriously injured just now that she lost touch and couldn't even feel the pain of the wound. At this moment, she felt Lu Feng's arms hugging her slender waist and thighs, making close contact with her skin. Huo Wu Feng's heart trembled suddenly. Next moment, Huo Wu fainted and lost consciousness. Below, on the battlefield, everyone looked up at the sky in astonishment, because it was too high. Even strong men like Qian Daoliu and Tang Hao Bibidong could not see the shadows of Lu Feng and Huo Wu with the naked eye. Lu Feng just flew away, flying away with Huo Wu. Is the fire dance dead? Where is Lu Feng taking Huo Wu? The game doesn't seem to be important to him. Many questions arise in people's minds. There was no answer for a while, and the competition still has to go on. Although the next game is relatively unspectacular, Shrek Academy team win. The referee's voice pulled everyone away from their thoughts and returned to the scene. Lu Feng won without any doubt today. With his extremely powerful new majestic appearance, he stood on the arena where thousands of people watched, looking down on the world, and was invincible among his generation. Crush the entire kamikaze team with one person. Use your strength to prove that the phrase suppressing your contemporaries is not empty talk. After the fight, he left the scene directly and took a beautiful woman with him. Leave each on-site Edens of thousands of viewers with different expressions. Bibi Dong stood on the high platform and looked at the entire audience, her eyes filled with doubts and her expression solemn. Just now, she noticed an extremely evil aura. Like Qian Daolio, Bibi Dong speculated that Tang Hao was at the scene. Tang Hao had the idea of chasing Lu Feng, so he let out this aura. The figures of Lu Feng and Huo Wu flew into the cloud and disappeared. However, the invisible energy of the peerless powerful man was able to temporarily lock Lu Feng and Huo Wu and track their whereabouts. Bibi Dong could feel that Lu Feng left Wuhan City and flew towards the northern forest. Lu Feng flew extremely fast. After a few breaths, the distance was too far and the lock was released, making him unable to track. Bibi Dong didn't understand Lu Feng's purpose of doing this. Doesn't this expose himself to the danger of Tang Hao's assassination? And there is no strong person around who can protect him. Could it be that he deliberately used himself as a bait to lure Tang Hao to pursue him? This is too risky. If Tang Hao chases Lu Feng, Bibi Dong will immediately chase and intercept him. And no one jumped up and left the scene. The aura of extreme evil is still there. It means that Tang Hao has given up the idea of chasing him. Bibi Dong took out a breath, glanced at the tens of thousands of spectators with her cold eyes, and turned around decisively to leave. Leaving the high platform does not mean leaving the scene, but turning from light to darkness and observing better in the dark. I hope to find traces of Tang Hao among the tens of thousands of viewers. Just when Bibi Dong discovered that Tang Hao was at the scene, Sword Douluo also suddenly glared. His eyes flashed with a frightening cold light, and his whole temperament changed drastically. Like a sword unsheathed, he glanced at the audience, and his alertness instantly increased to the peak. He felt that an extremely dangerous person was hiding in the audience, and he had strong murderous intentions towards Lu Feng. The extremely dangerous person did not pursue Lu Feng. His hanging heart relaxed lightly, but the vigilance has not been lifted. About half an hour later, all competitions are over today. Tens of thousands of spectators were still unsatisfied, but thoroughly enjoyed it. People who lose money sigh. With members of Wuhandian maintaining order, the audience left the venue in an orderly manner. Bibi Dong remained silent. His expression softened. It was obvious that Tang Hao did not intend to leave Wuhan City if he did not pursue Lu Feng, fearing that he would miss the opportunity to assassinate the leader of the Merchant Alliance. But he never expected that Lu Feng was actually the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Even if Tang Hao knew now, he had already missed the opportunity to track Lu Feng. I do not know how long it has been. Starlight fills the entire night sky. Huo Wu woke up leisurely. I heard the chirping of autumn insect and the sound of firewood burning. Awareness flooded into her mind. Huo Wu suddenly sat up in shock. The last thing she knew when she lost consciousness was that her body was naked. She subconsciously crossed her arms in front of her. I found that I had put on a set of clean clothes. It's a light red dress. A voice came. I don't have the fiery red clothes you like in my storage belt. You can just wear this one first, Lu Feng said without looking back as he was roasting a goat on a bonfire. Huo Wu let out a breath and checked her body. All the wounds were restored to the original state and there were no scars left. Then I realized that Lu Feng was not only extremely strong in defense and attack but also had extraordinary healing abilities. Huo Wu got up and looked around. Towering ancient trees can be seen everywhere. This is a forest. Little bits of starlight were projected between the branches and the night was already deep. Huo Wu wanted to wait for Lu Feng to explain, but after Lu Feng said those words, he ignored her and continued to roast the mutton. Her relationship with Lu Feng is now very complicated. For a moment Huo Wu didn't know what to say. His heart was full of mixed feelings. After a long silence, Huo Wu couldn't help but ask, how long have I been unconscious? 3 or 4 hours, Lu Feng said. I remember that you flew up to catch me before the game was over. You left the battlefield. What if you lose? Huo Wu found a topic. If you lose, you lose, Lu Feng said nonchalantly. If you lose, you will have to give us 200 million gold soul coin. You will go bankrupt and may owe a lot of debt that you will never be able to pay back in your lifetime. It doesn't matter if I don't save you. You may die. 200 million gold soul coin. Coins are nothing compared to your life. Huo Wu's delicate body trembled. Chapter 541. Qian Rongxue firmly protects her husband. Roar. The two-headed dragon roared, drowning out the roar of the netherworld white tiger. Wow! The audience exclaimed. Tens of thousands of viewers did not expect that Meng Yuran and Dugu Yan, who had not performed well before in the Shrek team, actually had martial soul fusion skills, and their momentum was vaguely superior to that of the netherworld white tiger. It's even more exciting now. The dragon tiger fight. Yet I'm still wondering why Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing Yuan. Two attack-type soul masters gave up resisting the netherworld white tiger and left the middle empty, so they were waiting here. It turns out that this is the confidence of the Shrek team. No, Lu Feng, who is on the bench, is their strongest confidant. Lu Feng is indeed the strongest substitute in history, but I just heard that he is very strong. I have never seen him fight. It is said that he killed a Contra. I don't know whether it is true or not. Of course it is true. The person who was killed was the former Minister of Education of Balak country. He actually killed a Contra. The netherworld white tiger has the attack power of a soul saint in the early 70s at most. The two-headed flood dragon seems to be better, but it should not reach the level of Soul Douluo. After your analysis, I understand that this bench player Lu Feng is the most terrifying. Of course he is the representative chosen by our leader. Seeing is believing. I hope to see with my own eyes whether this representative of the leader is really as strong as the rumors. The audience started talking. Unbearable excitement. Not only do I want to see the dragon tiger fight, but I am also looking forward to Lu Feng's appearance. Among the teams participating in the final, there are also strong reactions and violent mood swings. Regardless of whether there is a game today, each team participating in the finals will have an independent and exclusive viewing area. Oh, they actually, of course. There are also martial soul fusion skills. In the promotion competition, the Shrek team was very reserved. Shui Binger sighed softly. Tian Shui Academy has no competition scheduled today and is purely here to observe. She saw the wonderful performance of Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, and already knew that Zhu Zhuqing and the others did not fight with all their strength. She was even more shocked when she saw Meng Yuran and Du Guyan perform martial soul fusion skills. At that time, the Tian Shui team was fighting against the Shrek team. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer used martial soul fusion skills, but they were still no match for the Shrek Academy team and were defeated in a battle of attrition. I originally thought that the biggest reason for the defeat was mainly because Shrek team's auxiliary spirit masters Ye Lingling and Ning Rongrong were too powerful, providing Shrek team with extremely lasting combat power. Now it seems that is not the case. They couldn't even force Team Shrek to use their soul fusion skills. During the promotion competition, Master Lu Feng told me not to work too hard for our own people. Shui Yunmi, I told the truth. Her watery, seductive eyes stared at the sight of Lu Feng's face. Recalling that night in my sister Shui Yunmen's office, he collided wildly with Lu Feng and burned fiercely. The water in her charming eyes sparkled, and there was a hint of emotion. Breathing slightly rapid. Those memories will last a lifetime, because I let myself go too much. The next day she could not walk with the grace of a royal concubine. He could only rest for a whole morning in the room upstairs at the Tiandu Merchant Alliance headquarters before returning to the palace. Shui Yunmen also rested for a whole morning before going to work. After Shui Yunmi returned to the palace, she immediately made peace with Shui Ye. Heli is the royal term for divorce, but there has never been a precedent in the Tiandu Empire for a princess to divorce the emperor. This is a disgrace to the royal family. Shui Ye was furious and refused to leave. Shui Yunmi knew that Shui Ye wouldn't be able to survive for long, so she remembered her past favors and didn't force her. She just moved out of the palace and separated from Shui Ye. Therefore, Shui Yunmi is still the imperial concubine, but she was only willing to wait for Lu Feng's arrival. After tasting the delicacies of the world given by Lu Feng, she didn't want to bite the bullet anymore. Princess Shui knew that it would not be easy for Lu Feng to be lucky again. She had taken advantage of her sister Shui Yunmen that time. To attract Lu Feng, she knew she had to show her true feelings and be more persistent. She decided to protect Lu Feng. I'd rather use carrots and cucumbers than find another man. In this way, maybe Lu Feng could still take a high look at her, rather than thinking that she is still watery. For this reason, she specially moved back to Tian Shui College to practice quietly in an environment full of women. By the way, he also served as the dean of Tian Shui College. Shui Yunmen is now the vice president of the Business Alliance and has no time to manage Tian Shui College, but Shui Yunmi happens to have plenty of time. This time she was personally responsible for leading the team to Wuhan City to participate in the finals. One of the reasons why Princess Shui personally led the team to Wuhan City was because she missed Lu Feng. And why did your face turn red when you looked at Lu Feng? Shui Yuer cleverly noticed the change in Shui Yunmi's face. Shui Yunmi's expression froze, and she quickly covered it up with a soft smile. I blushed because I was excited, thinking that you two sisters will marry Lu Feng together in the future. My aunt is very excited. After all, experience and experience are different. There, facing the inexperienced Shui Yuer, Shui Yunmi dealt with it with ease. A blush rose on Shui Binger's pretty little face wrapped in long blue hair. Before she met Lu Feng, she had always devoted herself to training, carrying the family's hope of becoming a titled Douluo. She had never thought about falling in love, and she even rejected marriage because she felt it would affect her cultivation too much. But now, if her husband is Lu Lu Feng. She is willing to give up becoming a titled Douluo. Auntie, you are talking nonsense. Shui Yuer couldn't resist Shui Yunmi's teasing, but there was some expectation in her eyes. She would not marry Lu Feng anyway. Shui Wu on the side looked at Lu Feng with complicated eyes after listening to the words about Lu Feng. At first she was confused and seemed to be interested in Shui Yuer, but in the end she found out that it was an illusion. That's not love. After Lu Feng entered Tian Shui College, he got along with Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, explaining what true love is. After Lu Feng left Tian Shui College, Shui Wu suddenly realized that she had also fallen in love with Lu Feng, but she can only love secretly and dare not say it out. This is due to her character. Seeing Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Lu Feng openly dating, she was very envious and felt sad in her heart. This morning, at the Rose Hotel, Lu Feng came down from upstairs to see them and blatantly kissed and hugged Shui Binger and Shui Binger. She could only watch silently. Lu Feng also said hello to her. Respond politely, nothing more. For some reason, Shui Wu always thinks of what she saw when she was at Tian Shui College. Lu Feng and Shui Yuer were on the balcony. The scene was too beautiful to imagine, but she couldn't help but peek at it for a long time. It was extremely shocking to her. That scene was deeply imprinted in her heart, as if she could still remember it vividly. So much so that I think about it day by day and dream about it every night. Sometimes she would dream that it was her on the balcony with Lu Feng. So embarrassing. Thinking of this, Shui Wu's cheeks turned red, but she straightened up the huge and proud figure in front of her. Because Shui Yuer once said that Lu Feng likes her kind of oversized, so when Shui Wu met Lu Feng this morning, she paid special attention to Lu Feng's eyes. Sure enough, Lu Feng's gaze did linger on her pride. It seemed to confirm Shui Yuer's statement. The love she wanted was not just physical, but it at least proved that this special thing about her could attract Lu Feng. However, Shui Wu also discovered that Lu Feng did not completely prefer the older one. He also doted on the very flat Ning Rongrong and the normal developing Xiao Wu. When leaving the Rose Hotel, Ning Rongrong asked to ride on Lu Feng's neck to declare her sovereignty because Lu Feng did not accompany her last night. Lu Feng did not hesitate to agree to Ning Rongrong's little hobby and held up Ning Rongrong's penis hips, let her ride on his shoulders, coaxing her like a child, making her giggle. Chapter 542. Hua Wu still wants to play. Lu Feng didn't want to be led by Tang Hao, therefore take initiative, but don't make it too obvious. Using fighting as an excuse, he flew out of Wuhan City with Hua Wu in his arms, deliberately creating a perfect opportunity for Tang Hao to pursue him. Unfortunately, it was not successful. Tang Hao refused to show up. It's also expected. Tang Hao has extraordinary deep scheming and will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. His primary target this time is the leader of the Merchant Alliance, that is, himself. He forced himself to endure it and waited for the moment when the leader of the Merchant Alliance appeared. The most terrifying thing is this kind of person. Tang Hao can endure it, but Lu Feng must endure it even more. Some elites from the 4 single attribute tribes secretly gathered in Wuhan City today. Tai Tan, Yang Wudi, and Niu Gao all arrived. The dragnet was laid out more firmly, on the pretext of assisting Wuhan Palace and helping outsiders solve their accommodation problem. The forces of the Merchant Alliance quickly established temporary camps in Wuhan City and managed and guarded them in separate areas to prevent Tang Hao from taking advantage of the opportunity to hunt down and devour high-level soul masters. Tang Hao was to be like a mouse, hiding in dark corners and not daring to come out. To curb the growth of Tang Hao's strength with the efficiency of the business alliance, the deployment can be completed in one day. Tang Hao would not be willing to reveal his whereabouts before the leader of the Merchant Alliance appeared. Lu Feng would not alert the enemy and let his subordinate die in vain. Are you blaming me? Hua Wu asked, interrupting Lu Feng's thought. No, Lu Feng said. Then I see that you are not very happy. You alone defeated us with overwhelming force, won praise and great honor from everyone, and also allowed the Merchant Alliance to join our academy and the Divine Wind Academy. Aren't you happy? Huo said. Wu Mei's eyes were fixed on Lu Feng's face, feeling that Lu Feng's eyes were a little melancholy. Winning or losing is normal. There is nothing to be happy about. Lu Feng was not too upset about the fact that he was completely sure of winning. It is indeed a good thing to have 2 colleges affiliated with it in one fell swoop, and it is worth being happy about. But because Tang Hao didn't solve it, Grandpa Bai He's revenge was not avenged, which always made him feel like he was stuck in his throat. If Bai He died in a normal battle, there would be nothing to say. The problem is that Bai He was kind to Tang Hao, had never done anything wrong to the Haoshan sect, and was Tang Hao's uncle. Tang Hao avenged his kindness and swallowed up Bai He's soul regardless of any affection. Even evil spirit beasts cannot do such a thing. Therefore, Lu Feng hated Tang Hao very much. For Bai He, Bai Chen Xiang, and the Merchant Alliance, we will not stop until Tang Hao is killed. Just now, Hua Wu was wandering between life and death, which reminded Lu Feng of missing Bai He. The kind-hearted Bai He died tragically without even being able to see her for the last time. Back then, the Min clan led by Bai He was the first clan to cooperate with him. The Min clan was the foundation of his fortune. Bai He trusted him when he had no soul power and was very young. Although at first both sides had the idea of taking advantage of each other, but after getting along for a long time, they became a close family. Bai Chenxiang regarded him as an older brother and grew up with him closely, becoming his childhood sweetheart. Bai He regarded him as his master outside, but loved and cared for him in private. He had the feeling of a long-lasting friendship and the admiration of grandparents and children. Sometime when the family is together, they just drink tea and chat happily. Bai He and Bai Chenxiang brought warmth to his family, which was an indescribable trust and happiness. Looking at the blazing bonfire in front of him, Lu Feng's mind flashed back to him cooking tea with White Crane over a small fire, chatting and laughing. Recalling Bai He's voice and smile, Lu Feng felt deeply sad but had nowhere to express it. He is the leader of the business alliance, the captain of the Shrek team, and the most important banner. He must show stronger strength outside. If you have something on your mind, tell me about it. Hua Wu's temperament seemed to have changed a lot, and he learned to observe other people's feelings carefully, maybe because the person he was talking to was Lu Feng. This unparalleled young man who almost killed her and then saved her made her particularly curious, and she wanted to take the initiative to get to know him. You saw it. Lu Feng smiled, put aside his thoughts for the time being, and cast his eyes on Hua Wu's pretty red face and said, "The roast lamb is ready to eat. It smells so good. I want a whole lamb leg." Hua Wu slapped her red lips. Lu Feng didn't want to say it, and she was embarrassed to ask again. In fact, Hua Wu is also very smart and has a high level of understanding. However, her fierce and unruly temperament obscures her advantages and the softness of her heart. Hua Wu's personality is exactly the opposite of Bibi Dong. One is soft on the outside but hard on the inside. The other is hard on the outside and soft on the inside. The same is true to perfection. Observing the melancholy look in Lu Feng's deep eyes, she seemed to be able to see that there was a deep sadness buried in the heart of such a powerful Lu Feng. Such a huge contrast at this moment moved her. "No problem, I'll let you eat as much as you want." Lu Feng took out the water, washed the sharp dagger, put the dagger on the fire to roast it, and started to cut the mutton. "You are so particular." Hua Wu chuckled, staring at Lu Feng's focused expression on his work. She found it more and more interesting. She survived from the edge of death and was more willing to discover the beauty of the world carefully. To her, life seemed to be lost and found again, like rebirth. There is also a kind of excitement about surviving the disaster. She secretly made up her mind to cherish everything she had, see the world from a different angle. See Lu Feng. Fortunately, everything is still in time. Not only should we cherish the good things, but we should also pursue them. At this time, Lu Feng cut off the leg of lamb and handed it to Hua Wu, eyes facing each other. Hua Wu, who had always been bold and arrogant, actually did not dare to make deep eye contact with Lu Feng for too long. She lowered her head and her cheeks turned red. It was not clear whether it was due to the firelight or other reason. "Thank you." Hua Wu shyly took the leg of lamb and took a small bite of it reservedly. Lu Feng was surprised. I never thought that Hua Wu also had this side. Shy, well-behaved, and reserved. Such words should not be used to describe Hua Wu, but now, it's actually happening. People always change, but Hua Wu has changed too much. Lu Feng's focus turned to Hua Wu, and for a while, it was a little difficult to adapt. "Wow, it's so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious roasted lamb." Hua Wu chewed the roasted lamb that was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Mutton with wide open almond eyes exclaimed loudly. She ignored her restraint, opened her red lips, and bit the roasted lamb leg with her neat teeth again, tearing off a piece. Yeah. Hua Wu's taste bud bloomed. Her heart was elated, and she looked very much enjoying and satisfied. Lu Feng discovered that his prediction was wrong. Hua Wu is also a girl who knows how to taste delicious food, and when she ate something delicious, she made no secret of her slightly crazy eating look. It didn't take long for Hua Wu to finish the entire roasted leg of lamb. "It's delicious. I want more." Hua Wu ate with his mouth full of oil and praised it profusely. Lu Feng cut another leg of lamb for her. "Do you have any wine?" Hua Wu said as he chewed the mutton. "Yes, it's best to drink strong wine. I always drink the strongest wine." Lu Feng. Chapter 543 Hua Wu vs Lu Feng. Hua Wu is confused. Hua Wu's shyness, reserve, and well-behaved attitude just now were gone. The essence of Hua Wu has not changed. What has changed is the language and the way he behaved. Lu Feng reached for his storage belt, took out a black porcelain bottle with exquisite carvings, and opened the lid. The aroma of wine is fragrant. "Oh, this is my favorite Zwixian brew, but the aroma seems to be more mellow." Hua Wu took the bottle and took a deep sip. "This is the special drunken immortal brew. It's better than the tribute. It's rare to meet a knowledgeable drinking buddy. I'll drink the strongest wine with you tonight." Lu Feng also showed a bold gesture and took out another bottle for himself. "Under the violent mood swings just now, I also wanted to get drunk once, although it was difficult. Okay, drinking friends, cheers. Huo Wu raised the bottle, touched it with Lu Feng's bottle, and took a sip. Well, good wine. The special drunk immortal brew is truly extraordinary. I've tasted it before. It's the best wine, but you have to drink it sparingly. Don't save it. I still have a dozen bottles in my pocket, which is enough. That's great. Why didn't I meet you as a drinking buddy earlier? You eat big meat and drink big. Drink and have fun. Huo Wu tilted his head and looked at Lu Feng as if he had gotten to know Lu Feng again and felt much closer to him. Taking advantage of her drunkenness, she said carelessly, let's talk about it first. It's best not to use soul power to dissolve the hangover, otherwise it will be boring and a waste of good wine. Agree. Lu Feng nodded. Next, the two drank and ate meat. Under the urging of alcohol, they let go of their guard and chatted. Huo Wu changed his abrupt way of saying things and had respect for Lu Feng, making the communication surprisingly smooth. The two of them seemed to have known each other for many years and had a great time chatting with each other. Hearty laughter echoed in the empty forest from time to time. Huo Wu's extremely beautiful jade face was already deeply red and charming, which perfectly complemented her unique straightforward and bold character. She stared at Lu Feng's face with drunken eyes and a charming smile on her lips. Lu Feng, so you are like this. What are you like? Lu Feng was slightly drunk and had a charming smile. I don't know what to say, but contrary to what I thought before, you are actually a very good person. You thought I was a bad person before. Yes, but looking back, everything I knew about you before was I got it from others. Feng Xiaotian also said that you are extremely lustful, which makes me think that you might force a woman to obey you. Oh, is that what he said? I don't deny that you are lustful, but force. Lu Feng smiled and shook his head. Wait a minute, you made me drink so much strong alcohol tonight. Do you want to get me drunk and then do that obscene thing to me and turn me into your woman? Huo Wu seemed to be wary and spoke very harshly. Straightforward. Sister, it was you who proposed to drink. I am just accompanying you. You can stop drinking at any time. Lu Feng said with a helpless smile. That's right. When I was unconscious, all my clothes were gone, so you didn't do anything like a beast. Huo Wu intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the location of Lu Feng's belly. Lu Feng caught Huo Wu's bold look and couldn't laugh or cry. You don't think that if I do it, I'm a beast, but if I don't, I'm worse than a beast, right? No, I just remembered that I heard that Xue Beng's place was not good, but I still took the concubine in a big way. Huo Wu smiled a little weirdly. Lu Feng was stunned. Sister, do you think I can't do it either? This is even more serious. Sure enough, wine can mess things up. He could speak clearly about anything. Even Huo Wu himself told dirty joke. Don't call me elder sister, or call me old. You are younger than me. Call me Sister Huawu. Okay, Sister Huawu. To be honest, I once managed 7 girls in one night, but how many more? I can do it. How could a man be misunderstood on this matter? Lu Feng solemnly declared with a proud and powerful posture. Huo Wu actually associated himself with Xue Beng. I really don't know what's going on in her little head. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Even a master like himself who has captured the goddess cannot completely guess it. Huo Wu couldn't help laughing when he saw Lu Feng's appearance. She was teasing Lu Feng on purpose. I didn't expect Lu Feng to explain so seriously. This kind of topic is very embarrassing, but it is also very exciting and fun. She is fierce and unruly, but also very conservative, and she still remains a virgin. The main reason is that no man can enter her heart. She could see that all the people who pursued her were tolerating her and blindly trying to please her. Such people were not what she wanted. Even Feng Xiaotian was no exception. Lu Feng did not tolerate her at all, did not please her, and had no intention of pursuing her. She even placed her naked body in front of Lu Feng, admitting that Lu Feng was lustful, but he did not violate her. Until now, a man and a woman were alone in the wild drinking a lot of wine, and Lu Feng had not shown any intention of being happy with her. She even suspected that she was not attractive enough. Huo Wu was curious and couldn't help but take the initiative to bring the topic to men and women. She didn't drink too much, and she was too embarrassed to speak. Now I can be more unrestrained while I'm drunk. Is it so powerful? It's too exaggerated. It's hard not to make people doubt it. Hehe. Are you doubtful? Then why don't you give it a try? Lu Feng stood up from the opposite side and walked to Huo Wu. He stretched out his hand and rubbed Huo Wu's hand on the slender, snow-white and round jade leg. Very nice touch. Ah, don't. Huo Wu hurriedly slapped Lu Feng's claws away, but did not get up and run away. She shyly rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, are you showing your true nature? Lu Feng's breath was stagnant and he said, if so, are you afraid? Afraid that you will force me? Huo Wu shrank back as if it was true. If you don't worry, you can use your soul power to dissolve the alcoholic power now, and then I will take you home. Lu Feng sighed softly. No, we have agreed that we can't use soul power to dissolve the hangover. I don't want to go home tonight. As soon as Huo Wu finished her words, she felt that there was an ambiguity in the last sentence and hurriedly explained, I mean, with it fun to drink and chat with you. If you don't mind, I want to drink and chat with you until dawn. Okay, Lu Feng said. In fact, he was not very interested. Bai He's misfortune made him depressed and greatly affected his mood. And Tang Hao was in Wuhan City and had received the inheritance of Rakshasa God. Therefore, he has no intention of hunting for beauty and having fun for the time being. To conquer Fire Dance, you can do it easily. Capture her heart and get energy points to make yourself stronger. Drinking is a way of drowning your sorrows. We also know that wine cannot relieve sorrow, and his main concern is not sorrow but hatred. Grandpa Bai He, I will never let your death be in vain. I will definitely take good care of Xiao Xiang. Rest assured, this glass of wine is for you. Lu Feng looked up at the starry sky, raised his wine and saluted the white crane. Then he drank the remaining wine in the bottle in one gulp. Have you remembered something that made you uncomfortable again? Hua Wu saw Lu Feng's eyes becoming melancholy again and asked cautiously. Chapter 544 Death of Fire Dan. Yes, Lu Feng nodded. Maybe it will make you feel better if you tell me, if you are willing to let me listen to the secret. Seeing Lu Feng like this, in addition to being curious, Hua Wu also felt an unprecedented maternal overflow. Actually, it's not a secret. You should know that Tang Hao killed Bai He, and I have known Bai He for many years. I respect him very much. He is equivalent to one of the few close relatives in my world. Since Hua Wu wanted to listen, Lu Feng speak up. So that's the case, then I understand. Hua Wu suddenly understood. With her ruby-like beautiful eyes, she looked at Lu Feng with some distress. She raised Bai Su's hand and put it on Lu Feng's shoulder, patting him gently. After a pause, Hua Wu added, I may not be able to empathize with the pain of losing a loved one, but there is something in my heart that makes me suffer until now, and it is also related to the loss of a close relative. Lu Feng was slightly startled. The proud and bold Hua Wu still hid pain in his heart. My mother died in childbirth because she gave birth to me, which is equivalent to killing her. I have always blamed myself. When I was a child, whenever I saw other mothers holding their children's hands, my heart would hurt. The pain was too much to bear, so I lost my temper and became violent, and then I developed this kind of character that I even hated, Hua Wu said, laughing at himself, and her eyes were moist, with tears glistening at the corners. Lu Feng stared at Hua Wu, a little stunned. It turned out to be like this. Hua Wu, who looks extremely strong on the outside, hides unknown pain and struggle in his heart. In the original plot, Hua Wu never showed weakness, and no one ever opened her heart. At this moment, Lu Feng saw that in her heart lived a poor little girl who lost her mother but deeply blamed herself. Her fierce and unruly attitude, her refusal to admit defeat, is a struggle against the world and herself. Everyone can have many sides. This kind of fire dance is really heartbreaking. Lu Feng had a deep understanding of Hua Wu. Who else knows about your inner thought? Didn't they explain it to you? Hua Wu shook his head. I have never mentioned it to anyone, not even my father. Haha, what a stubborn little girl. Lu Feng was quite moved. Hua Wu revealed the biggest secret in her heart, which had been buried in her heart for more than 10 years and was only told to him. And what he said on his mind cannot be considered a secret. Many people in the business alliance know it. Are you still laughing? Humph, I'm ignoring you. Hua Wu pouted, stood up and walked away, turning his back to Lu Feng. The little girl's temper got worse again, but her beautiful eyes were wet with tears. At this time, there is nowhere to look like the heroic and powerful Hua Wuja. Lu Feng chased after him, hugged the pitiful Hua Wu from behind, and whispered softly in her ear, I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing at the fact that we are in the same boat now. Hua Wu's delicate body trembled, as if wrapped in a sense of security. My wandering heart has a place to rest. Are we in the same boat? Hua Wu was a little unsure. Well, the source of our pain is actually the loss of a close relative, and I also blame myself for not protecting Bai He. If I had been crueler at that time and directly ordered Tang Hao to be killed, Bai He might not have died. Lu Feng said, you said that. I understand. Hua Wu nodded. In this regard, they do have something very similar in common. Lu Feng encouraged her to open up her heart, and she resonated with him. She leaned against Lu Feng's warm and generous chest, feeling a sense of comfort that she had never felt before. Seeing that Hua Wu's mood had stabilized, Lu Feng let go of his hand, opened a new bottle of wine, and stuffed it into Hua Wu's hand. Keep drinking. Without Lu Feng's warm embrace, Hua Wu felt inexplicably empty and a little disappointed, but she didn't show it on her face. Lu Feng, isn't he greedy for my body? Is it because I'm not beautiful enough or attractive enough, or is he not planning to develop a relationship with me? Just a friendship possible. The women around him were all as beautiful as heavenly beings. Some girls, such as Zhu Zhuqing, were stunned by their stunning look and envious of their hot bodies. Hua Wu thought about it, feeling a little unconfident for the first time. Okay, keep drinking. On the surface, Hua Wu said boldly, but there was a bit of a forced smile. It is great to have a friend like Lu Feng. A true friend is hard to find, and a true husband is even harder to find. Maybe we won't meet him again in this life, and this opportunity to be alone with Lu Feng may come again in the future. Fire Dance, his unwillingness to admit defeat heat was still there, but mainly it was Lu Feng who deeply moved him. Hua Wu, your face is so red. Have you drank too much? Lu Feng saw that Hua Wu's face was red. Her eyes were blurred. Her eyes were slightly dull, and she spoke a little loudly. Who said that? Why are you kidding? Sister, I won't get drunk after 1,000 cups, but if you can't drink, I won't force you to drink with me. Hua Wu regained her stubborn demeanor and said forcefully, I'm fine. Lu Feng wanted to get drunk, but maybe because his physical body was too strong, alcohol couldn't anesthetize his nerves at all. After several bottles, he was still just tipsy. About half an hour later, Hua Wu's drunken state became more and more obvious. She rested her head on Lu Feng's shoulder. Don't say I'm drunk. I'm not drunk. Give me another bottle. How about you take a break first? A dozen bottles. I've finished all the premium drunken immortal brew, Lu Feng said while touching his storage belt. The two of them finished up more than a dozen bottles of super-grade drunken immortal brew in a day. Hua Wu's drinking capacity is indeed amazing, and judging from Hua Wu's appearance, he had already drank too much. Drink it all? Didn't you say it's enough? Hua Wu blinked his drunken eyes, and a proud smile appeared on his lips. I didn't expect you to be so good at drinking. This is top-notch liquor, Lu Feng said with a smile. Because soul masters have tempered their bodies with soul power all year round, their ability to drink far exceeds that of ordinary people with soul power protecting their bodies. Drinking too much will not harm them, but this is top-grade liquor. If an ordinary soul master does not use his soul power to dissolve the hangover, he will get drunk after 2 or 3 bottles at most. Hua Wu drank 7 or 8 bottles. You're lying. You're just stingy and won't give it to me. Hua Wu pursed her red lips and groped for Lu Feng's waist with her slender fingers. I want it more. Give it to me. Give it to me. Really not? Don't touch it. Lu Feng couldn't let Hua Wu search his storage belt. There were important secrets hidden in his storage belt. Using the best materials, Lu Gao made it himself. It is a near-god level storage belt that only Lu Feng can open. Even if it is presented to Hua Wu, she cannot open it. But because the storage belt is too important, Lu Feng subconsciously pushed away the jade hands that were carelessly groping around his waist. Hua Wu drank too much, and her body was a little limp and uncontrollable. Her hand was pushed away, and the slightest force caused her delicate body to lose balance. Her feet staggered, and she fell into Lu Feng's arms. She lost her balance, causing her jade hands to claw randomly. I caught a handle that I shouldn't have caught. His Lu Feng took a breath of air and shuddered suddenly. Chapter 545 Undercurrent Surges. Eyes lowered. In Hua Wu's collar, there are shocking white undulations. Lu Feng only wore an outer skirt for Hua Wu, but he was not prepared to wear women's clothing underneath. Therefore, there is a vacuum inside Hua Wu. When I helped her put on the skirt, I saw her hot figure. Lu Feng actually felt it at that time. Hey, what is this? Is it a wine bottle? Hua Wu tugged doubtfully. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth twitched. No, hurry up. Let go. Don't let go. I want to drink. Hua Wu looked at it intently, and she was suddenly stunned. Even if he is very drunk as a soul sec, he will not be so drunk that he loses consciousness. Hua Wu quickly let go and took 2 steps back, sobering up a bit. He looked up at Lu Feng with great embarrassment. This time, their eyes met, and Hua Wu did not avoid it. Both of them looked at each other blankly. The air suddenly became quiet. Hua Wu's breathing became increasingly rapid, and her heart pounded loudly, which was clearly audible. Her blushing jade face looked like it could squeeze out blood. The seductive curves of the fire dance are looming in an outer skirt. That slender waist that can be grasped. That full body. The round and slender jade legs that I just touched. At this moment, Lu Feng's thoughts were suddenly awakened. The thin dress can't cover anything at all. Hua Wu is also very intuitive. I feel Lu Feng's heart in her beautiful, shy eyes. Not only was there no fear of shrinking, but there was also a fiery color and an extra determination. She pounced again. This time, it wasn't because she was stumbling. It was because she took the initiative. She has a strong aggressive gaze. She has a different kind of wild personality. Lu Feng was surprised again, but of course the flames of a campfire somewhat weakened. The singing of autumn insects never stops. The clear brilliance of the stars is still shining quietly from the gaps between the branches and leaves. Amid the dense forest, the movement of nature is happening naturally. Time flies. Time flies. The sky lit up fish belly white. The night is driven away and dawn come. The bonfire has been extinguished and its embers are smoking. In the tent, Hua Wu woke up from Lu Feng's arms. When she opened her eyes, she found that Lu Feng was also looking at her with a warm but strange smile. Ah! Hua Wu exclaimed and sat up. You, what did you do to me? Lu Feng said helplessly. Can't you remember? You asked for it. To a certain extent, it was you forced me to. Hua Wu thought for a while. It seems like this. She didn't know how to face the situation at hand. You can only act according to your own temperament. She pretended to put on her dress as if nothing had happened and said, Sister, I will be responsible for you. Hua Wu was so frank that Lu Feng was surprised. Are you responsible for me? Well, I took the initiative to ask for you, but I'm not the kind of person who always gives up. I will be responsible for you. Hua Hua Wu put on her clothes and patted Lulu indifferently. Maple's shoulders. As generous as ever. Why are you responsible for me? Lu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he also wanted to play around. I can give you money, Hua Wu said casually. You have more money than me. Besides, what's the meaning of giving me money? I'm not selling myself. Lu Feng helplessly spread his hands. Hua Wu looked at Lu Feng's helpless expression and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She was just teasing Lu Feng, and she said this deliberately because of the pride in her heart. After pretending to think again, she sniffed and said, then, I'll give you some love. What kind of love? Lu Feng saw that Hua Wu was joking on purpose and was happy to cooperate. Do you want the one that lasts a lifetime? Hua Wu looked directly into Lu Feng's eyes with affectionate eyes, feeling extremely expectant in her heart. But also a bit unconfident. What a special girl. I don't want it. Lu Feng teased her in turn. You. Hua Wu didn't expect Lu Feng to refuse directly. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes, and he felt extremely sad in his heart. His heart was like a knife, and he stared at Lu Feng with tears in his eyes. Forget it if you don't want to. I won't ask anything of you. Just treat what happened last night as never happening. Anyway, it was just drunkenness and being sober that I did something I shouldn't have done. But she knew in her heart, how could it be that it never happened? At least for her, the scene last night will never be forgotten for the rest of her life. How could I forget? She was so protective of her last night that she thought Lu Feng liked her. But she didn't hate Lu Feng, she only hated herself. I hate my bad temper. I hate myself for not being good enough. I don't want one life. I want 3 lives. Will you give it to me? Lu Feng said with a smile. Ah, Sans hung. Hua Wu's head didn't turn around for a moment, and he froze on the spot, blinking his beautiful eyes and looking at Lu Feng in confusion. A few moments, Hua Wu burst into tears and smiled with a bright smile. Her face was as beautiful as a pear blossom in the rain. She realized that Lu Feng was teasing her. And 3 lives is more affectionate than 1 life. According to legend, there are gods and souls in this world, and people believe in an afterlife. Lu Feng even made reservations for her next life, even stronger than her. But this kind of strength made her extremely moved and elated. Lu Feng let her feel it again and regained it again. The last time, life was lost and regained. This time it's love. Lu Feng had just refused. She didn't think much about it or observe Lu Feng's expression. She just thought that Lu Feng really disliked her and didn't want to truly become a lover with her, even though the two had a real relationship as husband and wife, or because she was too impatient and cared too much about this love. If she loses this love, she will never be able to fall in love with another man again in her life. Lu Feng smiled broadly, walked over, opened his arms, and embraced her. Hua Wu's special character also creates her unique charm. Hua Wu had mixed emotions and cried with joy, tears welling up even more, and she cried so hard. You are bad. You are too bad. Hua Wu gently patted Lu Feng, but instead she became even more attached to Lu Feng. Okay, it's me who is bad. Don't cry. Lu Feng comforted, pressing his lips on Hua Wu's pretty face and licking her tears. Your tears are so sweet. You are talking nonsense. They are salty. What are you doing? I have no paper, so I will lick your tears dry with my mouth. Oh, you can't do this. I will use my sleeves. Just wipe it and it'll be fine. Lu Feng licked her tears and was extremely affectionate. The couple was full of fun. Hua Wu felt sweet and happy in her heart. However, Lu Feng's status was extremely high in her mind, and Lu Feng was so low. The gesture and the kindness to her made her a little confused. Haha, we are all stupid. We can evaporate tears with soul power. Not to mention you have fire attribute soul power. Lu Feng said with a smile. Indeed, I heard that falling in love can make people stupid. It turns out it's true. Hua Wu raised a bright smile at the corner of his mouth, stared straight at Lu Feng, and said shyly and affectionately, be stupid. Even if you are stupid, I am willing to live in 3 lives, as long as that person is you. Chapter 546. The most beautiful love words in the world. He is Lu Feng. He is sitting on the bench today. He is nominally a substitute, but he is the captain. It is normal for him to direct tactic. Feng Xiaotian looked at Lu Feng with a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. He and Lu Feng were old acquaintances. Back then, at the gate of Tianshui College, all the boys were drooling and feeling itchy in front of the beauties in Tianshui College. But I can't get in. I can't get it. Only Lu Feng was able to enter Tianshui College with such arrogance. He also lured away Shui Yuer, whom he desperately wanted to pursue, and Shui Binger, whom he didn't dare to hope for. At that time, Hu Yanli was pursuing Shui Binger and regarded Shui Binger as his forbidden love and must get her. For this reason, Hu Yanli also invited his grandfather Hu Yanzhen to make trouble at Tianshui College, hoping to use his power to force the Shui family to marry the Xiangjia sect and make Shui Binger accept Hu Yanli's engagement request. Feng Xiaotian also invited his father to help, hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to get Shui Yuer. While the commotion was going on, Prince Xuebeng and Princess Shui arrived. Because Lu Feng didn't kneel down, Avalanche, the butler beside Xuebeng, a soul saint, boldly attacked Lu Feng. Feng. As a result, Lu Feng killed the Soul Saint with one move, shocking the entire audience. Then, Lu Feng showed his identity as the representative of the leader of the Merchant Alliance. It shocked the whole audience. No one dared to mess with Lu Feng anymore. Ordinary people in the Merchant Alliance would not dare to mess with him, let alone the representative of the Merchant Alliance leader who holds the Alliance leader's order. Many powerful soul masters from the Merchant Alliance also rushed to the scene and formed a counter-siege. Hu Yanzhen left the scene angrily, not daring to say another word. Hu Yanli could only give up pursuing Shui Binger. He didn't dare to snatch a woman from the leader of the Merchant Alliance, not to mention Shui Binger didn't like him at all. Feng Xiaotian, whose background is not as powerful as Hu Yan, can only give up pursuing Shui Yuer, settle for the second best, and concentrate on pursuing Hua Wu. Now Feng Xiaotian behaves like a very dedicated dog licker. In fact, in his heart he prefers Shui Yuer, a girl who is innocent, quirky, and as gentle as water. As for Hua Wu's temper, she was too domineering and irritable, and could get angry easily, but she had never been seen to be gentle. However, Hua Wu is extremely beautiful and has a great figure. In terms of appearance, she is not inferior to Shui Yuer. In terms of cultivation talent, he is even comparable to Shui Binger. In terms of identity and background, she is the daughter of the Dean of Blazing Fire Academy. Relatively speaking, Feng Xiaotian couldn't find a better choice than Hua Wu, so he could only pursue Hua Wu. How can he sit on the bench as a captain and just talk but not play? Is he really as strong as the rumors say? Hua Wu glanced sideways at Lu Feng with a hint of hostility in his red eyes. He is really strong, Feng Xiaotian said with a bitter smile. Even if he is really strong, but when the female players are allowed to fight on the field, he hides off the field and doesn't look like a man. This kind of person is annoying to look at. There was a look of disgust on Hua Wu's arrogant jade face. Feng Xiaotian said in his heart, you just hate it. He took the opportunity to mention Lu Feng's shortcomings again. It is a fact that he is very strong, but it is also a fact that he is very lustful. Sister Hua Wu, you may not know that the girls in the Shrek team are almost all his women. Tian Shui, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer from the academy team are also his public girlfriends. I don't know how many women he has a relationship with, but I heard there are hundreds. Is there such a thing? Me. I hate this kind of lecher who treats women as playthings. Hua Wu had an even worse impression of Lu Feng and said angrily, there is no other way. He is too powerful. He is also the representative of the leader of the Merchant Alliance. He has a very high status and is extremely rich, so you know. Feng Xiaotian added. He had already figured out Hua Wu's temperament and preferences and deliberately brought the topic to this aspect. If you are strong enough, have a high enough status, and have enough wealth, can you do whatever you want? Some girls may be oppressed by him and have to be his girlfriend. If it were me, I would rather die than obey. Hua Wu's imagination was wide open, curled her red lip arrogantly. She has lived in her family and the Soul Master Academy since she was a child. She has not had much experience outside and is not experienced in the world. All concepts were instilled in her by others, but she has her own opinion, and when she got angry, even his brother Hua Wuxuan didn't dare to provoke her. At this moment, Hua Wu seemed to be on the verge of erupting. Feng Xiaotian shrank his head and stopped talking. He couldn't go too far and let Hua Wu really explode. Provoking should also be done in moderation. I really want to teach him a lesson. Hua Wu stared at Lu Feng with murderous eyes, clenched his fist, and made a clicking sound as his joints slid. Hua Wu has a very proud personality. She is very competitive and arrogant. She won consecutive matches in the finals, which pushed her pride to the extreme. At this time, Lu Feng seemed to feel something and turned his head to glance this way. Feng Xiaoshan's heart skipped a beat. Lu Feng wouldn't have heard it. Several hundred meters apart, if other teams encounter Shrek Academy, they will all wish that Lu Feng would not play. But Hua Wu, who had a fiery temperament, threatened to teach him a lesson. If Lu Feng is offended, their fate in the competition will probably be even worse than that of the Star Luo Royal team. He didn't know what Lu Feng's defense was like, but Lu Feng's attacks were too terrifying. He could kill the Soul Saint with one move, which he had seen with his own eyes. A few months ago, there were rumors that he killed a Contra in the Sunset Forest. The Academy of Five Elements advocates the concept of extreme flow, and all the students it accepts are soul masters of the same attribute. The methods of selecting team members are all extreme. Although they become strong in one aspect, their weaknesses have also become very obvious. Therefore, Feng Xiaotian and others preconceived the idea that since Lu Feng's attack power was extremely strong, he must have obvious weaknesses in defense and other aspects. But even if Lu Feng has a weak point in defense, as long as Lu Feng uses such strong attack power, no one in the new kamikaze team can block his blow. Fortunately, Lu Feng just glanced at him casually. It happened that Flanders, the dean of Shrek Academy, was talking to him, so he turned his head back. Feng Xiaotian breathed out secretly and relaxed. If Lu Feng heard that he was saying bad things behind his back just now, it would be troublesome. He didn't want his relationship with Lu Feng to become hostile. Not to mention him alone, not even his entire family could offend Lu Feng. Hua Wu, don't be reckless, Hua Wuxuan said. The two teams merged in order to go further in the competition. The further you go, the more you can hone yourself. At the same time, in the spotlight of everyone, especially the attention of powerful people, show your strength, win honors, and become famous. But what if, like the Douluo Royal Academy, there was an extremely embarrassing moment of defeat? Not only does it not have any sharpening effect, it is also very embarrassing, increases frustration, makes people feel distressed, and affect the state of subsequent cultivation. Hua Wuxuan has always doted on his sister Hua Wu and supported Hua Wu's decision under normal circumstances, but in this case he had to put forward his own opinion. Neither Lu Feng nor the dominant force merchant alliance behind him can provoke easily. Chapter 547 Hua Wu has changed. Even if you hate him, don't anger him, Feng Xiaotian also advised. Just now, Davis was arrogant and domineering before starting the battle. He knew that Zhu Zhuqing was already in love with Lu Feng and couldn't leave him, but he still used the engagement to threaten him. This must have angered Lu Feng. As a result, the entire Douluo Royal Academy team was brutally tortured. He didn't want to make the same mistake again. Are you afraid? You are not a man either. Hua Wuxing stared at Feng Xiaotian and said angrily. Feng Xiaoshan's face stiffened. As soon as he was stimulated by the fire dance, Feng Xiaotian immediately raised his head, puffed out his chest, put on an ambitious look, and said righteously, I'm not afraid of him. My head can be cut off and blood can be shed, but I will never back down. We must face the difficulties and fight to the end. Hua Wu's expression softened a bit amid Feng Xiaoshan's impassioned words. Seeing that it was working, Feng Xiaotian continued, moreover, my self-created soul skill, the 36 continuous slashes of the wind demon wolf, coupled with the assistance of your fire elemental soul power, the speed and attack power are greatly improved. If Lu Wenfeng comes out to participate in the competition, I will catch him and beat him. Even if our team fails in the end, we will knock him down. A smile flashed in Hua Wu's eyes. That's right, let's knock him down together. It would be an honor to lose. Hua Wu knew that he would definitely not be able to defeat the Shrek Academy team in a competition with the overall strength of the entire team, but it was still possible for Ji Hua Lu Feng to defeat just him. Lu Feng is now famous all over the world, and those who defeat him will also become famous. Hua Wuxuan and others looked at Hua Wu and Feng Xiaoshan's lofty ambitions and felt sad in their heart. Hua Wuxuan looked at Feng Xiaotian and an idea came to his mind. This guy is unreliable. It's not like you don't know my sister's character. If you provoke her like this, if she really goes all out to fight Lu Feng, it will be like she was placed in extreme danger. If something happens to Hua Wu, can you take the responsibility? Hua Wuxuan was originally a little supportive of Feng Xiaoshan's pursuit of his sister Hua Wu. Feng Xiaotian has been very devoted this year, and there are not many young talents who can tolerate his sister's personality. Now Hua Wuxuan began to re-examine Feng Xiaotian. The time goes back to a few minutes ago. Davis was involuntarily blown off the field. A big parabola was drawn in the sky, and with a bang, it fell into a garbage dump on the street in Wuhan City. As the number of people in the city suddenly increased several times, the garbage also piled up into a mountain. Due to the shortage of manpower, the person responsible for cleaning did not come to deal with the pile of garbage until night. Suddenly a person fell from the sky and hit the garbage pile. It immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. No one knew what happened. Davis's face was blackened by the blast. His nostrils and corners of his mouth were bleeding. His gorgeous uniform was in tatters, and smoke was still coming from his body. The extremely noble prince looked even more miserable than a beggar. The piled garbage was scattered when he dropped it, emitting a pungent stench. People around him pinched their noses, gathered around, and pointed at Davis. What's going on? It seems like a beggar fell from the sky. There are no beggars in Wuhan City. Wuhan Palace will provide funding and subsidies to the poor and distribute food and clothes for free, even if they are disabled. Wuhan Palace's merchants will. The Alliance branch can also provide jobs within its capabilities. Look at him. He is so miserable. Even beggars are not so miserable. It look very pitiful. He seems to be seriously injured. He is still alive. Don't you want to send him for treatment? No, just inform the adults at Wuhan Palace. A healing soul master will come to help him later. He looks quite young. I don't know if he is pretending to be a liar. Forget it. I'll give you a few copper soul coin. A kind person took out a few copper soul coins and threw them next to Davis and gave them to him. The copper soul coins are of little use, but they are enough to buy some food and drink. Ophelia was among the crowd. Seeing Davis' terrible appearance, she felt compassion and took out a gold soul coin from her purse. Even if you are a liar, but since you look so miserable, I will reward you with a gold soul coin. As the heir of an earl, her family is rich, and she spends more money than ordinary people. If he just buys ordinary food to fill his stomach, a gold soul coin can feed this miserable beggar for a month. Originally Originally it wouldn't matter if she gave away a few more gold soul coin, but tomorrow she would have to spend 10,000 gold soul coins to buy tickets to the VIP area of the competition, and the money she brought out would not be much. Davis breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, hearing Ophelia's voice. It felt very familiar. He tried to open his eyelids slightly. Seeing Ophelia's face, he cheered up slightly. With trembling black and swollen lips, Davis struggled to squeeze out the sound from his throat. Cough, cough. Oh, yeah, what tooth? Ophelia didn't understand. Yeah, hey, are you calling me? How do you know my name? Ophia felt very strange. She didn't expect that this beggar actually knew her. I am Si. Davis said weakly and intermittently. What kind of silk are you bringing? Ophia shook her head. Forget it. Since you know me, I'll give you one more gold coin. She took out another gold coin, threw it to Davis, then turned and left. She is the daughter of a duke and a famous lady of the Douluo Empire. She has traveled everywhere and attracted much attention. It is not surprising that some people know her, but she didn't want to talk any more about this beggar who might be a liar. Seeing that Ophelia was about to leave, Davis hurriedly endured the pain, tried his best to gather a little strength, and said loudly, I am Prince Ingluo. There was a silence around him. Looking at the beggar lying on the ground and unable to speak, he called himself Prince Ingluo. Everyone present looked sideways. Next moment, a roar of laughter broke out. Ophia stopped walking and turned back to look at Davis again. Look carefully. It was hard to see what the black face looked like, and the hair was all standing up. It was as messy as a chicken coop. Some were golden, some were green, some were purple, and there were also hanging fruit peels and rotten vegetable leaves. He didn't look like a noble, blonde, handsome prince at all like Davis, and the clothes on his body were burnt and ragged, as if he had just been rescued from a fire. Ophia frowned and said, You said you are my cousin, Prince Davis of Xingluo. Due to the frequent marriages between upper-class nobles, she was also a distant relative of the royal Dai family. Davis nodded. Ophelia said, Are you kidding? Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. It's not a joke, Miss Ophia. He is His Highness the Crown Prince. A Xingluo flying healing soul master descended from the sky, spitting blue light from his palms, and gave Davis a healing soul skill. Ophia and the people around her were immediately stunned. Prince Davis was actually beaten into such a state that his parents might not even recognize him when they come. Chapter 548 Hua Wu. I'm afraid you'll force me. Reluctant to leave, Hua Wu returned to the team first. Lu Feng went to the Pope's palace to meet with Bibi Dong. After a rough discussion, he went out to see the layout of the business alliance. It is not that the forces of the merchant alliance are required to directly confront Tang Hao, but that they should minimize the casualties of the people, including ordinary members of the merchant alliance, on the premise of self-protection. There are thousands of people and their families in Wuhan City Merchant Alliance. Once Tang Hao wreaks havoc in Wuhan City, it will seriously endanger people's lives and property. As for today's game, there is no team matchup that I care about, so I can watch it or not. Lu Feng took a look around and was very satisfied. The Merchant Alliance has many talents and is very efficient. Within one day, Wuhan City was divided into several areas. Key areas are heavily guarded at all levels. For example, the scope of the Business Alliance Wuhan City branch building. Elite scouts and spies are scattered in non-key areas, combining light and dark with dense eyeliners. Any disturbance immediately, that is to say, you can find out the details. Messy tent area. It's also clearly organized. Entering Wuhan City from the outside, many people had nowhere to stay and pitched tents everywhere. The Merchant Alliance replaced Wuhan City and was responsible for this part of management. Ordinary people, ordinary soul masters, and powerful soul masters above soul saint perform partition management. The latter is Tang Hao's target and a key protection target because Bibi Dong revealed a secret while communicating with him. Tang Hao's ninth test as Rakshasa god requires him to devour the soul power and souls above soul saint. Deal with this. The Business Alliance construction team built a unified high-end tent area in a short period of time to provide free VIP level services for soul masters above soul emperor, including accommodation, transportation, and ticket arrangement, but real name registration is required. To be on the safe side, even the soul emperor cannot be harmed by Tang Hao. Come to Wuhan City to watch the competition. It's hard to get a ticket. Now everyone above the soul emperor level can receive free tickets and enjoy the services of the Merchant Alliance. They don't have to crowd together with ordinary soul masters to set up tent, which makes them look much more noble. Unless you are someone with ulterior motives, everyone is willing to register with your real name. Everyone has also heard about the case of the soul master's disappearance. Now that they are under the protection of the Merchant Alliance, they feel much more at ease. Leader of the Merchant Alliance, you and I are at odds with each other. Tang Hao hid in the shadows outside the VIP tent area of the Merchant Alliance, gritting his teeth with a fierce and malicious look in his completely black eyes. This area was formed yesterday. The Merchant Alliance's flying scouts are hovering in the sky in shift and ground patrols, overt sentries, and hidden sentries have formed a tight network. There is only one exit in the VIP tent area, and all entrances and exits are subject to inspection. There are no loopholes to follow. Tang Hao stayed in secret all night. Not a single soul saint was caught. They didn't dare to forcefully break through the tight network of the business alliance. Although he can easily kill guards or sentries with just a few moves, he will definitely alert everyone. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Wuhan City. Strong men are everywhere, and there are even peerless strong men like Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong sitting here. Once he is exposed, he may lose the opportunity to assassinate the leader of the Merchant Alliance. After waiting so hard for so many days, Tang Hao was certainly not willing to give up. But if he does not give up on assassinating the leader of the Merchant Alliance, he will have to suspend the 9th test of Rax Hasa God, because he can no longer assassinate soul masters above soul saint. Even the soul emperor was protected. The soul masters who were originally staying at the hotel, including soul emperor and above, knew that there were free Merchant Alliance services and tickets, so they all checked out and stayed in the Merchant Alliance VIP tent area, devouring 7 more soul saints and 2 soul Douluo. The 9th test will complete the 2nd stage. Rax Hasa God will reminded. The 9th test of Rax Hasa God has 3 stages in total. Each time you complete a stage, your strength increases significantly and you get closer to the realm of God. His soul power reaches level 99 and he has the body of a demigod. Between level 99 and level 100 there are 2 stages, the body of a quasi-god and the body of a pseudo-god. After Tang Hao devoured several powerful soul masters the day before yesterday, he completed the 1st stage and entered the body of a quasi-god. After completing the ongoing 2nd phase, you will have the body of the false god. Completing the final 3rd stage also completes the inheritance of God, attains the body of a true god, and transforms soul power into divine power. The 3rd stage is extremely difficult and requires a long period of accumulation. Moreover, in the 3 stages, the soul power will be suppressed at level 98, but the various attributes of the body can be enhanced. For Tang Hao, the 1st and 2nd stages were relatively easy to handle, as long as he kept devouring high-level soul masters. Easier said than done, Tang Hao said angrily. He doesn't mind killing innocent people indiscriminately, but now the leader of the Merchant Alliance won't give him a chance. The forces of the Merchant Alliance follow the instructions of the leader of the Merchant Alliance and assist Wuhan Palace in doing these things. Therefore, Tang Hao placed his resentment on the leader of the Merchant Alliance. You still have a choice. Just kill Lu Feng, then leave Wuhan City. After completing the 2nd stage of the 9th test, come back for revenge. Rax Hasa God will. The will of the Rax Hasa God is the embodiment of extreme evil and very cunning. He proposes a retreat based on the changes in the current situation. The soul-killing King Lu Feng is relatively simple. The will of the Rax Hasa God is very afraid of Lu Feng's peerless talent and does not want to give Lu Feng any more time to grow. Tang Hao thought for a while and said, kill Lu Feng first. I'm afraid the leader of the Merchant Alliance will hide again. He has been hiding behind the scenes and dominated the Merchant Alliance for so many years. Outsiders can't even see his image, soul power, martial art, etc. But knowing that Tai Hui is hiding, if he loses this opportunity, it will be even harder to find him, and by that time, the 3 peerless Douluo of the Merchant Alliance will definitely be with him to protect him. That makes sense. Then just wait. With your current strength, as long as the leader of the Shang Alliance is not a peerless Douluo, you can use your strongest strike to kill him. Will he be a peerless Douluo? Tang Hao's strength against the leader of the Shang Alliance can only be improved. It is estimated that after all, the leader of the Merchant Alliance can recruit 3 peerless Douluo, and his own strength may not be much worse. The will of the Rax Hasa God did not respond. He couldn't guess this either. He was just the will of God, with only a limited ray of divine power. In order to support Tang Hao, all his divine power was exhausted. If the true form of Rax Hasa God comes to Wuhan City, he can use his spiritual consciousness to search the whole city, and all the powerful people in the city can be seen at a glance. It is a pity that the passage to the divine world is damaged and the true God cannot come to the world. Now, Business Alliance Wuhan City Branch Building. Lu Feng met with the elders of the Merchant Alliance to discuss. It's amazing that the 7 elders have mastered the 7-in-1 fusion technique overnight. Lu Feng was very happy. The 7-in-1 fusion technique comes from the Haoshan sect, but it is not the first one created by the Haoshan sect. This secret technique has been passed down for hundreds of years. The Haoshan sect was once powerful and had collected various secret techniques, including the 7-in-1 fusion technique. As long as the 7 people work together to form a 7-in-1 array and follow the secret technique, they can concentrate their soul power on one of them for fusion. In the original plot, in order for Tang San to win the game, Tang Hao gave the 7-in-1 fusion technique diagram to Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. The Shrek 7 monsters used this to defeat many people with much higher soul power than them. Team. In this life, Lu Feng used the peerless Peerless Douluo experience card to fight against the 7 titled Douluo of the Haoshan sect with 1 man. The Haoshan sect also used the 7-in-1 fusion technique. After destroying the Haoshan sect, they captured it and brought it to the Tang dynasty. Xiao and other storage belt from which the formation diagram of the 7-in-1 fusion technique was obtained. Chapter 549. Hua Wu's drinking capacity is astonishing. Knowing that Tang Hao had now become a peerless Douluo, Lu Feng temporarily asked 7 elders to form a formation and practice the 7-in-1 fusion technique. They are all strong men with extremely high understanding. Lu Feng hopes they can complete it in a short time. Lu Feng was overjoyed to learn that they had mastered the 7-in-1 fusion technique in just one night. In this case, the business alliance has an additional layer of protection. The combined power of 7 people merged into Sword Douluo plus Ning Fengzi's auxiliary buff. A Sword Douluo who is about to break through the 98th level. His soul power can reach the level of a 19th level peerless Douluo. He also has a fighting chance with Tang Hao, but Lu Feng didn't need them to fight tooth and nail as long as they were able to protect themselves and the people in the business alliance. Since Bone Douluo joined the formation, Ning Fengzi, who lost his protection, had to follow them. Ning Fengzi is the future father-in-law and currently the #1 auxiliary soul master in the world, so he has to be careful. With Ning Fengzi's assistant, the power of the 7-in-1 fusion technique has increased by more than 1 level. Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, Tai Tan, and Lu Erlong have all reached level 89 in soul power. When Lu Feng first met them, their soul power was stagnant. With the rise of the Merchant Alliance, their status became more and more noble, and they all became rich, high-spirited, and enlightened. With sufficient top-level cultivation resources and the absorption of top-level soul bone, their soul power quickly improved, reaching the level of half-step title Douluo. Except for Lu Erlong, the other 3 people are not very talented. They have reached the bottleneck of title Douluo and it is difficult to break through. Lu Erlong improved most rapidly. She was depressed due to the emotional injury caused by Yu Xiaogang. When she was over level 70, her soul power progress slowed down and she was overtaken by Flanders, who was not as talented as her. After meeting Lu Feng, she was appointed as the CEO of the Merchant Alliance. She followed Lu Feng's advice and turned her attention to work, and her soul power began to improve normally. Later, Lu Feng designed Yu Xiaogang to reveal himself, and Lu Erlong recognized Yu Xiaogang's true nature. Her heart knot was completely opened, and her soul power increased by leaps and bounds. Lu Feng helped her evolve her martial soul into the Red Fire Sacred Dragon, and gave her top-grade soul bones and fairy grass. Her cultivation talent was greatly enhanced, and her soul power improvement speed was greatly accelerated. Lu Erlong came from behind and overtook Flanders, and now he has caught up with Yang Wudi and other elders. As for Lu Erlong, who was in his early 80s with soul power, he could compete with Lai Yang Douluo in the Haoshan sect with his nearly god-level Crimson Fire Holy Dragon Spirit. Lu Erlong, who is now a half-step titled Douluo, is naturally more powerful than before and is not inferior to ordinary titled Douluo. This 7-in-1 fusion technique is not too mysterious and not difficult. Sword Douluo's eyes showed excitement. Having mastered the fusion technique last night, he felt the vast soul power of a peerless Douluo, and his confidence and fighting spirit doubled at the same time. Let Tang Hao come. We are looking forward to fighting him. Lu Erlong stared at Lu Feng and said firmly. She had an opinion about Lu Feng using himself as bait when the 3 peerless Douluo could not come to practice in seclusion. She was worried that something might happen to Lu Feng and she would be unable to protect him. Now that I have mastered the 7-in-1 fusion technique, I feel much more at ease. Lu Feng was happy to see teacher Erlong regain his unyielding domineering spirit, but he certainly could not let his wife go to all length. We can't say it clearly now, but we will make her obey the arrangements when the time comes. Whether he was giving an order as the leader of the alliance or conquering in private, I'm afraid that Tang Hao, the turtle grandson, will never be able to hide. Poison Douluo's hoarse voice revealed a murderous aura. Lord Leader, I know that you are extremely sad and angry because of Lao Bai's death, and you are bent on avenging Lao Bai. However, we might as well discuss the matter of showing up in person and arrange for a substitute. It was Yang Wudi who made the suggestion. Among the 4 single attribute clan, Yang Wudi and Bai He have the best personal relationship and are as close as brothers. Back then, the 4 tribes were in trouble due to being implicated by Tang Hao and the Haoshan sect, but Yang Wudi and Bai He still maintained regular contact. The Min clan has no money-making skills and is unable to survive. It is Yang Wudi who is helping Bai He, but in order to protect Lu Feng, Yang Wudi still hoped that Lu Feng would not take risk. It makes sense. The safety of the alliance leader is related to the survival of our merchant alliance. It is best not to take this risk. Of course, the replacement must be worthy of complete trust. Niu Gao said, let my grandson Tai Long be the substitute. Tai Tan said. Niu Gao's eyes were as big as copper bells and he stared. Old orangutan, I haven't haven't finished speaking yet. Your Tailong is too stupid and his figure is not similar, but I have a grandson who is similar in figure to the leader of the alliance, and he is also smart, suitable to be the stand-in for the Lord Alliance leader. Tai Tai retorted, your grandson is too stupid and no one has seen the Lord Alliance leader. The stand-in will just stop there and say a few words, but he is wearing a mask anyway, so his face cannot be seen. Seeing the two elders arguing, Lu Feng raised his hand and said, okay, stop arguing. I have made my decision. There is no need to discuss the substitute. Neither of them said the subtext. There are fatal dangers in being a stand-in. If the 7-in-1 fusion skill cannot stop Tang Hao, or if an accident occurs, the substitute will inevitably die. Niu Gao and Tai Tan each fought to let their grandson take Lu Feng's place. In fact, they fought to put their grandson in danger of death. They did this for Lu Feng. Lu Feng was of course aware of their good intention, and he flatly refused, unwilling to let others put himself in a dangerous situation for him, which showed the decisiveness and responsibility of the alliance leader. Sword Douluo, Poison Douluo, Bone Douluo, and others saw this and were moved in their heart. I saw Lu Feng's courage and courage again. From this small detail we can understand why Lu Feng was able to win the support of the 4 single attribute tribes when he had no soul power. They were even more convinced of Lu Feng. The astonishing talent that Lu Feng showed yesterday shows that Lu Feng must have gone further than them on the path of cultivation. Only if Lu Feng is alive can the most noble ideal of eternal peace be realized. They secretly made up their minds that even if they died in Wuhan City, they had to ensure that the leader of the alliance was safe. This day, the Tian Shui Academy team faced off against the Kamikaze team. Not much suspense. Kamikaze, the team's only chance is to destroy the 3-person martial soul fusion technique formed by Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu. The Tian Shui Academy team also guessed the tactics of the Kamikaze team and adopted a comprehensive reduction of the defensive circle. Shui Binger took the lead and used the instant skill to freeze, staring at Feng Xiaotian and saying hello. The ultimate ice sealed Feng Xiaotian and Hua Wushuan. However, Hua Wu accidentally avoided the ice and resisted the freezing cold air, becoming a highlight. After not seeing each other for 2 days, Hua Wu seemed to have changed into a different person, and his strength had greatly increased, which was surprising. Hua Wu became the only surprise soldier who could destroy the fusion skills of the 3 martial arts. After Hua Wu approached, Shui Binger used the resistance ice ring to repel him. Shui Yuer looks carefree, but in fact she is thoughtful, has superb fighting skills, and has a tacit understanding with her sister Shui Binger. Under the combined attack of the Shui sisters, Hua Wu can't sing with his palm alone, and his soul power is not as good as his opponent. After 2 days of intensive training, the 3 of them became more proficient in using their martial soul fusion skills. A huge phoenix of ice and snow formed, and as soon as the extreme ice and snow drifted out, the Kamikaze team never had a chance. The Tian Shui Academy team won. Due to Hua Wu's eye-catching performance, it was also a wonderful game. Feng Xiaotian, the most powerful person in Shenfeng Academy, became a foil. Like Yan, he was in the ice, watching helplessly losing the game without any performance. Hua Wu was also proud of his defeat, and the audience gave bursts of cheers and applause without hesitation. The strange thing is that Hua Lai and Hua Wu didn't seem to care at all about losing the game. Instead, their faces were red and their smiles were full, as if they were happier than winning the game. Hua Lai was uncharacteristically looking at Lu Feng with a smile, his face full of kindness and gratitude. Lu Feng's heart was like a mirror, and Hua Lai guessed the source of Hua Wu's ultimate fire attribute. In fact, it is not difficult to guess that Hua Wu was carried away by Lu Feng at that time. After returning, his strength soared, and he also possessed the ultimate fire that the Hua family could not even imagine. Lu Feng also responded with a smile, but his mental energy swept around the audience, carefully observing whether Tang Hao was there. It would save a lot of trouble if Tang Hao could be locked and tracked in advance, and Tang Hao is very cunning. Since the last time he released his strong murderous thought, he has disappeared without a trace of breath. The good news is that after the strong intervention of the Business Alliance to assist in control, there have been no more missing cases of soul masters in the past 2 days. Well, it depends on tomorrow. Chapter 550. What a special girl. It's a new day, a new game. Today, the finals begin. The Shrek Academy team faced off against the Tian Shui Academy team. The winner will face the defending champion. The focus of everyone's attention in this game is whether Shrek team captain Lu Feng will appear and what identity he will choose. Anyone who knows the inside story knows that the showdown that attract the world's attention is actually Lu Feng's family affair. Both teams were trained by him, and both teams also have his wife. I don't know the insider, and I also know that this is an internal competition within the Business Alliance. Regardless of the result, the Business Alliance will occupy 2 of the top 3 spots. What do you think Lu Feng will do? The Tian Shui Academy team is obviously weaker. Lu Feng may help the Tian Shui Academy team and sit in the Tian Shui Academy Academy spectator seats to command. I don't think so. Lu Feng is the captain of the Shrek team. What's the point of running into the opponent's seat? Anyway, Lu Feng probably won't play. I'm looking forward to Lu Feng playing. I didn't see enough of him last time. If Lu Feng represents Shi the Lake team compete and the Tian Shui Academy team has no chance of winning, will it look good? He has to let go, but it's a bit complicated. With everyone talking and speculating, the two teams entered the arena separately. The Shrek Academy team's substitutes Tai Lung, Jiangju, Oscar, and other substitutes are on the field. The Zhu sisters only have one Zhu Zhuqing on the field. The main auxiliary soul master Ye Lingling and Ning Rongrong are not on the field. This is the Tian Shui Academy team's lineup. There is no change. You are indeed taking care of your own people. The Shrek Academy team used a substitute lineup to compete with the Tian Shui Academy team. It looks like they are evenly matched. Yes, not only Lu Feng did not play, but Zhu Zuyun and Ning Rongrong also. The core players are also sitting on the bench. It looks good if they are evenly matched. Hey, where is Lu Feng? He is not on the bench of the Shrek Academy team, nor on the instructor's seat of the Tian Shui Academy team. He is not there today. Are you coming? Ophia was a little disappointed. Lu Feng's fans always hope to see more of Lu Feng. Even if Lu Feng doesn't appear, even if he just shows his face outside the field, they can still feel passionate and satisfied. If it doesn't appear, I will feel empty and disappointed. Look up, a sharp-eyed spectator reminded. Where is it? Hey, Lu Feng is actually standing next to Pope Bibi Dong, Ophelia said in surprise. It's normal. Lu Feng is Bibi Dong's direct disciple and the third young master of Wuhan Palace. He is naturally qualified to stand by Bibi Dong's side. Well, he appears in another identity. It's very reasonable. Both sides can do it. Don't help. Let the two teams perform on their own. It doesn't matter whether they win or lose. I don't care. I bet 3,000 gold Zol coin Tian Shui Academy team will win. Are you stupid? Buying Tian Shui team? The money will definitely be wasted. 30 times the odd. Take a chance. What? The Tian Shui Academy team has 30 times the odd. It's so high. If you win, you'll get rich overnight. Of course. In the battle between the Shrek Academy team and the Star Luo Royal team, the trump card was played and the strength was simply too strong. Almost everyone believed that the Shrek team would win and few people could defeat the Tian Shui Academy team. So that's the case. Then maybe you. There is a chance. It seems that you are lucky at the moment. Tai Long and Zhang Zhu from the Shrek Academy team are on the bench and they are evenly matched. It's still difficult. Zhu Zhuqing's speed is too terrifying. The three-person martial soul fusion skills of the Tian Shui Academy team may be able to do it. Destroyed. The game was originally without suspense, but it became confusing again due to the change in the lineup. The audience is looking forward to it even more. If, as they suspected, it was one-sided and the battle ended within 2 moments of the opening, which was not interesting to watch, the expensive ticket price is not worth it. Tell me, Lu Feng is standing with Bibi Dong today. Is it possible that the leader of the Merchant Alliance will show up today because he is the representative of the leader of the Merchant Alliance? It's very possible. Someone agreed. Heard discussions on this topic. There was a man with a vague face in the corner, a sharp cold light flashing in his eyes. It was Tang Hao. Tang Hao, who is very good at forbearing, dressed up in disguise today and mingled with the ordinary audience with the cheapest ticket. He used his skills to blur his face, disappearing into the crowd and blending in with the crowd, making him inconspicuous. Wuhandian and the Merchant Alliance have strengthened their defense and inspections, and he can only do this. The dignified Haoshan Douluo felt a little aggrieved by this, but in order to kill the leader of the Merchant Alliance, he had to do whatever it took. It can be said that he is the one who is most looking forward to the appearance of the leader of the Business Alliance. Among the tens of thousands of spectators present, have been looking forward to it for a long time. As the Soul Master Elite competition comes to an end, the possibility of the Merchant Alliance leader appearing becomes more and more likely. But today, Lu Feng stood on the high platform, especially next to Bibi Dong, which made Tang Hao feel a little difficult. The leader of the Merchant Alliance appeared, and he successfully assassinated Lu Feng. He then turned around to kill Lu Feng. Since Bibi Dong was by his side, he had to fight Bibi Dong first. As time goes by, it may be difficult to obtain it. Tang Hao made up his mind to make a quick decision. Use the most deadly soul skills at the fastest speed, and immediately fly far away after succeeding, because he is still quite afraid of Qian Daoliu. If the invincible Sen Daoliu in the sky came out to kill him, it would be difficult to escape even if he used escape skills to escape. Don't worry, you have the aura of this god in your body. Qian Daoliu won't dare to kill you. The will of Rakshasa god knew Tang Hao's thought. I understand. I'm just worried about Qian Daoliu's obstruction. Tang Hao said, if it doesn't work, just kill the leader of the Merchant Alliance and leave. That kid Lu Feng will have many opportunities to kill him in the future. Yeah, Tang Hao also thought the same way. On the high platform, Bibi Dong glanced at the arena. Her red lip lightly parted. Xiao Feng, when your soul power reaches level 60 or above and accept the divine inheritance. Tang Hao will be unable to do anything to you, so I won't be so worried. Teacher, I will work hard. Lu Feng responded like an obedient student. Today, at Bibi Dong's request, he stood by her side to ensure his safety. Ever since she learned that Tang Hao had inherited the Rakasa God, Bibi Dong had trouble sleeping and eating, and she was most worried about Lu Feng. As a teacher, she was overbearing and did not allow Lu Feng to sit on the bench of Team Shrek. Lu Feng planned to sit on the bench of the Shrek Academy team today. Neither side helps either. Tactical arrangements and other matters are left to the two sides to discuss among themselves. He accepted Bibi Dong's request after thinking about it. As Bibi Dong's personal disciple, he attended the game for a very legitimate reason. Bibi Dong felt that it would be okay if Lu Feng went up to fight and everyone was watching. However, the team's viewing area was too close to the auditorium. If Tang Hao rushed out of the audience to kill Lu Feng, she would be too far away, afraid that rescue will not be able to reach him. Lu Feng can understand Bibi Dong's care and love, and they understand each other tacitly. Chapter 551. A huge gift. I don't usually see you working hard, but your soul power comes from behind and leaves me behind. It's so unfair. Hu Lina on the side quietly raised her jade hand and poked Lu Feng's waist playfully. Bibi Dong kept her face expressionless and said, you ate a sacred fruit of soul power given by Lu Feng before, and your soul power increased greatly. Last night, Lu Feng gave you another fairy grass to evolve your martial soul into the nine-tailed Tianhu. What if you still say it's unfair and call Ziyu and the others? Yes, teacher. Hu Lina didn't dare to make a mistake in front of Bibi Dong. Sister Nana is just joking, Lu Feng said with a smile. I know it's a joke, but I have to ask seriously. You guys didn't mess around last night, right? Nana, if you were to lose your virginity early. A flash of shame flashed across Bibi Dongmei's eyes and it disappeared in a flash. In fact, she was very envious of Hu Lina, who could legitimately fall in love and have tryst with Lu Feng. In the eyes of outsiders, she and Lu Feng were masters and disciples, and their true feelings could not be made public. Not to mention in public they had to stay out of sight. In private, there were very few opportunities to hug or kiss occasionally, especially in the past few days. She has been even busier with work and has very little free time. She planned in her heart to train Hu Lina and be her successor. She would give Hu Lina the power to handle the affairs of Wuhan Palace, and she would be able to escape and stay with Lu Feng. But if Hu Lina loses her virginity early, according to the iron law of Wuhan Palace, Hu Lina will not be able to serve as a saint, nor will she be qualified to be the first successor to the Pope. As the Pope, she can change some rules, but the iron rule that a saint must be perfect is difficult to change and requires the unanimous consent of the presbytery, and Qian Daoliu and the others would definitely not agree. I don't. My junior brother respects me very much. Hu Lina's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. In fact, there is not much respect. Lu Feng was in her room for several hours last night. Everything that needs to be done is done except for the last step. She used a unique way to satisfy Lu Feng. Of course, it's not all about being intimate. In the front, she is eating the jelly grass and absorbing the strange power contained in the jelly grass. Her soul power increased greatly, and her various attributes increased greatly. Her martial soul also evolved into a nine-tailed sky fox, which made her extremely happy. She didn't care at the moment. She had to do the last humiliating thing with Lu Feng, dedicate her innocent body to him, and forget about the saintly code. It was Lu Feng who reminded her, do you want to think again about your ideals and the teacher's expectations for you? Hu Lina's ideal has been to become a saint of Wuhan Temple for many years. Bibi Dong also carefully cultivated her, assisted her, and had great expectations for her. It is not a rational thing to destroy your ideals for a moment of pleasure. It's okay to wait another 2 years. As a result, the two of them did not take the last step. Are you respectful? I heard some unpleasant noises. Bibi Dong pretended to be indifferent, feeling a little jealous inside. If it were her, it would be difficult to hold back. Teacher, are you eavesdropping on us? Lu Feng curled his lips. No way. I didn't mean to listen. Bibi Dong's face remained expressionless, but her eyes suddenly became slightly complicated. She lied. She just meant to listen. Hu Lina, as Bibi Dong's trusted personal disciple, had a private courtyard belonging to her in the building complex behind the Pope's palace. Last night, after Lu Feng and Bibi Dong had a discussion in the Pope's palace, they went to Hu Lina's side courtyard. Driven by curiosity, Bibi Dong used a snooping skill. The game has started. Let's watch the game. Bibi Dong changed the subject. The arena below. The two teams started fighting. The muscles on his body are bulging, and the powerful Tai Lung unleashes his martial spirit to become a powerful gorilla. The shadow of the giant ape appeared behind him. Roar. They had faced each other in the qualifiers and watched each other's games in the finals, so they knew each other well. Everyone knows that Shui Binger's first soul skill, Frozen, is powerful. For Tai Lung, there is no solution to the ice. His mission is to attract fire power. Be prepared to be frozen. With his strength, it is already be a great honor to be able to compete in the finals of the Soul Master competition. It will be enough for him to play in the family and Shrek Academy for a few years. The first soul skill, control of the rock. After Taelong opened his martial soul, he immediately used his soul skill and then swallowed Oscar's flying mushroom intestine. Suddenly, wings sprouted from his back and his speed greatly increased. He kicked off his feet and flew straight towards the Tian Shui Academy team like a cannonball shot from the barrel, a flying human shield. This is one of the tactics discussed by the Shrek Academy team. Charge into battle alone. While Tai Lung charged into the formation, the other team members scattered in all directions and distanced themselves from each other as if they were broken into pieces, not cooperating and fighting independently. This is the best way to deal with Shui Binger's freezing soul skill. Freezing is a range attack skill, but it is not a super wide range that covers the whole field like the ultimate ice and snow drifting. In the previous battle with Wohundian Academy, ice covered the front row of the offensive system. The auxiliary soul master stood very far back and had no impact. Those who are fast enough in the power attack and agility attacks have a chance to dodge the ice. Now the Shrek team is far enough away from each other. Shui Binger had to make a choice. Don't even think about Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Shui Binger has long given up on the idea of freezing them. Jiangzhu and Oscar are positioned too far back and cannot be touched by the freezing soul skill. Only Taelong, Meng Yuran and Du Guyan are left. Is it frozen Taelong, Meng Yuran or Du Guyan? Because the distance is too far, I can only choose one side. Shui Binger responded very quickly to the situation and she decisively chose the latter. Instant soul skills are faster than martial soul fusion skills. As long as one of Meng Yuran and Du Guyan can be frozen, their martial soul fusion skill double-headed dragon will be temporarily unable to be activated. In terms of power alone, the two-headed dragon is better than the ultimate ice and snow drifting. Although they have one more person to fuse their martial souls, Meng Yuran and Du Guyan's martial souls have both evolved to the top level and even exceeded the top level. The first soul skill, freezing. Shui Binger's hand suddenly emitted ice blue light. The air around Meng Yuran and Du Guyan suddenly dropped at the same time and the cold current condensed. Just at this time, Shui Binger felt strange fluctuations in the soul power behind her. Without looking, he knew that Zhu Zhuqing, who was too fast to be caught by the naked eye, was assassinating him. The first soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. The amber civet eyes on Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful face were cold and sharp. Her long, round legs tightly wrapped in leather pants were full of extremely agile vitality. In an instant, she flew from the side, cutting in with one step. The claw attack in his hand is endowed with super explosive power and penetrating power. A cold light suddenly appeared, and the sharp claws cut out sharp arcs of light. Shit. The third soul skill, resist the ice ring. Shui Binger had no time to look back and directly used the only soul skill that was effective in resisting close-range assassination. A circle of blue-white light centered on Shui Binger and spread out instantly. The blue-white light is the refraction of ice. The soul power suddenly condenses into pieces of ice to form an ice ring. Each piece of ice can cause extreme ice-type piercing damage. Chapter 552 Grand Prize. Hua Wu was shocked again. As long as the opponent's soul power is not overwhelmingly dominant, Shui Binger's ice ring can bounce the opponent away from close range and cause damage, and the freezing effect will slow down the opponent's speed. The damage is not great, mainly bounce and slowing down, which play a vital role. Shui Binger knew very well that no agility attack spirit master in the Tian Shui Academy team could intercept Zhu Zhuqing, and she, the captain who leads the ultimate ice and snow drifting, will definitely bear the brunt and is the key target of Zhu Zhuqing's raid, so she was well prepared. At this moment, her ice eel successfully froze Du Guyan, whose speed was relatively weak. Meng Yuran, who has both agility and attack attribute, successfully dodged, but enough is enough. As long as it can freeze a person, their martial soul fusion skills cannot be activated. The balance of victory seems to be slightly tilted towards the Tian Shui Academy team, but they must have the opportunity to activate the three-person martial soul fusion skill. With resistance to ice ring spread, Zhu Zhuqing was hit and his body flew away. Almost at the same time, ah! The exclamation did not come from Zhu Zhuqing but from Shui Wu. Not good. Shui Binger's heart sank. Swu is injured. Zhu Zhuqing's target of attack was not himself but Shui Wu. Zhu Zhuqing used his soul skill Nether Shadow Clone to deceive himself. In fact, he was going to assassinate Shui Wu. If Shui Wu is injured and cannot activate the three-person martial soul fusion skill, the Tian Shui Academy team will be defeated quickly. It was a bit embarrassing for the Tian Shui Academy team, which had a complete main lineup, to lose so quickly against the Shrek Academy team, which was half composed of substitute. Of course, this is to compare with their amazing performance in the last game. No, Shui Wu has Gu Qingbo, the fastest agility attack type, for personal protection. Shui Binger's heart moved. In view of Zhu Zhuqing's terrifying speed and assassination explosive power, he discovered discussed with his teammates to restore defensive counterattack tactic and adopt the iron barrel formation. In addition to activating the 3-person martial soul fusion, the combined member and the other 4 teammates narrowed the defensive circle and guarded 4 positions respectively. Especially focus on protecting Shui Wu, the auxiliary system with weak offensive and defensive abilities. In addition to Gu Qingbo, Shen Liuyu and Chu Ruoshui will also assist in defense when necessary, forming a 3-person attack. They all ate the holy fruit of soul power and absorbed the soul bones given by Lu Feng, so their strength would not be so different. Shui Binger's mind was spinning only for a moment. In critical moment, Shui Binger remained calm, giving full play to her advantage of being good at grasping the battle situation. The second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. Shui Binger's second soul ring lights up. Normally, one soul skill is used up. In the middle of the 2 soul skills, there will be an interval in which the soul skill cannot be used, because it takes a certain amount of time to recondensate the soul power. The length of time depends on the intensity of the soul power required to be condensed. The longer the soul power needs to be condensed, the longer it will take. Therefore, even a titled Douluo cannot cast all 9 soul skills in an instant like Lian Nu. Those below the soul saint level can use Lu Feng's invincible golden body and teleportation in succession like Xiao Wu is the limit of her talent. Just before the battle started, Shui Binger gathered her soul power, and immediately after the battle, Zhu Zhuqing used her soul power to resist the attack ring. It can be regarded as 2 consecutive use of soul skills, and they are both range attack soul skills. At this moment, Shui Binger immediately casts a 3rd soul skill, which originally requires a high concentration of soul power. There was a long pause in between. However, Shui Binger released it continuously without any pause. Many spectators were surprised. This is how Shui Binger did it. Zhao Wuji didn't quite understand. She has practiced a combination of soul skills. Flanders' eyesight was as strong as ever. He saw the clues and said, Shui Binger has too much control. She is also a monster. She can actually use it to cast the 3rd soul skill. The power of the ice left behind was directly converted into the defense of the 2nd soul skill, turning offense into defense. Shui Binger is already very smart and talented, and with Lu Feng's training, her soul power increased at an incredible speed. Combat effectiveness and so on have also been greatly enhanced. During the training process, Shui Binger understood this combined soul skill, or called combo. It is to release the ice ring just now, and before the ice freeze disappears, it will cover itself and its allies. When you and your teammates are enveloped by the ice ring, a layer of crystal blue armor suddenly appears, which has strong defensive capabilities. If you are attacked and the opponent's body comes into contact with the ice ring armor, the freezing effect can also slow down the opponent's speed. Shui Binger saves the time of recondensing her soul power. This was her calculated step, but despite this, it was still too late to rescue his teammate. Before Gu Qingbo could obtain the protection of the ice ring armor, he had been hit by Zhu Zhuqing's netherworld thrust. He lost his fighting ability and fell to the ground from exhaustion. Swu exclaimed, not because she was injured, but because she watched Lu Qingbo, who was standing in front of her, being instantly killed. Shui Wu's soul skill is an auxiliary power that can control the weather. This soul skill can not only add a freezing consumption effect to the enemy, but also provide attribute assistance to teammate, and it is superimposed with the freezing effect of Shui Binger of the control system. Under the effect of double freezing, Zhu Zhuqing's speed will be affected somewhat when he enters the Tian Shui Academy team's defensive circle. As a result, Gu Qingbo barely had time to block Zhu Zhuqing's surprise attack on Shui Wu. Facing Zhu Zhuqing's powerful attack, Gu Qingbo mostly sacrificed himself to buy time and help his teammates react in time, but Zhu Zhuqing's speed was so amazing that it still disrupted the Tian Shui Academy team's tactical arrangement. Chu Ruoshui and Shen Liuyu had no time to help defend, and Gu Qingbo was defeated, but Zhu Zhuqing only used the 1st soul skill, Nether Stab, which required a small amount of soul power. As Gu Qingbo fell, Chu Ruoshui and Shen Liuyu both attacked. Chu Ruoshui is a powerful attack-type soul sect. She absorbed the soul bone awarded to her by Lu Feng and his agility and attack-type attribute. She leaned forward as soon as she started. Turn into fish. In Swu's control of the weather, condensation of water molecules, and formation of a defensive circle filled with water attribute soul power, Chu Ruoshui's speed was greatly enhanced, like a fish swimming nimbly in the water. The 2nd soul skill, Blue Wave. Chu Ruoshui flicked his ice blue long hair and released a blue wave in his hand. It was quite offensive and covered Zhu Zhuqing's attack route. He was unable to help defend Gu Qingbo, but he had to save Swu. The 3rd soul skill, Water Blade Attack. Shen Liuyu also attacked at the same time, and the blue light in his hand struck out at a very fast speed. The condensed 3 blade arcs attacked Zhu Zhuqing in 3 ways, instantly output 3 attack. Cutting through the air, it came with a sneer. Zhu Zhuqing secretly lamented that it was a pity that he had lost the best opportunity to assassinate Shui Wu. But this is to be expected. Chapter 553 Tang Hao is angry. The suggestion of Rax Hasa God's wool. Most viewers don't know that Meng Yuran and Du Guyan's individual combat capabilities have not been fully utilized. Take Meng Yuran for example. No team has been able to force her to use the external soul bone technique before. The main reason is that Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zhuqing harvested too quickly, while Du Guyan and Meng still stood at the back and were not responsible for the surprise attack, so they couldn't eat the meat. Facing the academy team that is also under the Merchant Alliance, there is no need to work too hard or use eternal soul bone skills. Hua Wu's words aroused the public outrage of all the beautiful girls in Shrek, and they all turned into crazy demons to protect their husbands. Hua Wu was also a little dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, when she provoked Lu Feng, Lu Feng's teammates reacted violently and directly challenged her to a fight. Hua Wu was used to being proud, but she was not a fool. She knew that she alone was no match for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. The audience is looking forward to it. It's not too big a deal to watch the excitement. Just watch one more game. Many people began to shout and encourage in excitement. Okay, let's have another fight. I'm betting on Hua Wu. I'm betting on Xiao Wu or Zhu Zhuqing. Choose one from Hua Wu. Choosing Meng still has a better chance of winning. Can you choose Ya Lingling or Ning Rong? Are you bad? No matter how shameless you are, you will never choose an auxiliary soul master. The general audience was shouting. The sound was overwhelming. Quiet. The referee yelled. This roar is a kind of soul skill, carrying with it majestic soul power. It sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Many ordinary spectators without soul power covered their ears with their hands and looked uncomfortable. The scene immediately fell silent. The referee continued. Single combat does not comply with the rules of this competition. The kamikaze team members can leave the field. This referee is a bishop of Wuhan Temple. If players are allowed to fight one-on-one and the rules are messed up, it may affect subsequent game. Hua Wu, let's go. We must abide by the rules of the competition. Hua Wuxuan pulled his sister out. Hua Wu was still on the right track, but he still snorted coldly, glared at Team Shrek fiercely, and then left. Feng Xiaotian let out a breath. He was really afraid of starting a fight now. Who is that? Don't leave. Let's go have a fight outside. Xiao Wu didn't want to let Hua Wu go and wanted to chase after him. If you ask for a fight outside the arena, it does not break the rules if you are not in the arena. Forget it, Xiao Wu. Lu Feng may be more willing to handle this matter personally. Zhu Zhuqing took Xiao Wu's jade arm and persuaded her. As the daughter of the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing was trained as the future queen of Xingluo. She focused on the overall situation and was able to analyze the situation calmly from an objective perspective. Recalling the first time she met Lu Feng in an alley in Xingluo City, Lu Feng mistook her for Zhu Zhuqing and followed her. She misunderstood that Lu Feng was Zhu Zhuqing's person and was hostile to Lu Feng. Later, she came to Zhu's house in Xingluo City. She sneaked up on Lu Feng but was tied up with vines in a small bamboo forest and whipped. There was also the arrogant little princess Ning Rong of the Kaibao Glaze sect, known as the Little Witch, and her father Ning Fengzi even took advantage of her. There was no other way. He was not friendly to Lu Feng at first, but in the end he was beaten by Lu Feng, so he became honest. Lu Erlong, who is known as the female Tyrannosaurus and has a strong and violent personality, is as gentle as water when facing Lu Feng and follows him wholeheartedly. Obviously, Lu Feng has a good way to deal with this situation. Therefore, Zhu Zhuqing felt that it would be better to let Lu Feng handle it personally. She felt that Hua Wu's appearance, figure, and talent were quite good, except that his personality was stronger and more violent than teacher Erlong. In addition, Zhu Zhuqing also knew that the Business Alliance intended to integrate the Advanced Soul Master Academy, Blazing Fire Academy, and Divine Wind Academy are also target for integration. Zhu Yun is right. Xiao Wu, don't be in a hurry, Flanders said. After hearing what Dean Flanders and Zhu Zhuqing said, Xiao Wu turned toward Hua Wu's leaving figure, pursed her lips, and stopped insisting. At this time, Swu returned to her seat. Sensing that the situation at the scene was a bit abnormal, she asked Shui Binger next to her what happened. Shui Binger smiled and shook her head and said, for some reason Kamikaze Sentai's fire dance openly provoked Lu Feng. Oh, it's really ignorant and fearless, but it's also interesting. I'll go find Lu Feng and see what his reaction is. Shui Wu hesitated. Shui Wu, what do you want to say? Shui Binger noticed that Shui Wu's expression was a little strange and asked curiously, why is your face so red? Ah, is your face still red? I obviously. Shui Wu almost said it by accident. I quickly shut up and looked a little embarrassed. When she came back, she tried her best to calm down and used her soul power to cool down her hot face so that it would no longer be so red. But maybe when it is relatively normal, the face is still too rosy. What happened? Shui Binger was confused. A gentle and sensual voice with a hint of magnetism came. Shui Wu must have eaten too spicy food. Princess Shui returned to the scene, looked at Shui Wu with a smile that could only be understood, and and gave Shui Wu a step down. During eye contact, Wu's heart was shaken. She knew, I was really stupid. Princess Shui was a powerful soul saint. I was eavesdropping outside and peeking through the cracks in the door. There was just a door across the way. How could she not notice? But Princess Shui didn't say anything, didn't mean to blame, and even help cover it up. Swu beat a drum in her heart and said, yes, I was greedy for a moment and ate very spicy food. The next match we have to fight is the Wuhundian Academy team. Let's go back and discuss how to deal with it. Even if we win, no, we have to show off our momentum. Princess Shui changed the subject. Okay, Shui Binger, Shui Wu and others looked solemn when they mentioned their next opponent, the Wuhundian Academy team. The Wuhundian Academy team is the defending champion. The combat power shown in the previous battles is extremely sharp, not losing to the Shrek Academy team. Regardless of the soul power, soul skill, speed and combination, they all overwhelmed Tian Shui Academy. Tian Shui Academy has no chance of winning. Tian Shui Academy also follows the extreme trend and only recruits water attribute soul masters to maximize the water attribute combat power. However, its weaknesses are obvious and it cannot use the cooperation between different elements to deal with different challenges. It was not easy for them to reach the final. Tian Shui Academy is also weak among the 5 Elements Academy. Since the elite competition was held, this is the first time that the Tian Shui Academy team has qualified to participate in the finals. Therefore, this Tian Shui Academy team has achieved a breakthrough honor. But no matter what, they still have to face every game seriously, even if their overall strength is very different. Where's Shui Yuer? Shui Binger discovered that her sister didn't come back. She said she was a little tired and wanted to go back to the hotel to rest first. Princess Shui pretended to be nonchalant on her face, but she was sighing in her heart. Shui Yuer, that crazy girl, doesn't know how to control herself and plays too much. She was too exhausted to walk, so Lu Feng could only carry her back to the hotel to rest. Not only that crazy girl, she also wants to lie down and rest now. However, my identity does not allow it. She is the dean and team leader, so she has to come back and show her face no matter what. You must also maintain grace, dignity and elegance. The hardest part is maintaining a normal gait, but if you can't support it, you have to support it hard. I made a good deal with Lu Feng before, writes a quick fic, but maybe it was because it was that time, that place. Shui Yuer's participation and Shui Wu's eavesdropping were so unique that it felt surprisingly wonderful. A little too indulgent. Shui Wu and Princess Shui had a tacit understanding and understood. She quickly lowered her head to hide her unnatural expression. Shui Binger didn't understand. She blinked her innocent blue eyes and said, tired? How could it be? We don't have a game today. Chapter 554. The Business Alliance decides and fights to the death. Nowadays, the Merchant Alliance is the dominant force in the Douluo continent, and it is even more dominant in the Wesi. In the Wesi area governed by Purple Pearl, one of the 3 presidents of the Merchant Alliance, no force can compete with it. Although the Sea Spirit Masters on Poseidon Island are powerful, they never leave Poseidon Island and do not participate in navigation or trade. Originally, they rarely engaged in production, but under the leadership of the Merchant Alliance, they now also began to engage in planting, brewing, digging deep sea silver, etc. to exchange needed goods with the Merchant Alliance. The Sea Soul B-Soul bone on Yu Hero's leg was hunted by the Sea Soul Master from Poseidon Island. However, when Yu Hero launched this extremely powerful attack, she found that Xiao Wu didn't even look at it and directly activated the invincible golden body. Yu Hero could only sigh in her heart. She had high hopes for this shot. Wanting to take advantage of Xiao Wu to attack Shui Yuer, she attacked from behind and was caught off guard. Xiao Wu was bound to be hit. This is also the tactical cooperation she and Shui Yuer agreed upon. Now it seems that this strongest blow was in vain. She had no other choice. There is only one chance. She is inferior to Xiao Wu in every aspect. If she misses this sneak attack opportunity, when Xiao Wu recovers, she may not even have a chance to attack. Boom! The light red light blade cut into Xiao Wujin's body, making an explosive sound. But Xiao Wu was unscathed and her feet didn't move even a step. This is the terrifying power of the invincible golden body's absolute defense. Below the god level, ignore all attack. Very good cooperation. Xiao Wu sniffed and showed a cute smile. Next moment, Xiao Wu instantly flew in front of Yu Hero. The invincible golden body has just expired. Waist bow. Xiao Wu got close to Yu Hero and used her first soul skill. Once Xiao Wu get close to her, Yu Hero cannot avoid it. The waist bow instantly increases Xiao Wu's waist strength by 100% and increases the toughness by another 50%. As the soul power increases, the power of the waist bow will continue to increase. Moreover, Xiao Wu's absolute strength is completely better than High Rose. The waist bow is likely to deliver a fatal blow. Xiao Wu instantly climbed onto Yu Hero's shoulders, head, and feet. She straightened her waist. Driven by her extremely flexible waist strength, a pair of round and slender jade legs filled with explosive power drew a long arc. Kick down, boom. Yu Hero screamed and her body was kicked so hard that she flew out. She couldn't help it, but she remained conscious. The pain in the abdomen that was kicked was unbearable, but there was no serious injury. On the one hand, it is the protection of the ice ring armor. On the one hand, Xiao Wu was also merciful. Therefore, Yu Hero still had some energy left, endured the pain, stepped on the air with her jade feet, used the force to flip in the air, and landed on the ground with both feet. She stumbled and stabilized her body without falling, but she fell outside the battle arena, disqualified from participating in the war. It can be considered a decent exit. If you count the time, it only lasts for a few breaths. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing instantly killed an opponent. There are only 5 members left in the Tian Shui Academy team. Third soul skill, Violent Ape Earth-cracking Earthquake. Tai Long, who was ignored by the Tian Shui Academy team, rushed into the Tian Shui Academy team's defense circle. With a roar, he raised his leg and stepped on the ground. The ground shook violently and cracks spread out on the stone slabs under Tai Lung's feet. Even after eating Oscar's Fei sausage, which turned into a flying human shield and doubled his speed, he was still slower than Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, arriving first and arriving later, and he only arrived now. Tai Long's eyes were full of excitement and fighting spirit. He knew before he came on stage that it would be good to use a soul skill as a human shield to attract fire power. I was mentally prepared to be frozen by Shui Binger at the beginning. He didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to rush into the Tian Shui Academy team formation and use his second soul skill, mainly because teammate Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu are so awesome. Even if the Tian Shui Academy team was carefully prepared, they could not withstand Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's powerful attack. Therefore, no one paid attention to his charge. Tai Long's attack was a ranged soul skill that limited movement and increased damage. Within the scope of the ground crack, the opponent's movement speed dropped by 80%, extremely effective at slowing down opponent. The sound was like thunder. The ground shook and the surface cracked. It was very powerful. However, the flaws are also obvious. The range is small, only about 4 or 5 meters away, and as long as it is off the ground, it will not be affected by earthquake slowdown. At this moment, the situation is one-sided, and the Tian Shui Academy team is in a passive position. The fourth soul skill, Qian Ning Qi Control. Shui Wu, standing in the center of the array, waved his hands lightly to control several air currents in the air, condensed them into clusters of upward air current, and held up his body. Shui Binger's jade feet paused lightly, then leapt high into the sky with the help of Shui Wu's strong updraft. Shui Wu's fourth soul skill is also the starting power of the fusion skill of the 3 martial souls. By controlling the air, he forcibly withdraws the ice energy, assisting Shui Binger to summon the true body of the martial soul, Ice Phoenix, and the integration of Shui Yuer's martial soul strengthen the power and speed of Ice Phoenix. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing was facing the attack and repelled the combined attacks of Shen Liuyu and Chu Ruoshui in one fell swoop. It was too late to turn around and chase Shui Wu as he flew into the sky. As time goes by, her speed becomes more affected by the ultimate ice attribute. The same was true for Xiao Wu. Without the negative effects of the invincible golden body, the freezing effect of the 3 stacks made Xiao Wu slow down slightly. When Shui Yuer flew into the air, he used his next soul skill, Extreme Cold Tornado. She blew out a large amount of cold wind with broken ice from her mouth, forming a whirlwind wall against Xiao Wu, hindering Xiao Wu's pursuit in the air. Xiao Wu used her attack to break a gap in the whirlwind wall, but the whirlwind could quickly close and recover. The ice in the whirlwind power slowly erodes the opponent's body. Little dancing body. The body's defense is strong enough and cannot be eroded, but it will take time to break through this cyclone barrier. As for the Tian Shui Academy team, what they need is time. Time to activate the fusion skill of 3 people's martial art. In the sky above, blue cloud suddenly gathered and the light in the whole place dimmed. Snowflake fell. The huge ice phoenix suddenly appeared. Its shadow solidified, turning invisible into tangible form in the air. The ultimate ice and snow drifting. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu were struggling to move, but finally successfully activated the fusion skill of the 3 martial art. Change passive to active. Suddenly, the war situation changed significantly. Wow! The audience was in an uproar and became excited as the battle situation suddenly changed. Ah, I see hope. 30 times my odds. It's not easy. Although I bet on the Shrek team, I also support the Tian Shui Academy team now. Girls are very strong. Look, it makes my blood boil. Shrek team is in trouble with extreme ice and snow with Soul Saint level attack power, but Shrek team's Duguyan is frozen and cannot activate the martial soul fusion skill. It looks good. It's really good. Beautiful. Seeing how hard they work, I will work harder to practice when I go back. Binger is my idol. If I can marry her, I will lose 20 years of my life. I like Shui Yuer, so Swu is my type. She has such a personality and such a hot body. She is perfect. Chapter 555. Appearing in a new identity. That's right, Feng Xiaotian said. You and I both know know that the result of the game has come out and our two teams will face off the day after tomorrow. Then what? Lu Feng slowly found a chair and sat down, paying attention to Feng Xiaotian's face. Then, I want to apologize to you on Hua Wu's behalf. She has such a character that she doesn't hesitate to speak. Shouldn't she come in person to apologize? If you come here to convey it, what kind of apology is it? Where is the sincerity? This is indeed not sincere. Then ask her to come over and apologize in person, and we can talk about it later. After Lu Feng said bluntly, he stood up and left. Feng Xiaotian had a good attitude, and Lu Feng did not embarrass him, but after all, it was Hua Wu who openly provoked him first. Feng Xiaotian did not stop him at that time, and Hua Wu was equivalent to expressing his position on behalf of Kamikaze team, so there was no need to look good. Wait a minute, I have something to ask Mr. Lu Feng for help, but I'm a little embarrassed to ask. Feng Xiaotian hesitated. Stop beating around the bush and say what you have to say. Lu Feng was impatient with Feng Xiaoshan's unpleasant verbal tactic. Okay, let me tell you the truth. I would like to take the liberty to ask, what is the Shrek Academy team's next lineup arrangement? Feng Xiaotian promised to speak frankly, but Feng Xiaotian was still beating around the bush. Such a personality is difficult to change. Lu Feng was in a good mood today and said calmly, the lineup arrangement is the secret of every team. It's really presumptuous for you to ask, but I can tell you that since Hua Wu wants to challenge me, I will fulfill her wish. The next game I plan to step in for Yelingling and participate in the battle. Even if he guessed a few points, Feng Xiaotian still took a breath of air. His spine was cold and he was sweating. Replace with an auxiliary soul master. A super powerful fighting soul master with terrifying combat power came up. Shrek's entire team's combat power was exponentially stronger than when they faced off against the Douluo Royal Academy team. Such a terrifying lineup is an all-out attack that leaves no room for error. The fate of the Kamikaze Academy team is destined to be worse and more embarrassing than that of the Douluo Royal Academy team. The wave rushed over and was unstoppable. The Kamikaze Academy team was helpless and had to lie down on the ground. Hey, can you use your soul power first and fight slowly? Feng Xiaotian said with a bitter face. Why are we wasting time? Lu Feng asked with a half smile. Feng Xiaotian talks a lot but is a good negotiator. Know how to get to the point step by step and strive to maximize benefit. Lu Feng smiled secretly in his heart. The problem is that Feng Xiaotian is facing a master negotiator. Lu Feng was able to use words to negotiate without soul power and recruit the 4 single attribute clan, the Dragon and Snake clan, etc. to join the alliance. This point alone showed that Lu Feng was unmatched in negotiation. Facing Lu Feng's rhetorical question, Feng Xiaotian was speechless for a moment. Feng Xiaotian rolled his eyes and said, tickets are so expensive. The audience expects a wonderful battle. If it ends too soon, it won't be exciting. Oh, for the sake of the audience, that's a reason, but that's not the case here. The expectations of the audience in the Merchant Alliance's Great Soul Fighting Arena are none of our business, and we don't earn the ticket money. Lu Feng didn't give Feng Xiaotian another chance and said bluntly, if you're afraid of losing face, you can choose to give up the fight and admit defeat. No, we will not give up the war. That is more serious than being embarrassed. Soul masters who lack the courage to fight will be looked down upon by others. We will become a shame to the academy. Feng Xiaotian wanted to give up the war, but Hua Wu, Hua Wuxuan, and others definitely disagree. Moreover, Feng Xiaotian has already spoken out his lofty ideals in front of Hua Wu and others. If she proposes to give up the battle and admit defeat now, Hua Wu will not only look down on her but also hate him. He will never get a chance with Hua Wu in his life. The rules of the competition allow you to abandon the battle and admit defeat, but no one has ever used it. Even if you know you are going to lose, you still have to fight and show the minimum courage of a soul master. Lu Feng knew that in the original plot, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San chose to abandon the battle to protect themselves for a little profit. Although they won the championship later, they were known as opportunists. Of course, Tang San's use of various hidden weapons that had nothing to do with martial arts was a kind of opportunism in itself, making the game unfair. In Soul Master competitions, martial souls and soul power are usually used to compete, and no one uses weapons that have nothing to do with martial souls. Otherwise, who would be able to withstand a powerful offensive soul guide? In the Elite Soul Master competition, it is forbidden to use offensive soul tools, but because I don't know much about hidden weapons, I don't ban it. The use of concealed weapons is a sideline. Bibi Dong actually had the power to ban it and judge Tang San as violating the rules, but Pope Bibi Dong was magnanimous and admitted that they had won the championship regardless of the small details. Nowadays, with the promotion of improved concealed weapons by business alliances, many people realize that concealed weapons are difficult to guard against and must be used strictly. Seriously affecting the principle of fair competition has been expressly prohibited. That's your business. Okay, that's it. See you on the field. Lu Feng waved his hand and and walked away. Wait a minute. Feng Xiaotian hurriedly caught up and said anxiously, I don't want to lose too embarrassingly. I hope brother Lu Feng will be merciful. He finally told the truth. For his own benefit, he asked the Shrek Academy team to let go. Feng Xiaotian also wanted to pick up girls. He couldn't pursue Shui Yuer, and now he is chasing Hua Wu. Lu Feng's heart was like a mirror. What can you give me? Lu Feng said concisely. If you want me to let you go so that you can pick up girls better, you have to pay something. What's more, Hua Wu is also one of the goddesses he plans to capture. Can I help you pick up my goddess? Except for her unpleasant personality, Hua Wu's other conditions fully meet the requirements of the goddess. The system will definitely give her a capture mission, and you can get energy points by completing the mission. As for the personality, it needs to be trained in a targeted manner. Guessing that Feng Xiaotian came to intercede without telling Hua Wu, Lu Feng also wanted to learn more about Hua Wu from Feng Xiaotian. This is also the reason why Lu Feng is willing to talk so much to Feng Xiaotian. I owe you a favor, and I will thank you forever. Feng Xiaotian said. It's so imaginary. There are so many tricks. I don't need it. Lu Feng shook his head. Then what do you want? Feng Xiaotian asked. You can't decide what I want, so let's invite the two deans who can take charge of it to come and talk about it. Lu Feng said. The deans of Blazing Fire Academy and Divine Wind Academy also came to Wuhan City with the team. Feng Xiaotian was confused and didn't understand why Lu Feng suddenly invited the dean over, but Lu Feng's tone softened, indicating that he had a chance. The two deans also did not want their team to lose too humiliatingly and affect the reputation of the college. If there is still room for negotiation, this is the only opportunity that cannot be missed. Okay, I'll go back and ask for instructions. Feng Xiaotian turned and left. Their college accommodation was arranged by Wuhan Palace, not far from the Rose Hotel. Feng Xiaotian avoided Hua Wu and secretly found the two deans for a private chat. Not long after, the deans of Shuo and Shenfeng colleges and Feng Xiaotian came to the Rose Hotel to pay a visit to Lu Feng. After the pleasantries, Lu Feng got straight to the point. Two options. 1. I go on the field with the main lineup, and 2. I go on the field alone. Let Feng Xiaotian attack first, and then I take action. Chapter 556 Hu Lina's martial soul evolved. Bibi Dong's envy. Lu Feng felt that if the Shrek team lost this game, they could gain more experience, which would be a good thing for them in the future when they leave the academy and enter the outside world that is several times more cruel. The so-called honor is something to strive for, but it is far less important than improving one's own strength. As for the competition championship reward, it is not something that needs to be considered. What he can give has already exceeded the competition reward. The performance of the girls on the Tianshui Academy team exceeded his expectations, which was also a good thing. No matter which team wins, it's your victory. Hu Lina's words were slightly sour. The two teams that were fighting fiercely below were trained by Lu Feng to perform like they are today. Many of the beautiful girls in the two teams had an affair with Lu Feng. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Dugu Yan, and others from the Shrek Academy team all lived together with Lu Feng. Needless to say, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer are also openly in love with Lu Feng, and they have all been married to Lu Feng. Complete the last step. Everything a couple should do has been done. However, due to limitations of her ideals, Hu Lina temporarily stopped at superficial taste and could not go deep. This seems to be less intimate than them. Nana is right. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes flashed, and there was a hint of sourness in her tone. Lu Feng hesitated to speak. At times like this, nothing seems right. I can only respond with ridicule. At this time, Ho! Dugu Yan shouted sweetly. Ice cubes burst all around. Lu Feng said in surprise, Hey, Sister Yan has broken through to level 50. Dugu Yan's soul power suddenly fluctuated wildly, showing the strength of the Soul King. The snow-colored swan kiss increased Dugu Yan's poisonous power 100-fold, and his martial soul evolved into a jade-scaled dragon. His attribute, resistance, and cultivation talents were greatly improved. Facing the Tianshui Academy team's extreme snow and ice, it was difficult for their teammates to resist. The Shrek Academy team was completely passive and might lose the game. All the pressure is concentrated on Dugu Yan. Under the strong pressure, Dugu Yan gritted his teeth and endured it, trying his best to use his soul power. In that moment, potential is forced out. Dugu Yan suddenly broke through the bottleneck, and his soul power reached the 50-level Soul King realm. At the same time, the ice sealed under the penetration and corrosion of poison was directly shattered. She regained her mobility. Soul power surged. The difference between the 49th level Soul Sect and the 50-level Soul King is 1 level, but the difference in soul power exceeds the total of 9 levels between level 40 and 49. Poison Douluo's old face showed a look of great surprise, and he felt extremely happy. He has been paying close attention to the progress of his granddaughter's soul power. Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing have all reached level 49, but Dugu Yan is 4 or 5 years older and has practiced 4 or 5 years more than Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. It is natural for him him to be the first to break through to level 50. But Poison Douluo estimated that it would take 3 months at the earliest for Zhu Zhuqing to break through to level 50. However, she directly broke through in today's battle, and at the most critical moment. Sure enough, crises are also opportunities. Zhu Zhuqing didn't let this make him careless, because the first level attack of the Ice and Snow Phoenix has arrived. The clear Phoenix call resounded throughout the audience. The giant whirlpool of ice and snow came with great force and the sound of rumbling wind and thunder. Meng Yuren was not far from Zhu Zhuqing, waiting for this moment. Under the continuous cutting damage of snowflakes from all directions, Meng Yuren was forced to use the attached soul bone spider spear to protect his body and resist the freezing cold air. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing break the ice and his soul power break through to level 50, Meng Yuren's pretty face bloomed with a beautiful smile. She and Zhu Zhuqing immediately activated their martial soul fusion skills. Wuhanrong combined skill, dragon and snake rise from the ground. The two of them recited the mantra silently at the same time, and Meng Yuren threw the dragon snake treasure staff in his hand into the air, which instantly emitted an astonishing and magnificent light and suddenly grew longer. Zhu Zhuqing's green-scaled dragon spirit circled up on the dragon snake staff. The energy flows of the 4 colors of green, purple, black, and gold are intertwined and bloom with dazzling brilliance. In an instant, the dragon snake treasure staff and the green-scaled dragon merged into one, turning into a huge 4-clawed two-headed dragon, which suddenly appeared and soared into the sky. Roar! The huge two-headed dragon opened its bloody mouth and let out a thundering roar. Fight against the ice and snow whirlpool. The roar of the two-headed dragon is a sonic attack soul skill. The sound waves spread in a fan shape and the airflow was violently stirred. A large crack was broken out of the ice and snow whirlpool. The freezing effect is also completely dispelled. The audience screamed. Many people cheered loudly and danced with great excitement. Damn it, some of you have seen it. The Shrek Academy team and the Star Luo Royal Academy team are fighting a dragon and a tiger. Today, it's a dragon and phoenix fighting. The Netherworld White Tiger is obviously weaker than the two-headed dragon. I don't know what the ice and snow phoenix is like. Wonderful. Zhu Zhuqing is so powerful. She broke the ice in a short time and reached level 50. I was sweating for her just now. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing was too difficult just now. I suddenly feel that I like Zhu Zhuqing. I know that he and Yu Tianheng have broken up. I will transfer to Shrek Academy. Maybe then you can give up on this idea. You just know first. I don't know about the second. Zhu Zhuqing has been Lu Feng's woman for a long time. Zhu Zhuqing wanted to break up with Yu Tianheng because of Lu Feng. Is that so? I also like Meng Yuren. That pretty face, that soft waist like a water snake, and also possesses an extremely rare external soul bone. Don't even think about it. It belongs to Lu Feng too. Meng Yuren is also openly together with Lu Feng, and the Dragon King and the Snake Woman are. Elder Shang Meng, how could this fat water flow into your field? Everyone was talking noisily. Snapped. Zhao Wuji slapped his thigh and grinned. Ha ha ha. Great. Well, Yanyan is well done. Flanders nodded frequently. His old face turned into a chrysanthemum smile. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the big stone hanging in his heart fell. Lu Feng doesn't care about winning or losing. He cares a lot. With such a strong lineup of the Shrek Academy team, if we don't win a championship, we would really be sorry to the folks in the Tiandu Empire. What Flanders wants is to become famous all over the world and teach more outstanding young soul masters. If the Shrek team loses this battle, it will be blamed on him improperly adjusting the personnel and underestimating the opponent. It had a major negative impact on his reputation. The current situation once again proves his philosophy. In fact, even if he were asked to choose again, he would still field such a lineup. Although Flanders values his reputation very much, his consideration for his students always comes before his reputation. Flanders looked up at Lu Feng gratefully. Lu Feng is the judge behind the Shrek Academy team. The decision is in Lu Feng's hands. If Lu Feng vetoed his arrangement, there was nothing he could do. Although he is the dean, he cannot forcibly interfere with the formation of troops within the team. In terms of prestige, he is much inferior to Lu Feng, but Lu Feng fully supports him and trusts him. Chapter 557 Fierce Battle. Zhu Zhuqing's terrifying attack. Anyone can do simple conversion. 200 million gold soul coin converted into soul bone is equivalent to the value of dozens of high-end soul bone. The 3 soul bones and the reward of 100,000 gold soul coins provided by Wuhan Palace suddenly seemed unimportant compared to this bet. Huo Lai, who had just made his objection clear, was greatly shaken in his heart. He was completely confused by Lu Feng's words and couldn't believe his ears. Feng Xiaoshan's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and his chin almost fell to the ground. He was extremely shocked. If someone else said they would bet 200 million gold soul coin, they wouldn't believe it. Lu Feng is the representative of the leader of the Merchant Alliance. He has long heard of his arrogance and wealth. A random reward at Ziweo Tower is worth hundreds of thousands of gold soul coin. Feng Feiyang was also knocked unconscious by the 200 million gold soul coin bet, but he was quite capable and quickly recovered. He glanced at Huo Lai and Feng Xiaotian, who were still stunned, took a deep breath and said righteously, "Do you think you can do whatever you want with great wealth?" "Well, you can, I agree, but the main thing is to see for the sake of your sincerity." Feng Xiaotian, Huo Lai, Lu Feng. After hearing this, a few words came to Lu Feng's mind. How can you be so shameless to this extent? In the face of huge interest, human nature is indeed tested the most. Feng Xiaotian reacted and smiled like a chrysanthemum. He said, "Father is absolutely right. Brother Lu Feng's sincerity can be learned from heaven and earth, so we'll make it a deal." And he seemed to be afraid that Lu Feng would regret it. Huo Lai was very dissatisfied. Feng Xiaotian said it's a deal without asking him for his opinion, which was very disrespectful to him. Feng Feiyang quickly added, "We only represent the decision of Shenfeng Academy." Lu Feng curled his lips and said, "You merge into a team. This matter requires the consent of both deans. Dean Huo seems not to be willing. Then forget it." No, I agree." Huo Lai quickly spoke and said with a smile, "That's it. If it wins, Blazing Fire Academy can get 100 million gold soul coins, so don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Lu Feng challenged a 7-man team composed of 2 academies alone, and promised not to attack first so they would have a chance to win. Even if they lose, fall under the banner of the Merchant Alliance and merge into Shrek Academy, they will only lose their independence as the masters, but they won't lose much. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such a huge bargain. Soul masters often risk their lives to fight for the benefit of a soul ring or a soul bone. Now that such a huge benefit is in front of us, we must gain it no matter what. Feng Feiyang calmed down and laughed and said, "Lord Lu Feng, for such a big thing, why don't we write a contract? There is no evidence for what they say. If Lu Feng doesn't admit it, then they have no evidence. Not easy to ask for." "Okay," Lu Feng said. Lu Feng asked someone to get paper and pen, and both parties signed a written contract and signed it. Feng Feiyang and Feng Xiaotian were still not at ease and deliberately spread the news. As soon as the news was released, it immediately caused an uproar in Wuhan City, and the city was filled with uproar. The figure of 200 million gold soul coins shocked countless people. Such an astonishing bet, coupled with the fact that Lu Feng, who has long been famous, is going to fight, and it is a one-on-one battle. For a time, this hot topic was discussed in the streets of Wuhan City. People's expectations for the battle between Lu Feng and Kamikaze Academy the day after tomorrow have increased several times. Following this, the price of pre-sold ticket for the Wuhan Palace increased significantly, but the pre-sale tickets are still selling like crazy. There were people queuing up at the ticket office early in the morning, fearing that they would not be able to buy tickets if they were late. There are also wealthy bookmakers who open the market secretly to attract people to place bet. Many people have never seen Lu Feng take action with their own eyes, and only people in the Merchant Alliance have seen Lu Feng kill Soul Douluo. Some people find it controversial and believe that it is possible that people in the Business Alliance are deliberately whitewashing it to increase Lu Feng's prestige. In the final, the new Kamikaze team made it through all the way, which is obvious to all. As a result, Lu Feng's odds were even higher. In other words, more people judged that Lu Feng would lose. Although Lu Feng had the lofty status of being the leader of the Merchant Alliance, he was still only 14 years old, a young and reckless age, and had limited experience. It was not impossible for him to make this bet in a fit of enthusiasm. Many powerful people who don't know Lu Feng also have this kind of doubt. Papal Palace. Lu Feng is the direct disciple of the Pope. Has he discussed this move with you? Zhu Douluo stood at the bottom and said to Bibi Dong on the Pope's throne. Not really. Bibi Dong showed no emotion or anger, as if she was considering something. Then what he did was a bit pretentious. 200 million gold soul coin. Not to mention how he earned such a huge amount of wealth. Now he is fighting against the new Kamikaze team alone. If he loses this huge wealth. Zhu Douluo hesitated for a moment and did not finish his word. Elder Zhu thinks Lu Feng will lose. Bibi Dong said calmly. At least it's possible. I've watched the new Kamikaze team's game. Although they can't compete with our Wuhandian Academy team, they are still the best among the best. Their combination of wind and fire makes them surprisingly powerful. Kikuto Luodeo. And the stakes are very unequal. If the Kamikaze Academy team loses, it just surrenders to the Merchant Alliance unconditionally. There is no loss. Ghost Douluo on the side also obviously had doubt. Qian Rongxiu, who was standing opposite the two-titled Douluo, said disapprovingly, it is precisely because of this unequal bet that Huo Lai and Feng Feiyang agreed so easily. She paused and then said, Huo Lai is stubborn and Feng Feiyang cunning. Over the past 10 years, Bishop Salas and others have tried to get them to submit to Wuhan Palace and promised various conditions, but all to no avail. Young master's words are also reasonable, Gui Douluo pointed out. Nodded. Bibi Dong glanced at Hu Lina, who was standing next to Qian Rongxiu, and said, Nana, what do you think? Lu Feng, we will win. Hu Lina said concisely and to the point. She had strong confidence in Lu Feng and felt that Lu Feng must have his reasons for doing this. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo questioned because they didn't know Lu Feng that well. Ahem. Yan saw Hulina's beautiful eyes sparkling when she mentioned Lu Feng, and she actually seemed to admire Lu Feng. He was a little disgusted. Yan, what do you want to say? Bibi Dong noticed Yan's expression and asked, His Majesty the Pope, I feel that the arena is ever-changing and anything can happen. I agree with Elder Zhu. Lu Feng is a little overconfident, Yan said. Hulina's eyes darkened. Even if you ask for help, it's still a kind of courage. Anyway, I don't dare challenge the Shenfeng Academy team by myself. Yan, do you dare? Yan was speechless. Of course he didn't dare, because it would definitely lead to failure. Unexpectedly, Hulina would directly confront Lu Feng for him. The importance of the relationship was very clear. Yan felt a little uncomfortable, and a feeling of jealousy arose in her heart. Chapter 558 Xiao Wu vs Shui Yuer. Yu Hero's unique move. Nana, how can you speak for outsiders? Xia Yu couldn't stand it and interrupted. He knew that Yan liked his sister Hulina very much and had been pursuing her, but her sister always kept her distance from Yan by putting her cultivation first, not talking about feelings as an excuse. Xia Yu neither opposes nor support this, but after all, they and Yan grew up together. Hulina's attitude towards Yan just now was very bad and was not conducive to the unity of the team. Xia Yu, please pay attention to your wording. Lu Feng is the direct disciple of the Pope and the junior brother of me and Hulina. He is not an outsider. Qian Rongxiu's eyes were cold and she solemnly corrected Xia Yu. Xia Yu was stunned and said with some embarrassment, Yes, young master. This subordinate made a mistake. Even Qian Rongxiu made it clear that she was on Lu Feng's side, which is enough to show the importance of this airborne third young master. Xia Yu and Yan didn't know that Qian Rongxiu standing in front of them was the current Emperor Do. Otherwise, I will visit the Kamikaze Academy team tomorrow night to ensure that the three young masters win. Zhu Douluo suggested. Zhu Douluo's intention was obvious. Before the game, he would create some trouble for the Kamikaze Academy team and reduce the combat effectiveness of the Kamikaze Academy team. No, Bibi Dong immediately vetoed. We can't interfere with Xiao Feng's plan. We'll just wait and see. Okay, let's continue talking about defense issues. Today's discussion mainly focused on the city's defense issues. Too many people have poured into the city recently. There are many, and the defense is tight. Wuhan Palace needs to make more arrangements and precautions in advance. Due to the shortage of manpower, the disciples of Wuhandian Academy were also mobilized, and Hulina, Ziyu, and Yan were asked to form a patrol team and join in the defense. Unexpectedly, as they talked, Lu Feng's matter became the topic. After a while, if Bibi Dong felt something, she turned her eyes towards the closed door. She always maintained her calm demeanor, but at this moment she couldn't help but curl up the corners of her lips. Bright smile. Next moment, outside the door, the guard commander's voice sounded. Third young master, wait a minute. His Majesty the Pope is having a secret discussion with all of you. Please wait outside the door. Bibi Dong raised her chin and said loudly, From now on, third young master, anything in the Wuhan Palace will be handled by you. The Lord has the right to know and participate, and the three young masters can enter the Pope's palace at any time without being blocked. Bibi Dong's voice contained soul power, and everyone inside and outside the Pope's palace could hear it clearly. The expressions of Yan, Xia Yu, Ghost Douluo, Zhu Douluo, and others changed. None of them have this honor. Only then did I realize that Bibi Dong valued Lu Feng so much. They originally thought that Bibi Dong's recruitment of Lu Feng as his personal disciple was a form of exploitation, possibly to consolidate the relationship with the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Now, Bibi Dong announced that Lu Feng has the right to carefully and participate in any affairs of Wuhan Palace. This is obviously treating Lu Feng as his most trusted person and completely trusting Lu Feng. Yeah, third young master, please come in. The leader of the guards outside the door said. The door of the Pope's palace slowly opened. With a smile on his face, Lu Feng stepped in and saluted respectfully. Teacher, in front of everyone, he and the female Pope must maintain their normal status as master and apprentice and cannot exceed the rules. As soon as Lu Feng appeared, Qian Rongxiu and Hulina's eyes were fixed on him, and joy flashed in their beautiful eyes. Men and women in love never tire of watching each other, and the more they watch, the more they fall in love with each other. Xiao Feng, you came just in time. Are you going to talk about you and the Shenfeng Academy team? Bibi Dong's face returned to calmness and she said warmly, It's just a trivial matter. I have nothing to say. Lu Feng said with a smile. Little things? Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but roll her eyes. She is in charge of the Tiandu Empire and knows the importance of financial resources. The Tiandu Empire, including the contributions from the merchant alliances, only gets about 2 million gold soul coins in tax revenue every year. In the past few years of Shui's reign, most of the treasury money has been spent on raising and strengthening the army and the salaries of noble officials at all levels, and the rest was squandered by Shui extravagantly, just raising thousands of concubines in the harem reform would cost a lot of money. After Qian Rongxiu took office, the first thing she faced was the emptiness of the treasury. Lu Feng would naturally support her financially and teach her a trick. If you want to make money quickly, you will attack corrupt officials. Within 2 or 3 months, a group of extremely wealthy and corrupt officials were eliminated, and more than 50 million gold soul coins were confiscated, and the national treasury was immediately filled. While Qian Rongxiu continued to dig out the worms, she also cut costs and cut expenses. She reformed the official system according to Lu Feng's method, laid off a large number of redundant personnel and the army, and also reduced taxes for the people. The balance of payments was soon reached and the country was operating stably. She used the power of an emperor to crack down on corrupt officials and make money, and finally scraped back more than 50 million gold soul coin. Lu Feng made a bet of 200 million gold soul coin. He also said it was a small matter. On Lu Feng's side, he really treated it as a trivial matter, because he had no intention of paying the 200 million gold soul coin. He just wanted to take this opportunity to merge the two colleges. He knows the Kamikaze Academy team very well and is sure to defeat them. If the Kamikaze team couldn't take it down, how could they dare to lure Tang Hao to show up? Therefore, even if he asked for 20 billion to bet, he would not have to pay a penny. Just so confident. What's ridiculous is that Feng Xiaotian, Feng Qingyang, and others thought they were getting a huge advantage. Giggle. Bibi Dong stood up from the throne with a smile and said, "If you are brave, okay, let's not talk about that trivial matter, but there are other things." Bibi Dong speculated that Lu Feng's coming at this time must be more than just to come see her and chat. There is indeed a slightly bigger matter. Lu Feng smiled and said, "Tomorrow, the Wuhandian Academy team will face off against the Tianshui Academy team. They are both our own people. Can you take it easy?" The strength gap between the two teams is not small, especially the martial soul fusion skills of Hu Lina and Xia Yu are very deadly. If the Wuhandian Academy team attacks with all their strength, it may cause heavy damage. The implication of Lu Feng's words is that they are all my wives, so don't be too cruel. Hu Lina couldn't help but laugh out loud. She once tracked Lu Feng to Tianshui College. I have some understanding of the relationship between Lu Feng, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, etc. Lu Feng described himself as a trivial matter, betting 200 million gold soul coins against 7 against 1, but he regards interceding for his girlfriend as a more important thing. Hu Lina wanted to say, ridiculous, but I like it. She knew that Lu Feng had always been so protective of the women around him. She believed that if she faced difficulties, Lu Feng would rush out and stand in front of her without hesitation. Xia Yu was surprised. My sister has always been indifferent to men and never made any pretense. However, when she faced Lu Feng, she seemed to be a completely different person. Could it be that? And Yan's face became a little ugly. Interesting, Bibi Dong muttered, her smile getting wider. Lu Feng has always been begged by others. This is the first time I see Lu Feng begging for help. With his ability as the leader of the Merchant Alliance, he can recruit 3 peerless Douluo and win the support of millions of allies. He seems to be omnipotent. Today he can let go. It feels very interesting to ask in a low profile. Chapter 559. Xiao Wu is very fierce. The situation changes. The decision maker here is Bibi Dong, and everyone's eyes are focused on Bibi Dong's face. Looking at her smiling face and relaxed demeanor, one knew that she would have no objection to Lu Feng's request. However, Bibi Dong had to consider the overall situation in an all-round way. It would not be appropriate to personally agree to Lu Feng and use the Pope's order to ask the Wuhandian Academy team to let go. If a superior wants to convince the public, they must not break their own rules or issue unfair orders. Bibi Dong deliberately said non-committally, "It is true that we are all our own people, but after all, it is a fair competition. I will not put forward any additional requirement. How to deal with the competition is left to the Wuhandian Academy team to decide on their own." She delegated the power to Wuhandian Academy. The members of the Seoul Palace team are actually all the same. The Wuhan Palace Academy team is basically decided by Hu Lina. Hu Lina naturally understood what Bibi Dong meant. Bibi Dong responded to Lu Feng like this and won recognition from Ghost Douluo, Sword Douluo, and others. Being fair in dealing with things is one of the reasons why they support Bibi Dong Gon. In the competition, even if they are from the same college, unfair treatment cannot be caused. What's more, Tianshui Academy is not only the opponent of Wuhandian Academy, but there is no friendship between them. Bibi Dong cultivated a golden generation headed by Hu Lina, Xia Yu, and Yan. This time, he wanted to let the Wuhandian Academy team gain momentum and let the world see the strong potential of Wuhandian in the future. To some extent, this can also be used to deterrence the world. Therefore, in every previous match, the Wuhandian Academy team went all out to destroy the opposing team as quickly as possible. It was unstoppable and their opponents often suffered heavy losses, which was terrifying. Now Lu Feng came here specially and proposed take it easy because he wanted to change the usual usual fighting method of the Wuhandian Academy team. The Pope dotes on his direct disciple Lu Feng. If she forces Wuhandian Academy to do what Lu Feng says upon the Pope's order, no one will dare to disobey her. But if word spread, it will damage the Pope's prestige. And Bibi Dong gave the decision-making power to the Wuhandian Academy team with a gentle push, and finally got the effect Lu Feng and she wanted. This is the wisest decision. Lu Feng, who is also a superior, understands this very well. He came here to talk openly and honestly, and he was not asking Bibi Dong to give orders to the Wuhandian Academy team. Otherwise he could just find Bibi Dong in private to intercede. As soon as Hu Lina and Bibi Dong's eyes met, they understood each other, raised their beautiful faces, glanced at Lu Feng with charming eyes, pretending to be proud, and said, "Junior brother, if you have a request for me." "Senior sister, you have to say something nice." "Let me. If I feel better, I will consider letting go." Hearing this, Yan felt much better. Nana did not agree immediately, but asked Lu Feng to say something nice. No, she was not creating problems for Lu Feng. On the contrary, it was more like flirting. At this time, Yan also observed that Hu Lina winked at Lu Feng playfully, secretly flirting with her. Yan's mood fell to the bottom, extremely depressed. "Lu Feng, you are so virtuous and capable. Aren't you just handsome and rich? Are you really as strong as the rumors say? Challenge the Kamikaze Academy team alone, right? If you lose, can you really afford 200 million gold soul coins? Even if you can afford it, you should probably go bankrupt. By then, you will be a joke." Yan began to look forward to Lu Feng losing to the Kamikaze Academy team in the match the day after tomorrow. Lu Feng received Hu Lina's eyes that seemed to be able to speak, and understood that she had already agreed in her heart and was just asking for some advantages. As an expert in capturing goddesses, he won't respond straightforwardly like a straight man, but he won't blindly please her like a licking dog. Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "Second senior sister, I'm not asking you to let your guard down, but you don't have to work too hard. It will benefit both sides." As soon as he said this, Yan was annoyed. As one of the strongest martial spirits with dual attributes of fire and earth, the holder of the ancient martial spirit Flame Lord, and one of the youngest recipients of the purple record medal in the Spirit Hall, he has his own pride, and he is also one of the mainstays of the Wuhandian Academy team and has a certain say in the team. He also has the right to express his opinion on whether to change his tactic. Yan couldn't help but said, "Three young masters, aren't you right? A bunch of weak girls from Tianshui Academy can still be a threat to us. Besides, my fire attribute can completely restrain their water attribute. I can do it without fighting. What good will it do to us if we completely suppress them?" Hu Lina frowned slightly, glanced at Yan displeased, and stopped talking. In front of everyone, the unity with teammates cannot be destroyed, and what Yan said is well-founded and difficult to refute. "I won't explain this. You will know tomorrow." Lu Feng didn't care about Yan and was too lazy to explain. Yan wanted to say something else, but Hu Lina responded first. "Okay, let's discuss it when we go back." "Junior brother, do you want to participate in the discussion on Wuhan City's defense?" Hu Lina changed the topic to the topic of today's secret discussion. Bibi Dong's eyes showed approval. She was very satisfied with Hu Lina's handling. In front of everyone, she must not act out of emotion. Hu Lina took the overall situation into consideration, and even if she felt towards Lu Feng in her heart, she did not show it too obviously. The way Hu Lina handled it showed that she had the potential to succeed the Pope. "Well, I also want to hear Xiao Feng's opinion on the defense of Wuhan City," Bibi Dong said. "Okay, teacher," Lu Feng said. "The defense of Wuhan City is indeed the top priority. He is also responsible for gathering so many people to Wuhan City. Apart from taking precautions against Tang Hao, we must also beware of other people and forces with ulterior motives who may take advantage of the chaos to cause destruction. Lu Feng is preparing to send out the forces of the Merchant Alliance to help defend the Wuhan Palace." Next, Lu Feng participated in the internal secret discussion of Wuhan Palace for the first time, which was equivalent to directly entering the core level. The next day, the finals continue. The most watched match today is the showdown between the Wuhandian Academy team and the Tianshui Academy team. The former is the defending champion team, and their reputation is unquestionable. They swept all the way in the finals. They defeated their opponents very quickly. No team has yet been able to force them to use their full strength. The Tianshui Academy team entered the finals for the first time. It was not well known. It was a little reluctant to reach this point. In the promotion round, it also lost to the Shrek Academy team. Even the most layman audience can see that the strength of the two teams is very different. Originally there was nothing interesting and no suspense. The reason why it has become a highlight is, on the one hand, because Tianshui Academy is affiliated with the Merchant Alliance, and on the other hand, because the Tianshui Academy team is all extremely beautiful girls with perfect measurements and long legs. Undoubtedly the most beautiful team, a joy to watch. As soon as the members of the Tianshui Academy team appeared on the stage, they captured the hearts of many many male viewers. Some viewers fell in love with them, followed in their footsteps, and came all the way from the Tiandu Empire to Wuhan City to watch, just to support them. But today the audience was pleasantly surprised to find that there was one more thing to watch. Lu Feng actually appeared in the waiting area on the side of Tian Shui Academy, sitting side by side with Princess Shui on the instructor's seat. Chapter 560. Duguyan is under great pressure. The grapevine is watching it spread quickly among the public. What's going on? Why is Lu Feng sitting on the tutor's chair at Tian Shui College? I just heard that Lu Feng also attended Tian Shui College and served as a teaching assistant. Yes, then theoretically, Lu Feng is qualified to represent Tian Shui for the sake of fairness. The rules of the competition are that one person is only allowed to represent one team. However, there is no prohibition on becoming a mentor for other teams' entourage to help make suggestions and arrange tactic. You are right. I have the exact information. Master Lu Feng is sitting in the spectator seats of Tian Shui Academy today as a guest instructor and special advisor to the Business Alliance, guiding the Tian Shui Academy team. Then I understand. It will look better this way. Tian Shui Academy team. It is impossible to come back, but with Lu Feng guiding the tactic, maybe the defeat will not be too embarrassing. Yes, when the Shrek Academy team played the Star Luo Royal Academy team yesterday, Lu Feng gave the on-site command and defeated the Star Luo Royal Academy. The team was tortured so badly that Davis is still lying in bed unable to get up. The audience was talking a lot. Lu Feng communicated with everyone about this matter yesterday. Lu Erlong, Flender, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing and other Shrek Academy teams are completely supportive. Everyone knows that this is likely to be the last battle for Tian Shui Academy. Whether Lu Feng is an assistant teacher at Tian Shui College or a representative of the leader of the Business Alliance, it is necessary for him to help Tian Shui College in person. Elder Lu, will the Alliance leader's actions damage his prestige? Snake woman Chao Tianxiang was a little worried. Lu Erlong cast his eyes on Lu Feng, his red lips parted slightly. If the Tian Shui Academy team can withstand a wave of attack, the leader's prestige will continue to increase. If it cannot withstand a wave of attack, maybe. So far, no team can withstand a wave of attacks from the Wuhandian Academy team. The previous performance of the Tian Shui Academy team was not much better than that of the teams that lost to the Wuhandian Academy team. It's normal to be unable to withstand a wave, but it is inevitable that some people will say that Lu Feng's ability to guide tactics is just that, of little use. Only when Tian Shui Academy withstood a wave did it prove that Lu Feng's guidance was effective. Here at Tian Shui College, Lu Feng's personal presence greatly boosted the morale of the Tian Shui Academy team. Not only Shui Yuer, Shui Bing'er, and Shui Wu smiled like flowers, but members such as Gu Qingbo, Shen Liuyu, Qu Ruo Shui, and others were also extremely happy and excited. In the last battle, even if they were destined to lose, they were not discouraged at all. For the support and respect of teacher Lu Feng, they must move forward bravely and go all out. The Wuhandian Academy team acted very relaxedly and did not take the Tian Shui Academy team seriously at all. I'm scared to death. Lu Feng came out with Tian Shui Academy just now. I thought he was going to represent Tian Shui Academy. Su Yu, the auxiliary weapon soul sect of the Wuhandian Academy team, laughed to himself. Su Yu, the martial soul, is a golden scepter. His soul skills not only have healing effect but also enhance attribute. He is a very comprehensive auxiliary soul master. Why are you scared? Even if Lu Feng represents Tian Shui Academy in the battle, so what? Can he still make a comeback on his own? Yan said with an unhappy look on his face. Yan, please control your temper. The teacher said that we cannot underestimate any opponent. Hu Lina said indifferently. Yan remained silent without interest, clearly still unconvinced. Ever since Lu Feng came to the Pope's palace yesterday, he saw that Hu Lina was unusually kind to Lu Feng, so he became jealous and looked down on Lu Feng. Here is the Tian Shui Academy team. Even if all the viewers don't like them, even though almost everyone thought that the Wuhandian Academy team was strong enough to crush them, they couldn't withstand a round of attack. But at this moment the bright eyes of the beautiful girls were filled with fighting spirit and no fear. Activate the spirit and attack. To everyone's surprise, Captain Shui Bing'er actually issued the order and the whole team took the initiative to attack. Powerful attack type soul masters Yu Hero, Chen Liuyu, Qu Ruo Shui, and agility attack type soul masters Gu Qingbo were the first to launch the attack. It turned into 4 glimpses and sprinted straight towards the Wuhandian Academy team. Countless viewers were stunned. Is this an egg against a rock? You think you didn't lose fast enough? Do you want to go home early? It's simply a suicidal behavior. Is this the tactic arranged by Lu Feng? I fainted, and I thought Lu Feng had what a brilliant move, that's all. No, my goddesses, don't be so impulsive. I bought a ticket to come in just to see you more. Many people couldn't help but shout. Bibi Dong, who was standing on the high platform, and Qian Rongxiu, who was in front of the high tower window, had unexpected looks in their eyes at the same same time. Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong looked at each other and saw confusion on the other's face. Ning Fengzi was once the #1 think tank around Emperor Shui Yat, and he was known as a smart person. He believed in Lu Feng's tactical ability, but he didn't understand why the Tianshui Academy team gave up on defense and the whole team rushed forward. With only Shui Yuer left behind, it was difficult to defend against the surprise attacks from the opponent's powerful and agile attack-type soul masters. Whether it was the strength gap between the two teams or the water attribute martial spirit of the Tianshui Academy team, it was determined that the Tianshui Academy team's most beneficial tactic was defensive counter-attack. Defense and control are also the strengths of the Tianshui Academy team, but their attack power is relatively weak. However, they gave up their strong points and used their weak points to go head-to-head with the Wuhandian Academy team, whose attack power was extremely terrifying. There are no fools among soul masters who can enter the finals. It's just that this tactic is so unreasonable. Everyone couldn't agree. The first soul skill, freeze. At the moment when his teammates attacked, the control-type Shui Binger raised her hand lightly, and the first soul ring suddenly glowed. The naked eye could see that under the violent fluctuations of soul power, wisps of blue soul power condensed. The palm of her hand, her jade hand, instantly seemed to turn into blue ice crystals flashing with fluorescent light, and the surrounding airflow suddenly entered a solid state. The frozen soul skill is released instantly. Swish! The freezing cold current quickly condensed around Yan, Xiaoyu, and others. Haha, little trick. Yan looked disdainful. His top fire attribute Sex is the nemesis of the water system. Even if it is frozen, it is not afraid. Xiaoyu, Hulina, and others did not have fire attribute, so they carefully chose to avoid. The soul power burst out from the soles of their feet, leaping high and escape from the cold frozen area. Shui Binger's soul control skill caused many teams to suffer heavy losses and had to guard against it. Hulina's agility was slightly better than that of Xiaoyu, and she easily avoided it. Xiaoyu and Yan were not as agile as Hulina, but they were both 50-level soul kings, so they didn't pay much attention to the soul skills of Shui Binger, the 49th level soul sect. After all, the absolute strength is there, and all attributes are much better than Shui Binger. Yan relied on his top-level flame attribute to protect himself, and had no intention of avoiding it. With a sarcastic smile on his lips, he stood with his head held high and let the freezing cold current instantly freeze him into ice, freezing him. Chapter 561 An unexpected breakthrough. Yan felt that as long as the top flame attribute exploded, he could easily break the ice and show his power. Since the opposite party is full of young beauties with a huge gap in strength, Ziyu, as a strong-blooded man, will be somewhat attracted to them. He was especially fond of Swu with short hair, so he was not impatient and kept his elegant and relaxed posture to dodge, showing off his masculine charm. But he underestimated Shui Binger's freezing effect. The scope of the freezing cold current exceeded his expectation. When he jumped up, his toes were scratched by the freezing cold air. Although he dodged the ice, white frost instantly condensed on his toes, and the cold air was biting. Xiaoyu quickly used her soul power to force out the cold air. Suddenly, he felt vaguely that Shui Binger's soul skill was extremely unusual. His heart trembled, and he jumped into the air. Before he landed, he quickly warned, "Get out of the way quickly, don't be careless." But it was too late. The freezing cold current condensed instantly, and Yan was first sealed tightly in the ice, maintaining his disdainful smile. Another strong attack-type war soul sect from the Wuhandian Academy team was also unable to dodge and was frozen in ice. He was frozen on the field like a statue and lost the ability to move. Shui Binger became a blockbuster. The whole audience was stunned. Impossible! How could Shui Binger be so strong? Is it because of her extraordinary performance? Or, by the way, I thought she was level 46 before, but today her information shows level 49. Same goes for Shui Yuer. She was level 42 before, but today the data shows level 47. Many people can't understand. Lu Feng's face was calm and he didn't feel surprised at all, because it was he who made this change. In the small world of Lake of Life, among the several fairy grasses picked, two were suitable for Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Yesterday, Lu Feng fed them separately. Their soul power was upgraded several levels in a row. In addition to their overall attributes being greatly enhanced, their martial soul skill power, range, etc. were also greatly enhanced. Also, their ultimate ice attributes have been condensed and sublimated. Due to their in-depth exchanges with Lu Feng before, for some reason they obtained the ultimate ice attribute, and this ultimate ice attribute is very weak, just like Ma Hongjun's ultimate fire attribute was so weak before. Of course, it's slightly better because they can control it and don't have random outbursts like Ma Hongjun did back then. If Shui Binger and Shui Yuer's previous ultimate ice was called a faint ray, then after taking the grass jelly, it can be called a condensed ray. In addition, there is another more surprising effect. Binger is great. Xiao Wu stood up and cheered for Shui Binger. They recently lived together in the Rose Hotel, had more contact, trained together, and became familiar with each other. Come on Binger, Ya Lingling, Zhu Zhuqing and others also cheered. The expression of that red-haired weirdo looked so annoying, Meng Yuren said. After saying this, many people looked at Yan, who was frozen in the transparent ice. He had red hair, a weird hairstyle, many red patches on his face, and an arrogant and disdainful smile. Xiao Wu nodded and said, "Yeah, I think that too. I want to beat him up just by looking at that expression." "What's his name?" "His name is Yan. He is one of the 3 geniuses of Wuhandian Academy. In their team, the single attack power of he is the strongest," Dugu Yan said. Now, Yan felt something was wrong. After being suddenly frozen, the cold air actually penetrated from the protective soul power, invaded the skin, and seeped into the meridian. In an instant, it seemed as if his blood was freezing. Could it be that it is the legendary ultimate ice? Definitely is. Otherwise, with his top fire attribute, he can restrain the water attribute. Only ultimate ice can counter-restrain his fire attribute in this way, and one must have the ultimate fire attribute to compete with the ultimate ice. His top flame attribute, if further sublimated, would be the ultimate fire, but this difference in sublimation makes the two attribute completely different. It's like the difference between a 99 level peerless Douluo and a 100 level god. Armor of lava. Yan silently recited the mantra, and the 5 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black on his body were spinning, and the second yellow soul ring lit up. Click. A red rock armor flowing with fire suddenly appeared on Yan's body, resisting the invasion of cold air. Using fire attribute soul power, you cannot break the ice seal. You can only use soul power, but the shattering power of this soul skill was actually not enough to break the ice. Yan was shocked, but all that changed was his eyes. His expression was still fixed with a disdainful smile, which looked extremely strange. He quickly used another soul skill with astonishing explosive power, Hell Magma Rush, to break through the ice. However, something happened that shocked him. His soul power was suppressed. Soul skills are prohibited. Unable to cast. Frozen actually has this effect. He was a 50 level soul king, but he couldn't break through a soul first soul skill. Yan complained endlessly. His expectation of breaking through the ice in an instant and showing off his might was shattered, and quite the opposite. He could only stare helplessly, frozen on the field, unable to move, like a living specimen being displayed, or like a big popsicle being in the spotlight. I was so embarrassed. This is in Wuhan City, our own territory, a home battle with His Majesty the Pope and other big shots watching. He deeply regretted that he had been too careless. If he was cautious and didn't want to be in the limelight, with his agility he was more than enough to dodge the ice. Who would have thought that this was no ordinary ice, but the ultimate ice that could defeat his fire attribute? Now he can only hope that his teammates will help him out after defeating the Tian Shui Academy team. Fortunately, it won't be long. With the strength of his teammate, even if he didn't take action, he could quickly crush the Tian Shui Academy team. Fuck. Hu Lina's charming eyes revealed a red light. This is her second soul skill, an extremely powerful charm ability. The object of Hu Lina's confusion was Gu Qingbo, the fastest student in Tian Shui College. The martial soul of Gu Qingbo, agility attack type, is the blue swordfish. He can use the enhanced soul skills to fly at short distances at extremely high speed, and his speed soars. During Gu Qingbo's impact, an agility attack type from the Wuhandian team came to intercept him. She used this soul skill to fly up and over the opponent's head, and then dived diagonally towards Su Wei, the auxiliary soul master in the back row. Another offensive soul master came to help defend, but was accidentally frozen by Shui Binger's freezing soul skill. Shui Binger led the team calmly and calmly controlled the overall situation. While freezing 2 opponents, she also played an extremely exquisite coordination with her teammate. It actually made the Wuhandian Academy team a little confused. The audience was in an uproar. There were bursts of exclamation. Everyone was speechless and speechless. The person who had just said something like "an egg touches a stone" seemed to have been slapped in the face. The performance of Tian Shui Academy was completely unexpected. Taking the lead in launching the attack and freezing the 2 of them, the agility attack spirit master was able to successfully break through the defense line and attack the back row. How come I didn't realize before that Tian Shui Academy still has such talent? Bibi Dong murmured to himself with approval in his eyes. Chapter 562 Tang House Calculation. Hu Lina's questions. Bibi Dong was not ignited by Yu Xiaogang, and Lu Feng, who was aggressive, sincere, and passionate, set her on fire. My heart and body were all ablaze. If I had met Lu Feng back then, she would elope with Lu Feng without hesitation. I will never return to Wuhan City again. Then the lifelong resentment will not happen. Lu Feng had already completely occupied her heart and dispersed Yu Xiaogang's figure. Just before Bibi Dong was about to entrust her body to Lu Feng, it inevitably brought back some memories. Bibi Dong's thoughts were wandering only for a moment. The next moment she flashed and appeared in front of the papal throne, facing Zhu Douluo, Ghost Douluo and other elders below, as well as the cardinal. Bibi Dong returned to her noble and dignified posture. Her expression indifferent. His Majesty the Pope. Everyone saluted respectfully. Lu Feng did not return to the Shrek Academy team immediately. He didn't go to the Tian Shui Academy team either, although he saw the lonely looks on Shui Yuer and Shui Wu's eyes and the tears in their eyes. Obviously, if we go down now, it may trigger the Shuro field. At this time, you should avoid it wisely. There is also business to be done. He went to the Commercial Alliance branch building to meet with the elders. Go through the next arrangements again. The time for a tough fight with Tang Hao is coming. Care must be taken to be fully prepared. The main thing is to reduce unnecessary losses as much as possible. There is one big thing that Lu Feng cannot disclose to the elders of the Merchant Alliance. It was about asking Tang Hao to sacrifice to A Yin. This is his private matter and has nothing to do with the business alliance. The difficulty is several times greater than previously imagined. Because Tang Hao's strength was much stronger than expected, Tang Hao obtained the inheritance of Rax Hasa God and advanced to the second stage of the 9th examination, far beyond his heyday. When Tang Hao returned to his heyday, Lu Feng used the peerless Douluo experience card to fight Tang Hao and defeated him with one move. Now, it's hard to predict. However, Lu Feng is not just as strong as he was back then. By using the experience card, the peerless Douluo power obtained overlaps with your own power. Back then, when he had just reached the soul level, he only absorbed one dragon god soul bone. His soul rings were purple, and black, 2,000-year soul rings and one 10,000-year soul ring. Now, he has reached the soul king level, absorbed 3 dragon god soul bones, plus a soul bone attached to the wings of the demon god. The 5 soul rings are all red for 100,000 years, and he has awakened the 3rd martial soul with extremely amazing power. That night, Lu Fengfei returned to the sky above the Rose Hotel. He did not enter immediately. Instead, he was suspended in the air, using his true vision eyes to observe. If the wives from Tian Shui Academy and Shrek Academy all get together, then wait. Avoid the Shuro field if you can. In fact, they are all very sensible. Most of the time, he focuses on his cultivation and rarely gets jealous. It's just that the Tian Shui Academy team is newly defeated, and their stubborn character of not admitting defeat always makes them feel emotional. I feel a little sorry for Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and others, because they are also wives. The time for giving them grass jelly was more than a year late. Relatively speaking, it's a bit unfair, but there was no fairy grass suitable for them at that time. In the small world of Lake of Life, find 2 fairy grasses suitable for water attribute soul masters. They gave it to Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Of course, take care of your own woman first. When I have time in the future, I will explore the small world of Lake of Life. The small world is too vast and I can only search roughly in 3 days. There are still many deep forest valleys that have not been explored. I believe we will find more jelly grass. At this moment, the 7 members of the Tian Shui Academy team and Shui Yunmei were chatting in the lobby of the hotel suite, summarizing today's combat experience. The entire 4th floor was given to the Tian Shui Academy team. Lu Feng landed on the balcony and deliberately made a little noise. Teacher Lu Feng. The girls turned their heads and saw Lu Feng. Their beautiful eyes lit up. Good evening, all beauties. Lu Feng walked into the room with a smile. No. Shui Yuer shook her head. Her eyes were red, and she slightly pursed her red lips. Our performance was not good, and we couldn't even beat Team Shrek's substitute lineup. Yes, we are a little embarrassed to see you. Sorry. I'm sorry for your cultivation. Shui Binger also had a hint of sadness in her smile. They are not sad when they lose the game. Sad because I feel unworthy of being cultivated by Lu Feng. Who said that? In my eyes, the result is not important. The process is the key. I think thanks to your effort, I am very pleased with all of you. Lu Feng consoled him. Really? Shui Yuer blinked her blue-colored contact lenses. She is very simple. As long as Lu Feng is satisfied, she will be happy. Are you satisfied with me too? There was a wry smile on Gu Qingbo's lips. She was the first to be instantly killed by Zhu Zhuqing. She had no time to use her soul skills and had no chance to perform. Of course I'm satisfied. Without you sacrificing your life to stop Shui Wu would be in danger. He won't be able to activate the fusion skills of the 3 martial arts later, and he will be completely defeated at the beginning. Lu Feng sat on the sofa and huddled with Shui Binger and said, you are a team, a whole. In today's game, everyone went all out and cooperated perfectly. Facing a team with a stronger overall strength than you did not show any weakness and played with strong momentum. Even worse, you turned defeat into victory at one point. It's so wonderful. I'm so proud of you. Praise without reservation. After hearing what Lu Feng said, the beauties swept away their depressed mood and revealed happy smiles. Let me tell you, teacher Lu Feng will not blame you. Princess Shui retracted her gaze from Lu Feng's face. Her charming eyes moved and she glanced at the girls with a smile. You heard it. Teacher Lu Feng commented on you. So high. Then why did you come now? Shui Yuer burst into tears and rushed up to sit on Lu Feng's lap, acting coquettishly. Such an intimate act. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little weird. The temperature begins to rise. Ahem, Yuer, Princess Shui reminded. However, Lu Feng hugged Shui Yuer, kissed her as if no one else was around, helped wipe the tears on her beautiful face, and said softly, I'm sorry for being late. I have some things to deal with first. Shui Yuer hurriedly shook his head and said, no, there is no need to apologize. I actually don't blame you. I am worried about you. Shui Yunmi, I said. After the game, Elder Lu came to inform us not to go out for these 2 days. We felt that something big must have happened. Lu Feng nodded and said, something big is going to happen, and I won't hide it from you. Tang Hao is in Wuhan City. Ah, Shui Binger and others exclaimed. They didn't know much, but they also knew that Tang Hao had done extremely despicable and cruel things to Elder Bai He of the Merchant Alliance. Tang Hao became the public enemy of the Merchant Alliance, that is, their enemy. Lu Feng added, Tang Hao has become extremely evil now and hates the Merchant Alliance especially, and you represent the future potential of the Merchant Alliance. Just in case, it's better not to go out. In our own hotel, we can get all the elders with the protection. There will be no danger. And in the final competition for the championship the day after tomorrow, after the leader of the Merchant Alliance appears, Tang Hao is likely to take action, and it is expected that there will be an earth-shattering battle. Chapter 563 Strong Showdown. The audience is in danger. Only a few Merchant Alliance elders could talk and laugh happily. The entire audience was stunned and had not yet woken up from their shock. Not knowing the inside story, they had greetings and exclamation marks all over their head. The Tian Shui Academy team can fight like this, which is really beyond their ability. Interesting. Bibi Dong laughed in surprise, shook her head slightly, and locked her gaze with a bit of authority on Lu Feng. You brat, how dare you hide it from me? Let's see how I punish you tonight. Lu Feng felt the gaze from the female pope, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He didn't raise his head and make eye contact with Bibi Dong. He couldn't make it too clear yesterday, otherwise it would be unfair to the very weak Tian Shui Academy team. If word gets out that the Wuhandian Academy team has taken the lead, it may be difficult for the Tian Shui Academy team to form the 3-person Wuhan fusion skill. Today's battle will not be so exciting. The Tian Shui Academy team will lose the opportunity to practice in the competition. Hu Lina and Xia Yu looked at each other in surprise. We now know why the Tian Shui Academy team took the initiative to launch an attack in the first place. I finally understood why Lu Feng insisted not to let the Wuhandian Academy team get away with it, but to take it easy on each other. It turns out he was thinking about them too. With the true strength shown by the Tian Shui Academy team now, if the Wuhandian Academy team fights to the death, even if they win, they may suffer heavy losses. Yan is the one with the strongest continuous attack power output in the team. Yan was too careless just now. Bound by ice, the Wuhandian Academy team lost one of its core players. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu combined into a 3-person martial soul fusion technique. The combined soul power of the 3 of them combined, but the actual combat power far exceeded the combined strength of the 3, soaring directly to the soul saint level. Moreover, it was an extremely large-scale attack, and the entire battlefield was covered by the blizzard when their martial soul fusion skills were activated. The giant whirlpool of ice and snow that quickly formed was even more frightening. Faced with a giant whirlpool of ice and snow, there is no other choice. Martial spirit fusion technique. Demon. Hu Lina and Xia Yu also used their ultimate move to overwhelm the opponent. The 2 brothers and sisters combined into a strange warrior with long flowing hair, covered in black armor, and holding a long scimitar in each hand. It looked like he could not tell the difference between male and female. On the surface, Wuhan fusion skills are dominated by Xia Yu. In fact, Hu Lina is the main one who plays a role in the entire martial soul fusion technique. The demon master controls it and releases a red mist centered on itself. Within the control range of this skill, all opponent senses will be reduced by 50%, their soul power will be suppressed by 50%, and all actions will be sluggish by 50%. In addition to the 3 negative state, only Xia Yu and Hu Lina can see in the red mist. It is difficult for outsiders to detect their traces using breath, soul power fluctuation, etc. The 2 brothers and sisters grew up together, practicing and training together. They have used this martial soul fusion technique countless times, and their tacit understanding is unparalleled. Therefore, the formation of demons only takes place in an instant. The red mist released by the demon spread quickly without being affected by air currents and winds. Shui Binger led the extreme wind and snow drifting, and the primary targets were Hu Lina and Ziyu. Yan was frozen, so there was no need to worry about it for the time being. Among the 3 core members of the Wuhandian Academy team, Hu Lina is the only one left. Ziyu brother and sister, both of them have broken through to the Soul King level, and it is extremely difficult to deal with them alone, not to mention their martial soul fusion skills. If it can cause harm to their brothers and sisters and weaken their fighting power, the balance of the battle will be more balanced. Therefore, Shui Binger wanted to capture the thief and capture the king. Focus the attack on Hu Lina and Xia Yu. Although it is is an extremely large-scale attack. The strength of the attack depends on the degree of attack. In the center of the huge whirlpool of ice and snow that was swirling violently, the attack was the most destructive, and even the Soul Emperor could not withstand it. As soon as the demon appeared, the red mist quickly filled the air, and Shui Binger was immediately unable to lock onto her opponents and lose track of them. Shui Binger is the calmest in the team. She can grasp the situation at the beginning of the battle and adapt to changes during the battle, decisively adjusting the direction. The giant whirlpool of ice and snow rushed diagonally towards the middle of the red mist. The giant whirlpool of ice and snow has absorbing power and has a strong freezing effect. Within the range of its power, the opponent's movements are slowed down by 60%. In the ice and snow area formed by the entire battle platform, the opponent's movements are already slowed down by 60%. 20. In other words, even if Xiaoyu and Hulina were not attacked by the giant parallel whirlpool attack, their mobility would still be reduced by 20%. However, after merging into a demon, all attributes including speed are doubled, and the speed is slowed down by 20%, so the impact is not particularly big. Hulina and Xiaoyu hid in the red mist and nimbly avoided the scope of the giant ice and snow whirlpool without suffering any damage. However, Shui Binger seemed to have guessed the result. The direction of her attack was adjusted. A giant vortex of ice and snow passed through the red mist, covering Su Yu, the auxiliary soul master in the back row. Su Yu came from the Su family of the Star Crown sect, but he was not a direct descendant of the Su family. What he awakened was not the Star Crown martial spirit, but the Golden Scepter martial spirit. He is qualified to be selected into the Wuhundian Academy team, and he is also a talented auxiliary soul master who is one of the best in 1,000. He escaped the surprise attack from the all-attack soul master Gu Qingbo, and just as he took a breath, Shui Binger launched another super powerful move. The red mist emanating from Yumei's body also affected Su Yu's vision. The ice and snow vortex disappeared into the red mist. The red mist acted as a barrier to hide the sound. The sound of the ice and snow vortex disappeared, and only the red mist could be seen churning and churning by the strong rotational force of the ice and snow vortex. Su Yu judged that his opponent was attacking Xiaoyu and Hulina, and the giant ice and snow whirlpool could not reach as far as he did, so he didn't take much precaution. Instead, he recited the mantra silently to apply soul skills with enhanced attributes to his teammate, and was always ready to treat Hulina, Xiaoyu, and other teammates who might be harmed. Right now, a giant whirlpool of ice and snow suddenly broke through the red mist, carrying a rumbling and harsh sound caused by space friction, and came towards me. Su Yu was startled and couldn't avoid it. No, Su Yu only had time to use an auxiliary soul skill randomly before his whole body was submerged in the center of the ice and snow whirlpool. The powerful pulling and tearing force, coupled with countless snowflake that looked like sharp blade, caused continuous cutting attacks on him. 60% plus 20%, a total of 80% slowed down, making it difficult for him to move even an inch, and he was almost frozen on the spot. Tisk tisk tisk. Su Yu's soul shield was instantly shattered, and dense cracks were cut out of his battle clothes. After a few breaths, the whirlpool of ice and snow disappeared. Su Yu fell to the ground, passed out, and completely lost his fighting ability. Kill instantly with one hit. Not far away from Su Yu was Gu Qingbo, who was also in a coma. This was Shui Binger's mercy, otherwise this blow would have been enough to tear Su Yu into several pieces. The ice and snow drifting from the fusion of the two martial arts spirits was already very powerful. In addition, after Shui Binger and Shui Yu ate the fairy grass, their power increased several times, and there was also an additional snow dancer. Chapter 564, An Unexpected Reappearance. I like you. Do you like me? Swu finally summoned up the courage to ask what she had been hiding in her heart for more than a year. She stared straight at Lu Feng with bright blue eyes, waiting for his answer. Her heart was pounding with anticipation. Looking at Shui Wu with a blushing face, Lu Feng smiled. It's not that I like it, Lu Feng said frankly. Shui Wu only heard the word no, and then her delicate body trembled. Her head exploded with a bang. Her face turned pale, and her mood suddenly fell to the bottom. As soon as her eyes turned red, she wanted to leave here. Lu Feng then solemnly said, I love you. Ah, what? Shui Wu thought she heard wrongly. Lu Feng smiled softly and explained, friends can also like each other. Love is a pure relationship between a man and a woman. Yes, I love you. I fell in love with you when I was in Tianshui College, but I didn't dare to take the initiative to say it. I'm afraid that you think I'm too sentimental because there are already many girls around me. You are bad. You hurt me. No, it's not you. Shui Wu was filled with joy, and her emotions were ups and downs, somewhat incoherent and at a loss. Lu Feng stepped forward, naturally held her in his arms, and covered Shui Wu's red lips with his mouth. At this moment, actions speak louder than words. Whether it's making money or picking up girls, it's all about starving the brave to death and starving the timid to death. There are flowers that can be folded and must be folded. Afraid of this, afraid of that, and worried too much are destined to have a troubled relationship. Lu Feng had learned a lesson in this regard in his previous life. In this life he acted as he pleased. Keep going, as long as the situation allows. He wants it successful. Shui Yu'er clapped her hands and chuckled. Oh, I kissed you. I'm so embarrassed. Yu Hero blushed to her neck, but her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement, as if she had put herself on Shui Wu's body, as if Lu Feng was kissing her. Shui Wu, you are so happy. Gu Qingbo couldn't help but sigh. Chen Liuyu and Chu Ruoshui also chuckled. Their hearts were filled with ups and downs, and Shui Wu's successful confession also inspired their courage, and they secretly made some determination. Shui Wu responded slightly clumsily. Her head went blank, her body stiffened for a moment, then immediately became soft again. Let Lu Feng invade her plump red lips that no man had ever occupied. Her heart and body seemed to suddenly melted. A strong sense of happiness lingers in my heart. Lu Feng's words "I love you" kept echoing in her mind, activating the hot emotions she had buried and brewed for a long time. Passion is like a volcano erupting. Hot tears rolled down her cheek, crying with joy. Lu Feng didn't know what Shui Wu wanted to say. The reason why she waited for Shui Wu to speak out on her own initiative was because she wanted to see what level of Shui Wu's courage she could reach. Shui Wu is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and has a particularly stubborn personality. Tonight her courage surpassed her own. It will be of certain help to her future cultivation path. When practicing as a soul master, it is very important to have clear mind. Yeah, they fell on the sofa. Yu Hero's breathing was a little rapid, and her heartbeat accelerated, as if Lu Feng had knocked her down. Are they going to do that kind of thing? The development is too fast. Gu Qingbo felt his mouth was dry and swallowed a gulp of saliva. Lu Feng is just so wild. Shui Yu'er couldn't help but stick out her tender red tongue and licked her red lips. It's too shameful. I dare not look at it. Shen Liuya stared at the looming scene with wide eyes. I can't see clearly. It's blocked by the sofa. Yu Hai said Judo. They are on the sofa. Shui Yu'er knew Lu Feng's trick and location preferences very well. Her eyes were a little complicated. It was she who created opportunities for Shui Wu and Lu Feng. It was equivalent to pushing his man into Shui Wu's arms. At first it was more fun, but things really happened. Lu Feng and Shui Wu burned like dry fire, and something felt strange in her heart. It can't be said that I regret it, but it always feels weird when AI Lang is shared, and I can't tell what the emotion is. Lu Feng gave her a lot, but she had nothing to give to Lu Feng. This can be considered a contribution. Think of this. Shui Yu'er was relieved. I started to worry that Shui Dan couldn't bear it. Lu Feng is too tyrannical, and not an ordinary woman can withstand him. A few days ago, her aunt Princess Shui was there, and she couldn't stand it, and my aunt was the main force that day. But that's okay. Their game is over. It's okay even if you lie down. I'm going back to the room. Lu Qingbo felt that his body became very strange, and it was very embarrassing to face his sisters like this. I want to practice. Shen Liuyu also felt the same way. Me too. Yu Hero was a little reluctant, but she knew she couldn't stay any longer. After all, Lu Feng is Shui Yu'er's girlfriend. Shui's confession was successful, and she and Lu Feng became lovers. When Lu Feng's girlfriend Shui Yu'er peeked at Lu Feng and Shui Wu, she felt bad. It is privacy after all. If you look any further, it's too much. Several beautiful teammates left one after another, leaving Shui Yu'er alone. Shui Yu'er blinked her eyes, thought for a while, and ran to Shui Binger's room. Shui Binger was taking a bath in the bathroom. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Sister, I'm here to wash up with you. Why don't you wash up in your own room? Shui Binger said calmly. It's been a long time since we took a shower together. Shui Yu'er pushed open the bathroom door and said with a smile, it's been several years. We only took showers together when we were kids. Shui Binger didn't refuse. She always loved and cared for her sister. Amid the steaming heat, the clear water slid down Shui Binger's creamy skin. So I miss you very much. Shui Yu'er took off her coat and stared at Shui Binger. Hey sister, when did you become so big? Hey, just wash it and don't look around. Shui Binger turned shyly. After they were 10 years old, the sisters had independent residences. So far, only Lu Feng has seen her indescribable places. You've become very big. Shui Binger couldn't help but glance at Shui Yu'er. But smaller than you, Shui Yu'er said enviously. It can't compare to Shui Wu anyway. Shui Binger's tone remained calm. Her expression was calm, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. That's right. I don't know what sister Shui Wu grew up on. Shui Yu'er nodded. We all eat the same food, right? Shui Binger changed her tone and said, why didn't you take a peek? She knew the little moves of Shui Yu'er and Shen Liuyu. They have already started. I'm embarrassed to continue reading. This doesn't seem to be your character. Sister, you are so bad. You imagine me as someone. Bang. Shui Yu'er's hand slapped Shui Binger's round and thick part, which not only made a loud sound but also splashed water. Ah, you still dare to do evil to me? Shui Binger exclaimed and wanted to retaliate. Shui Yu'er giggled and defended. The sisters twisted into a ball. Chapter 506 65. There are Easter eggs after the game. After a period of time, sisters Shui Binger and Shui Yuer finished cleaning and walked out in bathrobe. He met Lu Feng head on. Lu Feng hugged the limp Shui Wu and said with a sweet smile, "Let me borrow the bathroom." Without waiting for Shui Binger to respond, he walked in holding Shui Wu. The door is not closed either. The two sisters were stunned and looked at each other. At the same time, he covered his mouth and chuckled. Then he quickly ran to the couch and hid under the quilt. Shui Binger is smart and naturally knows what will happen next. She could also guess Shui Yuer's thought. My sister came to her room to wash with her. She was not missing anything, but she just wanted to make it easier for her husband. But can the husband tolerate 3 people? Time flies. Fast forward to the next day. Shui Binger, who always got up early, slept until about 3 o'clock in the morning before waking up quietly. Normally Princess Shui would supervise their training every morning, but today it was so late and Princess Shui didn't come to wake them up. Maybe it was because the game was over and they were allowed to relax a bit. It's more likely that you understand their pain point. Shui Binger recalled the madness last night. Even though Lu Feng was no longer in the room at this moment, he was still afraid of himself. It's really too much to bear. Her husband Lu Feng showed off his power and the 3 of them couldn't stand it. Shui Binger looked at Shui Yuer and Shui Wu, who were sleeping soundly, feeling a bit dumbfounded. After they met honestly, their relationship got closer. But if others see these 2 girls sleeping here, it would be embarrassing. Water ice rises. He stretched out lazily and fixed his hair. Yuer, Shui Wu, it's getting late. Get up quickly. Shui Yuer opened her sleepy eyes, closed them again, and mumbled, "Sleep a little longer." Shui Wu didn't seem to be woken up. Shui Binger had no choice but to get up first and go to the bathroom to wash up. Shui Wu is actually already awake, but she felt very embarrassed and was ashamed to face Shui Binger for a while, so she could only pretend to continue sleeping. She looks forward to becoming Lu Feng's woman, looking forward to working together with Shui Binger and Shui Yuer and never being separated. This wish came true last night, but I didn't expect that it would be accomplished under the witness of Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Lu Feng reached the point in one step. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer also accepted. Everything will fall into place. Happiness is so saturated that it becomes difficult to adapt. Although she knew that once she became Lu Feng's woman, something like this might happen, but I never thought it would happen so soon. The progress was too fast and Shui Wu was not mentally prepared. Last night seemed like an unreal dream. This dream is so beautiful. It's so beautiful that I'm afraid that when I open my eyes, everything will disappear and nothing will really happen. Fortunately, the burning pain told her that it really happened, because you can't feel pain in dreams. Maple, my love, you belong to me too, so this pain is nothing. Beside, the joy far outweighs the pain. Shui Yuer also said that it will be much better next time. Today is Armistice Day. There is no competition. Lu Feng is probably busy again. Shui's guess was correct. Lu Feng was in full swing at the Commercial Alliance branch building. The top priority is to face Tang Hao. If you are not careful, the business alliance will be shaken. Everything has to be done with caution. At first he hoped to discover Tang Hao's traces and locate Tang Hao's location in Wuhan City without alerting the enemy, and then it would be best to deal with Tang Hao in advance. Unexpectedly, Tang Hao received the inheritance of the Rakshasa god and his strength soared to a terrifying level. In this way, it would be difficult for scouts and spies to detect Tang Hao's existence. Tang Hao can completely control his aura and change his appearance. Even Qian Daolio couldn't lock his position among the tens of thousands of viewers. This information was told to Lu Feng by Qian Rongxiu. Finished business. Lu Feng went to meet Qian Rongxiu, make an appointment to have lunch with her in the courtyard where she lives. She lives here alone. When Lu Feng arrived, she had already prepared a table of hot dishes. Today she cooked by herself and was very happy. Although his cooking skills are not as good as Lu Feng's, Lu Feng is not picky and enjoys the food without hesitation. Thoughts are the most important among all living beings in the world. He is the only one who can enjoy a table of food cooked by Empress Do today. Are you still determined to risk your life? Qian Rongxiu was worried about Lu Feng's safety. Don't worry, I have a way to protect myself, Lu Feng said with a relaxed smile. How can I not be worried? Tang Haoruo is just a super Douluo. Now he has received the inheritance of Rakshasa god and has completed the first stage of the 9th test. Qian Rongxiu's cold and stunning face showed great mood swings. She has always been extremely calm, but she can't calm down when faced with the adventure of her beloved. Lu Feng raised his hand and stroked her straight blonde hair. I'm actually quite afraid of death. If I can't guarantee my own safety, I will never do this. Trust me, okay? After hearing Lu Feng's words of relief, Qian Rongxiu felt a little relieved. Well, I believe you. Qian Rongxiu now knows Lu Feng very well and knows that Lu Feng is a very cautious person with both wisdom and courage. As the saying goes, caring leads to chaos. That's what she was doing at the moment. He cared too much about Lu Feng, so he felt a little confused. Seeing her like this, Lu Feng couldn't bear it and wanted to tell her his his biggest trump card, but I still held back because the origin of these trump cards cannot be explained. The explanation was unclear, which made Qian Rongxiu more and more doubtful. Are you full? Qian Rongxiu tilted her head and looked at Lu Feng with a smile, her eyes full of affection. I'm full. Schwetter's love lunch is really great. Lu Feng not only praised it with words but also showed his recognition of this love lunch with actions. Just now, almost all the dishes were eaten. Qian Rongxiu was recognized and smiled even more happily. Her beautiful smile was stunning. Even if it wasn't the first time for Lu Feng to see Qian Rongxiu's stunning smile, he couldn't help but feel a little shaken. I was thinking of taking action. Qian Rongxiu took the first step and sat down on Lu Feng's lap, hooking a pair of jade arms around Lu Feng's neck like an octopus. Then, can you still eat me? The soft words contained an extremely seductive meaning. Her stunningly beautiful face and demeanor are full of charm. This doesn't look like Qian Rongxiu. Lu Feng was slightly startled, then said with a hearty smile, of course I can eat it. He hugged the beauty around her waist. Qian Rongxiu took the initiative to lower her head and sealed Lu Feng's mouth with her red lips. It's so rare. Qian Rongxiu's initiative. The Empress couldn't control herself at first. I thought the heat was a little worse. Capturing Qian Rongxiu's heart is certain, but for Qian Rongxiu, from capturing the heart to the final physical step, it still needs to be done step by step. Perhaps due to the influence of the seraph martial spirit, Qian Rongxiu has an innate divine temperament. She has always been as cold as ice to outsiders and does not easily fluctuate in mood. I just saw Qian Rongxiu's stunning female body for the first time a few days ago. That day, the two of them flew to the shoulder of the angel statue for a private chat, opened their heart, confirmed their relationship, and received Qian Rongxiu's first kiss. But what they talk about is more about the major events they are currently facing. Qian Rongxiu doesn't seem to be particularly keen on things between men and women. Chapter 566. The big secret that Bibi Dong can only tell Lu Feng. That night, Lu Feng was practicing alone in his room. The girls had a tacit understanding not to disturb him and to give him a quiet private space. In addition to practicing, thinking about tactics is also important. Tomorrow, Lu Feng will fight against the new kamikaze team alone. Kamikaze Sentai are a combination of wind and fire, extremely powerful, with amazing speed and explosive attack power. Feng Xiaotian, the strongest member of their team, was not easy to deal with either. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing, etc. had witnessed Feng Xiaoshan's combat prowess in the preliminaries, although Shrek Academy won in the end, but that was a win for overall strength. Fighting alone, Feng Xiaoshan's overall strength is not much worse than them. Of course, it is also because they are a few years younger than Feng Xiaotian and have practiced for a few years less. Feng Xiaotian is also a rare genius, and his combat experience and skills are also higher than theirs. And at that time, the Blazing Academy team and the Kamikaze Academy team had not yet merged. Now, with the addition of Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, Huo assists Feng Gui, making up for the shortcomings of extreme flow, Feng Xiaotian is even more powerful, and his combat effectiveness is greatly improved. The new Kamikaze team after the merger has not been defeated in the finals so far. They have also swept all the way and are invincible. Lu Feng's bet was too huge. 200 million gold soul coin, not to mention the Feng family and the Huo family, was also an extremely exciting price for the Wuhan Palace and the two empires. Although I have confidence in Lu Feng, there is always a chance of eventuality. If Lu Feng loses, can he really get such a huge amount of funds? This is the question on many people's minds. This bet was signed in black and white, and it had already been widely known in Wuhan City. If Lu Feng denies it, he will become a person with no credibility and his reputation will be ruined. If Lu Feng wins the competition, Blazing Fire Academy and Divine Wind Academy will unconditionally join the Merchant Alliance. It can be seen that Lu Feng is actually fighting for the interests of the Business Alliance. The leader of the Merchant Alliance behind the scenes did not speak out, apparently acquiescing to Lu Feng's decision. So some people speculated that if the bet proposed by Lu Feng was also authorized by the leader of the Merchant Alliance, knowing that Lu Feng is the leader of the Merchant Alliance, there is no need to guess. Dad, you are as rich as the country. You should have 200 million gold soul coins at home. It shouldn't be difficult for you to give 200 million gold soul coins to others. Ning Rongrong tilted his head to look at Ning Fengzi and asked. Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengzi were walking in the back garden of Rose Hotel. She had no idea about money, but she knew that the Kaibao Glaze sect was extremely wealthy, and her father, Ning Fengzi, controlled the wealth of the Kaibao Glaze sect. Silly girl, having a wealth of 200 million gold soul coins and taking out 200 million gold soul coins in cash are two different concepts. It seems that you will be exposed to more financial matters in the future. Ning Fengzi used pampering. He looked at his daughter, smiled and shook his head. You haven't answered my question yet. Ning Rongrong hugged Ning Fengzi's arm and said coquettishly, you can get it, but you have to sell off most of the family's property, land and houses. loses, the vitality of the Kaibao Glaze sect will be severely damaged and the disciples will be separated. It may cause the hundreds of years of foundation to cease to exist. It's so serious. Ning Rong Rong, he stuck out his tongue and said. She thought for a while and then said, then this time Lu Feng's bet was too exaggerated. Did Lu Feng tell you why he made such a big bet? Ning Fengzi asked. Yes, he said it casually. Ning Rong Rong said. Just saying. Ning Fengzi was stunned. Don't you have a special purpose? I asked, and he said there was no special purpose. He also said that he originally wanted to say 2 billion gold soul coin, but I thought it was a bit outrageous, so I said it was 200 million. 2 billion? You can afford to bet 2 billion gold soul coin. It seems that the wealth of the Merchant Alliance is far beyond my expectation. Ning Fengzi sighed. In his heart he knew that the wealth Lu Feng controlled was better than that of the Kaibao Glaze sect, but after all it was only accumulated in less than 10 years, while the Kaibao Glaze sect accumulated it for hundreds of years. Guessing Lu Feng controlled more wealth than the Kaibao Glaze sect. Zhong is one step ahead, but from the heroic bet that Lu Feng made that no one in the world could match, Ning Fengzi concluded that he had greatly underestimated the wealth Lu Feng controlled. He doesn't even plan to give me a copper soul coin, Ning Rong Rong said. However, this matter is known to the whole world. If you are not careful, Ning Fengzi is farsighted and understands that there are unforeseen circumstances. Dad, don't you have confidence in Lu Feng? Of course you have confidence, but everything may be subject to change. My future son-in-law has unparalleled talent in cultivation and business, but after all he is still too young. I haven't experienced it before, so I can't ask him to think everything carefully. If he really loses 200 million gold soul coin, the Merchant Alliance will not collapse, but the capital flow will be greatly affected. Then if he loses, Dad, you can help him pay back 100 million gold soul coin. It took 200 million to severely damage our vitality. If it's only 100 million, can we still bear it? Girl, you. Ning Fengzi's face stiffened, then he blinked and laughed. Said, it turns out that you want to take our family's money and give it to your husband. Ning Fengzi didn't say the words of turning his arms outward, just thinking that Ning Rong Rong was a childish child who lacked money and wealth. Understand, in the past Ning Rong Rong was still young and unruly and willful. She was mostly trained in cultivation, socializing, etc., and she was never allowed to manage an industry. She could be forgiven for not knowing the difficulties of wealth accumulation. Ning Rong Rong shook his head and said, it's not about selling money, it's about being a shareholder in the business alliance and helping solve the business alliance's capital flow problem first. Wealth is dead if it is left idle at home, but it is alive if it is used. And you also said Lu Feng's business talent is unparalleled in the world. In just a few years he has developed the Merchant Alliance to such a huge scale and accumulated more wealth than the Kaibao Glaze sect. If we use 100 million yuan to invest in the Merchant Alliance, we can make back our capital in just a few years. You can make more money and it will be better for the development of Kaibao Glaze sect. Isn't this the best of both worlds? After hearing Ning Rong Rong's analysis, Ning Fengzi was stunned. He looked at Ning Rong Rong carefully with surprised eyes. It's like getting to know women again after a while. So that's what you think? Ha ha ha. Ning Fengzi laughed and said, when Rong Rong grows up, this is my daughter. Although Ning Rong Rong doesn't understand how the details work, she looks at the overall situation. Thinking about the problem is not just about turning your arms outward, but coming up with a way to get the best of both worlds. It not only consolidates the relationship between the Kaibao Glaze sect and the business alliance, but also allows the Kaibao Glaze sect to follow the business alliance with unlimited potential and earn more dividends together. Dad, are you praising me? Ning Rong Rong was a little embarrassed by Ning Fengzi. Yes, of course, especially your saying, wealth is dead if it is idle at home, but it is alive when it is used. It is a true saying. I didn't expect that my family, Rong Rong, is also a business genius. Ning Fengzi was very relieved. This sentence was actually said by Lu Feng. I borrowed it. Ning Rong Rong felt a little embarrassed and smiled. Chiao Chiao. Chapter 567, Soothing the Most Beautiful Women. It was Lu Feng who said it. No wonder, but if you can understand the truth deeply, you will make great progress. Ning Fengzi understood why her daughter suddenly had such business talent, was close to Zhu Zhuqing and had been with Lu Feng for a long time. Triggered subtly. Dad, have you agreed? Ning Rong Rong asked. Promise. Of course I agree. If the alliance leader has such a need, even if the Kaibao Glaze sect loses profit, we will try our best to help. Ning Fengzi knew in his heart that wealth is never as important as his own strength. With the help of Lu Feng, Ning Rong Rong's soul power grew at an astonishing speed, far exceeding what he had been back then. The most commendable thing is that Lu Feng allowed Ning Rong Rong's martial soul to evolve into the 9 treasure glazed pagoda. For hundreds of years, the Ning family has finally, there is someone who has the qualifications to reach the top. Based on this alone, Ning Fengzi will definitely help Lu Feng with all his strength. Great, it's best not to need it, but anyway. say, even if you lose, you don't have to worry. Ning Rongrong was very happy to help solve Lu Feng's possible worries. Lu Feng himself never thought about such worries, but no matter what, this is Ning Rongrong's love for Lu Feng. When you truly love someone, you always want to sacrifice for them. Lu Feng heard the thoughts of the father and daughter. Listen not with your ears, but with your spirit. It wasn't that he eavesdropped on purpose, it was because he was wandering by and saw Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong chatting, so he came to take a look. Lu Feng had just been practicing, and his mental power had reached the highest level. Traveling in the spirit, he can use pure mental power to condense a superego that can go up to heaven and earth and wander around. The superego in fugue does not use physical eyes and ears, but you can hear subtle sounds that are invisible to the naked eye, and you can see the essence of objects that are invisible to the ears without being noticed by anyone. Even Sword Douluo couldn't notice his arrival. Moreover, fugue can shrink the ground to an inch and reach the place where he wants to go in an instant with one step of 10,000 meters. As mental power improves, it will be possible to reach tens of thousands of miles in one step in the future, or even reach distances beyond imagination. The superego condensed with your spiritual power is not hindered by any object and is not affected by temperature and environment. It can travel through underground soil, rock, and lava without any problem. You can walk above the clouds without flying. Martial art. Currently, the range within which he can travel freely is to perceive the distance of plant, which is approximately 20,000 meters in radius. In other words, if Lu Feng wants to visit any place within a radius of 20,000 meters, he only needs to enter the fugue state and reach there immediately with a thought. You can go 20,000 meters away, just not as comfortable anymore. It cannot arrive in an instant but has to wander all the way there, and it will take more time to return to the physical body. Mental power is one of the attributes of the body, and its strength is affected by soul power. Theoretically, the higher the soul power, the stronger the mental power. If Qian Daoliu knew that Lu Feng's mental power had reached the state of fugue, and that he could flash freely within a radius of 20,000 meters from the beginning, he would be extremely shocked. You must know that Qian Daoliu reached level 99 and concentrated on cultivating his spiritual power for several years before he broke through to the realm of fugue. At that time, he could only flash freely within a radius of several kilometers. Lu Feng was very moved when he heard the conversation between Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengzi. He did not stay long, and the next moment the superego returned to the physical body. Using fugue requires a certain amount of soul power. For tomorrow's battle, we must maintain sufficient soul power. When you use fugue for the first time, it feels like entering a whole new world, which feels extremely wonderful and exciting. But don't play too high, which will cause too much soul power loss and increase the variables in tomorrow's battle. The 200 million bet was mentioned casually, but in his heart he was extremely serious and cautious about tomorrow's battle. Never allow in case of failure to happen. People around him were silently supporting him and not allowing him to be disturbed in any way. The most clingy Ning Rongrong and the carefree Xiao Wu didn't come to him. Dugu Yan, Meng Yuran, Shui Binger, and Shui Wu discussed with each other the martial soul fusion technique. Zhu Yan sent an elite scout team of the Netherworld Civet family to come to Wuhan City to provide assistance and put them in charge of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing. Lu Erlong took over all the affairs of the Merchant Alliance in Wuhan City, handling every detail personally, including sending forces to participate in the defense of Wuhan Palace. More than a dozen of them were elites of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, all of whom were in Seoul City, above the Emperor. After Yu Yuanzhen became the elder of the Merchant Alliance, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family officially affiliated to the Merchant Alliance, it was natural for Lu Erlong to mobilize the power of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family to serve the Merchant Alliance. At this time, Lu Erlong appeared in the Pope's palace on behalf of Lu Feng. Under the somewhat commanding gaze of female Pope Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong faced it calmly. "I have seen His Majesty the Pope." Lu Erlong bowed slightly and saluted. "Lu Erlong, why don't you kneel down when you see His Majesty the Pope?" Salas, the Bishop of Wuhan Palace, saw that Lu Erlong was only at the contra level, so he subconsciously wanted to pressure him. Presumptuous. Bibi Dong glared at Salas in displeasure and said, "Sect leader Lu is the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family and an elder of the Merchant Alliance. He is here to represent the Merchant Alliance, so there is no need to follow those customary etiquette." "Salas, get out!" Bishop Salas did not expect Bibi Dong to think so highly of Lu Erlong, so he could only bow down and bow down, then left the Pope's palace angrily. "Sect Master Lu, please forgive me for my indifference." Bibi Dong's gaze returned to Lu Erlong, losing his authority and putting on a kind smile. "We are all sisters from now on, so we need to handle the relationship well. Give me a seat." Bibi Dong gave him preferential treatment. Lu Feng didn't offer a seat when he came. That was because Lu Feng came as Bibi Dong's direct disciple. At that time, Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, etc. all are there. When when she met Lu Feng alone. Lu Feng had even sat on her papal throne. Moreover, it was Bibi Dong who forced Lu Feng onto the papal throne so that he could be intimate with her. Thank you, His Majesty the Pope. Lu Erlong was neither humble nor overbearing. He did not refuse and sat on the chair brought by Hu Lina. Next, the secret discussion begins. Let's talk about defense issues. There are 3 soul saints in the city in a row, and 1 soul Douluo is missing. Lu Erlong frowned slightly when he heard the statistics reported by Hu Lina. Yes, some of them drank at night and disappeared on the way back in the middle of the night. Some of them lived alone in tents and found that they were missing the next day, but no bodies were found. Hu Lina said, could it be Tang Hao? Lu Erlong's intuition was related to Tang Hao, because he also died without seeing his body. That's right, Tang Hao is here. Bibi Dongfeng's eyes turned cold with a flash of fear, because she thought of something terrible. She had visited the tent where the sanctuary of lost souls was located, and there was no trace left, but there was a familiar and fearful feeling floating in the air. Cold, vicious, extremely evil. It shows that it is related to the Rakshasa god. From Tang Hao's escape, he was killed. His body was not found, and everything that happened in the past 2 days, the clues were connected. Bibi Dong judged, not only Tang Hao is here, the Rakshasa god is also here. Chapter 568 Snow Dan. There is no soul power fluctuation in the little boy. Maybe he is too young and has not yet awakened his martial soul. Bai Chenxiang could easily snatch away his chicken leg, but good education told her not to do this. You can't bully others, and you can't bully the weak. She couldn't do such a thing as bullying a child, even though she was also a child. Suddenly, she smelled the aroma of toasted bread mixed with the rich and tempting aroma of butter. Freshly baked buttered bread, freshly baked. Come and sell it. The storekeeper shouted loudly to attract business. Bai Chenxiang was so greedy that her saliva almost flowed out of the corner of her mouth when she saw the fragrant, steaming, golden bread covered with glossy butter. She licked her lips, wanting to take a bite. The little boy holding the chicken legs walked to the bakery and said, it looks delicious. Give me a butter bread. How much does it cost? Okay, it only costs 3 copper soul coin, and you can be a good boy. He took it with him. The middle-aged store owner with a white hat said, very cheap, only 3 copper soul coin. My clothes cost more than 1,000 gold soul coin. The hidden weapons on his body cost several hundred gold soul coins each. The storage belt is worth hundreds of thousands of gold soul coin. The problem is there is not a single copper soul coin in the storage belt. Why don't you bring money? No such awareness. Everything Bai Chenxiang wanted since childhood was available at home. In the past 2 years, as she grew older, he allowed her to go shopping in Zhengzhen City and buy whatever she valued in the shops of the Merchant Alliance. She didn't have to spend money herself, just put it in her grandfather's account, so she never carries any money with her. Have no concept of money. When she left Zhengzhen City, she thought that she could resist Wuhan City in as little as 1 day, and she never thought about spending money on the way, so much so that she can't even get 3 copper soul coins out now. You can't use the equipment on your body to exchange it. Bai Chenxiang was a little depressed. The store owner saw a beautiful little girl in extraordinary clothes standing at the door of the bakery. Looking up, he raised his voice and said, butter bread, bacon sandwich. The selection of ingredients is excellent. Welcome to try. Bai Chenxiang swallowed and asked in a low voice, boss, can you try it? Try it. The shop owner. I was stunned for a moment. Generally, tastings are only offered at the Shangmingmeng Plaza in big cities. There is no such activity in his small shop. I didn't try it. The shop owner shook his head and said, but I promise it's delicious. Bread making is an ancestral skill of my family and is famous far and wide. Bai Chenxiang's smart eyes turned and he asked tentatively, what if it doesn't taste good? If it doesn't taste good, you don't have to pay. The shop owner blurted out, this is what Bai Chenxiang want. Then bring me 5 buttered buns and 5 bacon sandwiches. You want so much. Can you finish it? Probably for a family. After the shop owner was a little surprised, he smiled and said, okay, I'll wrap them up for you. The shop owner wrapped the bread and sandwiches, handed them to Bai Chenxiang, and then started to calculate the total price. Bai Chenxiang grabbed a piece of warm butter bread and took a big bite. So delicious. Bai Chenxiang felt that this might be the most delicious bread she had ever eaten. Rich and fragrant, the delicious bread is chewed in the mouth, and the taste buds of sour wild fruits that have been eaten for many days are immediately satisfied. At this moment, she felt that this bread was the most delicious food in the world. Of course, it was mainly due to being overly hungry. On the surface, her little face pretended to be disgusted. She shook her head and muttered, it's not delicious. After saying this, she stuffed the bread bag into her storage belt, turned around and left. The shop owner, who had just calculated the money, was stunned. I didn't react for a while. When he reacted, he immediately shouted, wait a minute, you haven't paid yet. You said it yourself. If it doesn't taste good, you don't need to pay. I don't think it tastes good, Bai Chenxiang retorted, but there was no momentum. After all, it was Lai Yu whose little little girl, why are you acting like this? Don't run away. Are you eating a king's meal? Don't you have a family to educate you? The shop owner chased her out and cursed. The shop owner's last words touched by Agarwood's scale. The grandfather who depended on each other passed away. Apart from Lu Feng, her grandfather is her closest family member. She grew up under the guidance of her grandfather. The store owner's words were tantamount to scolding her grandfather. What did you say? It's just a little bread. When I get the money, I'll give it to you 10 times. But you talk like this and I'm angry. Bai Chenxiang released his soul power and punched him. Boom! A hole was blown out of the bakery counter. Ah, you are a soul master, but soul masters also have to abide by the rules, and you smashed my shop. You are robbing me by force. Come on, someone. There is a soul master who robbed and smashes it. The shop owner was surprised and shouted, who dares to rob Guangzhou City in broad daylight? A deep voice came from the sky. A flyer, the soul walking master, came at extremely high speed and fell from the sky. Lord Commander, you came just in time. It's her. The store owner pointed at Bai Chenxiang. He is a city defense commander and a flying soul master with the soul emperor level. When Bai Chenxiang saw the commander, she quickly released her martial spirit, flapped her wings, and flew into the sky to escape. But the commander's soul power pressure suddenly came. The gap in soul power was too big. Bai Chenxiang seemed to be immobilized under the pressure of soul power, unable to move. The city defense commander screamed in surprise when he saw Bai Chenxiang's martial spirit. Ah, sharp-tailed swift, are you? He flew close to Bai Chenxiang, and after seeing Bai Chenxiang's face clearly, his eyes immediately turned red and he knelt down. Bai Feng, I have met the young master. The shop owner was confused. Commander Bai Feng, the strongest soul master in this city, actually knelt down to a little girl and called him young master, and he just had a bad attitude and bad word towards this little girl. What a big deal. His business relies entirely on the protection of the business alliance. Now he has offended a big shot in the business alliance. It is tantamount to destroying one's own job and may not be able to save his life. Since the beginning of the Haoshan sex massacre of merchant, the merchant alliance has never convinced people with virtue but has risen through the killings. As long as you do business honestly and don't offend anyone in the business alliance, you'll be fine. But if you offend someone in the business alliance will pay back 10 times the amount. The shop owner was so frightened that he knelt down and kowtowed, trembling. The villain is wrong. The villain deserves to die. I don't know that the young master is here. Please spare my life. Young master, if this person offends the young master, Bai Feng will kill him immediately. Bai Feng cast a cold gaze on the shop owner, showing murderous intent. He is also a disciple of the Min clan and has been entrusted with the important task of serving as the commander of Guangzhou City and also responsible for branch affairs. Guangzhou City is located in the Star Luo Empire. It is a royal fiefdom assigned to Lu Feng by the Star Luo Emperor. All power is under the control of Lu Feng, and Lu Feng entrusts it to his trustworthy and capable subordinate. The Min clan has followed Lu Feng for many years, working hard together, starting from scratch, and being the most trusted by Lu Feng. Many of their disciples have also developed excellent abilities in handling affairs. After Lu Feng gained tens of thousands of miles of territory, the disciples of the Min clan were also promoted. They were promoted by Lu Feng and assigned important tasks. They were assigned positions based on their ability. Bai Feng is one of them. He was brutally killed, and the only young master, Bai Chenxiang, ran away secretly and disappeared for several days. Bai Feng and others had trouble sleeping and eating, but due to their responsibilities they couldn't go out to search. I never thought that I would meet it here. Chapter 569 Shui Yuer's dedication. Bai Chenxiang rolled his eyes and sighed softly. Forget it, it's not a big deal. You help me compensate him. I will keep my word and pay him 10 times. Everyone, get up. Bai Chenxiang was very reluctant to be caught. He was sent back to Zhengzhen City, but when I met Bai Feng, I knew I couldn't run away. Now that things have come to this, we can only accept our fate. Yes, young master. Bai Feng responded, stood up and said, young master, these past few days when you have been missing, do you know how worried we and the alliance leader are? The alliance leader issued an order to send tens of thousands of people. He's looking for you. If something big wasn't about to happen, he would have come out to look for you himself. Send tens of thousands of people? Brother, I was wrong. Only then did Bai Chenxiang realize the seriousness of the matter, and he also felt the seriousness of the matter. Feng's strong caring heart. He was dealing with such a big thing, and he still had to worry about himself, which was a drag on him. I'm sorry, I caused trouble for everyone. Please send me back to Zhengzhen City. Young master, I'm sorry to have to obey, but the alliance leader's order is to send you to Wuhan City to meet him. Is it true? Great. No, I am willing to go to Wuhan City to be punished. Bai Chenxiang's beautiful eyes lit up and she felt happy. I didn't expect that brother Lu Feng would react so strongly. If she had known this, she should not have avoided the people in the business alliance. As long as he can go to Wuhan City to see brother Lu Feng, he is willing to accept any punishment. Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief and removed the soul pressure, but he was always prepared to prevent Bai Chenxiang from running away again. In addition to the alliance leader's instructions, Bai Chenxiang is also extremely important to the Min clan. She is the direct heir to the sharp-tailed swift martial spirit of the Min clan. The sharp-tailed swift is the symbol of the Min clan. Without the sharp-tailed swift martial spirit, there would be no Min clan. When the family was founded, only soul masters who awakened the sharp-tailed swift spirit could become titled Douluo, but that was also 200 years ago. The clan leader Bai He, who was 89 before his death, might have become a titled Douluo. With the rise of the merchant alliance, the Min clan, under the leadership of Bai He, went from the edge of destruction to being as powerful as ever before. At present, the disciples of the Min clan have received top-notch cultivation resources and the best training. Everyone has been greatly improved over the years. If Bai He break through the bottleneck and reaches the title of Douluo, the Min clan will become a powerful clan that truly dominates the world, will be the most glorious generation of the Min clan. But because Bai He was kind to Tang Hao, he was killed. Now the only hope of Bai Feng and other sensitive clans rests on Bai Chenxiang. In addition to being a sharp-tailed swift martial soul, Bai Chenxiang's cultivation talent is also superior to that of Bai He. Plus he has cultivated the best resources such as elixirs and soul stone. At the age of 10, his soul power reached level 25. It is estimated that when Bai Chenxiang turns 12, she may approach the soul master realm. Of course, Bai Feng and others knew very well that Bai Chenxiang and the Min clan were today thanks to the leader of the merchant alliance, Lu Feng. Without Lu Feng's appearance, the Min clan was still relying on financial aid, living in poverty and fear. It is difficult for them to get up due to lack of cultivation resources. Bai Feng's martial spirit is Falcon, and he is Bai Chenxiang's uncle according to his seniority. His talent is also considered to be of the highest level. He has a chance to reach Soul Saint in this life, but he will never reach titled Douluo. The Falcon spirit focuses on attack, but its light speed and endurance are far inferior to that of the sharp-tailed swift. If Bai Chenxiang escapes accidentally, Bai Feng was not sure he could catch up, so he was cautious and kept an eye on this weird young master. He immediately sent the fastest flying courier to convey the message to Wuhan City. Right direction, fly straight, sharp-tailed swift. The speed of the martial spirit. 1 hour is enough to get from the remote Guangzhou city to Wuhan City. After a good meal, Bai Chenxiang's complexion returned to rosy. In this warm and safe room, sleepiness came over her. She could no longer hold on, so she lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Always be vigilant in the wild. She didn't sleep well for several days. After experiencing these days of hardships and witnessing the dangers of the external environment, she has grown a lot. Realizing the seriousness, she no longer dared to be willful. But Bai Feng had to be careful and careful. At night, a rapid sound of breaking wind sounded. A man fell from the sky, retracting his giant wings burning with flame. Bai Feng's eyes became alert, and when he saw the person clearly, he was surprised and happy. He saluted respectfully. Master Alliance Leader. He did not expect that Lu Feng would come to pick up Bai Chenxiang in person. Uncle Feng, thank you for your hard work. Just call me by my name in private, Lu Feng said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Lu Feng, Bai Feng said very excitedly. In less than 3 years since you left Xingluo City, you have reached the level of Soul King and awakened the flying martial spirit. It is really great. Yes, the last time they met was in Star Luo City. In less than 3 years, Lu Feng grew up at an astonishing and unimaginable speed, from having no soul power at that time to the Soul King now. Moreover, Lu Feng is now assisted by 3 peerless Douluo and has been granted the title of king by 2 empires. Apart from the 2 empires, he is the king with the largest territory, and his prestige even exceeds that of Bibi Dong and Qian Sunji. But as always, she was kind to him and had no heirs. Lu Feng is currently surrounded by big things, but he still puts aside everything and travels hundreds of miles to pick up Bai Chenxiang in person, which shows how much he values him. What a sincere feeling. Bai Feng was sincerely happy. It's just good luck. Xiang is inside, right? Lu Feng asked casually without stopping. In fact, he had already sensed Bai Chenxiang's aura and locked her position. Yes, she is sleeping. I'll wake her up. Bai Feng said. No, let her sleep. I'll go in and take a look. Lu Feng walked into the room, casting his doting eyes on the cute lowly sleeping peacefully on the bed, and couldn't help but curve his lips with a smile of relief. I finally felt completely at ease. Ever since he heard that Xiao Xiang had run away from home, he had been thinking about her all the time. Don't blame her. At this age, she had suffered the tragic death of a close relative and had reason to be willful. He also knew that Bai Chenxiang was coming to Wuhan City to find him. No one is wrong in this matter. Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and others insisted on keeping her in Zhengzhen City for the sake of her safety. Lu Feng originally issued an order for people in the business alliance to find Bai Chenxiang and escort her to Wuhan City to meet meet her. But after receiving an urgent report from Bai Feng that Bai Chenxiang was in Guangzhou City, he thought about it and came to pick her up in person. On the one hand, because I haven't seen Bai Chenxiang, I always feel uneasy. In addition, it was also because Guangzhou City was not too far away from Wuhan City. With his speed, he could get there in less than an hour. Brother Lu Feng, Bai Chenxiang called out. I'm here. Lu Feng responded quickly. Don't leave me, brother. Bai Chenxiang still closed her eyes. Turns out he was talking in his sleep. Lu Feng laughed. He comforted softly. I won't leave. The sound was not enough to wake him up, but perhaps because of a telepathic connection or sensing something, Bai Chenxiang opened her eyes. Chapter 570 Qian Rongxiu's Love Lunch. Hua Wu really couldn't bear it. 7 against 1. Taking advantage of a huge advantage, he was already defeated, and now he had to take action first. Although she often had to risk her life for shocking huge bet, she could not overcome her proud heart. Hua Wu is irritable and unruly, but also upright and upright. He will not take action if he can't say it. He puts his hands behind his back and holds his head high, not to attack Lu Feng. Together with Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian and Hua Wuxuan looked at each other. There was nothing they could do about it. He also guessed that Hua Wu's temperament would make him behave like this. Feng Xiaotian and Hua Wuxuan no longer hesitated and took action directly. Open the martial spirit. Captain Feng Xiaotian gave the order. Except for Hua Wu, the other members of the kamikaze team released their martial spirit. The two-headed wolf spirit of Gale appeared behind Feng Xiaotian. The Gale two-headed wolf is a variant of the mid to high level martial spirit Gale demon wolf, close to the top martial spirit, with equal emphasis on strong attack and agility attack. 4 martial spirit yellow, purple and purple rose from Feng Xiaoshan's feet. According to the information, he is a level 45 attack type fighting soul sect. At the gate of Tianshui Academy, he saw that Lu Feng was several years younger than him, but his strength was outrageous. After that, he also redoubled his efforts. Soul power accelerates and improves. In more than a year, it has been upgraded to 4 levels. Among his generation in Kamikaze Academy, he was far ahead, but he was still far behind Lu Feng, and he was getting further and further behind. When I first met Lu Feng was in his early 40s as a soul sect, and he was at the 40 level soul sect, which was not much different. Now, Lu Feng is already the 54th level soul king, and he is the 45th level soul sect. This astonishing gap made him unable to catch up. One can only look up. Fighting alone has no chance, only through the combined efforts of many people, so that his soul power and attack power attributes skyrocketed. Could there be any hope of winning? Possessed by 2 wolves, Feng Xiaotian immediately used his second soul skill. After being possessed by the martial spirit of the two-headed wolf of Gale, a layer of faint green light erupted from the body. As the green light surged, Feng Xiaoshan's body changed significantly. With the crackling sound of bones like fried bean, the muscles and bones expanded at the same time, and the figure became obviously larger, and the long hair on the head was also rendered cyan, and on the left shoulder a ferocious wolf head appeared. Feng Xiaoshan's attributes were greatly enhanced, especially his speed and attack attribute. Hua Wuxuan also released the one-horned fire Tyrannosaurus spirit. 4 soul rings of yellow, purple and violet rose under his feet. He was also immediately possessed by the martial spirit. The flames rising all over the body vaguely showed the shape of a dragon on the back. The body swelled in size, with a layer of hot dark red scales attached to the surface of the skin, and a short horn about 3 inches long protruded from the top of the head. This is his strongest attack form. Hua Wuxuan dotes on his sister Hua Wu very much, but in fact he also has a strong personality. He is very confident in his own strength. In previous matches, he has the habit of persuading his opponents to admit defeat before the battle begins, but facing Lu Feng today, he couldn't feel confident. When Feng Xiaoshan's martial spirit possessed him, he clasped his hands in front of his chest, and dark red light surged out from his palm, instantly condensing into a palm-sized dark red ball of light. This is an attack skill. He can control the dark red light ball to shoot at the opponent. As for today's tactical arrangement, Hua Wu did not help Feng Xiaotian, so he could only assist. Hua Wuxuan pushed with both hands, and the dark red ball of light flew toward Feng Xiaotian, bursting into blazing flame. But this flame did not burn Feng Xiaoshan's body, but merged into the flow of wind-attributed soul power circulating around Feng Xiaotian. This is a combination of skills they have developed. Feng Xiaoshan's attack adds fire damage, greatly increasing the destructive power of the attack. The kamikaze team's formation today was quite unique, with a very rare lineup of 3 auxiliary spirit masters. Because there is only one opponent, they want to strengthen the core soul master of the main battle as much as possible. Therefore, more auxiliary soul masters were sent to enhance the various attributes of Feng Xiaotian and Hua Wuxuan. Not all auxiliary soul masters can be as comprehensive as Ning Rongrong, covering almost all attribute support. General genius auxiliary soul masters have their own strength strength. Some are good at increasing attack attribute and some are good at increasing soul power or attack power. The kamikaze team can take action first. The 3 auxiliary system soul masters don't have to worry about being attacked by the agility attack system. They can use their soul skills with confidence to fill up Feng Xiaoshan's buff status, and Lu Feng did not have an auxiliary soul master to increase his status. As one goes and the other goes, Feng Xiaotian quickly closes the gap in soul power with Lu Feng. Ouch! Feng Xiaotian, who transformed into a 2-headed wolf, looked up to the sky and howled wildly. Feel the abundant strength surging through your body and your confidence will increase greatly. His current fighting power is comparable to that of the Soul King. Wind Wing. A pair of huge cyan wings stretched out from Feng Xiaoshan's back, temporarily gaining the ability to fly. He knew that Lu Feng's second martial spirit, Golden Wing Tianpeng, had the ability to fly. Now he also has the ability to fly. Even if Lu Feng flies into the sky, he can still attack him. Feng Xiaotian launched an attack. His body turned into a green light and rushed towards Lu Feng quickly. Before this, Hua Wuxuan launched an offensive soul skill with the help of the wind attribute auxiliary soul master, and the surrounding air became violent. The fire attribute soul power around him instantly condensed, and a large fire dragon about several meters long flew towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng still stood motionless, looking at Feng Xiaotian with a half smile. I feel Feng Xiaoshan's power in my heart. Estimate your own tolerance. As for Hua Wuxuan, he was just assisting. The purpose was to open up the situation and let Feng Xiaotian find flaws so that he could attack the weak point. Lu Feng released the martial spirit of the world tree, and the giant tree surrounded by stars appeared behind him. Almost at the same time, he raised one hand. A blue-gold soul shield gathered in front of him. Boom! Hua Wuxuan's fire dragon hit the soul shield, making a violent explosion, and the blazing flames suddenly exploded like dazzling firework. In an instant, the sunlight was rendered fiery red, and a burning smell floated in the air. The battle platform shook slightly, showing how powerful Hua Wuxuan's attack was with the blessing of the wind attribute. However, Lu Feng remained unmoved. Hua Wuxuan's powerful fire attack had no impact on him, and he didn't even take a step back. Hua Wu's expression changed. He was so confident that he didn't scatter or dodge, and he didn't use soul skill. He only used his soul power to condense a shield and resisted his brother's strongest attack. He was completely fine. The moment Hua Wu's thoughts emerged, she saw Lu Feng actually blinked at her, a little frivolously. Damn it, how dare you tease me at this time? You think that being able to withstand my brother's attack means you are guaranteed to win? You are wrong. Hua Wu clenched her fist tightly and stared at Lu Feng unblinkingly. Anger seemed to well up from his eyes. She is proud and can't bear to be looked down upon by others. Lu Feng actually didn't despise her, but he had a little liking for her. Hua Wu has a somewhat annoying personality, but it is rare to be able to stick to his heart and not participate in attacks in the face of huge interest. No matter in the past life or in this life, there are really too few people who can withstand the test of huge interest. This is the same for men and women, not to mention 100 million gold soul coin. Many people can do anything even for 10,000 gold soul coin. Chapter 571. Bibi Dong has decided. Bibi Dong followed a vague spiritual trace and flew over to follow him. The target turned out to be in the room on the top floor of the Rose Hotel. She glanced over and was surprised to find that Lu Feng was inside. She was a little uneasy. Lu Feng is at the Soul King level. How can his mental power be so strong? But even the strongest sword Douluo in the Rose Hotel probably doesn't have such a far-range spiritual spying ability. Lu Feng is not asleep yet. She wanted to go in and ask, but considering that tomorrow's battle is imminent, once inside, it may affect Lu Feng's rest. Forget it. Don't disturb his rest. Even if it's not him, being able to live in the Rose Hotel means that he is a friend rather than an enemy, which is a good thing. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment, then turned around and wanted to go back to the palace. My precious wife, don't leave once you're here. Lu Feng's voice wrapped in soul power penetrated into Bibi Dong's ears. He actually discovered it. Bibi Dong was a little surprised. The other name also made her heart warm. Now that Lu Feng greeted her, she couldn't just leave. Bibi Dong swayed and flew into Lu Feng's room from the window. The moonlight shone diagonally from the window, shrouding Bibi Dong. In the moonlight, her delicate body seemed to exude a faint holy radiance, and her dress fluttered in the wind, making the female pope look even more noble, sacred, and solemn. The beautiful face wrapped in long purple hair is as stunning as ever. The nose is straight and the eyes are like autumn water. She is definitely an extremely beautiful and charming color. She is breathtakingly beautiful and unparalleled in elegance. She has a graceful and plump figure, graceful curve, and her slender white legs are looming under the skirt, making her look very tempting. 70,000. The blue-silver emperor of the year. Bibi Dong glanced at a yin on the windowsill and was very surprised to see through it at a glance. Good eyesight, Lu Feng said with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is a yin. A yin. I know who she is, and she is also a poor person. Bibi Dong Dong suddenly understood. The story of Yin being plotted and deceived by Tang Hao was once widely known to women and children. I just didn't expect that Yin would be by Lu Feng's side and that his body would be restored to 70,000 years old so quickly. Hey, her soul is also here. Bibi Dong sensed a Yin's soul. Her beautiful eyes moved and she looked at a Yin's figure and said in surprise, she is so stunning. So Tang Hao can really do it. Also, many soul masters are inhumane for the sake of power. She smiled secretly in her heart. Hey, I have dug out another big secret. You can see that. That's great. Lu Feng said with a smile. I have seen His Majesty the Pope. Yin saluted respectfully. Lu Feng calls Bibi Dong his eldest wife. Even if Yin is not Lu Feng's slave, his status is still lower than Bibi Dong. The soul beast level is even more strict. Honey, do you want to hear Yin's story? Lu Feng said. Don't ignore the big word. Because Yin was there, Bibi Dong still maintained a somewhat arrogant and domineering posture of the Pope. The word wife does not exist in this world. It is Lu Feng's unique nickname for the lovers around him. Lu Feng calls him Bibi Dong in letters and privately, and likes to add the word in front of his wife. On the one hand, she is older, but also because of Bibi Dong's mature temperament and extremely capable handling ability, she has the demeanor of a elder sister in the harem. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong got used to it and began to mind that Lu Feng ignored the big word. She felt that the large characters made her more unique among the women around Lu Feng. Just like the person with the highest status in the elder hall is called the Great Elder. Yes, my eldest wife. Lu Feng showed a harmless smile. Before listening to Yin's story, I would like to know, was it your condensed spiritual shadow in the Pope's palace just now? Lu Feng said. Exactly. I have just been able to travel in a few. Lu Feng said. Good boy. Bibi Dong smiled happily. Call me husband. Lu Feng curled his lips and pretended to be profound. In front of outsiders, Yin is not an outsider. Okay, my husband. Bibi Dong compromised. The power in her phoenix eyes disappeared and replaced with tender eyes. Immediately, she felt that it was particularly interesting and puffed laugh out loud. Next, Lu Feng briefly talked about saving Yin and hoping to help her resurrect. So that's it. No wonder you can recover to your 70,000-year-old cultivation level so quickly. Bibi Dong nodded and looked at Yin with an extra understanding and respect. Since she also had the experience of being deceived and hurt by men, she and Yin felt that they were in the same boat, and she had a strong sense of identification with Yin. Yin, you and I should call each other sisters from now on. If necessary, this Pope will try his best to help you. Bibi Dong added. Thank you, His Majesty the Pope. Let's help the master tonight. Yin said. What does he need help with? How? Bibi Dong asked doubtfully. That's it. Master wants me tonight, but I don't have a physical body. But there is a special way. Yin said straightforwardly about leaning over to serve Lu Feng. Bibi Dong's breath stopped and she looked at Lu Feng with flushed cheek. Well, is this okay? Okay, Lu Feng said with a smile. No. Bibi Dong shook her head and refused. You should recharge your batteries tonight. For me, not only does it have no impact, but it is also helpful. It may also be helpful to you. For example, to improve you. Dark attribute. Lu Feng shrugged. As soon as this statement came out, Bibi Dong was greatly moved. She knew that it was true that Lu Feng gave Hua Wu the ultimate fire and Shui Binger and Shui Yuer the ultimate ice. And in her 9th test of the God of Light, she was required to raise her dark attribute to the ultimate darkness. Extremely difficult task. If I had to do it on my own, I don't know how long it would take. Her top dark attribute comes from the Death Spider Emperor martial spirit, but it is not easy to break through the top dark attributes to the ultimate darkness. One way is to use cultivation resources containing dark attributes and slowly improve your dark attributes during practice. This may take years, decade, or even a lifetime. Besides, it's about getting great opportunities, and it's a big opportunity to limit the dark attribute. Lu Feng had given her a great opportunity before. The soul bone of the Death Spider Emperor, in addition to the 2 Death Spider Emperor arm bones on her body. After she absorbed the 3rd Death Spider Emperor soul bone, her attributes were greatly improved, activating hidden attributes and soul bone fusion skills. Dark attributes have also been improved, but there is still some distance to go before extreme darkness. It was previously learned that Lu Feng has the ability to impart extreme attribute, and Lu Feng happens to have the ultimate dark attribute. Bibi Dong was extremely pleasantly surprised. Lu Feng himself might be a great opportunity for her. She hoped that she could use the combined communication with Lu Feng to obtain the ultimate darkness given by Lu Feng. The extremely difficult 2nd stage of the 9th test of the God of Light may be obtained with no effort at all. Just do it a few times and you will know. But because she had too many things to do, her time was limited, and she was facing such a major event as Tang Hao, and she was focused on Lu Feng. She didn't have much time to think about her own affairs. I figured the 9th exam hadn't started yet anyway, so I wasn't in a hurry. Tonight, I wanted Lu Feng to recharge his batteries and face the dangers of tomorrow, so he shouldn't be disturbed. I didn't even think about that aspect. Little did she know that by some mistake she was attracted to the Rose Hotel and was called into the room by Lu Feng. Chapter 572 By Jinek Xiang's Trip. Now, some simple Ayan made a proposal that made Bibi Dong's heart surge. If you use Ayan's method, it will feel several times more embarrassing than normal embarrassing things. Just thinking about it makes me feel uncontrollable and my body becomes strange. She was actually quite curious, but he firmly did not want to affect Lu Feng, so he refused. Lu Feng said that it actually had no impact on him. Helpful, and if she can obtain the ultimate darkness, she will be more confident in her battle with Tang Hao tomorrow. In this case, that's all. Just do what Ayan said. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and made a decision. Faced with this kind of thing, the dignified female pope was extremely shy at this moment. Feng, I will leave my body to you tonight. In fact, I am mentally prepared to give my body to you, but I have rejected this matter before and have been unable to let it go. I did not make the final decision amid hesitation. You respected me and didn't force me. I also want to thank Ayan for speaking out. With her here, the psychological burden is not that heavy. After all, she is only in a state of soul. Honey, you should be gentler. Bibi Dong took off her gorgeous robe. Her expression was shy and gentle, and her voice with a hint of magnetism was particularly pleasant and alluring. When Lu Feng heard the sound, he felt numb in his bones and felt itchy in his heart. Dong-er, you are a demigod. What else do you have to worry about? You should be gentler to me. Lu Feng's teasing made Bibi Dong blush to the point of her neck. Her little earlobes were so delicate and charming. Square thing. Being able to appreciate such a shy and gentle side of the female pope who holds so much power is worth everything. Lu Feng couldn't feel it. He leaned forward, hugged Bibi Dong tightly, and pressed his mouth to her red lips. Wait a minute. Lu Feng raised his slender hand, pressed it on Lu Feng's mouth, and said coquettishly, I haven't finished speaking yet. I'm telling you to be gentle because I'm still a virgin. Lu Feng said, startled. He blinked his eyes, surprised. The movements of his hands stopped. How could it be? Impossible. The female popes all have daughters. How could she still be a virgin? In the original plot, Qian Sunji defiled her and she gave birth to Qian Rongxiu. In the previous life, when watching the original plot, some details may have been overlooked and some plots forgotten. However, the major event between Bibi Dong and Qian Sunji was very clear and there was no doubt about it. How could Bibi Dong say such words? But I have captured her heart and have unreserved trust in each other. She will never deceive me. Lu Feng was puzzled. Bibi Dong could see Lu Feng's doubts about her first experience. She didn't know that Lu Feng was familiar with the plot, but she only expressed doubts about having a daughter. Qian Rongxiu, I know you are surprised because I have a daughter. Sit down and I will explain to you. Bibi Dong took Lu Feng's hand and sat on the edge of the bed. There was a layer of sadness in her phoenix eyes. She sighed quietly and said slowly, Shwetter, she is actually my twin sister's daughter. Next, Bibi Dong told what happened that year one by one. This is the biggest secret buried in her heart and she has never told anyone about it. Once this peerless secret is spread, her status as pope will be in jeopardy. There will be a lot of trouble inside the Wuhan palace. Telling Lu Feng, it means that she has absolute trust in Lu Feng and is willing to entrust everything to Lu Feng. After listening to Bibi Dong's story, Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief. I was laughing and laughing in my heart with mixed feelings. Qian Rongxiu is not Bibi Dong's biological daughter. The person Qian Sunji defiled in the dark room was not Bibi Dong but Bibi Dong's sister. In the dark they looked exactly the same. Qian Sunji mistakenly thought it was Bibi Dong. Qian Sunji didn't know that Bibi Dong had a twin sister. Bibi Dong only found out when she grew up. Her sister was adopted as an adopted daughter by the matriarch of a large family since she was a child. She was named Shadow Butterfly. She awakened her martial soul and became the Death Spider Emperor. She was trained as an assassin and was good at disguise and assassination. After Bibi Dong became the saint of Wuhan Palace, that big family was hostile to Wuhan Palace and Bibi Dong was sent to eliminate this big family. Her sister Yingdi was disguised and wanted to assassinate Bibi Dong, but when she saw the saint Bibi Dong, she was extremely surprised. It actually looks exactly like her. Coupled with the subtle spiritual connection between the twin sisters, the patriarch daughter did not take action at the critical moment. Bibi Dong reveals the martial soul Death Spider Queen, which further confirms that there is an extremely close relationship between them. The same martial spirit inheritant, the Death Spider Emperor, very unique in this world. Bibi Dong read through the books of Wuhan Palace but could not find any precedent for reference. With the powerful eyes and ears of Wuhan Palace, no other Death Spider Emperor soul masters have been found. Therefore, Bibi Dong always thought that she was the unique Death Spider Emperor soul master in the world. Bibi Dong was shocked when she saw Shadow Butterfly releasing the Death Spider Emperor martial spirit and taking off her mask, revealing a face that was like a replica of hers. Based on their martial arts spirits and look, it can basically be determined that they are sisters, but it would be better if more conclusive evidence was needed. Two girls who thought they were orphans did not expect that there was a twin sister in this world, the two based on vague childhood memories. It was discovered that their birthplaces were all near Liaoyun City. They excitedly ran to investigate. I found a clue, a midwife. The midwife told them that on a cold winter night that year, she had indeed delivered a pair of twin girls, but she didn't know the woman who gave birth to the child and guessed that she was passing by Liaoyun City. After delivering the baby, the midwife took the money and the woman urged her to leave. The midwife didn't see any more information and couldn't even see the girl's face clearly. However, twin girls are relatively rare. The midwife still remembers that her first child had a small birthmark on the left side of her belly button. It was confirmed that Yingdi is the elder sister and Bibi Dong is the younger sister. Wait for them to come back. However, they discovered that the shadow butterfly family had been reduced to ashes and destroyed by the Wuhan Palace. Qian Sunji also sent many people to hunt down shadow butterfly and eradicate the root. Bibi Dong decided to hide her sister in her room first. The most dangerous place is the safest. Let your sister leave after the storm has passed. It just so happened that she had to go out secretly sometime. You can call your sister Yingdi and stay at home to be a saint instead of her. Bibi Dong was in love with Yu Xiaogang at that time. Although Pokyung Sunji did not firmly object, it could be seen that he did not agree with it. She thought she knew Qian Sunji and the teacher had always behaved in a holy and upright manner, who cared for her very much and was both a teacher and a father. She didn't want to make Qian Sunji unhappy. She couldn't do it if she was asked to give up her identity as a saint and run away with Yu Xiaogang secretly. But sometimes it's okay to go out and talk about love. However, relying on Qian Sunji's paternal love for her, she would sometimes say such angry things as giving up her status as a saint and running away with Yu Xiaogang. Never imagine. Once she went out secretly, and while Yingdi was acting as a saint for her, she was forcibly defiled by Qian Sunji. Chapter 573. The situation is reversed and an accident occurs. Only then did Bibi Dong realize that Qian Sunji didn't care for her like a teacher or a father, but a deformed and unethical love. Unethical love is not considered a sin in Douluo continent, but it is absolutely not allowed in Wuhan Hall, because Wuhan Temple advertises tradition, sanctity, and justice. The most terrifying thing is that Qian Sunji used force. He was the Pope, but he desecrated the sacred justice of Wuhan Palace and forcibly defiled the saint whom Wuhan Palace regarded as the most holy, destroying his piety to the angel god. The seemingly holy and upright Pope Qian Sunji reveals his extremely selfish, evil, and ugly side, causing irreparable harm to his sister Yingdi. There is another extremely heartbreaking thing. Sister Yingdi has a fiancé whom she loves deeply. Suffering such a thing made Yingdi miserable, but if Qian Sunji knew her true identity, he would definitely kill his fiancé and his entire family to cover up the matter. And sister Bibi Dong can't escape the clutches of Qian Sunji. After Bibi Dong came back and learned about this, she was extremely angry and resentful. The character Qian Sunji had built in her heart suddenly collapsed and shattered. But things are irreversible. Qian Sunji turned out to be so crazy, extreme, perverted, and heart-wrenching, but they are too weak compared to Qian Sunji. Resistance means destruction. After discussing with Bibi Dong, her sister Yingdi decided to hide the matter and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Bibi Dong felt extremely guilty. She decisively broke up with Yu Xiaogang and no longer mentioned leaving Wuhan Hall, but she also avoided Qian Sunji. Qian Sunji may have felt guilty, so he didn't force it anymore. Anyway, Bibi Dong would not leave him and broke up with Yu Xiaogang. Qian Sunji hoped that time could heal the damage to Bibi Dong's soul. Shortly after, my sister Yingdi found out she was pregnant and couldn't bear to abort the fetus. But in this case, you will no longer be able to contact your beloved fiancé. When Yingdi gave birth to Qian Rongqiu, she also died of dystocia. This made Bibi Dong regretful for the rest of her life. She was the one who harmed her sister's life, and she was the one who indirectly killed her sister. But the main culprit is Chihiroji. The seeds of hatred planted took root in Bibi Dong's heart. She worked harder to become stronger and seek opportunities to avenge her sister. She was bewitched by the will of the Rakshasa god and began to use any means necessary. Bibi Dong cared about Qian Rongqiu and treated her as her own. For the sake of her sister, she had to take good care of her niece. Qian Rongqiu was also her only relative. It's just that hatred blinded her eyes at that time, and she didn't have much time to care about Qian Rongqiu. Fortunately, after Qian Rongqiu awakened the seraph martial spirit, she was valued by Qian Daoliu and taught her personally. Later, Bibi Dong finally found a chance, killed Qian Sunji, devoured Qian Sunji's soul and power, and avenged her sister. And in her heart she knew that she couldn't get close to Qian Rongqiu for fear that being bewitched by the will of the Rakshasa god would be detrimental to Qian Rongqiu. I am also afraid that Qian Daoliu will see the flaw, because the interior of Wuhan Palace was too complex and dangerous. Bibi Dong was worried that Qian Rongqiu Rongxiu would become a victim, so she could only pretend to be cold and ruthless and arranged Qian Rongxiu to the Shui family, royal family in the Tiandu Empire. That would be relatively safer, and at least Qian Rongxiu's life would be safe. Lu Feng knew what happened next. After listening to Bibi Dong's story, Lu Feng was filled with emotion. Unexpectedly, there is such a past event. This is the secret of secret, the truth of truth. Only Bibi Dong in this world knows this extremely sad secret. If Bibi Dong didn't tell her, no one would know. A Yin sighed, looking at Bibi Dong with an extra pity and sympathy in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong, who is the Pope, would have such an unbearable past. If Bibi Dong had not completely trusted Lu Feng and decided to entrust her innocence to Lu Feng tonight, she would never have said anything. But A Yin is just a soul and is actually Lu Feng's servant, and he shares the same problem. So Bibi Dong is not wary of A Yin, so there is no harm in listening. For a moment they were relatively speechless. Bibi Dong felt that if she didn't say it tonight, she might not have a chance in the future. After all, she might die in tomorrow's decisive battle with Tang Hao. Tonight she revealed the secret that had been buried in her heart for more than 20 years and handed over her innocent body to Lu Feng. Even if she died tomorrow, she would not have many regrets. This is her true wish. It's not like other women. She really wants to taste what it's like to be a woman. After seeing her sister Ying Dai suffer the huge trauma caused by Qian Sunji, she didn't find that feeling interesting at all and was repelled for a time. I even think that men are all dirty things and none of them are good. It was not until she exchanged letters with Lu Feng, the leader of the Merchant Alliance, that he brought her happiness and warmth, and a spiritual love emerged. Bibi Dong's understanding of men gradually changed. Not all men are so nasty. Lu Feng, the leader of the Merchant Alliance, has greatly assisted her and contributed to her in the past few years, but he never asked for anything in return and did not need to feedback any benefit. This man shared her interests and even understood herself better than she did. Now, Bibi Dong knew that the main reason why Lu Feng had not seen her before was because he had not awakened his soul power. This impressed her even more. A young man with no soul power was able to create a business alliance, gain the support of many powerful men, and develop the business alliance into such a grand event within a few years. And in the 3 years since he awakened his god-level martial spirit at the age of 12, the Merchant Alliance has risen even more strongly and is at a peak. Although he is young, his ability and courage are enough to make her look up to and admire him. There is only one person in this world, Lu Feng, who can make her do this. All of the above made Bibi Dong's love for Lu Feng come to a head. Layer after layer. I love you to the core. She is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. Once she identifies with someone, she will stick with him until death, and Lu Feng will use his body as bait tomorrow and risk death. If something unexpected happens, both of them may die tomorrow. Tonight is a bit like the night of separation and death. Lu Feng said that doing that kind of thing together would help both him and her, but from Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, and Hua Wu, it was important to show that it was of great help to her. Lu Feng's body was her great opportunity. Rather than saying that Lu Feng wanted her body, it would be better to say that Lu Feng gave her a great opportunity in advance, even though it was a Yin who proposed the matter. Of course Bibi Dong would not refuse, nor would she mind a Yin's soul. Seeing how big the wind and waves are, Bibi Dong will only feel that it is extra unique and adds a lot of fun. Donger, if you feel awkward or don't have the mood or will tonight, I won't embarrass you. We'll talk about this later, Lu Feng said seriously. The atmosphere turned sad, and Bibi Dong seemed a little depressed. He didn't want to force Bibi Dong. What? I don't feel awkward. You have already aroused my interest. We can't talk about it again later. You are mine tonight. Bibi Dong's red lips curved, showing a bright and meaningful smile, showing the female pope has a strong demeanor. She put the papal scepter into her storage belt, twisted her slender waist, and rushed forward. Her delicate body was rubbed into Lu Feng's arms. A pair of jade arms wrapped around Lu Feng like an octopus. Her plump red lips were printed on Lu Feng's chest. His lips did not allow him to speak anymore. Chapter 574 turns to joy. Lu Feng comes in person. Slowness, poisoning, and vitality continues to drain. Feng Xiaotian felt very uncomfortable, and his whole body was green, which made him feel uneasy. Hua Wu quickly used her soul power to resist the discomfort on her body. Hua Wu didn't expect that Lu Feng would take action so quickly. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, they were struck. At this time, Lu Feng used another skill, natural power word. This is Lu Feng's third soul skill. It is a single target attack soul skill. It's also instant. Use it on yourself or teammates to purify all negative effect. All attributes are increased by 10%. Used to attack the opponent, it can remove all buffs on the opponent. All attributes are weakened by 10%. Moreover, the buff effects removed from the opponent can be stolen from the caster. Lu Feng used the natural mantra technique against Feng Xiaotian. Because only Feng Xiaotian is full of buffs, there is no need for others. Lu Feng had no intention of rushing over and defeating them one by one. Just force them to admit admit defeat. He must maintain relatively abundant soul power to cope with emergencies. No one can guarantee whether Tang Hao will suddenly come out to cause trouble. Just now, the will of the Poseidon within the Vasi universe wakes up and warns Lu Feng that he is currently in extreme danger because Tang Hao is at the scene. But the will of Rakshasa God actually possessed Tang Hao. Tang Hao exuded a strong murderous intention to kill Lu Feng, which was detected by the will of the sea god. Lu Feng must be more vigilant. If necessary, use your trump card immediately. Kamikaze Sentai here. Feng Xiaotian received the power of natural power. All the buffs on his body were instantly extracted and transferred to Lu Feng. His speed attribute, the most prominent of all attribute, has been weakened again, which is equivalent to becoming weak. What else is there to fight? Feng Xiaotian completely collapsed. The little fighting spirit aroused by the fire dance suddenly disappeared. I feel extremely depressed inside, looking at the invincible Lu Feng, who was so powerful that he could only look up to him. Feng Xiaotian felt fear in his heart for the first time. Lu Feng said that he would take action with all his strength, regardless of life or death, knowing that it was probably just a form of verbal coercion. Feng Xiaotian didn't dare to try it. I admit defeat. Feng Xiaotian did not intend to play with Huo Wu any longer. Just admit defeat. Huo Wuxuan and other team members immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Feng used a weakening control soul skill, 3 auxiliary soul masters, and all the healing soul skills, but they were unable to remove any negative effects such as poisoning, slowness, etc., nor could they suppress the continued loss of vitality. Although it disappears little by little, over time they will collapse without a fight. The gap is just too big. There is no need to fight anymore. To forcefully fight and be crushed is just a pure embarrassment. Feng Xiaotian, you are cowardly. Huo Wu glared angrily, although his proud heart was shaken by Lu Feng, but she had been holding her breath for a long time and had nowhere to vent it. She hasn't taken action yet. Feng Xiaotian actually didn't listen to her and admitted defeat. Feng Xiaotian is the captain. He represents the entire Kamikaze Sentai. He said admitting defeat would be equivalent to the Kamikaze team admitting defeat. Fire dance is not ordinary willful. She stamped her feet and said, okay, if you admit defeat and don't fight, I will fight alone. As she spoke, she rushed towards Lu Feng alone. Even though he knows he will fail, he still has to attack with all his strength to vent his emotions. The extremely proud character with a fiery temperament is vividly displayed. Huo Wu's martial spirit is Hokage. It is the shadow with Huo Wu herself as its main body, which can bring out the fire element to the maximum extent. After the martial soul possesses her, a layer of faint orange-red shadow that is exactly like her body gradually appears behind her. The blurry shadow of fire is full of illusion. The feeling is extremely special. Huo Wu's fourth soul ring lit up. Fire dances in the sun. In her bare hands, flames instantly condense, forming a huge white fireball above her head. The fireball flew extremely fast and was powerful, locking onto Lu Feng and attacking. Lu Feng looked calm and smiled in his heart. Such a goddess is not something that ordinary people can control. It cannot be conquered using normal method. The reason is that Huo Wu was spoiled since childhood. She is extremely talented, surpassing her brother Huo Wuxuan. If given some time to grow, he could surpass Feng Xiaotian. She was the daughter of the dean of Blazing Academy, loved by her father and brother, and grew up in an environment where everyone around her followed her will, so she never suffered any major hardships. Over time, this special unscrupulous character develops. I always think that if I am willful, I can get everything at once. In this case, she must suffer a lot today. Otherwise, with a personality like hers, she would suffer a big loss after leaving the protection of the academy. Outside, not everyone would give way to her, and her temper will offend many people outside, including some strong men who can easily take her life. Lu Feng's thought suddenly changed. Just for a moment, his movements did not stop. In an instant, it switched to the second martial spirit, the golden winged rock. The flame-burning dark golden wings spread out, and the soul power pressure dropped. Huo Wu, whose speed was slowed down, was not fast in the first place. Under the pressure of Lu Feng's majestic soul power, his movements were stagnant again. Ultimate fire. Huo Wu was shocked. Pursuing top-level fire attributes is a lifelong dream of all soul masters who mainly practice fire attribute. Because of the top flame attribute, it is possible to reach the title of Douluo. As for the ultimate fire, Huo Wu couldn't even imagine it. Because of possessing the ultimate fire, it is possible for a fire attribute soul master to reach the peak of the soul master level, let alone the Blazing Fire Academy. No one in the Huo family has top-level flame attribute. When watching the battle yesterday, Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuan were very envious when they saw Yan's top flame attribute. The fire attribute of the Huo family is close to the top flame, but that slight gap is like a chasm, and the soul masters of Blazing Fire Academy cannot cross it in their lifetime. Now, it was discovered that Lu Feng actually possessed obvious ultimate fire attribute. Why doesn't Huo Wu turn pale with horror? Martial spirit can be suppressed, and soul power attribute can also be suppressed. crest. If you use Fire Dance's soul power, which is close to the top lame attribute, to attack someone with the ultimate fire, the power of the attack will be greatly weakened. The white fireball attacked by Hua Wu was easily defused by Lu Feng and was unable to break through Lu Feng's defense. The Fire Dance was circled, but she was riding a tiger, unable to dismount, and the blow had already been dealt. Lu Feng did not intend to let Hua Wu off easily. Golden Feather Storm kill. The huge wings flap violently. In an instant the soul power condensed into pieces of dark golden fire feathers. Each dark gold fire feather contained terrifying power. Sharp flying blade flew all over the sky, spinning at extremely high speed, stirring up the airflow, forming a huge golden firestorm sweeping towards Hua Wu. Because of the proximity, Hua Wu's whole body was suddenly submerged in the golden firestorm. As his soul power increased and the attributes of his body multiplied, the power of the soul skills used by Lu Feng was naturally very different. This golden feather storm kill not only has the ultimate fire attribute but also contains the ultimate wind. Lu Feng accomplished the task of wind assisting fire and combining wind and fire by himself. The power is very terrifying. Chapter 575 Yan's visit. Love rivals face to face. Hua Wuxuan and Feng Xiaotian, who were standing outside the golden storm, had their skin hurt by the strong wind. They were unsteady and had to use their soul power to resist. Outside the venue, Hua Lai and Feng Qingyang looked at each other in shock, their pale faces filled with fear. Hua Wu let out a scream, and his voice was drowned by the roar of wind and thunder. The dark gold fire feathers in the golden firestorm bring continuous cutting damage to Hua Wu. This is similar to the snowflake damage in Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu's martial soul fusion skills. The difference is Tian Shui Academy is a fusion of martial art formed by 3 girls. Lu Feng completed it alone. It was just an ordinary soul skill of his, but the lethality seems to be not weak and the ice and snow are falling to the extreme. When the first piece of dark gold fire feather struck Hua Wu, her body protecting soul power was instantly cut through. More dark gold fire feathers are coming from all directions, totally surrounded everywhere, no place to hide. Tisk tisk tisk. In the blink of an eye, Hua Wu was defeated. She lost control of her body. Her body was involuntarily swept up by the tornado formed by the powerful golden firestorm, like a kite with its string cut off, and was thrown into the sky. Hua Wu, Hua Lai, Feng Xiaotian, and Hua Wuxuan screamed at the same time. Feng Xiaotian quickly flapped the phantom blue wings behind his back. Soul power burst out from the solace of his feet, and he flew up. He wanted to fly to the sky and catch Hua Wu. But here's the thing, the flying ability of Feng Xiaoshan's soul skill can only fly up to about 50 meters, and Hua Wu's body was thrown high into the sky 100 meters in an instant and was still rising. Looking at it with the naked eye, only an ant-size figure is left, looming in the golden tornado. No one thought that Lu Feng would actually attack with all his strength. Hua Wu's life and death are now uncertain. Hua Wu had suffered heavy injuries. Even if she wasn't killed by Lu Feng's soul skill, if she didn't catch her and fell from such a high altitude, she would still fall to her death. Feng Xiaotian flew to a height of 50 meters. No matter how he flapped his wings, the shadow could not rise even half an inch. Such a heroic act of saving beauty. Very embarrassing. Even if Feng Xiaotian could fly to the sky to catch Hua Wu, Lu Feng would not let him succeed. How could a hero save a beauty by letting his opponent do it? Seriously injuring Hua Wu was what he expected. There must be a painful lesson that is deeply remembered before Hua Wu can reflect deeply. It's useless to reason with a girl like Hua Wu. If it's just a small lesson, I'm afraid the scar will be healed and the pain will be forgotten. And if it is serious enough to threaten life and death, you will be bitten by a snake once and fear the rope for 10 years. Lu Feng flapped his huge wings behind his back and flew into the sky at high speed, like a meteor rising against the trend. With a hiss, he chased the fire dance in the sky, and this time, the golden firestorm around Hua Wu was still causing her continuous cutting damage. Hua Wu suffered severe pain and was so painful that she couldn't breathe. She felt that she was going to die and was terrified. Finally know what the fear of death is. This fear of death completely shattered his proud heart. What's the use of being proud? In the end, he was defeated by someone and died miserably. What's the use of being willful? He is not as strong as others, but he has to use his arms as a chariot and insists on launching an attack. This is the end. Lu Feng had already said that if you attack with all your strength, life or death will not matter, but she still didn't care and insisted on fighting. This is asking for death. At the last moment of death, Hua Wu suddenly figured out many things. The past events are vivid in my mind, and fragments of memories from childhood to adulthood flash through my mind. She was born with a golden key in her mouth. She is extremely talented and has been respected and favored since she was a child. Wherever she goes, she is admired by stars. Because my mother died early, my father, her brother, pampered her in every possible way, and no one in the academy dared to disobey her. She has outstanding beauty and an extraordinary family background. background. Even though she has a fierce and unruly personality, there are always outstanding young soul masters around her who are lining up to pursue her and show their attentiveness. She takes honor very seriously, is competitive and does not accept failure. If she loses once, she will always find ways to take revenge on the person who defeated her. As a result, people could only let her go. But what's the use? Nowadays, once a person dies, everything comes to an end. She walked along in such a hurry that she didn't even have time to look back at the footprints she walked along. In a flash, Huo Wu reflected on herself and realized many things. Lu Feng, I don't blame you, nor do I hate you. It's just that life in this life is too short. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely cherish life, my youth, and my hard-won achievement. What a beautiful world it is, but all this is going to disappear. Huo Wu felt infinite emotion in his heart. Her life was quickly disappearing as the golden feather storm cut her. She was covered in scars. The fiery red battle uniform had long been cut into pieces. Pieces were scattered in the wind and broken into powder. If the whole body is not swept and wrapped by the golden storm, maybe many people will see her naked. This is so embarrassing. Don't be a human being anymore. Huo Wu was so ashamed that she even wanted to die. If she fell to the battlefield like this, she might as well die. That's not right. She was already dead before she fell. What's the use of being shy? Anyway, it was a cold corpse, just like those soul beasts she hunted. Lu Feng, you might as well cut my body into pieces. Huo Wu thought this way, but he was dying and didn't even have the strength to speak. Although there were many regrets and endless remorse in his heart, Huo Wu realized many truths at the last moment of his life. The only one to blame is myself, because I brought myself to death. So be it. Farewell, world. Farewell, Lu Feng. Huo Wu herself didn't understand why she was dying at the last moment of her life. The picture fixed in his mind was not his father Huo Lai, not his brother Huo Wushuan, and certainly not the Feng Xiaotian pursuing her, but Lu Feng. Maybe it was because Lu Feng left such a deep impression on her that he put a big exclamation point in her mind. It was Lu Feng who killed her. It was Lu Feng who made her understand life. It was Lu Feng who stood firm with an unparalleled attitude and crushed the entire kamikaze team with one person. At that moment, Lu Feng deeply shook her heart. At this time, the golden fire tornado that enveloped Huo Wu disappeared. Huo Wu felt that his body was tightly hugged by a pair of big hands. Then she felt the heat. Feel the warm embrace. A faint masculine scent penetrated his nostrils. It was a man who hugged her. As long as she could remember, this was the first time she was held by a man, with her body curled up in his arms. That sound like gusts of wind and thunder. Is it the flapping of wings? Then, a milky white light bloomed in front of her eyes and enveloped her body. Huo Wu couldn't help but moan. This is the sound of extreme shame. How could he make such a sound? But there is no way. My whole body felt so comfortable, especially when the numerous wounds all over the body are causing terrible pain. Chapter 576. Another love crushed by money. This cannot be called a lion opening its mouth wide, but a giant whale opening its mouth wide. Even if he plundered the belongings of the soul masters he had hunted before, it still couldn't satisfy Yan's appetite. Senior Yan waited for a long time but didn't get a response. Tang Hao was angry. I feel insulted by Yan using money. Why is it so difficult for young people this generation? He hid in the remote rural Holy Soul village for more than 10 years. After he was born, he was brutally tortured by Li Sun Huan. Just after he returned to the Haoshan sect to take a breath, he was sent to Zhengzhen city to coerce and persuade the surrender of the 4 single attribute tribe. In the end, he was captured and imprisoned in the dungeon for 2 days. More than a year ago, I ran out after receiving the inheritance from Rakshasa God in the first 2 months. Times have changed. Times have changed a bit. Tang Hao felt that he was no longer good at dealing with young people, but because he wanted to take advantage of Yan, he had to suppress his anger. Tang Hao said in a deep voice, "Young man, don't use dirty money to insult our great mission." Senior, what kind of great mission is it? Yan was very smart and could hear that the other party was a bit angry. Mean, if you don't have money, you don't have money. Does it make sense to talk so loftily and paint a big picture? Lu Feng is a very down-to-earth person. He will say whatever he wants when discussing the terms. He will only offer 200 million gold soul coin. He will sign a real contract and will not play trick. We want to rule this world. We want to become God and ascend to the God realm. The roaring voice made Yan's head buzz. The ultimate goal of the Rakshasa God is to use Douluo planet as a breeding ground. All humans are captive livestock, allowed to be manipulated and slaughtered, and continue to contribute a lot of evil thought. In this case, when the passage between the God realm and the Douluo star is restored, the Rakshasa God can become the God King and even surpass the God King in immortal existence. Of course, this great wish and the will of the Rakshasa God were not informed to Tang Hao. When Tang Hao becomes a god at level 100 and inherits the divine throne, he will also inherit this ambition. Tang Hao's biggest goal now is to become a god, and this goal is indeed extremely great for Yan. What he awakened was was the Fire Lord spirit which had top-level fire attribute. It was too slim to become a god. It was extremely difficult to reach the peak of a soul master and become a peerless Douluo, let alone become a god. But if this senior strong man really has a way to make him break through to that situation, no matter what, he must seize this opportunity. And his current situation is very bad. Bargaining is about seeking greater benefit, but Yan knew clearly in his heart that he would accept this strong man's conditions no matter what, because if he doesn't have the chance to become stronger overnight and he can't play in the most important competition, then there is nothing. The younger generation understands that money is a dirty external thing. Compared with the great ambitions of the elders, it is not worth mentioning. The elders are impressive. If they can be supported by the elders, Yan is willing to follow them and be willing to follow them. Do the work of a dog and a horse. Yan knelt down and kowtowed devoutly. He knocked his forehead heavily on the ground to show his sincerity. This set of practices was commonly used in Wuhan Palace and he was used to it. Worshipping God, worshipping the Pope, worshipping the teacher, they are all worshipping anyway. Now it doesn't matter if I worship this powerful man. That's right. Tang Hao was overjoyed. The figure swayed. It arrived in an instant from 1,000 meters away. Appear in front of Yan. Accept Yan's kneeling worship. Yan looked up at Tang Hao, took a closer look and was shocked. He had seen Tang Hao's portrait. Ah, senior, you are. Yes, I am Tang Hao. The peerless Douluo's pressure came, and Yan was instantly unable to move or breathe. That huge soul power was like a giant wave pouring down from the sky, drowning the whole body in an instant, and every trace of soul power was like a steel shackle, clamping, binding, and weighing on Yan's body. Yan couldn't help himself and could only be caught in the huge wave, drifting with the current, shivering. His Majesty Haoshan Douluo has actually reached the level of peerless Douluo. No wonder Wuhan Palace and Merchant Alliance are facing a formidable enemy recently. Yan yelled in his heart, but he couldn't open his mouth or speak. Tang Hao stared at Yan with cold-blooded and evil eyes. As long as Yan makes an abnormal move, or looks wrong, or is not submissive enough, he will immediately kill him and devour Yan's soul power and soul. He wants to support a puppet, and this puppet must be completely used by him and work for him wholeheartedly. Now that Tang San was running to the killing city, he could only find a temporary replacement to conquer Yan. Yan needs to see how powerful he is, and revealing his identity is also to make him more convincing. Yan has seen his face and recognized him, so if Yan regret, he will destroy Yan and kill people to silence him. Yan's eyes showed expressions of fear, reverence, and piety. Tang Hao was quite satisfied. The huge soul power impacted Yan's body like a stormy wave crashing onto the shore. That really strong pressure made Yan's body extremely painful, as if his bones were about to be torn apart and his skin and flesh were about to be torn apart. In the blink of an eye, Li's soul power forcefully seeped into him, running wildly through his meridian. Yan felt that his meridians were burning and twisted, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't control himself. Yan wanted to give up resistance. Tang Hao's gloomy voice came. The longer you persist, the greater the benefit will be to you. It depends on your luck. Hearing this, Yan came to his senses. Tang Hao wanted to give him an excellent opportunity. Peerless Douluo's soul power has been condensed to an incomparable level, and the next step is divine power. Such power would of course be extremely beneficial to strengthen his body and tap into his potential. Yan clenched his back teeth and tried his best to hold on. He is outstanding in Wuhandian Academy and is not just a mediocre person. Those who can be selected into Wuhandian Academy are all extremely talented. Yan's talent ranks among the top 3 in Wuhandian Academy. In addition to being a 1 in a million genius, it is also inseparable from his acquired hard work and persistence. The golden generation cultivated by Bibi Dong is indeed outstanding. If they are given time, they may be able to surpass any generation in the Spirit Hall in the past. The two brothers and sisters are more talented, especially the sister named Hu Lina. She is completely loyal to Bibi Dong, is Lu Feng's woman again, but unfortunately she has been in the Pope's palace recently and is under protection, so she cannot be touched. Only Yan ran away from Wuhandian Academy to have sex with a woman and gave me a chance, but that's enough. Yan's ancient martial spirit Flame Lord has top-notch fire and earth attribute and has the strongest combat power among the Spirit Hall Academy team. A trace of satisfaction flashed across Tang Hao's dark eyes. One of the golden generation cultivated by Bibi Dong. Tang Hao felt a little more happy. At this time, Yan was shocked all over. The soul power in his body suddenly increased. Breakthrough to level 53. Just now, in order to resist the pressure of Tang Hao's soul power and endure the pain on his body, his soul power was exhausted. But after the breakthrough, more condensed new soul power overflowed from his meridian, and he instantly returned to full strength. His soul power and various attributes on his body were restored. All have been greatly improved. It would take at least a year for the Soul King to advance to the next level, even for a genius like Yan, just by practicing every day. Of course, Soul Masters will work hard to find ways to increase increase their soul power. For example, the help of a strong person, or entering the mimic training field, the miracle trial field, or seeking opportunities such as soul bones and soul power. Holy fruit. Chapter 577. Bibi Dong is angry. Absorbing soul bones is also a way to quickly increase soul power. Advanced soul bones can not only greatly enhance soul power and physical attributes in a short period of time, but also gain powerful soul bone skills. A soul master can absorb multiple soul bones from different parts. However, if a strong person uses soul power to help cleanse the body's meridians, it can only take effect once. But when a person as strong as this peerless Douluo is at the peak of his powers, he is extremely aloof. Only his biological children or direct disciples can get their full assistance. Yan knows that opportunities are extremely rare. This may be the only opportunity in this life, so he must seize it firmly. Seeing Yan's breakthrough, Tang Hao increased his effort. Blood spurted out of Yan's mouth and his skin tore, but he persisted. The second soul skill, Granite Rock. Yan's body was immediately covered with a layer of extremely solid rock armor. Fiery flames burned on the armor, and his defense power increased sharply. Yan could withstand it and could not fall down. After a while, Yan yelled as he waved his fist, and his fire rock armor shattered. He was anxious inside and out. Under unparalleled pressure, potential is forcibly brought out. Breakthrough level 54. Feeling that his soul power had increased significantly again, Yan was overjoyed. His heart jumped and his confidence surged. Tang Hao palmed his hands and increased his strength again. The basic rule of practicing Taoism is to proceed step by step. Using this special method to help Yan advance 2 levels has reached his limit. Forcibly exploring his potential would be harmful to Yan's future cultivation path. It would seriously damage his body structure and functions, and also increase the risk of becoming possessed. But Tang Hao didn't care about this. If it was his son Tang San, he would still take some care. This kind of unrelated person who can be thrown away after using it once, and who does not need to rely on him to continue the family lineage, should not care about his future. An hour later, Yan broke through another level, reached 50 level 5. Yan could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. His clothes were shattered into powder, and his skin was covered with lava-colored red spots all over his body. At first glance, he looked like a red-skinned devil crawling out of hell. He was vicious and terrifying. I'll give you 2 soul bones. After absorbing the soul bone, consolidate them before we continue. Tang Hao's voice was without any emotion as he took out 2 soul bones and handed them to Yan. These 2 soul bones both have the attribute of fire. When he killed several senior soul masters a few days ago, he grabbed 2 of the soul bones that were suitable for Yan. It was not suitable for Tang San, so Tang Hao kept it for no use, so he rewarded it to Yan. Yan was filled with ecstasy again. He bent his knees, threw himself down, and prostrated again. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Haoshan Douluo. Yan squeezed out a few tears to express his gratitude. Your Majesty, please accept me as your direct disciple. I am willing to join the Haoshan sect, and I will do whatever it takes for Your Majesty to do anything for you. Yan shouted a slogan and took the initiative to become Tang Hao's direct disciple. Personal disciple? It's not impossible. Tang Hao nodded. Teacher, please be my disciple, and bow 3 times. Yan kowtowed repeatedly to complete the apprenticeship ceremony. The relationship between the two took a step forward. Tang Hao thought about it briefly and said, the Haoshan sect no longer exists, but I will inherit the last wish of the last Haoshan sect leader and build a powerful Haoshan empire on this vast continent. You must have a strong force to better control other soul masters and hundreds of millions of people and get everything you want. After he becomes a god, according to the world laws of Douluo Star, he cannot stay here for too long, but the Haoshan empire established can continue forever and be guided by his will. Yes, teacher, Yan said. Okay, hurry up and absorb the soul bone, Tang Hao urged. Next, Yan absorbed 2 high-level soul bones. His soul power surged, and his soul power level increased continuously. Then Tang Hao began to forcefully explore Yan's potential. When the physical body was not consolidated enough, he expanded Yan's soul power in an orderly manner and tried his best to increase his strength. Yan didn't know that Tang Hao was trying to encourage him, destroying his future and greatly shortening his lifespan. But Yan was caught up in the incomparable joy of the increasing power. He didn't think too much and accepted it all. He was completely reduced to Tang Hao's pawn, but he didn't know it. At this point, even if he knows the truth, he has to accept it if he doesn't want to. A few hours later, the darkest hour before dawn, boom, Yan felt like her body was about to explode. Surging soul power surged in the body. He couldn't even control it. Oh my god, I'm level 59. I can't believe it. I've been promoted to 7 levels overnight, reaching the half-step soul emperor. I'm about to become a soul emperor. Teacher, your quick method is really, it's amazing. Very good. Now you can accept the greatest opportunity in this life. Follow me. Tang Hao took Yan to an underground palace. This underground palace is located under the tomb area of Wu Wuhan City. There is a statue of a green-faced god with fangs and a ferocious face erected in the underground palace. The body below the head of the statue is shrouded in a thick black mist, and it seems that it can change into any form. After Tang Hao arrived, thick black fog instantly filled the air, covering the entire palace, making it impossible to see even one's fingers. Thick black fog is extremely mysterious, and one of its functions is to hide all auras. And here is a relic left by the Rakshasa god. The divine examination is roughly divided into two situations. One is that God's will is given to the heir on his own initiative. The other is for soul masters who are qualified to take the divine examination to make a sincere request. Lu Feng is the former. Poseidon Will, who is sleeping in the Vasi universe, is looking forward to Lu Feng reaching level 60. Lu Feng does not even need to go to Poseidon Island. Poseidon Will can give him the Poseidon 9 exam. Tang Hao was also the former, but that was because the will of the Rakshasa god was expelled by Bibi Dong. He was so ill that he sought medical treatment. He felt that Tang Hao was relatively suitable, so he took the initiative to find Tang Hao. As for Yan's talent and strength, the will of the Rakshasa god does not like it, and it will not be the Rakshasa god's 9 test, so naturally it is impossible to actively give it to him. As long as you are not taking the 9 tests of God to inherit the divine throne, your soul power level is not required to be above level 60. Kneel down and ask Lord Rakshasa god to see what kind of Rakshasa god test you can get, Tang Hao said solemnly. The Rakshasa god trial. Yan was shocked. He heard from the dean of Wuhandian Academy that a long time ago Wuhandian wanted to occupy Poseidon Island because Poseidon Island could request divine examination training, which was extremely beneficial to improving strength and was an innate treasure. Wuhandian launched a massive attack on Poseidon Island. The Sea Soul Masters on Poseidon Island have all undergone divine examination training and are extremely powerful. They have also received the blessing of the sea and Poseidon, and their strength has greatly increased. Wuhan Palace failed and suffered heavy losses. I no longer dare to covet Poseidon Island. As for the angel gods enshrined in the martial spirit hall, they only come from the same origin. You need to have an angel martial spirit to obtain the angel god examination. Now, Tang Hao can give him the training for the Rakshasa divine examination. Although he has never heard of the Rakshasa god, as long as he is a god, he is supreme in Yan's heart. Ask the Rakshasa god for your blessing. Yan knelt in front of the statue. The eyes of the statue lit up with a blood-red light, penetrating the darkness covering Yan's body. Suddenly, a sign with 9 colors changing and shining with strange brilliance appeared out of thin air in front of Yan. Soon, the color will be determined. It's yellow. Yan, take the first Huang level exam. A cold voice sounded. The corners of Tang Hao's eyes twitched. With Yan's talent, at least he was tested in the black level, but he didn't expect that he was only the worst in the yellow level test. It seems that Yan's talent and potential have been exploited too harshly. People who have no future and few years of life are naturally judged as the lowest level by the will of the Rakshasa god. Chapter 578. A Yan's Li. The data broadcast said that Yan is the 60-level Soul Emperor. Xiao Wu said in surprise. I also saw it. A few days ago he was the 50-level Soul King. It couldn't be that the broadcast was wrong. Ning Rong said. No, I can feel that Yan's soul power fluctuations have greatly increased. Zhu Zhuqing was extremely sensitive and noticed some subtle information on Yan's body and said calmly, he seems to be a completely different person. People. Lu Erlong stared at Yan coldly, curled his red lips, and felt a little disgusted by Yan's change. After the martial soul evolved into the red fire holy dragon, Lu Erlong had a hint of sacred aura on his body. The sacred aura naturally repels the dark and evil aura. No matter how he changes, he is no match for our husband. Zhu Zuyun stared at Lu Feng affectionately on the field with a proud smile on his lips, showing great confidence in Lu Feng. Yes, even the 7 main members of Kamikaze Sentai couldn't force our husband to use the 5th soul skill. Meng Yuren said. No matter what the situation, you can't underestimate your opponent. Lu Erlong reminded. Yes, teacher Erlong. Meng Yuren nodded. Lu Feng, who was standing leisurely on the court with his hands behind his back, also clearly felt the changes in Yan. He looked at Yan with interest. He knew everything about Yan's changes in battle. As the 3rd young master of Wuhan Palace, he is qualified to share information with the senior officials of Wuhan Palace. That red-haired man has a dark and evil aura about him, which is related to the Rakshasa god. The will of the Poseidon in the Vasi cosmic barrier issued a reminder. I know, this person must have become Tang Hao's puppet last night, but it doesn't matter. Lu Feng communicated with Poseidon's mind. Yan's ability to participate in the battle has a lot to do with Lu Feng. Early this morning, Lu Feng went to the Pope's palace to meet Bibi Dong as a routine as a personal disciple. This is an unwritten etiquette in the Wuhan Palace. As long as the Pope's direct disciples are in Wuhan City, they must go to the Pope's palace to say hello in the morning. Bibi Dong did not ask Lu Feng to do this, but Lu Feng could use this opportunity opportunity to contact Bibi Dong every day to discuss matters. If there were no outsiders around, he could also have some intimacy and do morning exercises. Of course, this morning, no making out. Big things matter. They are all superiors. Which one is more important and which one is more important can be clearly distinguished. Hu Lina was also present and told Yan's story. Although Ziyu decided to let Yan fight, however, Hope Bibi Dong has veto power over the internal affairs of Wuhan Palace. Bibi Dong usually tries not to interfere with the Wuhandian Academy team and cultivates their ability to execute independently. But if Bibi Dong object, just one word can overturn Xiaoyu's decision, and Yan will not be able to go on stage. Soul Masters have the right to retain the secrets of cultivation, but at this special moment they can also use special method. Yan didn't go out to practice, so how could he get a great opportunity out of thin air and get promoted to 8 levels overnight? It's really doubtful. Bibi Dong could immediately summon Yan for questioning. Hu Lina also suggested the same thing, but Bibi Dong did not do this directly. Instead, he asked Lu Feng for his opinion. After thinking about it, Lu Feng speculated that Yan's rapid improvement was related to Tang Hao and the Rakshasa God, because the will of the Rakshasa God has a secret method that allows the Soul Master to quickly gain soul power. Tang Hao's quick success is an obvious example. Another reason is that there are so many masters in Wuhan City nowadays, and the strong ones are gathered together. If you can give Yan such an improvement under the noses of many strong ones without disturbing any strong one, you must reach the level of peerless Douluo. In Wuhan City, there are only 2 peerless Douluo, Qian Daoliu and Tang Hao. Bibi Dong's soul power has returned to level 98. Before it recovers to level 99, she cannot be called a peerless Douluo. It is absolutely impossible for Qian Daoliu to help Yan. Then, Tang Hao is the most likely. Lu Feng didn't know what method Tang Hao used to advance Yan to 8 levels and become the Soul Emperor. He also has no evidence to prove that he must be related to Tang Hao, but his speculation and intuition told him that it must be related to Tang Hao. Because I watched many detective and suspense dramas in my previous life, Lu Feng learned to think about problems in a rational way. The key to the investigation is the motive. Tang Hao's motive was to assassinate the leader of the Merchant Alliance and Pope Bibi Dong, destroy Wuhan City, and take revenge. Killing Bibi Dong should be the mission given to him by the will of the Rakshasa God. After all, Bibi Dong expelled the Rakshasa God's will from his body, which was an extremely serious blasphemy and humiliation to the god. With the extremely evil nature of the Rakshasa God, he must kill Bibi Dong to avenge his shame. And now Tang Hao is the spokesperson of Rakshasa God in the human world. Yan's motivation, it is to defeat yourself and obtain 200 million gold soul coin. However, this motivation may change after gaining strength, because if Yan really surrenders to Tang Hao, he will have to rely on Tang Hao's will. What Tang Hao wants is killing and destruction. But Tang Hao was not stupid. He must have known that Yan might be exposed, and he just used Yan as a chess move, and he is still hiding in the dark waiting for opportunities. In the end, Lu Feng suggested that Yan should be allowed to play without making any changes, maintaining the status quo. Bibi Dong adopted Lu Feng's suggestion and did not influence Xiaoyu's decision, so to a certain extent it was Lu Feng who decided Yan's participation behind the scene. At this moment, Lu Feng was observing Yan carefully. Yan's neck and face were covered with red spot, making him look extremely hideous. It can be imagined that the body wrapped in Yan's battle uniform must have more red spot. This is a sign that the body's skin is unable to withstand the force. It seems to be a side effect of this quick fix. The audience saw the major changes in Yan's information broadcast and began to talk about it. Oh my god, Yan is actually the Soul Emperor. How could this happen? What kind of great opportunity is it to win 8 levels in a row and directly break through the bottleneck and reach the Soul Emperor? This is even more terrifying than Lu Feng's promotion. But in terms of cultivation talent, it is clear that Yan cannot compare with Lu Feng. How did Yan do it? Yan is, after all, one of the youngest recipients of the Purple Record Medal in Wuhan Palace, and one of the 3 wizards in Wuhan Palace. Anyway, Yan broke Lu Feng's record and became the #1 person with the strongest soul power in all the Academy's Elite Soul Master competitions. That's because Lu Feng is several years younger and has only been cultivating soul power for 3 years' time. If Lu Feng is given a few more years, I think Lu Feng can break Tang Hao's record as the youngest titled Douluo. It is certain that Lu Feng will break Tang Hao's record. Hearing this comment, he dressed up as a businessman. Tang Hao's eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. Break my record? Then you have to live. Even if he can't kill that kid Lu Feng today, as long as I'm here, he will never live to break my record. Sir, which merchant do you belong to? Someone asked Tang Hao from the side. On an occasion like today, those who can enter the arena to watch the game are all respectable people. Therefore, in addition to watching the battle, it is also an opportunity for nobles and businessmen to communicate with each other and expand their contact. Tang Hao forced a smile. I'm from the Mo Family Trading Company. Your Excellency, do you think Lu Feng can defeat the Wuhandian Academy team with the Soul Emperor? He changed the topic and did not want to talk more about his identity. Have a holiday today and continue our Douluo journey tomorrow. The man talked eloquently. The difficulty has increased a lot. It is difficult to judge now because Lu Feng did not show all his strength in the last game and defeated the kamikaze team. Lu Feng possesses 100,000-year soul that shocked the world. Huan, it is difficult for the Wuhandian Academy team to break his defense, and the Wuhandian Academy team is also very strong. If they use effective tactics and consume Lu Feng's soul power, they may still be able to fight and hopefully turn defeat into victory. Nonsense, your analysis is wrong, another Lu Feng supporter refuted. Then tell me your reason. No need for reason. Lu Feng will win anyway. You are using strong words to argue. You are the only one using strong words to argue. Tang Hao shook his head helplessly, no longer paying attention to the boring arguments between the two people around him. The game begins. The referee's voice sounded like a bell, resounding throughout the entire stadium. The noise in the auditorium immediately fell silent, focusing entirely on the game. Open the martial spirit, Xia Yu commanded. The 7 members of the Wuhandian Academy team released their Wuhan together, and the soul rings rose from their feet. Yan has one more black soul ring than Xia Yu and Hu Lina. The ancient flame lord's martial spirit appeared behind him, and the flames were blazing, striking. Yan's face was full of color. He could hear that he had become the focus of discussion among the audience today, but before he was always covered by the auras of Xia Yu and Hu Lina. Today he became the undisputed #1 member of the Wuhandian Academy team. He could finally shine and feel proud. The phantom of Hu Lina's martial spirit Nine-tailed Skyfox also appeared impressively. The fox form martial spirit shadow is 2 or 3 times larger than before and has 8 more big fluffy tails. After releasing her martial spirit, Hu Lina became even more beautiful. Her charm increased and she was so charming that many men immediately swallowed their saliva. Only then did most of the audience notice the changes in Hu Lina. Previously, Hu Lina was overshadowed by Yan's huge increase in soul power and the audience ignored her. The martial spirit has evolved from a demon fox to a 9-tailed sky fox, which is close to a god-level martial spirit. Tang Hao couldn't help but be moved. The audience around them calmed down and screamed one after another. They were looking forward to it even more. The 2 core members of the Wuhandian Academy team have greatly improved, so they will be better able to compete with Lu Feng, and the game will be even more exciting. Hey, Nana, when did your martial soul evolve into a 9-tailed sky fox and your soul power increased by 2 levels? Why didn't you tell me? Yan said in surprise. Why should I tell you? Hu Lina responded to Yan even more bluntly and coldly. The battle has begun. Follow the tactics. Xia Yu interrupted. As soon as the order came out, the 7-man formation dispersed. Su Yu, the auxiliary soul master, waved the golden scepter and first enhanced the attributes of the entire team. The magnitude of the enhancement was obviously inferior to Ning Rongrong, but it also enhanced the combat effectiveness of his teammates a lot. Giving support to the entire team from the very beginning consumes a lot of soul power, but Su Yu had to do this. If you don't buff your teammates now, you may not have a chance to take action later. In addition, it was also because Lu Feng's 4th soul skill, the natural mantra, could steal gain. However, the power word of nature is cast on a single person. When the entire team has buffs, Lu Feng can only choose one person. The whole team spread out in order to use wandering tactic, wandering around the edge of the battlefield and conduct probing attacks from all directions, slowly wearing down Lu Feng's soul power and physical strength. In this case, if Su Yu, the auxiliary soul master, loses his protection, Lu Feng can easily defeat Su Yu. This was the only tactic they could think of to deal with Lu Feng. To put it simply, abandon the car to save the handsome man. Ensure 3 core combat capabilities. Taking advantage of the large number of people, Lu Feng was killed. Su Yu was also prepared to be the first to fall and sacrifice, so he applied buff assistance to his teammates from the beginning. Under normal circumstances, the auxiliary soul master is the first person the opponent chooses to kill. However, facing the unprotected Su Yu, Lu Feng did not take action immediately. He wants to retain his soul power, fight against the real enemy Tang Hao. He also saw the purpose of the tactics used by the Wuhandian Academy team. Of course they can't succeed. In an instant, Lu Feng was surrounded by the Wuhandian Academy team. The 6 soul skill, flame refining bullet. Yan waved his hands and the flames condensed into several fireballs floating around him. The pure flame light was blazing and dazzling, and the heat flow that exuded the burning smell of the air swept violently. Sitting on the bench, Shi Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others could all feel the surrounding temperature rising sharply. Obviously, this is an extremely powerful top-flame long-range attack. It is the most powerful attacking soul skill that Yan Xin has obtained. Tang Hao ordered him to kill Lu Feng today. He thought so too, but he also knew that it would be too difficult for him alone. Now with the help and cover of his teammate he can confidently attack with all his strength. If Lu Feng used long-range attacks to attack him, it would consume a lot of soul power. If Lu Feng were to charge at him, he would quickly retreat and be intercepted by his attacking teammate who would serve as cannon fodder. This was also one of the tactics. Lu Feng did not rush towards Yan, nor did he switch martial arts to attack Yan. The fifth soul skill, Wanmu Mad Prison. As Lu Feng recited the mantra, the ground suddenly shook. It was like rolling thunder rumbling deep underground. Immediately afterward, click click click, the ground of the battle platform suddenly exploded, and countless different types of plants emerged from the ground, growing vigorously at extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the plants quickly grew into a dense forest. Thick vines twined between the big trees, forming something like a giant net or a maze. Jungle. The fighting platform was cut into small spaces by plant, and the members of the Wuhundian team were isolated. Not only the battle stage, but also the forest area included most of the audience seat. The line of sight was blocked, and the light was also blocked by the branches and leaves that blocked the sky, making it dark. A moment ago, people were in the bright and spacious arena. The next moment, you are suddenly in a primeval forest. Wow! The audience screamed again and again. Ah, what's going on? This is a soul skill. Lu Feng's fifth soul skill is simply breathtaking. What a wonder! I didn't expect that Lu Feng could directly create a small the forest. The god-level martial spirit is so terrifying. At the same time, boom boom boom, explosions were heard one after another. Everyone knew that it was the sound produced by the bombardment of Yan's flame refining bomb. The audience only saw the flames disappear in a flash. I couldn't see the situation on Yan's side, but I guessed that the flame refining bombs failed to cause much damage to Wanmu Kuang Lao. Otherwise, as the fire spread, the flames will become brighter and brighter. Tang Hao was very shocked. He felt like he was in a cage again. Not only did it block his line of sight, it even blocked his mental power detection. The forest cage created by Lu Feng seemed to have come to life. It was a whole connected with Lu Feng's mental power, and everything was under Lu Feng's control. Such soul skills are unheard of. Lu Feng's mental strength far exceeded his expectations. Yan was stunned. The sixth soul skill he played was his strongest attack. I thought that even the forest would be reduced to ashes under the burning of his extremely fierce top-level flame, because the fire element had a restraining effect on the wood element, but he forgot that Lu Feng's star tree was a god-level martial spirit with extremely powerful ultimate tree attribute. The ultimate wood is Lu Feng's main attribute. Even Lu Erlong's pure ultimate fire cannot burn down the forest prison created by Lu Feng. What's more, Yan's flame attribute and martial spirit are far different from Lu Erlong. The flame bomb struck, knocking down several trees within a few meters, and the fire burned for a while, but the flames did not spread. Soon it was covered with vegetation and extinguished. Moreover, new plants immediately sprouted up in the burned to black open space, growing at a faster rate to make up for the gap. Life goes on. Chapter 579. A Yin reshapes himself. On top of the tower, Qian Rongxiu looked at the scene of a jungle suddenly growing in the arena below, and was stunned. Is this his fifth soul skill? Qian Daoliu on the side looked at him and said, yes, but it's not. Grandpa, how do you say this? Qian Rongxiu was confused and didn't understand Qian Rongxiu. Daoliu mean he used the fifth soul skill, but also injected it with the original power of the star tree spirit, which sublimated the soul skill and created some subtle connection with all the surrounding plants and wood attribute object. I can feel it. That trace of energy, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, converged on Lu Feng, becoming a strange and awe-inspiring force, and this awe-inspiring force was transformed by Lu Feng and injected into thousands of trees. It goes round and round, endless cycle. Qian Daoliu tried his best to explain what he discovered to Qian Rongxiu in terms that were easy to understand. It's so magical, why can't I see or feel anything? Qian Rongxiu said, silly girl, how can you see this with the naked eye? If you want to find out, you have to wait until your mental power reaches my level. Qian Daoliu said, how long will it take? Qian Rongxiu felt discouraged for a while, but she was happy in her heart. Her man's strong performance made her feel more honored in front of her grandfather. Haha, it won't be long. Qian Daoliu smiled and shook his head, casting his loving gaze on Qian Rongxiu, and a hint of sadness flashed across his face, because when Qian Rongxiu's mental strength reached his level, it was also the moment when their ancestors and grandchildren would say goodbye forever. Although he was happy to sacrifice everything to his granddaughter and help her reach a state that the angel family had never reached, ever since Qian Rongxiu awakened the god-level martial soul seraph, he had begun to prepare and wait for that day to come. But how could he not miss the beauty in the world? He has practiced hard for more than 100 years, holds a high position at the pinnacle, has gone through vicissitudes of life, and has a warm and cold relationship with others, but this world still has a worthwhile side to him. For example, he wants to see Qian Rongxiu get the right husband, watch her walk into the wedding hall, get married and have children, and he also wants to enjoy more family happiness. Qian Rongxiu found her ideal husband Lu Feng on the playing field. He was very satisfied. In fact, soul masters don't value marriage very much, unless it is a political marriage to consolidate the relationship between two families. Generally speaking, soul masters are cautious about getting married, and most of them choose never to get married. For ordinary human, marriage may be a guarantee and a sense of security, but for a soul master, marriage does not bring these things. It is just a sense of ritual. If two people are in love, they will be together. If you don't love it anymore, just leave. Failure to win marriage affect cultivation. This is the concept held by most soul masters. Grandpa, can your mental power detect the situation in the arena? How is Lu Feng doing now? Qian Rongxiu asked. Hearing this, Qian Douluo pulled away from his thoughts and returned to reality, concentrating his mental power and scanning his eyes. I can sense the 7 members of the Wuhandian Academy team, but Lu Feng disappeared. He seems to have merged with the forest and become one with thousands of trees. It's hard to tell. Could it be me? Isn't your mental strength strong enough? You're so awesome. Qian Douluo sighed. This was also the first time he encountered such a situation. Lu Feng's 5th soul skill made him elusive even to Lu Feng. Qian Rongxiu was shocked. It is unimaginable that a peerless Douluo like Grandpa, who is so majestic in the world and invincible in the sky, would have such emotion. Would it consume too much soul power if he maintains such a large range soul skill? Qian Rongxiu was a little worried. She knew the inside story and knew that Lu Feng would most likely face Tang Hao's assassination today, so she went looking for it early in the morning. Qian Douluo brought his grandfather to watch the battle so that he could help Lu Feng at the critical moment, but Lu Feng had better keep his soul power just in case. As we all know, the larger the range and the more powerful the soul skill, the more soul power it consumes. The range of Lu Feng's soul skill is much larger than Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, and Shui Wu's extreme ice and snow drifting, and the vines have climbed up the tower. This tower is outside the arena. In other words, Lu Feng's 5th soul skill covers the entire arena. This is because Lu Feng injected the power of the god-level martial soul, making his 5th soul skill beyond imagination. Qian Rongxiu judged with normal thinking that Lu Feng's behavior was very draining of soul power. She also hoped that Lu Feng would retain his strength so that he could dodge in time and run faster when Tang Hao assassinated him. As I said just now, the surrounding plants and wood-type objects seem to have some kind of connection with him, transmitting energy to him. He uses this energy to stimulate the seeds sleeping in the ground and the spores in the air to grow rapidly. The plants and trees that are produced can generate energy and feed it back to him, forming an endless cycle. Therefore, not only does he not lose his soul power, he also has more powerful power. Only Qian Douluo can perceive such subtle things. Use the eyes in the spiritual world to see the flow of energy and make judgments based on it. There are not many plants in the city, and there may be tens of thousands of plants in this forest. How much energy will it bring to Lu Feng? Qian Rongxiu was very curious. More than that, the scope of his influence on plants is far beyond Wuhan City and beyond the range that I can perceive. Qian Douluo said, so strong. I thought that my martial spirit was similar to his, but now it seems that Seraphim is not as good as his star tree. Qian Rongxiu said, there is no need to belittle oneself. The gap in martial arts is not the most important. Absolute strength is the most important. I agree with what Lu Feng said. Cultivation is also about cultivating the mind. If you have a clear mind, you can conquer anything. The most terrifying thing about Lu Feng is, in my opinion, it depends on his understanding and wisdom. But fortunately, you two are in love, and your understanding and wisdom have also improved under his influence. Grandpa, you can't belittle me if you praise him. I have it. Are you so stupid? Qian Rongxiu pretended to be dissatisfied. Haha, I'm not saying that you are stupid. My granddaughter is naturally as smart as ice and snow. Otherwise, how could she become a wise king praised by all people? But Lu Feng's wisdom is probably unmatched by anyone in this world. This is true in the business world, but also in martial art cultivation. The same is true. Look, he used the characteristics of martial arts and combined with soul skills to create such a huge forest of confusion, trapping all opponents at once without losing his own soul power. This is an unparalleled feat, a pioneering work. Grandpa is saying that this is equivalent to his self-created soul skill. You can say that, and he used this self-created soul skill today just right. If Tang Hao were present, he would be trapped in the forest at this moment. Yes, Qian Rongxiu came to her senses. He understood the deep meaning behind Lu Feng's move, not just to defeat the Wuhandian Academy team, but also to attack Tang Hao. The Soul King took the initiative to attack peerless Douluo. Chapter 580. Bibi Dong discovers the secret. So I say, his wisdom is the most terrifying. Just be glad that he is not your enemy. Qian Douluo said. He dares. Qian Rongxiu pretended to be coquettish, but her eyes were full of joy, and deep happiness arose in her heart. Qian Douluo smiled and shook his head with without saying anything. In fact, Qian Daoliu had once imagined what he would do if Bibi Dong united with the Merchant Alliance and became his opponent. At that time, Qian Daoliu didn't know that Qian Rongxiu and Lu Feng were also friends. The first thing Qian Daoliu learned about was the close relationship between Bibi Dong and the leader of the Merchant Alliance. He wants to pave the way for Qian Rongxiu. If the alliance between Bibi Dong and the Merchant Alliance affect Qian Rongxiu's development, he will inevitably intervene and cannot let Bibi Dong dominate. At that time, it may be a hostile state. When Qian Rongxiu returned from Tiandu City, she told him about her relationship with Lu Feng, the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Only then did Qian Daoliu know that Qian Rongxiu's relationship with the Merchant Alliance was also very close. The mother-daughter relationship between Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong has also eased. Qian Daoliu felt relieved. From this, he could see that Bibi Dong, a woman, was not as ruthless to Qian Rongxiu as she seemed. At this time, Qian Daoliu noticed that there were changes on the field. He could sense Lu Feng. As long as Lu Feng chose to hide in this small forest, no matter how carefully he searched, he could not find a trace. Unless Lu Feng shows up on his own initiative. Lu Feng emerged from the dense jungle and walked up to Hu Lina with a smile. All the trees and weeds automatically made way for him. The sun was out, there was no one around, and the sound was cut off. Hu Lina felt that this was equivalent to a private space. She glanced at Lu Feng and said, "Husband, why do you need to spend so much soul power? It doesn't cost much. It's a special skill I learned temporarily." Lu Feng said, "A temporary realization indeed. It can also be said that it was forced out by the great pressure brought by Tang Hao." On the one hand, Lu Feng had to deal with Yan's provocation and participate in the battle, but on the other hand, he had to protect Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Shui Bing'er. In addition, we have to consider the safety of Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and other people in the business alliance. Bibi Dong is soft on the outside and strong on the inside, while Lu Erlong is just the opposite, tough on the outside and soft on the inside. But they also love themselves deeply and are equally willing to risk their lives for themselves. Lu Erlong had done this before in Haoshan sect, and when Bibi Dong's passion was burning that night, she let out her passion, which also gave him the feeling of parting and spending the last night together. Normally, with Bibi Dong's character, she should maintain a certain reserve and nobility of the female pope when she first experiences it, but that night she let go completely. It was so passionate, wild, and wanton. It's like he's risking everything. Lu Feng also guessed Bibi Dong's thought. She probably thought of it as her last night. Lu Feng felt very sad. Move. Another stupid woman. As long as the man she believes is good to her, she will repay him tenfold or 100-fold. Lu Feng couldn't bear to let such a woman, his eldest wife, be harmed even a little bit, let alone risk his life. We definitely can't let this stupid woman do stupid things and use level 98 to resist Tang Hao, who is level 99. So, how to do it? He couldn't stop Bibi Dong at level 98. Until standing on the field, Lu Feng was still thinking hard about this issue. I feel that if the Tianshui Academy team had the ultimate snow and ice control, things would be much easier to handle. At this time, he saw that the Wuhandian Academy team dispersed, abandoned their array, and all used roaming tactic. They were far apart from each other. Only Su Yu was left standing there. Su Yu was helplessly and calmly waiting to be harvested first. An idea flashed in Lu Feng's head. Separate. Use trees to divide the site into many small areas. Just like a giant ocean-going ship, the bottom is divided into many sealed compartments. Even if the bottom of the ship is damaged and water enters, only the sealed compartments in the damaged areas will be flooded. The ship will not sink and can continue to sail. And his fifth soul skill, 10,000 wood prison, happens to have a similar function. Can create a tiny forest. It can roughly cover 90% of the battlefield, but it's not enough. The larger the range, the better, and the longer the duration, the better. If you can use your ability to communicate with plant, it is possible. Since it can transport the natural power of plants into the body, after transformation, it can help others strengthen their endurance and absorb soul rings beyond their level. Then, it is better to transform the power of nature into the plants produced by soul skills. After all, they are both land. The thought came through. At this time, Yan was also condensing the flame soul power and releasing soul skills. Lu Feng also used his fifth soul skill at that moment. At the same time, his perception of plants instantly expanded to more than 20,000 meters, forming a connection. All plants within a radius of more than 20,000 meters obey his command and continuously deliver the power of nature. The difference is, previously, Lu Feng could only absorb the natural power of living plant. This time, the natural power contained in all wooden products was also transported. Wood has extremely tenacious vitality. Dead trees can sprout in spring. A branch can survive even if it is inserted into the soil, in the rock walls, in the cracks of the walls, on the roofs. As long as you give it a little nourishment, it will return you full of vitality. What's more, the nourishment given by Lu Feng comes from the original power of the god-level star tree martial spirit. Lu Feng did not expect this situation. Not only has the entire stadium turned into a dense forest, but the squares, street, and buildings outside the stadium walls are also covered by forest. Small saplings sprouted from the ground, and in a few breaths they grew into towering trees, even taller than the giant angel statue. That's good. This skill is not only special, it's simply amazing. If this was a desert, could you create an oasis? Hu Lina showed a sweet smile, stepped forward, stretched out her slender hand, and took Lu Feng's arm. Of course, Lu Feng shrugged. In the private space of this forest, Hu Lina snuggled next to Lu Feng, feeling overflowing with happiness. She fell in love with Lu Feng more and more, seeming to have forgotten her mission to defend the glory of the championship today. Her eyes were full of stars and she said, "Then can you make these plants bloom a flower?" "What's the point of blooming a flower?" Lu Feng smiled. My mind changed. Countless flowers around him immediately bloomed quietly at a speed visible to the naked eye. All flowers bloom. The flowers are colorful, and the flowers are fragrant. Ah, so beautiful. Hu Lina's pretty face was full of surprise, and her heart suddenly surged. She was among thousands of flowers and felt extremely romantic. It's hard to imagine whether this is on the battlefield or the final decisive battle. It should have been a fierce battle between you and me, but it became a romantic solitude for the two young lovers, a two-person world to a certain extent. I remember that you like red roses. Before he finished speaking, Lu Feng had a handful of bright red roses in his hand and presented them to Hu Lina. How do you know? I haven't told you that I like red roses. Hu Lina took the flowers and felt a little more joyful. That night in the royal garden of Tiandu City, I saw your eyes lingering on the red rose for the longest time, and then we also rolled among the rose bushes. Lu Feng said. Chapter 581 Bibi Dong reveals her biggest secret. Lu Feng's heart was agitated. He never expected that Hua Wu, who was extremely proud and strong, could say such words as tender as water and as deep as the sea. He stretched out his hand and intertwined his fingers with Hua Wu. Me too. I will love you forever. Hua Wu took the initiative to raise her red lips and give her a sweet kiss. The first ray of light in the morning slanted down on the two people hugging each other and kissing passionately. The golden light seemed to be specially designed to give them a bright and romantic color. Lu Feng knew very well that it was the different world concept that allowed him to be loved by so many women. If it were in the previous life, or in a world where other universal concepts were consistent, he will also stick to the weak water for 3000 and only drink from one gourd. Love only one person and grow old together. Because in the concepts of those worlds, if you already have a lover and then gets entangled with another woman, it is tantamount to betrayal and will definitely hurt your lover greatly. You cannot betray or hurt your lover because of your own greed. No matter which world he is in, Lu Feng will firmly choose to protect his lover as much as possible. Not betraying is the bottom line that Lu Feng sticks to. The system prompt. Lu Feng got the energy point to capture the goddess Hua Wu plus last night's gain. Hua Wu contributed a total of 20,000 energy point. The system generally determines the income of a task based on its difficulty. For Fire Dance, the system obviously judged it as difficult. If Lu Feng hadn't adopted some extreme special method, he probably wouldn't have captured her so easily. I do not know how long it has been. The two figures merged into one and slowly separated. Hua Wu, who has just begun to fall in love, is filled with happiness and sweetness. She felt that life had an extra layer of meaning. Next, Lu Feng took out the pots and pans and prepared breakfast. There's still one left from last night's roast lamb some, but the taste of baked food is greatly reduced after staying overnight, so it is not suitable for eating and is not suitable for breakfast. It's best to eat something light in the morning. His storage belt has plenty of space and plenty of spare spot. Hey, you even brought a table and chairs. Why didn't you take them out last night? Hua Wu was surprised to see Lu Feng bring out a complete set of dining utensils. Last night was the night of bonfire barbecue. What I wanted was to return to the wild feeling, Lu Feng said with a smile. Hehe, bonfire barbecue night is really yours, but yes, I really liked the feeling last night, eating meat wildly and drinking wildly. Hua Wu started to help set up. Then what is it now? It's a beautiful morning. It's the first time we have breakfast together under the warm sunshine. I want to have more of a sense of ceremony, Lu Feng said, scratching Hua Wu's small waist with his hand. I discovered last night that her waist is very sensitive. Hua Wu twisted her waist and started to giggle. Okay, don't make trouble. Let's do things first. The sense of ceremony. It's really interesting. Lu Feng's witty words made Hua Wu feel like a spring breeze and he was in a good mood. I'll light the fire, Hua Wu volunteered. After all, she majored in fire attribute soul power. Making fire is her innate skill. Hua Wu circulated his soul power and with a roar, a ball of golden red flame burst out from his fingertips. The flames were uncontrollable, jumping at her fingertips, rising into the sky like a fire dragon spraying dragon flames, directly igniting a big tree. The power of the flames was extremely fierce and the fire attribute soul power fluctuated and spread rapidly widely in all directions. If it doesn't stop, it may spread to the entire forest. Ouch! How could this happen? Huo Wu exclaimed, looking confused. Lu Feng raised his palm, and the water attribute soul power instantly condensed into a dragon-shaped water column. There was a faint dragon roar. The dragon-shaped water column flew away in circles. Wow! The prairie fire was extinguished in one fell swoop. Cooking and lighting a fire. You set the forest on fire. Lu Feng turned around and sighed with a smile. You still have water attribute soul power. Why do I seem to hear the roar of a dragon? Huo Wu said in surprise. Care about your own fire attribute first and look inside to feel any changes. Lu Feng reminded. In the eyes of ice and fire, he absorbed the dragon chi of the water dragon king and obtained the water attribute, which was both the ultimate water and the ultimate ice. Just now, I used the water attribute soul power to condense the water column to extinguish the flame. I didn't know why it was a dragon-shaped water column and emitted a dragon roar. Therefore, he could not explain Huo Wu's question. What is certain is that after last night's spring supper, the fire attribute of Huo Wu has undergone subtle changes. It probably ultimate fire. Huo Wu's eyes widened, and she was so shocked that her expression lost control. She understood now why she couldn't control the fire. Because her fire attribute evolved into the ultimate fire. Its power and concentration increased several times. So she habitually lit a small fire but created a strong fire. She once envied Yan's top flame attribute, but at this moment she had the ultimate fire that far exceeded the top flame. The Huo family is a family of flame attribute soul masters, and she knows exactly what this means. This means that her fire attribute talent has reached a peak. Not only does she have the potential to become a titled Douluo, she also has the opportunity to reach the peak of the soul master and become a peak powerhouse or even higher. There has never been a titled Douluo in the Huo family in the past generations because of their limited talent. A top-notch flame attribute like Yan is what they dream of. As for the ultimate fire, Huo Wu couldn't even imagine it. Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, I can explain this because you had an affair with me last night. I don't know exactly why this happened. Anyway, I have a passive ability to spread the ultimate element, but that's not all. Everyone can do it. Maybe you are lucky. Lu Feng, I love you so much. Huo Wu jumped on Lu Feng. A pair of jade arms wrapped around Lu Feng like an octopus and a pair of snow-white round legs. He tightly hugged Lu Feng's waist and his whole body was glued to Lu Feng's body, making big movement. Knowing that it was Lu Feng who gave her the ultimate fire, she was deeply moved and excited by this huge gift. Don't be too excited. Okay, come on down. Let's make breakfast first. Lu Feng patted Huo Wu behind Huan Yuan. I won't come down. I won't make breakfast. Let's do something. I still need to. Huo Wu breathed heavily and sweet kisses fell on Lu Feng like raindrops. Are you sure? An evil smile appeared on Lu Feng's lips. Huo Wu's breath was stagnant. After a pause, she quickly got off Lu Feng. To avoid provoking Lu Feng's wolfish nature, it would be endless. Lu Feng only gave up after begging for mercy several times last night. It's still burning and the swelling has not subsided. The action was too big just now. Everything was involved, but I was just too excited to notice it for a moment. After calming down for a while, Huo Wu felt a dull pain. Not sure. I'll listen to you. Let's make breakfast first, Huo Wu said shyly. Lu Feng laughed and said nothing, but that understandable look said everything. If you still laugh, I'll bite you. Huo Wu angrily pounced on you. Chapter 582. The Night of Separation and Death. Although Hulina was invincible in charm, she was extremely clean and self-loving. She always treated men with dignity and coldness. Even though Yan, a member of the Golden Generation, had been pursuing her for a long time, she never let him touch her. Until I met Lu Feng. Lu Feng must keep his mind clear at the moment and cannot be controlled by Hulina in case something goes wrong in Wanmiakuang prison, so we can only turn on the true vision eyes to fight. Lu Feng's eyes flashed with golden light and he looked directly at Hulina. Previously, Lu Feng and Hulina had fought like this in Tianshui College. At that time, Hulina's second soul skill was Hu Mei, and Lu Feng's eye skill had not yet broken through, which was the golden eye of true vision. Hulina was completely defeated this time, but he saw the pink light in Hulina's eyes blazing brightly as if it had substance. It was she who sensed something was wrong and increased the amount of spiritual power she injected into it. Her soul skill is mainly controlled by mental power. Although she loved Lu Feng deeply, she didn't like failure in her heart, and her drive to refuse to admit defeat had not gone away. Though after the martial soul evolved, you should be able to use this skill to temporarily control Lu Feng and let him do something interesting. But when Lu Feng activated his pupil technique, his eyes were like a blazing sun staring at him. Her mind trembled violently. As soon as she touched Lu Feng's mental power, she felt it. It was like a towering mountain, indestructible and could easily crush her. It was like a vast sea, unfathomable, and the stormy waves instantly submerged her mental energy. Unexpectedly, there was such a huge gap between her mental strength and Lu Feng's. She increased her mental energy injection, not to attack but to protect her mind from backlash. But the result useless. Lu Feng's mental energy came back and her eyes were dull for a while and then they became empty. Her self-awareness was suppressed and her mind was controlled by Lu Feng. Hey, it can still be like this. Lu Feng was a little surprised. Another special effect of the true vision eye was discovered. Bound to put it more elegantly, treat others in their own way. Hu Lina's ecstasy and charm were suppressed by Lu Feng and rebounded onto herself. In other words, Hu Lina was seduced by Lu Feng. For a certain period of time, she allowed Lu Feng to drive her. Even if Lu Feng asked her to kill Ziyu, she would do it without any hesitation. Second senior sister, my dear wife, you are not pretending, are you? Lu Feng was not sure. Hu Lina did not respond, looking at Lu Feng with empty eyes, waiting for Lu Feng's instructions. Lift up the skirt. Just as Lu Feng thought, Hu Lina grabbed the hem of the skirt with her slender fingers. Forget it, forget it. Lu Feng quickly stopped. It was certain that Hu Lina was really charmed by herself. Otherwise, Hu Lina, who is extremely self-loving and arrogant, would never lift up her skirt, because here he is not the only one who can see it. Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu also used spiritual perception beyond the naked eye to see her actions. In doing so, she broke her bottom line. Of course, Lu Feng would not play tricks on his wife while outsiders were watching, unless it's boudoir fun in a private space where two people are alone. Otherwise it would be disrespectful to Hu Lina, and to be more serious, it would also be a humiliation. Second senior sister, follow me. Lu Feng took Hu Lina's hand and led her to a relatively safe place. Yes, master. Hu Lina responded respectfully like a slave girl. Alas, Nana was defeated in one move. Bibi Dong sighed quietly with a bitter smile on her lips. She carefully cultivated Hu Lina and saw in Hu Lina the future hope of Wuhan Palace. But when he arrived at Lu Feng's place, he was manipulated at will. And this was even after Hu Lina ate the fairy grass and evolved her martial soul. Lu Feng took Hu Lina away from the audience and asked her to cross the edge of the stage, then remove her mind control. After leaving the battle arena, according to the rules of the competition, she also lost and could no longer enter the battle arena. How is my brother? Hu Lina woke up and smoothed her long golden red hair and asked. Send it right away, Lu Feng said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yu, Su Yu and others were trapped like rice dumplings by the thick vine. Under the relay of countless plant branches, they were transmitted and thrown out of the battlefield. Xia Yu looked frustrated and helpless. It's a bit embarrassing to be defeated like this. He had never even fought against Lu Feng head-on. The martial soul fusion skill didn't even have time to activate. It can be said that it is defeated without a fight. Their tactics were useless in the face of Lu Feng's absolute strength. Wan Mu's crazy prison made them feel frightened. This terrifying forest was like a huge monster that suddenly swallowed them into its belly. Countless branches and vines squeezed in and swallowed them up. They possess powerful soul skills, but they can't cope with the plant army coming like a huge wave. The vegetation here is extraordinary. Xia Yu couldn't cut through the slightly thicker vines and branches with her moon blade. You need to use soul skills to completely cut it off. But the branches of the vines kept coming, one wave after another. Xia Yu used her soul skill to cut off a vine, and 10 more vines came around. It is everywhere in the sky and on the earth. It was as if they had been eaten by the forest and swallowed up in its belly. After performing the attacking soul skill once, Xia Yu stopped to take a breath. After a short pause, her feet were bound by vine. Then came the arm, waist, neck. The cold vine branches rubbed his skin like a steel cable that couldn't be broken and tightened tighter and tighter until he couldn't move. Xia Yu knew that if Lu Feng appeared at this time and gave him a fatal blow, he could only bear it. Life and death are in Lu Feng's hands, but he knew that Lu Feng would not kill him. He was very lucky that Lu Feng was his brother-in-law. After Xia Yu gave up her resistance, the tree vines no longer tightened. Immediately afterward, he was transported out by the tree vines and met his younger sisters Hu Lina and Lu Feng. Xia Yu was like this, and the other team members were even worse. He was thrown out of the battle stage almost at the same time. Brother, I'm sorry. Lu Feng smiled and went over to untie Xia Yu. Xia Yu was untied by Lu Feng himself and gained face. Her expression softened a little. She shook her head and said, Brother-in-law, you are so shameless. I will never fight you again. The red cloud that had just faded from Hu Lianayu's face returned. Fly up to the chi. Before she and Lu Feng got married, Lu Feng called her uncle. My brother actually calls me brother-in-law. Still in front of Su Yu and other teammates. So embarrassing. And what was surging inside her was sweetness and joy. Hu Lina felt that her brother was wrong again and retorted, how can you call this a scumbag? It's obvious that even the 7 of us couldn't withstand Lu Feng's soul skill, and we lost worse than Shenfeng Academy. Nana, why don't you do it? Brother, save some face, Xia Yu said with a bitter smile. He didn't blame his sister for turning her arms outward because everything she said was true. Actually, it's okay. Shenfeng Academy lost the game in front of tens of thousands of spectators, but not one of them. The audience saw you lose the game. Lu Feng comforted. When the third young master said this, I felt much better. Su Yu said with a hint of flattery. Su Yu asked about it. This third young master is not only extremely wealthy but also extremely generous to those around him. His woman, needless to say, in the Shrek Academy team, the food-type soul master Oscar who hangs out with him used to be very poor and relied on selling sausages to raise tuition. Now he is extremely rich. He wears a storage belt that looks like high-end good, worth tens of thousands. Therefore, when Su Yu had the opportunity, he would also get close to each other and get familiar with each other first. The number of people is wrong. We still have one person who hasn't come out. Where is Yan? Xia Yu suddenly discovered that there was one less person in the team. Don't worry, Yan needs special care. Your battle is over and my battle has just begun. Before he finished speaking, Lu Feng's body swayed and disappeared. Chapter 583 Flower of Stick. Reluctant to leave, Hua Wu returned to the team first. Lu Feng went to the Pope's palace to meet with Bibi Dong. After a rough discussion, he went out to see the layout of the business alliance. It is not that the forces of the merchant alliance are required to directly confront Tang Hao, but that they should minimize the casualties of the people, including ordinary members of the merchant alliance, on the premise of self-protection. There are thousands of people and their families in Wuhan City Merchant Alliance. Once Tang Hao wreaks havoc in Wuhan City, it will seriously endanger people's lives and property. As for today's game, there is no team matchup that I care about, so I can watch it or not. Lu Feng took a look around and was very satisfied. The Merchant Alliance has many talents and is very efficient. Within one day, Wuhan City was divided into several areas. Key areas are heavily guarded at all levels. For example, the scope of the Business Alliance Wuhan City branch building. Elite scouts and spies are scattered in non-key areas, combining light and dark with dense eyeliners. If there is any disturbance, you can immediately find out the details. Messy tent area. It's also clearly organized. Entering Wuhan City from the outside, many people had nowhere to stay and pitched tents everywhere. The Merchant Alliance replaced Wuhan City and was responsible for this part of management. Ordinary people, ordinary soul masters, and powerful soul masters above soul saint perform partition management. The latter is Tang Hao's target and a key protection target because Bibi Dong revealed a secret while communicating with him. Tang Hao's ninth test as Rax Hasa God requires him to devour the soul power and souls above soul saint. Deal with this. The Business Alliance construction team built a unified high-end tent area in a short period of time to provide free VIP level services for soul masters above soul emperor, including accommodation, transportation, and ticket arrangement, but real name registration is required to be on the safe side. Even the soul emperor cannot be harmed by Tang Hao. Come to Wuhan City to watch the competition. It's hard to get a ticket. Now everyone above the soul emperor level can receive free tickets and enjoy the services of the Merchant Alliance. They don't have to crowd together with ordinary soul masters to set up tent, which makes them look much more noble. Unless you are someone with ulterior motives, everyone is willing to register with your real name. Everyone has also heard about the case of the soul master's disappearance. Now that they are under the protection of the Merchant Alliance, they feel much more at ease. Leader of the Merchant Alliance, you and I are at odds with each other. Tang Hao hid in the shadows outside the VIP tent area of the Merchant Alliance, gritting his teeth with a fierce and malicious look in his completely black eyes. This area was formed yesterday. The Merchant Alliance's flying scouts are hovering in the sky in shift, and ground patrols, overt sentries, and hidden sentries have formed a tight network. There is only one exit in the VIP tent area, and all entrances and exits are subject to inspection. There are no loopholes to follow. Tang Hao stayed in secret all night. Not a single soul saint was caught. They didn't dare to forcefully break through the tight network of the Business Alliance. Although he can easily kill guards or sentries with just a few moves, he will definitely alert everyone. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Wuhan City. Strong men are everywhere, and there are even peerless strong men like Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong sitting here. Once he is exposed, he may lose the opportunity to assassinate the leader of the Merchant Alliance. After waiting so hard for so many days, Tang Hao was certainly not willing to give up. But if he does not give up on assassinating the leader of the Merchant Alliance, he will have to suspend the ninth test of Rax Hasa God because he can no longer assassinate soul masters above soul saint. Even the soul emperor was protected. The soul masters who were originally staying at the hotel, including soul emperor and above, knew that there were free Merchant Alliance services and tickets, so they all checked out and stayed in the Merchant Alliance VIP tent area, devouring 7 more soul saints and 2 soul Douluo. The ninth test will complete the second stage. Rax Hasa God will reminded. The ninth test of Rax Hasa God has 3 stages in total. Each time you complete a stage, your strength increases significantly and you get closer to the realm of God. His soul power reaches level 99 and he has the body of a demigod. Between level 99 and level 100 there are 2 stages, the body of a quasi-god and the body of a pseudo-god. After Tang Hao devoured several powerful soul masters the day before yesterday. He completed the first stage and entered the body of a quasi-god. After completing the ongoing second phase, you will have the body of the false god. Completing the final third stage also completes the inheritance of God, attains the body of a true god, and transforms soul power into divine power. The third stage is extremely difficult and requires a long period of accumulation. Moreover, in the 3 stages, the soul power will be suppressed at level 98, but the various attributes of the body can be enhanced. For Tang Hao, the first and second stages were relatively easy to handle, as long as he kept devouring high-level soul masters. Easier said than done, Tang Hao said angrily. He doesn't mind killing innocent people indiscriminately, but now the leader of the Merchant Alliance won't give him a chance. The forces of the Merchant Alliance follow the instructions of the leader of the Merchant Alliance and assist Wuhan Palace in doing these things. Therefore, Tang Hao placed his resentment on the leader of the Merchant Alliance. You still have a choice. Just kill Lu Feng, then leave Wuhan City. After completing the second stage of the 9th test, come back for revenge. Rakshasa God will. The will of the Rakshasa God is the embodiment of extreme evil and very cunning. He proposes a retreat based on the changes in the current situation. The soul-killing King Lu Feng is relatively simple. The will of the Rakshasa God is very afraid of Lu Feng's peerless talent and does not want to give Lu Feng any more time to grow. Tang Hao thought for a while and said, kill Lu Feng first. I'm afraid the leader of the Merchant Alliance will hide again. He has been hiding behind the scenes and dominated the Merchant Alliance for so many years. Outsiders can't even see his image, soul power, martial art, etc. But knowing that Tai Hui is hiding, if he loses this opportunity, it will be even harder to find him, and by that time, the 3 peerless Douluo of the Merchant Alliance will definitely be with him to protect him. That makes sense. Then just wait. With your current strength, as long as the leader of the Merchant Alliance is not a peerless Douluo, you can use your strongest strike to kill him. Will he be a peerless Douluo? Tang Hao could only overestimate the strength of the Merchant Alliance leader. After all, the Merchant Alliance leader can recruit 3 peerless Douluo, so his own strength may not be much worse. The will of the Rakshasa God did not respond. He couldn't guess this either. He was just the will of God, with only a limited ray of divine power. In order to support Tang Hao, all his divine power was exhausted. If the true form of Rakshasa God comes to Wuhan City, he can use his spiritual consciousness to search the whole city, and all the powerful people in the city can be seen at a glance. It is a pity that the passage to the divine world is damaged and the true God cannot come to the world. Now, Business Alliance Wuhan City Branch Building. Lu Feng met with the elders of the Merchant Alliance to discuss. It's amazing that the 7 elders have mastered the 7-in-1 fusion technique overnight. Lu Feng was very happy. The 7-in-1 fusion technique comes from the Haoshan sect, but it is not the first one created by the Haoshan sect. This secret technique has been passed down for hundreds of years. The Haoshan sect was once powerful and had collected various secret techniques, including the 7-in-1 fusion technique. As long as the 7 people work together to form a 7-in-1 array and follow the secret technique, they can concentrate their soul power on one of them for fusion. In the original plot, in order for Tang San to win the game, Tang Hao gave the 7-in-1 fusion technique diagram to Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. The Shrek 7 monsters used this to defeat many people with much higher soul power than them. Team. In this life, Lu Feng used the Peerless Douluo experience card to fight against the 7 titled Douluo of the Haoshan sect with 1 man. The Haoshan sect also used the 7-in-1 fusion technique. After destroying the Haoshan sect, Tang Xiao and other storage belts were seized, from which the formation diagram of the 7-in-1 fusion technique was obtained. Chapter 584. Talking about conditions. Tang Hao was speechless. Knowing that Tang Hao had now become a peerless Douluo, Lu Feng temporarily asked 7 elders to form a formation and practice the 7-in-1 fusion technique. They are all strong men with extremely high understanding. Lu Feng hopes they can complete it in a short time. Lu Feng was overjoyed to learn that they had mastered the 7-in-1 fusion technique in just one night. In this case, the Business Alliance has an additional layer of protection. The combined power of 7 people merged into Sword Douluo plus Ning Fengzi's auxiliary buff. A Sword Douluo who is about to break through the 98th level. His soul power can reach the level of a 19th level peerless Douluo. He also has a fighting chance with Tang Hao, but Lu Feng didn't need them to fight tooth and nail, as long as they were able to protect themselves and the people in the Business Alliance. Since Bone Douluo joined the formation, Ning Fengzi, who lost his protection, had to follow them. Ning Fengzi is the future father-in-law and currently the #1 auxiliary soul master in the world, so he has to be careful. With Ning Fengzi's assistant, the power of the 7-in-1 fusion technique has increased by more than 1 level. Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, Tai Tan, and Lu Erlong have all reached level 89 in soul power. When Lu Feng first met them, their soul power was stagnant. With the rise of the Merchant Alliance, their status became more and more noble, and they all became rich, high-spirited and enlightened. With sufficient top-level cultivation resources and the absorption of top-level soul bone, their soul power quickly improved, reaching the level of half-step title Douluo. Except for Lu Erlong, the other three people are not very talented. They have reached the bottleneck of titled Douluo and it is difficult to break through. Lu Erlong improved most rapidly. She was depressed due to the emotional injury caused by Yu Xiaogang. When she was over level 70, her soul power progress slowed down and she was overtaken by Flanders, who was not as talented as her. After meeting Lu Feng, she was appointed as the CEO of the Merchant Alliance. She followed Lu Feng's advice and turned her attention to work, and her soul power began to improve normally. Later, Lu Feng designed Yu Xiaogang to reveal himself, and Lu Erlong recognized Yu Xiaogang's true nature. Her heart knot was completely opened, and her soul power increased by leaps and bounds. Lu Feng helped her evolve her martial soul into the red fire sacred dragon, and gave her top-grade soul bones and fairy grass. Her cultivation talent was greatly enhanced, and her soul power improvement speed was greatly accelerated. Lu Erlong came from behind and overtook Flanders, and now he has caught up with Yang Wudi and other elders. As for Lu Erlong, who was in his early 80s with soul power, he could compete with Lai Yang Douluo in the Haoshan sect with his nearly god-level Crimson Fire Holy Dragon Spirit. Lu Erlong, who is now a half-step titled Douluo, is naturally more powerful than before and is not inferior to ordinary titled Douluo. This 7-in-1 fusion technique is not too mysterious and not difficult. Sword Douluo's eyes showed excitement. Having mastered the fusion technique last night, he felt the vast soul power of a peerless Douluo, and his confidence and fighting spirit doubled at the same time. Let Tang Hao come. We are looking forward to fighting him. Lu Erlong stared at Lu Feng and said firmly. She had an opinion about Lu Feng using himself as bait when the three peerless Douluo could not come to practice in seclusion. She was worried that something might happen to Lu Feng and she would be unable to protect him. Now that I have mastered the 7-in-1 fusion technique, I feel much more at ease. Lu Feng was happy to see teacher Erlong regain his unyielding domineering spirit, but he certainly could not let his wife go to all length. We can't say it clearly now, but we will make her obey the arrangements when the time comes. Whether he was giving an order as the leader of the alliance or conquering in private, I'm afraid that Tang Hao, the turtle grandson, will never be able to hide. Poison Douluo's hoarse voice revealed a murderous aura. Lord Leader, I know that you are extremely sad and angry because of Lao Bai's death, and you are bent on avenging Lao Bai. However, we might as well discuss the matter of showing up in person and arrange for a substitute. It was Yang Wudi who made the suggestion. Among the four single attribute clan, Yang Wudi and Bai He have the best personal relationship and are as close as brothers. Back then, the four tribes were in trouble due to being implicated by Tang Hao and the Haoshan sect, but Yang Wudi and Bai He still maintained regular contact. The Min clan has no money-making skills and is unable to survive. It is Yang Wudi who is helping Bai He, but in order to protect Lu Feng, Yang Wudi still hoped that Lu Feng would not take risk. It makes sense. The safety of the alliance leader is related to the survival of our merchant alliance. It is best not to take this risk. Of course, the replacement must be worthy of complete trust. Niu Gao said, let my grandson Tai Long be the substitute. Tai Tan said. Niu Gao's eyes were as big as copper bells and he stared. Old orangutan, I haven't finished speaking yet. Your Tai Long is too stupid and his figure is not the same, but I have a grandson with the same figure as the leader. He looked like an adult and is smart, making him a suitable substitute for the leader of the alliance. Tai Tan retorted, your grandson is too stupid and no one has seen the leader of the alliance. The substitute will just stop there and say a few words. Anyway, he is wearing a mask so his face cannot be seen. Looking at the two elders when they started arguing, Lu Feng raised his hand and said, okay, stop arguing. I have made my decision. There is no need to discuss the substitute. Neither of them said the subtext. There are fatal dangers in being a stand-in. If the 7-in-1 fusion skill cannot stop Tang Hao, or if an accident occurs, the substitute will inevitably die. Niu Gao and Tai Tan each fought to let their grandson take Lu Feng's place. In fact, they fought to put their grandson in danger of death. They did this for Lu Feng. Lu Feng was of course aware of their good intention, and he flatly refused, unwilling to let others put himself in a dangerous situation for him, which showed the decisiveness and responsibility of the alliance leader. Sword Douluo, Poison Douluo, Bone Douluo, and others saw this and were moved in their heart. I saw Lu Feng's courage and courage again. From this small detail, we can understand why Lu Feng was able to win the support of the four single attribute tribes when he had no soul power. They were even more convinced of Lu Feng. The astonishing talent that Lu Feng showed yesterday shows that Lu Feng must have gone further than them on the path of cultivation. Only if Lu Feng is alive can the most noble ideal of eternal peace be realized. They secretly made up their minds that even if they died in Wuhan City, they had to ensure that the leader of the alliance was safe. This day, the Tian Shui Academy Academy team faced off against the Kamikaze team. Not much suspense. Kamikaze team's only chance is to destroy Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu's three-person martial soul fusion technique. The Tian Shui Academy team also guessed the tactics of the Kamikaze team and adopted a comprehensive reduction of the defensive circle. Shui Binger took the lead and used the instant skill to freeze, staring at Feng Xiaotian and saying hello. The ultimate ice sealed Feng Xiaotian and Hua Wushuan. However, Hua Wu accidentally avoided the ice and resisted the freezing cold air, becoming a highlight. After not seeing each other for 2 days, Hua Wu seemed to have changed into a different person and his strength had greatly increased, which was surprising. Hua Wu became the only surprise soldier who could destroy the fusion skills of the three martial arts. After Hua Wu approached, Shui Binger used the resistance ice ring to repel him. Shui Yuer looks carefree, but in fact she is thoughtful, has superb fighting skills, and has a tacit understanding with her sister Shui Binger. Under the combined attack of the Shui sisters, Hua Wu can't sing with his palm alone, and his soul power is not as good as his opponent. After 2 days of intensive training, the three of them became more proficient in using their martial soul fusion skills. A huge phoenix of ice and snow formed, and as soon as the extreme ice and snow drifted out, the Kamikaze team never had a chance. The Tian Shui Academy team won. Due to Hua Wu's eye-catching performance, it was also a wonderful game. Feng Xiaotian, the most powerful person in Shenfeng Academy, became a foil. Like Yan, he was in the ice, watching helplessly losing the game without any performance. Hua Wu was also proud of his defeat, and the audience gave bursts of cheers and applause without hesitation. The strange thing is that Hua Lai and Hua Wu didn't seem to care at all about losing the game. Instead, their faces were red and their smiles were full, as if they were happier than winning the game. Hua Lai was uncharacteristically looking at Lu Feng with a smile, his face full of kindness and gratitude. Lu Feng's heart was like a mirror, and Hua Lai guessed the source of Hua Wu's ultimate fire attribute. In fact, it is not difficult to guess that Hua Wu was carried away by Lu Feng at that time. After returning, his strength soared, and he also possessed the ultimate fire that the Hua family could not even imagine. Lu Feng also responded with a smile, but his mental energy swept around the audience, carefully observing whether Tang Hao was there. It would save a lot of trouble if Tang Hao could be locked and tracked in advance, and Tang Hao is very cunning. Since the last time he released his strong murderous thought, he has disappeared without a trace of breath. The good news is that after the strong intervention of the Business Alliance to assist in control, there have been no more missing cases of soul masters in the past 2 days. Well, it depends on tomorrow. Chapter 585. Tang Hao, young man, don't insult me with money. As soon as Yan's words left his mouth, Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu's eyes showed murderous intent at the same time. Wuhan Palace has only one word for treating traitors: kill. Bibi Dong especially hated Yan. Every member of the Golden Generation was cultivated by her hard work and countless resources. Yan, who is worse than a beast, not only betrayed Wuhan Palace but also took refuge in Wuhan Palace's archenemy Tang Hao, acting as a mole. Then what? Lu Feng asked. Then I can also tell you where Tang Hao is today and who he is pretending to be. But if you want me to tell you, you must first explain what you just said. Yan made up his mind. If Lu Feng's explanation was not clear enough, or if the flaw of deception is exposed, he will not reveal Tang Hao's whereabouts and appearance. If he dies, he will die, and when the time comes, Tang Hao will also pull Lu Feng to be his backer. It piqued my interest. Lu Feng's face was calm, with no expression of joy or anger. In fact, he was overjoyed. This is the effect you want, otherwise there would be no time to talk to Yan here so much. Lu Feng wrapped his voice with soul power and spread it to Bibi Dong's ears. My precious wife, can you see more specifically? I just lied mostly. In fact, I don't know what changes are happening in his body. Most of them are based on the previous information was a blind guess. A faint smile flashed across Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes, but her voice was pretending to be proud. I can't see him, and it's so far away that I can't detect the changes in his body with just my mental power. You can continue to guess blindly. Lu Feng, tell me. Yan saw Lu Feng pause for a long time and urged him impatiently. His whole body was stuck in the soil. He was seriously injured, and there was a spear stuck on the tip of his nose, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Every second was torture for him. Ahem. Lu Feng cleared his throat, thought for a moment, and then pretended to be profound and said, have you accepted the divine examination training of the Rakshasa god? He couldn't explain at the moment, so the best way was to ask rhetorically. The reason why I asked this was because Poseidon will felt a trace of Rakshasa god breath on Yan. How do you know? Lu Feng said it clearly, which made Yan extremely surprised and believed most of it immediately. He accepts only he and Tang Hao knew about the Rakshasa god divine examination. The task was very simple and he passed it smoothly. There was no trace left behind and even the house was burned down. Seeing Yan's reaction, Lu Feng knew that he had guessed correctly again. I know better, he said said forcefully. You just need to answer me yes or no. Yes, Yan said. What level of divine examination did you accept? Lu Feng asked again. Yellow level 1 exam. Haha, is that so? It is indeed the lowest level of the divine examination. What? No way. The divine examination is roughly divided into yellow level, black level, and top level. Each level is divided into tests 1 to 9. The more test item, the greater the reward. You can calculate for yourself what level of test you are. This is Lu Feng's strength. The divine test was described in detail in the original plot. It was a big event. He remembered it very well. He talked about it lucidly and analyzed it clearly. It's the lowest level, Yan said emotionally. He thought that taking the yellow level exam would be an excellent opportunity. I didn't expect it to be the lowest level. If any of your teammates goes there, they can probably get a black level divine test. But you are the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, the best in the academy, and possess the dual attribute ancient flame lord martial soul. With your talent, why can you only get the lowest level divine test? Think about it yourself. Lu Feng didn't explain it clearly. Reserve some points for Yan to think for himself, and the answer is already ready to come out. Yan Fan suddenly woke up. He was tricked by Tang Hao. By the way, you may not know that because the leader of the Merchant Alliance has a good relationship with Poseidon Douluo, he helped His Majesty the Pope resolve their feud with Poseidon Douluo. Poseidon Douluo agreed in principle that His Majesty the Pope would represent the Spirit Hall against Poseidon Island. After apologizing and making a certain contribution, 3 young disciples can be sent to Poseidon Island for training every 4 years. You were originally on the list of 3 people under the Pope's crown, but now it is useless even if you are allowed to go. Everyone can only take the test once. Lu Feng's words deeply penetrated Yan's heart. He collapsed, instantly burst into tears. The past time appears in my mind and passes by vividly. He knew that His Majesty the Pope had painstakingly cultivated the 3 of them. The person he was most ashamed of was Pope Bibi Dong, but they didn't expect that the extremely tough His Majesty the Pope would lower his extremely noble dignity for them and apologize to Poseidon Douluo just to give them the opportunity to go to Poseidon Island to undergo the divine test. If he does not have evil thoughts and implement them, then his future is limitless. There is a simple record in the secret books of Wuhan Palace. If you go to Poseidon Island to practice, even if you reach the Soul Emperor level, your soul power will be improved very quickly, and you may also get unexpected great opportunities. He only saw this section. His level is not high enough and not all secret books can be seen. But now, it's too late to say anything. The moment he accepted Tang Hao's bewitchment and betrayed Wuhan Palace, he lost all qualifications. Tang Hao obviously didn't really help him, but used it once and then threw it away. When he was practicing in the early morning, he actually felt that it was very strenuous to practice. Progress is much slower than before. The power in his body seems to be out of control. I still feel that this power is weak and the foundation is unstable. I thought it was just a minor sequelae after the big outbreak and it would get better in the future. But after some analysis by Lu Feng, Yan clearly realized that it would never be better. A yellow level test can prove it. However, Lu Feng, who faced off against the Soul King with the strength of the Soul Emperor, was crushed by a normal attack. It fully proves that this power is imaginary, like rootless duckweed. A power without a foundation may seem powerful, but when faced with a true master, it is instantly suppressed. Although he was jealous of Lu Feng at the beginning, he never thought of killing Lu Feng. Lu Feng was not prepared to kill him either. The condition Lu Feng requested in the contract was that if he and his team lost the game, as long as he left the Wuhan Hall, he would never appear in front of Hu Lina. The worst outcome is just that. But because of Tang Hao's involvement, he betrayed Wuhan Palace and had the intention of killing Lu Feng. Lu Feng could feel it and naturally wanted to kill him. It's all his own fault. Now he is going to die. He was tricked to death by Tang Hao. Not only did Yan not want to be loyal to Tang Hao anymore, he also wanted to bite off a piece of Tang Hao's flesh. Tang Hao. Yan's voice squeezed out from the gap between clenched teeth, and the teeth chattered. Lu Feng, I will tell you everything I know. I hope you can kill Tang Hao. But Tang Hao, he is too strong now. His first target is your alliance leader. Please tell your alliance leaders not to show up. Otherwise even His Majesty the Pope will not be able to stop him. It is best to summon the 3 major ministers of the Merchant Alliance to deal with Tang Hao together. Well, continue, Lu Feng said. Next, Yan told everything he knew about Tang Hao. Chapter 586 Yan's Rakshasa God Examination. After saying that, Yan exhaled and seemed to feel much more relaxed and said dejectedly, okay, you can kill me now. I have changed my mind. Let Wuhan Palace judge you. Lu Feng felt there is no need to kill Yan personally. After the Wuhan Palace trial, Yan will definitely die. The reason why he didn't kill Yan personally was so that his love with Hu Lina could be more perfect. Although Hu Lina has never had a romantic relationship with Yan, after all, they grew up together and still have friendship which can be regarded as childhood. Yan has been pursuing Hu Hu Lina for a long time and regards herself as a love rival, thinking that she is trying to steal her love. But if Hu Lina's childhood friend and suitor were killed today, everyone would think it was related to emotional entanglement. Hu Lina would be under pressure, and the love between him and Hu Lina might be mixed with a little impurity. Of course no one blames him, but when Hu Lina and Ziyu think about this in the future, they will inevitably feel a little regret. On the contrary, if you let Yan go, Bibi Dong, Hu Lina, Xiaoyu, etc. will feel that you are generous. Moreover, Yan truthfully confessed about Tang Hao, which was more beneficial to the overall situation. Please be lenient if you confess. So Lu Feng decided that today don't be this bad guy. The result is the same anyway. Yan committed an unforgivable crime against Wu Hundian. Bibi Dong was satisfied with Lu Feng's handling of the matter and said in her heart, "My lord, thank you for leaving Yan to me. Killing him like this is too easy. This Pope wants to regard him as a negative example. Be a warning to others." Lu Feng's handling method was also recognized by Qian Daoliu. Qian Daoliu nodded with approval. Even at such a moment he is still broad-minded and calm. Although my grandson-in-law is young, he has the demeanor of everyone. No wonder people say that he is unparalleled in the world. Grandpa, what did he do? Tell me quickly, Qian Rongxiu said urgently. Grandpa praised Lu Feng, and she was naturally happy, but she wanted to know what Lu Feng had done at this moment and whether he was in danger. He did not kill Yan, but handed Yan over to Wuhan Palace for processing. Qian Daoliu said, that traitor deserved his death. How is Lu Feng doing now? Qian Rongxiu guessed that Lu Feng had been maintaining this forest barrier to prepare for facing Tang Hao. Grandpa Qian Daoliu didn't know yet that Lu Feng was the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Qian Daoliu smiled and said, don't worry, Grandpa won't let anything happen to such a good grandson-in-law. Wait, why did he go to the auditorium? Danger. Qian Rongxiu's face changed. He disappeared again, as if he had merged with 10,000 trees. Qian Rongxiu frowned slightly. With his peerless Douluo's spiritual power, it felt quite embarrassing that he could not detect the specific movements of a soul king from such a distance. Suddenly, Tang Hao, you shy turtle, I know you are hiding in the audience. Why don't you come out and take a few steps? Lu Feng's voice resounded throughout the audience, echoing in the forest far and near. Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu, Qian Rongxiu, Lu Erlong, and others all moved and were shocked. They were fully prepared and ready to attack Tang Hao. The plan was to wait for the leader of the Merchant Alliance to show up, lure Tang Hao to attack, and then the strong men would intercept him. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng did not follow common sense, directly provoke Tang Hao. Lu Feng is as gentle as jade on weekdays, always with a sunny smile, giving people warmth and happiness, and giving generously without reservation. He didn't say a single heroic word today. However, what he is doing at this moment, awe-inspiring display of his arrogance, his strength. He has the courage to swallow up thousands of miles like a tiger. He used the power of the Soul King to directly challenge the peerless Douluo Tang Hao. Tang Hao was currently trapped in a forest cage. Each other knows that the other is aware of their existence. It turns out that Lu Feng was in the light and Tang Hao was in the dark. Now Lu Feng is equivalent to being in the dark. When Tang Hao heard this, he could clearly feel Lu Feng's provocation to him. Lu Feng scolded Tang Hao directly. A peerless Douluo with a demigod body was insulted by a young soul king, and the humiliation increased several times. How to make a choice depends on Tang Hao. This is a very delicate situation. Tang Hao felt very sad, feeling like sitting on pins and needles. Let's attack violently. The leader of the Merchant Alliance didn't show up. Lu Feng is not the primary target. In order to kill Lu Feng, it was not worthwhile to lose the opportunity to kill the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Killing a representative of the alliance leader is not enough to shake the Merchant Alliance. Just continue to suffer. How can I endure being scolded by Lu Feng by name? Not to mention that he is a peerless strong man now. Even with his previous super Douluo majesty, he could not let a junior be so insulted. The surrounding spectators screamed. Tang Hao is in the audience. Oh my god, no way. What's going on? It's over. It's over. Something big is going to happen. I can't even run away. Trees trapped us here. I hope you are joking. I bought such an expensive ticket to watch the game and endured such terrifying dangers. This is Lu Feng's voice. He actually dares to challenge Tang Hao and ask Tang Hao to be here. Did he want to die at the scene? I also thought it was a joke. This is the last final, and the winner has not yet been decided. Is it Lu Feng's plan to mislead the Wuhandian Academy team? At this time, the referee speaks. Shrek Academy team win. The audience did not applaud. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhao Wuji, and others did not cheer. There was an eerie silence on the field. The sound of the branches rustling in the wind became clearer. Lu Feng, what are you going to do? How can there be a fight without my sister Xiao Wu participating? Xiao Wu wanted to help Lu Feng, but she was also blocked by the dense forest barrier and had no idea where Lu Feng was. Xiao Wu, don't worry, I believe your husband has his own plan, Zhu Zhuqing said calmly. Zhu Zhuqing's sharp claws came out. Her eyes showed amber vertical pupils, and she was keen keen to investigate. If she found that Lu Feng was in danger, she would be willing to risk her life to attack. Lu Erlong poisoned Douluo. Sword Douluo and other 7 elders looked at each other, released their martial spirit and stood in an array at the same time, ready to use the 7-in-1 fusion technique at any time. The forest created by Lu Feng certainly treats its own people differently and leaves more space, but it also means blocking them out. What he was afraid of was that they would step forward and fight Tang Hao desperately, especially my beloved wife. Each of them is more stubborn than the other. Most of them are simple-minded, but the simpler they are, the more stubborn they are. Seeing him face to face with Tang Hao, he might get excited and rush forward. Can't blame them for getting in the way. But he didn't tell them all his secret. They didn't know that they had the Peerless Douluo experience card and the absolutely invincible potion, so the worry is definitely there. Yan just told Tang Hao's approximate location and that he was pretending to be a big businessman, but Yan didn't know exactly what Tang Hao was pretending to be. It was impossible for Lu Feng to look for them one by one. Just say it. Chapter 587. The Yellow Level Examination. Evil spread. At this moment Tang Hao's fists were shaking from clenching, revealing horrifying murderous intent, but in the end I still managed to hold it back. No action. Even if it is revealed, he will not take action. He hoped that the leader of the Merchant Alliance would appear, and he would not let go of the eagle when he saw the rabbit. Furthermore, he couldn't lock Lu Feng. If you want to kill Lu Feng, you have to destroy this treacherous place. The strange forest barrier was destroyed. Tang Hao could also see that this forest barrier was the evolution and strengthening of Lu Feng's 5th soul skill. It's just strengthened beyond everyone's imagination. Lu Feng himself found it incredible, but it makes sense when you think about it. God-level plant martial soul, 100,000-year soul ring, eaten 3 immortal grasses, quenched the physical body in the 2 eyes of ice and fire, absorbed the power of 2 dragon kings, and quenched the powerful attributes of the 120,000-year-old beast body during the heavenly tribulation. It can also be partially inherited into the human body. In addition, 3 dragon god soul bones and a demon god wing bone were absorbed. The attributes amplified by the 3 dragon soul bones are not as simple as 1+1 superposition, but complement each other and activate extremely powerful hidden attribute. Coupled with his ability to combine communication plants and absorb the natural power of plant, and to inject the original power of martial souls, like activating martial soul fusion skills, the soul skills are indescribably strengthened. Therefore, he was able to create this forest cage out of thin air. He is the master of this forest. Before he unleashed this move, Lu Feng himself didn't even know that it could achieve such a scale. At the moment, Lu Feng hid at the edge of the forest, using the plant's perspective to detect Lu Feng's area and search for them one by one. The movement and fleeting changes in the forest can be sensed by the plants and transmitted to him. Strengthen the offense or go full defense. All it takes is a thought on his part. Since it called Mad Prison, where is the madness? It is this 10,000 wood mad prison that has both offensive capabilities. This forest can not only trap people, it can also eat them. Waited for a while. Tang Hao didn't respond. No breath is revealed at all. Lu Feng couldn't tell which audience member was Tang Hao from his appearance and movement. He is so forbearing. Lu Feng also had to lament Tang Hao's tenacity. Tang Hao, you are really a grandson. You can still sit here. Your accomplices have recruited you, saying that you are pretending to be a businessman. Lu Feng tested again. Hearing this, Tang Hao's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and continued to hold on. Tang Hao learned well this time. Don't show your face until the end. The auditorium was completely silent this time. No one dared to speak, and many people did not dare to breathe. I'm afraid of harming the fish in the pond. Lu Feng cursed Tang Hao for the 2nd time, but he had defeated the Wuhundian Academy team, which showed that Lu Feng was serious. So, Tang Hao is really in the audience. It is not difficult for everyone to judge what he wants. The mortal feud between Tang Hao and the Merchant Alliance has become irreconcilable. The war is about to break out. The audience was horrified. Lu Feng didn't want to give Tang Hao too much time, nor did he want to give Tang Hao a choice. I can't even curse. Then you have to add ingredient. Use the Peerless Douluo experience card. Lu Feng thought, and the experience card in his hand disappeared instantly. At the same time, a huge and powerful force suddenly emerged in his body. His soul power and various attributes suddenly increased dramatically. In an instant, Lu Feng's temperament changed drastically. He was directly promoted from Soul King to Peerless Douluo. It's not just about gaining Peerless Douluo power. It is the superposition of Peerless Douluo's power and his own power. This time, it is stronger than the previous 2 times. It's different from before. The powerful physical body tempered by the 2 eyes of ice and fire and the heavenly tribulation can already carry this power without having to transform into the physical body of the original Peerless Douluo. This time, Lu Feng can freely choose to use the appearance of the original Peerless Douluo or use his own appearance. Lu Feng chose the latter. He wanted to use his identity as the leader of the Merchant Alliance to directly attack Tang Hao. He wants to fulfill his promise to the world. If the leader of the Merchant Alliance says he wants to show up in Wuhan City, he will show up. Bibi Dong's beautiful face was startled, and there was a look of extreme surprise in her eyes. What going on? A strange and terrifying power appeared in his body, and that aura was peerless Douluo. Qian Daoliu, his face was full of shock, and his voice was trembling. This impossible. How could he have? Grandpa, what's wrong? Qian Rongxiu asked. She had never seen Qian Daoliu lose his temper like this. For as long as Qian Rongxiu can remember, her grandfather has been a powerful man who dominates the world. In her mind, Qian Daoliu has always been an old god. Even if the world is falling apart, he can face it calmly, and it is difficult to make him feel emotional. At this moment, Qian Daoliu lost control of his expression, with a look of extreme confusion and shock on his face. Qian Rongxiu's voice made Qian Daoliu wake up a little. He took a deep breath, forced down the turbulent emotion, and exclaimed, "My spiritual power senses that your future husband has an extremely powerful force in his body. After merging with his power, even what?" Qian Rongxiu asked. "There are even signs of surpassing me." Although Qian Daoliu was extremely reluctant to admit it, he could not hide it in front of his granddaughter. No strong person is willing to admit that others are better than him, especially a peerless Douluo who has reached his peak. When Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen lost to Poseidon Douluo, they had to find an excuse, saying that it was because of environmental influences. Poseidon Douluo had the advantage of the sea and could absorb the power of the sea. This reason comes from their mouth. Poseidon Douluo Bo-Sixi is isolated from the world in the closed Poseidon Island. The right to speak rests with Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen. What they say is what it is. Bo-Sixi had no chance to refute. Of course, even if she heard about it, she wouldn't want to refute it. It's understandable that a man would tell a harmless lie to save face. She is indifferent to the world and would not want to pursue such a boring matter. In fact, the three of them knew in their hearts that defeat was defeat. At their level, environmental influence cannot be the decisive factor. When Bo-Sixi was able to defeat them, he actually did not borrow the power of the sea. It was entirely because his own absolute power surpassed them. Qian Daoliu knew the reason for his failure. He was mainly defeated by two words: innocent. Bo-Sixi has been cultivating on Poseidon Island for more than 100 years without any distraction. However, he and Tang Chen were often busy building up their power and grabbing profits everywhere, and their thoughts were far less pure than Bo-Sixi's. Living in a chaotic world for a long time, under the influence of fame, plunder, killing, women and other complicated things, your thoughts will definitely become complicated. If you want to return to innocence, it is so difficult to return to our original nature. Bo-Sixi has never been bothered by worldly things and has always maintained her innocence and authenticity. Thoughts passed by in Qian Daoliu's heart in an instant. The reason why he suddenly recalled Bo-Sixi was because he felt that the powerful power in Lu Feng's body surpassed him, just like Bo-Sixi had surpassed him back then. "Ah, Lu Feng's power exceeds yours." Qian Rongxiu was so shocked that she was speechless. It was unbelievable, but she believed that Grandpa would not lie to her. Grandpa's expression also proved this. Chapter 588. The day of fighting for the championship. Zhu Zhuqing knew in his heart that the Tianshui Academy team in front of him was not a weak team. She is not Lu Feng, who can easily defeat a 7-man kamikaze team by herself. The Tianshui Academy team has been together for many years, getting along day and night, and has a tacit understanding of cooperation that cannot be compared to the temporarily merged kamikaze team. The double freezing effect also acts as a restraint on the agility attack system, and she can kill an opponent instantly with one move and disrupt the opponent's formation, which can be regarded as completing the early tactical arrangement. All that's left is to face the attack head-on. 100 Claws of the Netherworld. Zhu Zhuqing gave up attacking Xue Wu and used his second soul skill to face the combined attack of Shen Liuyu and Chu Ruoshui head-on. She relies on the rapid rotation of her body and the penetrating attack power of her sharp claws to attack the enemy hundreds of times in a very short period of time. Extremely fast and destructive. After activating the 100 Claws of the Netherworld, all of Zhu Zhuqing's attacks had a puncture effect. As long as a wound was left on the opponent, even if the wound was not deep, the soul power would seep in and crazily destroy the meridians in the opponent's body. Zhu Zhuqing is also equivalent to performing 3 soul skills in a row: Netherworld Shadow Clone, Netherworld Thrust, Netherworld 100 Claws. These 3 are not range soul skills, and the intensity of the soul power required to be condensed does not need to be too high, but they have also exceeded the limits of ordinary soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing's clone's leather jacket and pants were covered with white frost, and his speed was greatly reduced. Zhu Zhuqing's real body appeared to be fine on the outside, and his speed was not reduced too much. In a fierce battle between soul masters, the smallest difference can make 1,000 miles different, and the only difference is that little time difference. Zhu Zhuqing's multiple clones are not simply phantoms created. In addition to confusing opposing opponent. They also have offensive power and the clones can use soul skills, but the clones have poor resistance after all. In the double freezing effect they lose their speed advantage. Some are directly bounced away by Shui Binger's resistance ice ring, some are frozen and the rest cannot form a strong threat at close range. The other side, Xiao Wu's goal is Shui Yuer. Xiao Wu majored in the power attack system and was slightly slower than Zhu Zhuqing. Facing the all-female Tian Shui Academy team, the second soul skill charm to confuse the enemy was difficult to take effect, but her third soul skill, teleportation, is the most surprising. No one knows where her body will flash to after she teleports. Xiao Wu's teleportation could only move within a radius of 5 meters at first. As her soul power increased, especially after eating the fairy grass acacia heartbroken red, her teleportation range increased a lot, exceeding the 10-meter range. At first, in order to avoid Shui Binger's ice seal, Xiao Wu flew to the edge of the battle platform and attacked from the flank. Just after Zhu Zhuqing launched the first wave of attacks, Xiao Wu used teleportation and suddenly ducked behind Shui Yuer. Shui Yuer is a pure agility attack type. Her reaction and speed are not slow. She is also meticulous and has superb combat skills. The first soul skill, Extreme Cold. Shui Yuer, who closely observed Xiao Wu's attack route, was ready to attack. Calculate the time, swing out with one hand and release a small whirlwind-like ice water vapor attack on the ground. In an instant the ground was covered with white frost. The temperature around her suddenly dropped below zero, as if winter had suddenly arrived, as if the air had frozen in the extreme cold. This is Shui Yuer's cleverness. Knowing that Yao Wu is extremely flexible and has teleportation skill, he is hard to guard against and cannot judge Xiao Wu's attack direction after teleporting. Therefore, Shui Yuer smashed the attack on the ground where he was standing. It doesn't want to attack Xiao Wu, it just wants to release a range of freezing effects to have a big impact on Xiao Wu's speed. Moreover, she can use the reaction force of the soul power explosion to quickly rise up and skillfully avoid all close attacks on the ground. Different from Shui Wu's auxiliary ability to control the weather, Shui Yuer is an attack soul skill. The freezing effect is only formed at the moment of attack and will disappear soon, and her freezing effects can also overlap. Therefore, if Xiao Wu wanted to attack her at close range, she would face triple freezing effect. Among them, the two freezing effects of Shui Binger and Shui Yuer are the most terrifying. Because of the ultimate ice attribute, the freezing effect is enhanced to the greatest extent. Even if the soul power is much higher, Xiao Wu still has to deal with it carefully. If they didn't have the ultimate ice attribute, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing could just ignore them and crush them directly. Invincible Golden Body. Xiao Wu's fighting skills are much better than Shui Yuer's. She knows that the freezing effect of the ultimate ice attribute may slow down the speed significantly. The Tian Shui Academy team formed a circle and stood close to each other. Once the speed slowed down, there was a possibility of being attacked by concentrated fire from multiple sides. Therefore, no matter how Shui Yuer reacts, Xiao Wu will have to use the invincible golden body after teleporting over. The invincible golden body is released, providing absolute defense against those below the god level, and its strength is doubled. At the same time, it is also immune to all negative effects, including freezing. In an instant, a layer of golden light rose up from Xiao Wu's body, shining like the sun. At this moment, Xiao Wu could ignore no matter how many layers of freezing effect there were. However, Shui Yuer's body jumped into the air more than 10 meters high. She also admired Shui Yuer's clever adaptability. Soul Bone skill, Dragonfish Spin Strike. Yu Hero ranked 3rd in Tian Shui Academy in terms of attack strength. She was mainly responsible for assisting Fang Yuer in the tactical arrangement. Seeing Xiao Wu appear, he immediately used the most powerful soul skill without thinking. Her body spun rapidly like a top, and her long, round, snow-white legs swept out laterally. A red light flashed on the slender calf, and the brilliance instantly condensed into a dazzling light red blade cutting towards Xiao Wu. The surrounding space was distorted, and the light blade hissing cut through the air, arriving in an instant. Not only is it powerful, but its speed is equivalent to the speed of light, making it inevitable to avoid it. This is the combat skill of Yu Hero's left leg, the 10,000-year-old phantom dragonfish soul bone. Among the Tian Shui Academy team, Dragonfish Spin Strike has the strongest attack power and the fastest attack speed. After locking, the opponent can only resist and cannot dodge. Moreover, this blow has a breaking effect. As long as the opponent's soul power is not overwhelming, it can ignore 50% of the opponent's defense. Facing Xiao Wu, who was physically defensive and extremely flexible, Yu Hero planned to use this blow to break through Xiao Wu's defense, causing a certain amount of damage and knocking Xiao Wu away. It is worth mentioning that this precious soul bone was given to her by Lu Feng. The phantom dragonfish is a sea soul beast that lives in the sea. Only sea soul beasts can be hunted and obtained, and they are rarer than the soul bones of land soul beasts. Lu Feng didn't give it away for nothing. Yu Hero signed a contract contract that after graduation she would work for the Merchant Alliance for 10 years as repayment for her soul bone. Except for the soul bones on Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, the rest of the Tian Shui Academy team members who received soul bones either received them as rewards during training or signed work contract. But Yu Hero and others knew in their hearts that this was just a formality. Even if they don't sign a work contract, they still aim to work for the Business Alliance. After working for 10 years, getting an extremely rare high-level soul bone is a good thing that all young soul masters dream of. Moreover, the recruitment of people by the Merchant Alliance is becoming more and more strict, and some soul masters can't even get the chance to work for the Merchant Alliance even if they cry and shout. Chapter 589. The whole audience was shocked. For a moment it was difficult for Flanders to judge, and he said slowly, "It may be that the power left by a certain peerless Douluo is hidden in him. Today, in order to avenge Elder Beihe, this power was released, but the strange thing is, such power must be carried by a demigod body. How can Lu Feng's body be able to bear it? Lu Feng's body is very strong." Dugu Yan thought about it and did not put Lu Feng in the ice and fire. Liang Yi's eyes were told about the quenching chain. Dugu Yan is introverted and doesn't talk much. This matter is Lu Feng's secret and only she knows about it. She wasn't sure if Lu Feng wanted to make this secret public. Although there were all trustworthy people present, there were ears between walls, so there was no guarantee that other powerful people wouldn't overhear it. Lu Feng's body tempering secret is also one of his trump cards. In the ever-changing world of soul masters, it is best not to expose your trump cards easily. Dugu Yan kept the secret for Lu Feng and never even mentioned it to her grandfather Dugu Bo. Flanders happened to be talking about this topic just now. She knew the reason and almost said it. However, Dugu Yan's thoughts moved very quickly. After she realized that she couldn't make it public, she immediately swallowed back the second half of what she was about to say and only used the word very strong to vaguely summarize it. Not only is she very strong, she is also extremely powerful. Zhu Zhuqing remembered that her extremely powerful attack power was always unable to penetrate Lu Feng's physical defense. Yes, but sometimes being too strong can have a bad side and can make people unbearable. Ning Rongrong whispered as if she meant something. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Dugu Yan, Zhu Zuyun. Everyone looked sideways. The atmosphere became a little weird. Girls who have endured Lu Feng's overly strong body can understand Ning Rongrong's meaning. Although what the little witch said was true, Lu Feng was too good at tossing things up, which made them unbearable and made them both afraid and loved at the same time. But in this case, in private space, it's okay. And now, with teammates and teachers around, it's another occasion like this. This little witch actually thought of something like that and even said it out loud. Inexplicable shame rose from the bottom of their heart. "Yeah, I know that too." Flanders nodded. All the beauties were shocked. Did Flanders know? Flanders continued. "When Lu Feng's physical body is attacked, a strange counter-shock force will appear on his body. When I compete with him, I can't stand it, let alone you." Zhao Wuji felt the same way. "Anyway, I don't even want to spar with that kid anymore. If I get hurt by him, I'll still get hurt if I hit him. I don't want to be that sandbag's sparring partner." Zhu Zhuqing, Dugu Yan, and others couldn't help but relax and looked at each other with smiles. Ning Rongrong also knew that she had said the wrong thing, so she stuck out her pink tongue and her cheeks were slightly red. "Now that Lu Feng has obtained the hidden peerless Douluo power, I can rest assured that Tang Hao was only a super Douluo in his prime." Xiao Wu felt much more relaxed and a smile appeared on her jade face. "That's true. Don't worry. We all know Lu Feng. He is always cautious and never does anything he is unsure of." Flender nodded. "Yes, especially for something as important as his life. If he didn't have confidence, he wouldn't be able to take the initiative to challenge Tang Hao." Zhao Wuji said. They didn't know that Tang Hao had become the heir to the throne of Rakasa God, and his strength had reached the level of a peerless Douluo. This is top secret, and only a few people including Bibi Dong, Lu Feng, Qian Rongxiu, and the elders of the Merchant Alliance know about it. Lu Feng didn't tell them, not because he didn't trust them, but it's not necessary. They can't help, they just need to keep themselves safe. Telling them is just a worry, and if Guo Guo knows too many people, if word spread and reaches Tang Hao's ears, there may be more variables. It's hard to catch the big fish you want, but you have to be careful in everything. Now, Tang Hao couldn't sit still anymore. Lu Feng provoked him and scolded him, but he held back forcefully. The reason is to hold on to the last glimmer of hope and wait for the leader of the Business Alliance to appear. Now the leader of the Business Alliance has appeared. His first target appeared calmly in the air, with no one around to protect him. But after Tang Hao felt the aura of power on Lu Feng's body, his heart froze and his expression changed drastically. Almost at the same time, the peerless Douluo's intense soul power pressure suddenly came upon him, and he felt extremely pressured. Tang Hao did not expect that the leader of the Merchant Alliance was so powerful. Judging only by his aura, he who had just entered level 99 was not as good as the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Assassination? been thinking too much. But now, the leader of the business alliance openly challenged him to a duel. He a little hesitant, but I also knew I couldn't run away. The black and purple giant wings behind the merchant alliance leader seemed to be able to stir up a rumbling storm when they flap with the speed of flying. Unless he injures the leader of the merchant alliance, even if he runs away, he will be caught up by the leader of the merchant alliance. Apparently, Yan also betrayed him. The soul power pressure of the merchant alliance leader accurately covered the area where he was. Otherwise, there were not many people in such a large auditorium, and everyone was spread out, so it would be impossible to focus on the small area where he was sitting. I, Tang Hao, am here to take your life today and avenge the Haoshan sect. Tang Hao couldn't hide, so he could only show up. His surging soul power burst out, and he roared again and again. With a slight kick of his feet, his body rose into the sky and appeared in mid-air, confronting Lu Feng from afar. Currently, he does not know that the leader of the merchant alliance is Lu Feng. Tang Hao was thankful that he was not affected by Lu Feng's general technique. If he was scolded by Lu Feng just now, he would attack rashly. If the merchant alliance leader hides aside and makes a sneak attack, he will lose the opportunity and may be in more trouble than now. Fortunately, he didn't fall into that little thief's plot by Lu Feng. But now, there can be no delay, and a quick decision must be made. Tang Hao's thoughts reached this point, and his power exploded completely, without any reservation. The God of Killing realm is open. A layer of red invisible fluctuations expanded instantly. The realm of the God of Killing is the first test for inheriting the Shura divine throne. It is the field of martial soul talent obtained through the Hell Road trial in the Killing City. It is a field formed by the condensed murderous aura, which becomes stronger as the murderous aura increases. It is to absorb his own murderous aura and form a realm that is attributed to the martial soul. The more people you kill, the more murderous you become. To enter the Hell Road trial, you must obtain 100 victories in the killing field. For every victory, 9 more opponents must be killed. In other words, Tang Hao must kill at least 900 people to obtain the Hell Road trial. Among these 900 people, there are some who are extremely vicious, and there are also those who are seeking power and entering the Killing City to fight for it. No one is innocent, including Tang Hao himself. There is no such thing as justice. The winner is king and the loser dies. Entering the City of Killing means preparing to carve out a bloody path in order to gain an opportunity. The same was true when Bibi Dong went to the Killing City to obtain the Killing God domain. Back then, Bibi Dong was betrayed by her teacher Qian Sunji, and her sister suffered disaster. She was gradually bewitched by the Rakshasa god, and she fell into darkness in her heart. She wanted to paralyze herself with killing, and entered the City of Killing with ruthlessness. Successfully obtained the God of Death domain. Chapter 590. The fifth soul skill. Wanmumad prison. In the realm of the God of Death, it can greatly increase one's own momentum. Within the realm, the opponent's strength will be weakened by 10%, while the user can exert 110% of his power. As the martial spirit grows, this ratio will increase. Now with Tang Hao's martial spirit, this ratio has increased to 30%. In other words, Tang Hao's killing god domain could reduce Lu Feng's strength by 30% in an instant. However, Lu Feng was not affected. When Tang Hao exploded with strength and was full of murderous intent towards Lu Feng, the dragon god realm senses extreme danger and activates automatically. There is a passive ability in the dragon god realm which is immunity to loss and loss. Being immune to gains and losses makes Lu Feng immune to all negative impacts brought by the opponent's domain. Therefore, the killing god domain cannot suppress Lu Feng's strength at all. But Lu Feng could feel Tang Hao's strength firsthand. The fluctuations in soul power, the aura, and the murderous intent were several times stronger than when they first met 3 years ago. If he had the same strength as when he transformed into a peerless Douluo, he might not be Tang Hao's opponent. Bibi Dong, whose soul power is now level 98, is even more difficult to fight against Tang Hao. The 7-in-1 fusion technique composed of 7 strong men including Sword Douluo, Poison Douluo, and Lu Erlong could not compete with Tang Hao. And with Tang Hao's completely vicious and twisted mind, their lives would all be in danger. According to the previous plan negotiated with Bibi Dong, at the end of the competition he would put on a mask, speak on the stage, and lure Tang Hao to take action, and then Bibi Dong would fight with Sword Douluo and others. Lu Feng was glad that he did not act as planned. Plans are made to be broken. You must adapt to circumstances when necessary. Lu Feng was reluctant to use up the last peerless Douluo experience card. This is his most important trump card. It can also be said to be a life-saving charm. In addition to the above, there are more important reasons why Lu Feng decisively used the last peerless Douluo experience card, but he cannot tell Bibi Dong and others before he succeeds. This time, Lu Feng was determined to kill Tang Hao. So much effort has gone into it. If Tang Hao slips away, all the efforts of the Merchant Alliance and Wuhan Palace will be in vain. At that time, Tang Hao will continue to sabotage in secret, and it will be impossible to guard against it. The Business Alliance will be in great danger everywhere. Before the deployment, no one knew that Tang Hao's strength would reach that of peerless Douluo. A peerless Douluo can destroy a city in a short time. Moreover, Tang Hao is taking the 9th test of Rax Hasa God. After passing the 9th test, he can become a god at level 100. If Tang Hao escapes Wuhan City, it will be almost impossible to prevent him from becoming a god. He is currently only the Soul King, and he is still a long way from becoming a god, and it will take time. Tang Hao needs even less time. Once Tang Hao becomes the first to become a god, Wuhan Palace and the Merchant Alliance will fall into an irreversible situation. Even if Tang Hao didn't become a god so quickly, it would still be unbearable for him to kill people in the business alliance everywhere. Lu Feng thought about it. If Tang Hao really slips away, the Merchant Alliance can only announce a comprehensive contraction, close the Zhuqing branch, and suspend most of its business. The people in the business alliance were broken into pieces, moving from the light to the dark. Soul Masters were transferred to Zhengzhen City, Wuhan City, Tiandu City, and other big cities to focus on defense. At that time, I felt really passive and uncomfortable. Therefore, in this battle, Tang Hao must be left behind. We must not let the tiger go back to the mountains to cause further trouble. Bibi Dong, Sword Douluo, and others took action, but there was no guarantee that they would kill Tang Hao. Even if Qian Daoliu is willing to help, he is definitely not willing to fight with all his strength, causing both sides to suffer losses. And Lu Feng's purpose is not only to fight to defeat Tang Hao, you must also ensure that you can kill Tang Hao. So even if he takes 10,000 steps back to consider, Lu Feng still has to use the last Peerless Douluo experience card. Although this does not completely guarantee that Tang Hao can be killed, but at least the probability of killing Tang Hao will increase. As for asking Tang Hao to sacrifice Yin, that is even more difficult, so we can only try our best. It would be best if Tang Hao's powerful soul power could be used to help Yin resurrect in advance. Lu Feng's thoughts changed in an instant. In front of you, Tang Hao had already released the clear sky hammer martial spirit, and 9 spirit rings of yellow, purple, black, and red rose from his feet and slowly rotated. The 7th soul ring lights up Haoshen's true body. Tang Hao, with the mentality of quick victory, directly used his true body, and his attributes were greatly enhanced instantly. His entire body turned into a giant-like shadow, and the clear sky hammer in his hand also became extremely huge. The fight hasn't started yet. The two auras of the two peerless Douluo were confronting each other from afar. Tang Hao's soul power pressure with blood-red light, and Lu Feng's soul power pressure with dark gold color. They collided together instantly. Boom boom boom. The air detonated one after another. The soul power from the explosion fluctuated and shook. The captain of the Wuhan Palace Guard, who had reached the Soul Emperor, had difficulty standing still, being staggered by the powerful shock wave. Not to mention the general public. There were exclamations and screams one after another. Some people were blown off the balcony by the strong wind. Click click click. A large piece of the flag erected on the building was broken. The forest trees swayed here and there. Because these trees form a forest and are surrounded by vine, they resist together and are not broken. Lu Feng's long hair was flying, but his body remained motionless, the true form of the dragon ancestor. Lu Feng also used his 7th soul skill, and his attributes were fully improved again. Roar! The shadow of a dark golden dragon appeared on Lu Feng and let out a thundering roar. Lu Feng, who was wearing Tyrannosaurus armor, suddenly grew taller and stood taller than the sky. The dragon gun in his hand also instantly became thicker and longer, reaching more than 100 meters by visual inspection. Suddenly, the situation changes. Howling against the wind, dark clouds are gathering, and there is darkness between heaven and earth. An extremely strong killing atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Only the two giant figures in the sky emitted dazzling light. The world shaking, earth-shattering war is about to break out. How scary! Shui Yuer said in horror. I'm so scared too. I feel like I'm going to die this time. Yu Hai said judo. It's unbelievable. I came to participate in the college student competition and encountered a peerless Douluo level battle. If I don't die, it will be worth it. Princess Shui said in a daze. Tang Hao is said to be a super Douluo. After losing 3 soul bones, he descended to Soul Saint. When did he reach the level of peerless Douluo? Shui Bing'er remained calm, with a look of confusion on her fair and beautiful face. Look, who knows? I only found out today that the leader of the Merchant Alliance is a peerless Douluo. For a strong man like them, many things cannot be understood with common sense. Princess Water sighed faintly. It was also her first time to see the existence of a peerless Douluo. It was much scarier than he imagined. Really feel that there is heaven outside the sky and there are people outside the world. She had previously been fighting for power and profit in the Tiandu Empire's palace, and the structure was simply too small. Where did Lu Feng go? Shui Binger lowered her gaze and glanced at the surrounding trees and the Shrek Academy team seats next door, trying to find Lu Feng. Chapter 591 Qian Rongxiu's shock. It should still be in the forest, but I don't don't know why, but he still maintains this mysterious forest. Shui Wu looked around and looked at the seats where the Shrek Academy team was sitting. They were placed next to Shrek Academy so that they could be taken care of and under the protection of the elders of the Merchant Alliance. I think it's for protection. The waves caused by the collision of the soul power of the two peerless Douluo above were blocked by the trees in the forest. People staying in the forest were not affected. Shui Binger said. Yeah, sister's analysis makes sense. Shui Yuer nodded. Their attention returned to talking about Lu Feng. In their minds, the importance of the decisive battle between the two peerless Douluo ranked second to Lu Feng. Like most of the people in the city, they only heard the rich and powerful voice of the leader of the Merchant Alliance, and the energy in the sky was surging wildly, and they could only see a vague figure in the shining golden light. It is impossible to combine the two identities of Lu Feng and the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Everyone thought it was the mysterious leader of the Merchant Alliance who finally showed up to fulfill his promise, and Lu Feng was still hiding in the 10,000 Woods mad prison forest he created. Therefore, the Tian Shui Academy team is not so worried and is very relaxed. But for the Shrek Academy team, the hearts that had just relaxed suddenly became tense again, especially the beautiful girls from the Shrek team. Each of them seemed to have their hearts gripped by a beast's claws again. They all know that Lu Feng is the leader of the Merchant Alliance. They felt that the aura of power exuded by Tang Hao was not significantly weaker than that of Lu Feng. Not good. Tang Hao seems to have reached the level of peerless Douluo. Xiao Wu's ruby-like beautiful eyes showed extreme uneasiness. In this case, my husband is in danger. Zhu Zhuqing felt very uneasy. My husband's power is not my own after all. I am just temporarily using this power to reach the peerless Douluo. It may not be stable. I'm worried. Zhu Zuyuan, like Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and others, wanted to rush forward to help Lu Feng, but they are powerless and know that with their current strength, it is not enough to squeeze their teeth in front of the peerless Douluo. Alas, we are not strong enough to help. Du Guyan sighed, his bright green eyes showing both worry and extreme annoyance. God bless you, and may the alliance leader survive this time safely. I will work harder to practice in the future, hoping to help my husband next time. Meng Yuan clasped his hands together and prayed silently. How could it be? Tang Hao was obviously just a super Douluo during his heyday. Zhao Wuji calmed down and frowned. Wrinkled. Warren stood up and released his martial spirit, the powerful Vajra bear, always ready to attack for support. This was Zhao Wuji's subconscious move to protect Lu Feng. Lu Feng gained mysterious power and temporarily became a peerless Douluo, many times more powerful than him, but he was still his student and the best in the history of Shrek Academy. Just like when he suddenly appeared in the Star Forest and faced a life and death decision, he decided to give his students a chance to escape even if he sacrificed himself. Now facing an extremely powerful man, Lu Feng's life may be in danger, but he still has the courage to fight hard without risking his life. Old Zhao, don't be impatient. It's not your turn yet, so don't fill Xiao Feng with trouble, Flanders said loudly. Flanders' words were like a basin of cold water poured on Zhao Wuji's head. Zhao Wuji, who was so hot-blooded, calmed down. Lu Erlong was also reminded. Lu Erlong, like Zhao Wuji, was confused if he cared a little. Feeling the threat from Tang Hao to Lu Feng, she had the idea of rushing forward alone to fight for his life. After working as a CEO for several years, she developed a sense of the overall situation and more rational thinking, but her temperament has not changed much. At this critical moment, she is still the same woman who risked her own life for her lover. Lu Erlong suddenly became fierce with fighting spirit, and everyone around him could feel the strong murderous intent pouring out of his eyes. Niu Gao said anxiously, Tang Hao, this thief is actually so powerful. There is also a big gap in strength between titled Douluo. When Tang Hao was only a titled Douluo, he faced 3 ordinary people at the same time. There is absolutely no problem with the titled Douluo. Back then, he alone made the Wuhan Palace go crazy. Now that he has unparalleled Douluo strength, I'm afraid. Lord Alliance leader, should we help Lord Alliance Lord awaken his soul for a while? Before the war, Niu Gao often guarded his left and right, volunteered to act as a bodyguard, and established a deep relationship with Lu Feng. His level of concern for Lu Feng was not inferior to that of Bai He. Okay, Sword Douluo cherished his words like gold, but the attitude is clear. A swordsman would rather break than surrender, and he would be a tough and unparalleled Douluo. Elder Lu, you decide. Yang Wudi said. Their 7-in-1 fusion technique is dominated by Sword Douluo, but Lu Erlong has a special status. He is the elder and president of the Merchant Alliance, and he is also the sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. And because Lu Erlong's martial spirit, the Red Flame Holy Dragon, is close to the god level, it is the highest level among the 7 and can unleash its greatest potential. Therefore, they can also change their formation with Lu Erlong as the leader. Of course, Lu Erlong's status as the leader's wife is also very important. Based on the above, the other 6 people respect Lu Erlong's opinion. Lu Erlong's eyes were fixed on Lu Feng and Tang Hao, but he had calmed down in his heart and said, "If you wait a little longer, we are afraid that we will not be able to help and will cause more trouble. In yesterday's meeting, the leader of the alliance gave us the first priority is to protect the students of Shrek Academy and Tianshui Academy. They are the future of the Merchant Alliance." Lu Erlong said that business was business, but he secretly said angrily, "Smelly husband, you made the decision without consulting me. Face Tang Hao alone. After this incident, see how I teach you a lesson." Everyone nodded and agreed with Lu Erlong's decision. In his speech at yesterday's meeting, Lu Feng gave a clear order that their first priority was to protect, not to attack. Looking back, Lu Feng's intention was to tell them not to interfere yet. Lu Feng possesses such hidden power, and it is normal not to reveal it to anyone. If it were them, they should have some reservation. If you want to keep the most important secret, the most responsible way is not to tell it and keep it to yourself. Attention! Tang Hao has taken action. Sword Douluo said. Tang Hao wanted to seize the opportunity and immediately took the lead after casting his martial soul. Ling Tian strike! Tang Hao shouted, raising the giant hammer in his hand, accumulating majestic soul power. Thunder and lightning flashed, and strong wind swept across, as if he could absorb the free soul power between heaven and earth and use it for this strike. Blood red, the light was blazing like a sea of blood. This blow, it was the giant hammer that came out. Attack enemies from a distance. Extremely fierce. Once cast, it is unstoppable. In terms of dominant power and explosive power, the clear sky hammer could have firmly occupied the top spot among the known martial art. Not only was it the best martial spirit in the world, it was also slightly better than the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit. Chapter 592. Hu Lina was surprised. Tang Hao is different from his grandfather Tang Chen's balanced route. Tang Hao takes a pure strength route, which can be regarded as a kind of extreme flow. Even if the opponent's soul power is higher than his, he still has to use his strength to overwhelm the opponent, defeating him 10 times with one force. This is why Tang Hao can deal with 3 ordinary titled Douluo by himself. Since it is extreme flow, the shortcomings will be obvious. Therefore, he must seize the opportunity, take the lead, and use offense as defense. Once the continuous attacks are completed and the opponent cannot be defeated, his strength will be exhausted and his shortcomings in defensive capabilities will be exposed. In order to make up for this shortcoming, Tang Hao worked hard to practice his escape skills. He learned to use the rapid acceleration effect of thunder and lightning attribute combined with the reaction force after the attack to achieve a special skill of quickly escaping from the battlefield. Therefore, his usual strategy is to swing the hammer and attack with all his strength. If the attack does not work and the opponent cannot be completely defeated, or the opponent still has the ability to counter-attack, he must escape immediately. Over time, his explosive ability to escape became incomparable. In terms of blessing speed, all attributes have their own characteristic. Among them, the wind attribute stands out for its long-lasting acceleration, which has the longest effect. The most outstanding thing about the thunder attribute is the explosive acceleration, which can instantly double the speed extremely explosively. Although the effect was short, it was enough for Tang Hao to leave the battlefield in an instant. By the time the opponent reacts, he will no longer be able to lock on to him. Can't even figure out the direction he ran away from. He then supplemented it with counter-tracking tactics to make it impossible for the pursuers to catch up. His tactics have proven successful time and time again. After defrauding a yin to sacrifice, the battle with Qian Sunji caused Tang Hao to suffer serious internal injuries. A soul saint could crush him to death. If he tried again, if he didn't do it well, he would die suddenly. This is how to escape. Use escape tricks to escape from the pursuit of Ghost Douluo, Zhu Douluo and other powerful spirit hall warriors. Now, surprisingly, Tang Hao's attack direction was not the leader of the Merchant Alliance, but Bibi Dong. Martial Soul Hall. Bibi Dong is colluding with you. I heard that she is also your woman, so I will kill your woman first. Tang Hao found a reason. The distance was far away, and Bibi Dong had time to dodge. Fight normally. Smile and say that in the end, the most important thing is, it is perfectly normal to avoid its edge for the time being. But under Bibi Dong's feet is the angel statue, which is the most sacred landmark building in Wuhan Palace. Behind it is the Pope's Palace, which is regarded as a holy place by all the soul masters in Wuhan Palace. If Bibi Dong avoided it, the hammer would hit the angel statue and the Pope's Palace. Under such terrifying power, the angel statue and the Pope's Palace must be destroyed. This was an unbearable burden for Bibi Dong. She is the Pope of Wuhan Palace, the symbol and master of Wuhan Palace, and represents the majesty of Wuhan Palace. If the holy land of Wuhan Palace is destroyed because she dodges Tang Hao's attack, she will become Wuhan Palace, a sinner who is no longer qualified to be a pope and will be ridiculed by the world. Therefore, she fought hard to face this blow. Shameless! Bibi Dong glared and cursed secretly. Tang Hao forced her to fight head-on. She was not afraid in her heart. She had planned to do this and had been prepared for it. The soul power burst out from the solace of her feet, and she advanced instead of retreating, leaping into the the air. No matter what, she cannot let the angel statue and the Pope's palace be destroyed in her hands. But since she didn't expect Tang Hao to attack her directly, she was still a little hasty. No time to think. The true form of the Death Spider Emperor, Bibi Dong made a choice immediately. After casting her martial soul avatar, all attributes on her body were fully improved, and a huge shadow of the Death Spider Emperor appeared on her body. Amid the violent fluctuations of soul power, a wisp of pure ultimate dark attribute lingered in it. Yes, she entrusted her innocent body to Lu Feng that night and received the ultimate dark attribute in return from Lu Feng. This greatly improved her strength. The Death Spider Emperor's martial spirit has been greatly enhanced, and the rising tide has lifted all. Both the power, range, timeliness, etc. of all soul skills have also been comprehensively enhanced. The 9th soul skill, Immortality. This is Bibi Dong's ultimate life-saving auxiliary skill, derived from the 100,000-year-old soul beast Death Spider King, and comes with 2 soul skills. The function of the soul skill she chose is that even if her body is beaten to pieces, it can be reassembled. As long as the opponent is not at the god level, she will never be able to truly kill her in this state. Another option is to energize your body, but after being energized, Tang Hao's extremely powerful Ling Tian blow would most likely penetrate her energy body and hit the angel statue and the Pope's palace. That would make no sense. She had to use her physical body with stronger defense to resist Ling Tian's attack. But Bibi Dong was not sure whether her body could be reunited this time, because the will of the Rakshasa god and Tang Hao understood her too well, and the Rakshasa gods will happens to have divine power, a god-level attack that can really kill her. This was also the main reason why Lu Feng was unwilling to let her take risk. The thief is so outrageous. Qian Daoliu saw Tang Hao's sinister intentions and was extremely angry. If he hadn't been there to watch, he might not have known Tang Hao's thoughts due to the sudden changes, but now he could see clearly that Tang Hao clearly wanted to accept Lu Feng's duel and confront Lu Feng from afar, but instead he played a trick and attacked Bibi Dong. If Bibi Dong dodges, the angel statue and the Pope's palace will be attacked, destroyed. Tang Hao's move broke the agreement between him and Tang Hao. Back then he represented the Wuhan Palace and Tang Hao represented the Haoshan sect, and they made an oath together. Super Douluo or above would not go to the opponent's core area to kill and destroy. Tang Chen has been missing for decades, but Qian Daoliu has always adhered to his oath. Even when his son Qian Sunji was killed by Tang Hao, he did not go to Haoshan sect to seek revenge, and he did not even send several other priests from Wuhan Palace to raise an army to hold him accountable. You must know that at that time the Haoshan sect did not have the 7 major titled Douluo, but the 7 enshrined in the Wuhan Palace were all Super Douluo above level 95 at that time. Sending 3 or 4 Super Douluo over will definitely turn the Haoshan sect upside down. Qian Daoliu insisted on abiding by the oath he made back then. Today, Tang Hao did not comply at all. Tang Hao, who has reached the level of peerless Douluo, cannot use force in Wuhan City according to the oaths sworn by both parties. This oath is very clear to the core members of both parties. It's impossible for Tang Hao not to know. If Tang Hao dueled with Lu Feng in midair and did not destroy Wuhan City, it would not be considered a serious violation of his oath. Now, Tang Hao directly attacked Pope Bibi Dong, who was standing on the angel statue. With one strike, the angel statue and the Pope's palace would be reduced to ruin. However, Qian Daoliu wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Tang Hao Lingqian struck out with one strike, and the huge clear sky hammer crashed down with rumbling wind and thunder. Kill Bibi Dong first. The sinister voice of Rakshasa god sounded in Tang Hao's mind. The god Rakshasa hated Bibi Dong so much that he tried his best to exhaust the last bit of his divine power, forced him to sleep, and took the opportunity to kill Bibi Dong. Yes, Lord Rakshasa god. Tang Hao also had this intention. Chapter 593. In the final, they actually, seeing that the plan to assassinate the leader of the Merchant Alliance was ruined, Tang Hao also changed his mind. Bibi Dong is the woman of the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Killing Bibi Dong can relieve her anger a little, but the leader of the Merchant Alliance will definitely be in pain. The will of the Rakshasa god had told him how to kill Bibi Dong. As long as he smashes Bibi Dong's body, the will of the Rakshasa god will strike out a trace of divine power and corrode the fragments of Bibi Dong's body, making her unable to form and resurrect. In this way, Bibi Dong can be truly killed. Tang Hao turned to attack Bibi Dong for this purpose. At the same time, smash the statues and holy places that Wuhan Palace symbolizes, so that Wuhan Palace can be disgraced and let the world see. This is the end of the alliance between Wuhan Palace and the Merchant Alliance. It might even cause the alliance between Wuhan Palace and the Merchant Alliance to fall apart. Make a big fuss and run away immediately. He will shocking the world again. 2 generations of Wuhan Palace popes were killed by him. What could be a more majestic achievement than this? He would hide and practice again. When he completes the 9th test of Rakshasa god, it will be the day when he will be invincible and sweep across the world. It won't be too late to kill the leader of the Merchant Alliance when the time comes. Tang Hao is good at forbearance, calculation and improvising new plans. He felt that he was too smart and caught the leader of the Merchant Alliance by surprise. However, his calculations and changes were all within Lu Feng's expectation. In the original plot, Tang Hao almost did the same thing. He knew he couldn't defeat Bibi Dong, so he ran to smash the angel statues in the Pope's palace, forcing Bibi Dong to hastily focus on protecting the sacred building of Wuhan Palace. Unable to exert all his strength, Tang Hao pretended to be cool and ran away. By the time Bibi Dong came to her senses, Tang Hao had already escaped from Wuhan City and was nowhere to be found. Therefore, Lu Feng guessed that when Tang Hao saw that after superimposing the power of peerless Douluo, he was stronger than him, not only unable to kill him but also possibly defeated and killed, Tang Hao would change his target and attack in the east and in the west. As for his target, there is no better choice beside Bibi Dong. So for Lu Feng, Tang Hao's move was an old routine. Since you guessed it, of course you already have a way to deal with it. Lu Feng was suspended in midair, but his spirit was always connected to the thousands of plants in the forest below. Grow like crazy, Lu Feng shouted coldly and injected the original power of the world tree's martial spirit into it again. In an instant, the unparalleled vitality caused the forest trees to grow crazily again, especially the tree in front of Bibi Dong. The growth rate is much faster than when Lu Feng first created the forest. Trees grow at an unknown speed, tens of thousands of times, like a miracle on earth. In an instant, a row of lush and towering trees stood up, blocking Bibi Dong, and the clear sky hammer protected Pope Bibi Dong. Next moment, the huge clear sky hammer hit the towering tree. The light flow of concentrated soul power, mainly black, red, gold, and green, suddenly exploded. It's like an extremely strange giant flower blooming in the sky. The light was so bright that everyone in the city, including Super Douluo and below, felt their eyes hurt and quickly closed their eyes or turned their heads away, not daring to look directly. The speed of sound propagation is never as fast as that of light. Boom! A loud explosion. The ground shook violently. A large space suddenly twisted. Turbulent energy flows everywhere, and terrifying soul power fluctuations sweep through the fallen leaves. A series of changes. Everyone couldn't react. His Majesty the Pope, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo exclaimed at the same time. They were two of Bibi Dong's most loyal subordinates. Worried about Bibi Dong's safety, they quickly burst out their soul power from the solace of their feet and jumped onto the high platform. I'm fine. Bibi Dong held the scepter in her hand, her dark purple body protecting soul power surrounding her body. She didn't suffer any damage, but the extremely powerful shock force made her retreat to the high platform. She stared at Lu Feng with phoenix eyes, a little crazy. She knew that Lu Feng and Tang Hao had just fought in the air. She did not resist Tang Hao's Ling Tian attack. Actually, under such circumstances, Lu Feng still wanted to protect her with all his strength, but she didn't understand how it was possible for a tree barrier to withstand Tang Hao's unstoppable Ling Tian attack. The fallen leaves scatter and the radiant light converges. Everyone saw that Bibi Dong was safe and sound, and even though most of the branches of the towering trees were broken, they still stood strong. Tang Hao attacked with all his strength, but he couldn't destroy even a row of trees. What's going on? Lu Erlong asked in surprise. Isn't Tang Hao a fake peerless Douluo? Gu Rong said. Impossible. I have never seen anyone more powerful than Tang Hao. He has reached the level of peerless Douluo. There is no doubt about this. Sword Douluo said firmly. Poison Douluo thought for a while and smiled. Then this should be another secret trump card of the alliance leader. How many trump card does the alliance leader have? Ning Fengzi shook his head and sighed. He was glad that Lu Feng was now his son-in-law to be and not his enemy. Niu Gao was completely relieved and laughed loudly. Elder Liu's decision just now is very wise. If we attack rashly, it will cause trouble to the leader of the alliance. We just need to protect the student. Even the titled Douluo couldn't tell the reason. The rest of the people were full of questions. After recovering from the shock, all the soul masters watching the battle started talking about it. What happened just now? I didn't see too clearly. The movement was too fast. The question is, was there any movement? I didn't see any movement from the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Of course, this forest cage, it was created by Lu Feng. It was Lu Feng who blocked Tang Hao's attack. Impossible. A Soul King can block the attack of Universal Douluo. Just dream. But it is true. The trees grew taller all of a sudden in front of Pope Bibi Dong. What I'm more concerned about is that those tall trees can actually block the blow of the world's most powerful martial spirit, the Haoshan hammer, and they haven't been destroyed yet. It's too strong. I feel like Shang, the alliance leader's dark gold dragon gun spirit, may be the best spirit in the world. Does it matter who is the best spirit in the world? Don't you think that if Lu Feng really let the trees block Tang Hao's full blow? It's terrifying to think about it. Yes, you said it. It's true. But how did Lu Feng do it? The forest he created is not only a cage, but also a very strong shield. world. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. I still think it couldn't have been done by Lu Feng. Is there someone else who is extremely powerful? Everything seems too mysterious. Now, we still can't see what the leader of the Merchant Alliance looks like. The leader of the Merchant Alliance, His Highness the Two Kings, is known as the most mysterious top figure in the world. He has not appeared publicly for so many years. When he announced his appearance this time, he did not confirm it, showing his face. It's an honor for us to take a look at him from a distance. Tang Hao is obviously here to cause trouble and kill people, so of course he has to fight first. I didn't expect that the first appearance of the leader of the Merchant Alliance would be so earth-shattering. Fighting under the pressure of their soul power, I was completely suppressed. Everyone was whispering and had all kinds of ideas, but no one dared to speak loudly, and all of them were frightened, with faces full of fear, doubt and panic. Chapter 594 Counter Charm. Hu Lina was tricked. Shui Binger is naturally competitive. He also wanted to prove himself in front of everyone, and in the eyes of Lu Feng, he couldn't bear to lose in front of half of the Shrek Academy team's substitute lineup. She is unwilling to accept failure, but she has a kind personality and is not an unscrupulous person, and she is not willing to hurt her opponent, let alone the Shrek Academy team that is also under the Merchant Alliance. She didn't want to harm innocent viewers. In today's duel with Shrek Academy, they were stronger than others, but they were all within her control. There will be no fatal danger to Shrek Academy team members and spectators. She just tried her best to enhance the freezing effect. Otherwise, it would not be enough to counter the two-headed dragon's sky poison dragon flame explosion. The members of the Shrek team and the audience were at best frozen. The temporary ice freeze is not life-threatening. It can be restored after lifting it after the game, but others don't know this. The powerful soul masters of the Wuhan Palace who were maintaining order around them were very surprised when they saw this situation, and quickly used their soul shields to resist the freezing cold current and protect the safety of the audience. Crazy Wolf bends down. On the sidelines of the competition, Su Yuntao had to possess his martial soul to strengthen his body's resistance. Su Yuntao was promoted some time ago and became the deputy head of the Wuhan Palace branch in a small town. This time Wuhan City was short of manpower, so he was temporarily transferred back to help. Su Yuntao's soul power level alone is not enough to hold the position of deputy palace master. The reason why his position skyrocketed was because he had accomplished a great feat, awakening the martial spirit for Lu Feng. Lu Feng was accepted as a personal disciple by Pope Bibidong and became the third young master of Wuhan Palace. Su Yuntao took advantage of it, and his contribution and influence greatly increased. Su Yuntao looked at the terrifying soul power on the field, agitated and raging, and looked up at Lu Feng again, feeling filled with emotions in his heart. It's been almost 3 years. The scene of awakening Lu Feng's martial spirit that day in Xingluo City is still vivid in his mind. At that time, Lu Feng was a little-known ordinary boy. When Lu Feng first awakened his martial soul when he was 6 years old, it was a useless martial soul and he did not awaken any soul power. He was destined to be an ordinary civilian at the lowest level for the rest of his life. Lu Feng, who was 12 years old at the time, came to tell him that he wanted to awaken for the second time. He had never heard of such a thing as a second awakening. He refused to help Lu Feng at first. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng awakened for the second time and awakened a god-level martial spirit. The plant seeds that Lu Feng first awakened grew into a giant star tree. That little-known ordinary boy is now famous all over the world. Not only is he the representative of the leader of the Merchant Alliance, but he has also become the personal disciple of His Majesty the Pope. At this moment he is standing high next to His Majesty the Pope, overlooking the entire arena, as if he is overlooking the world. The two teams fighting fiercely on the field were inextricably related to Lu Feng, and it was rumored that he was behind the training. Time flies, but it couldn't be faster than Lu Feng's growth. Su Yuntao could only look up to Lu Feng now, but he was also grateful. If it weren't for Lu Feng, he wouldn't have been promoted so quickly and wouldn't have had access to better training resources. Boom, boom. The sky poison dragon's flame explosion collided with the ice and snow phoenix, and a deafening violent thunder broke out. The space was violently distorted, and the light and mist filled the air, making it blurry. A shock wave like a roaring mountain and a tsunami swept in all directions, mixed with countless ice fragments. The audience screamed in shock. Su Yuntao stood in front of the audience and tried his best to resist, but he couldn't withstand it. He was frozen. Su Yuntao was still like this on the sideline, let alone inside the court. Jiangzhu was instantly frozen. Oscar also froze into an iceman and fell from the sky. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were closer, struggled to hold on, with white frost on their hair and uniforms on the edge of being frozen. They could feel that the extremely cold air with the ultimate ice attribute penetrated into the body, protecting soul power from the soul power explosion just now, and gradually invaded the meridian. The terrifying freezing effect made them feel a fatal threat. The mentality of never admitting defeat makes them resist tenaciously and refuse to give up. Damn it, my hands and feet are not working. Lu Feng is watching from above. I can't embarrass my husband. Team Shrek can't lose. I can't be frozen. I want to become stronger. Zhu Zhuqing gritted his teeth. His eyes were stubborn and his heart was agitated. Call. What a powerful freezing effect. But I must persist. I can't die. How can I help my mother resurrect if I die? And how can I tell her about my happiness with Lu Feng? I must hold on. Xiao Wu also had silver teeth. By thinking of her mother and how it took 100,000 years to find her sweetheart and taste the taste of happy love, Xiao Wu's willpower suddenly increased and her heart was filled with strength. Lu Feng opened his true sight and looked through the thick fog and flowing light to see the predicament of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. His eyes narrowed and he clenched his hands hard. I wish I could fly down immediately and protect them. He couldn't bear to let the girl he loved get hurt even a little bit, but reason told him that he couldn't do this and didn't need to do this. Breaking the rules of the game is a small thing, but it affects their ability to independently solve problems when facing dangerous pressures. In the long run, it will harm them. Moreover, he knew Shui Binger very well. I believe that the kind-hearted Shui Binger will never cause fatal harm to Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and the others. Next moment, ice condensed on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's bodies, making them unable to move. Just when everyone thought they were going to be frozen, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu roared at the same time. At the same time, bang bang, the ice around them suddenly burst into pieces. More concentrated soul power spurted out. Oh, Qing'er, and Xiao Wu actually broke through the bottleneck and reached the Soul King. Lu Feng's serious face suddenly disappeared and he said with joy, an evenly matched and difficult battle allowed 3 members of the Shrek team to break through in the battle. What a surprise! As we all know, level 49 is the most difficult bottleneck to break through at the Soul Sect level. Change to normal situations and use personal practice to break through. It may take them several months to break through the bottleneck promoted to Soul King. Of course, this is an accumulation process. Without the previous battles and hard work every day, there would not have been such a result. Interesting. Bibi Dong's red lips parted slightly and she could also see that Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu both had breakthroughs in soul power under the terrifying pressure. Where are they? I can't see them. Hulina didn't have powerful eye skills, nor did she have Bibi Dong's strength. Naturally, she couldn't see the changes in Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing from the thick fog and twisted space. The thick fog on the field dissipated quickly. Then dissipated were the huge ice and snow phoenix, the flying snowflake, the crazy headwind, and the gathering clouds in the sky. Hulina was finally able to see clearly the situation on the battlefield. The two-headed dragon is still majestic, faintly exuding dragon power. Tai Lung, Oscar, and Zhangzhu were sealed in the ice, their expressions and postures frozen. Because Oscar was flying in the air and was frozen and fell, a small crater was made on the ground and his expression of horror was particularly weird. Chapter 595 Crazy Yan. Lu Feng's care. Lu Feng's attack. It was a surprise to Lu Erlong and others. For Tang Hao, he was frightened because he found that he couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. Although the attack was coming from such a long distance, it seemed as if all angles were blocked. If he chooses to escape, his flaws will be even greater and his death will be even worse. Tang Hao's protective skills are relatively weak. Every time he fight, he uses offense as defense. If he fight 3 times, it is best to win. If he cannot win, he will turn around and run away. At the moment, Tang Hao can only bite the bullet and fight. Big Sumuru hammer. Boom boom boom. The 9 soul rings on Tang Hao exploded one after another. The profound meaning of the great Sumuru hammer is called ring explosion. By blowing up the soul rings, he condensed all his own soul rings into one, injected them all into the clear sky hammer, integrated the power of the soul rings into the attack, turned it into the purest strength and attack power, forcibly broke through all constraint and exerted great power, exposed powerful power beyond one's own soul power. The big Sumuru hammer is a desperate kill. Each soul ring launches an attack. When all the soul rings have passed through the ring explosion, the user himself will also enter a weak state. In a duel between ordinary strong men, Tang Hao would normally explode one soul ring after another, but the attack from the leader of the Merchant Alliance made him feel an extremely terrifying fatal threat blocking him from all angles. He could not avoid it and might even die, so I can't worry about that much. Tang Hao exploded all 9 rings in one go. 9 attacks were launched almost simultaneously. He hoped to use 9 attacks to overwhelm Lu Feng's blow. On his side, he had already planned his escape route. Regardless of whether the blow worked or not, or whatever the outcome was, he had to run away. Exploding all 9 rings is his biggest and final trump card to keep the bottom of the box. It has very troublesome side effects and will cause him to enter a weak state, and he was in the enemy city. Even if he killed or seriously injured the leader of the Merchant Alliance, he still had 2 powerful opponents in Bibi Dong and Qian Daolio. Sword Douluo, Zhu Douluo, Ghost Douluo, etc. were also difficult opponents. If you don't run away, you die. Unfortunately, Ling Tian's attack was blocked. They failed to kill Bibi Dong, and the most sacred building of Wuhan Palace was safe and sound. It cannot serve as a deterrent to the powerful in the world, and because he attacked Bibi Dong first, he was targeted by the leader of the Merchant Alliance. You can't just pretend to be cool and run away. No, I haven't pretended yet this time, but if all 9 rings exploded to form 9 attacks with terrifying power and could defeat the leader of the Merchant Alliance, then it would be a big show-off. In this way he would be very proud to run away. The name Tang Hao can once again shock the world. Not good. Ghost Douluo's face changed drastically, his eyes showing fear. He had seen Tang Hao's 9 rings explode. He will never forget that scene more than 10 years ago. Qian Sunji, the former pope of Wuhan Temple who was looked up to by countless soul masters, was seriously injured by this move. When he went back for treatment, the treatment was ineffective and he died. I have heard some rumors within Wuhan Palace, but these cannot be confirmed. It is an indisputable fact that Qingxunji was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. Because he was there back then, he participated in that battle and was also affected by the Great Sumuru Hammer attack and was traumatized. Having failed to protect the previous Po Ghost Douluo, and Zhu Douluo felt very regretful and a little guilty. They swear loyalty to the Wuhan Palace and they believe it is their duty to protect the Pope with their lives. If they don't care about their lives, use your body to block them, or use his and Zhu Douluo's powerful martial soul fusion skills to trap Tang Hao in advance. Maybe Qian Sunji's injury wouldn't be so serious. You must know that their martial soul fusion skills and the 2-pole static field can temporarily trap even 100,000-year-old soul beast. What's more, Tang Hao had just broken through to the title of Douluo back then, but if they want to do that, they will bear the brunt, and Tang Hao's big Sumuru hammer will hit them directly. Their physical bodies would definitely not be able to bear it. They might have been the ones who died that year, rather than Qian Sunji being seriously injured to death. In fact, in that electric moment he met Zhu Douluo's eyes. The two have been partners for 50 or 60 years, and their relationship is extremely deep, and they understand each other better than brothers. They tacitly decided not to die for Qian Sunji. Being able to cultivate to the level of a titled Douluo is the result of decades of hard work, and hard work it is not easy to reach today. Everyone has the desire to survive and they want to live. Wuhan Palace uses rules, regulation, reward, and beautiful words such as glory, merit, and immortality to encourage people to risk their lives for Wuhan Palace and the Pope. But Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, who had helped Qian Sunji do many dirty things, knew very well that those were just deceiving passionate young people. They were older and were not fooled by those sensational words. Why should they use their lives in exchange for Qian Sunji's safety? No one is born to be cannon fodder. Although they are subordinate, every life itself is equal. Anyone with some experience knows this. In the moment of life and death, everyone has the right to protect themselves first. Bragging about the greatness of sacrificing for others depends on who you are sacrificing for. Sacrificing yourself to protect your children is great. To preserve humanity and save the world is of course great, but it is not worth dying for a sanctimonious pope. They are the ones who do the dirty work. Especially clear about Qingxunji is not as upright, holy, and noble as the Wuhan Temple advertises. In fact, Qian Sunji is a rooster and a robber behind the scenes, with a black heart and cruelty. Qian Sunji relied on the Pope's overwhelming power to take possession of any beautiful woman he saw. He secretly raped women and took wives and concubines. After getting tired of playing, he was afraid that the news would leak out and affect his upright, holy, and noble image, so he all killed people and silenced him. No woman Qian Sunji valued could escape his grasp. Even the victim's family was wiped out. Qian Sunji raised a group of dead soldiers to do this kind of thing. Some people or families are very strong, and some families are rich and spend a lot of money to hire powerful titled Douluo people to help them. Death soldiers cannot solve this situation. It is necessary to seek the intervention of stronger forces, and Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo are the subordinates Qian Sunji entrusted to wipe his butt. But there is no airtight wall in the world. Back then, Tang Hao heard from somewhere about Qian Sunji's habit of making money. It seems that he deliberately took a yin to the big city so that the beautiful a yin could come into Qian Sunji's sight. Qian Sunji didn't know at first that a yin was the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor incarnated as a human being and rebuilt. Humans who have been incarnated as soul beasts for 100,000 years and soul saints whose soul power has been cultivated to level 70 or above have truly become human beings, no different from human. Just looking at it from the outside, even a peerless Douluo wouldn't be able to tell. But if there is regular contact, a thoughtful person can detect that the other person is a reincarnation of a soul beast from aspects such as speech, behavior, and details of habit. For example, Xiao Wu's special habit of eating raw carrots arouses suspicion and falls into the eyes of caring people such as Tang Hao and Tang San. If they come into contact with her frequently and Xiao Wu is still so simple and does not take precautions, even even if she reaches the level of soul saint she will become a soul saint. They are no different from humans and are recognized just the same. This is the case with Yin. Chapter 596 Secret Weapon. Lu Feng recognized it. Hey sister, you have broken through the bottleneck. Shui Yuer's sadness eased lightly and she felt happy for Shui Binger. Shui Binger nodded, stood up, raised her head slightly and looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded to her, his eyes full of approval, and he also gave them a thumbs up. The corners of Shui Binger's lips curved into a beautiful smile. This is enough. Shui Yuer, Shui Wu and others' bright eyes lit up and the pain in their hearts eased a lot. Lu Feng's recognition of them was the most important. Next moment, Lu Feng's hand suddenly glowed with white light. The second soul skill is the light of life. It shot out instantly and enveloped the whole place. Shui Yuer, Shui Binger, Oscar, Tai Long and other injured people recovered quickly from their injuries. It's so far away, Hu Lina said in surprise. The distance and range of Lu Feng's soul skills were beyond her imagination. You cannot judge your junior brother based on common sense. He is a god-level martial soul star tree with 100,000-year soul ring. After Bibi Dong said this, he added, Nana, go see if there is any latest information. Report it to me later in the meeting. Yes. Hu Lina nodded, smiled charmingly at Lu Feng, twisted her waist and left. Bibi Dong sent Hu Lina away, put her red lips close to Lu Feng's ear and asked in a low voice, I know that your soul power also has dark attribute. Isn't it also the ultimate darkness? It's really the ultimate darkness. Lu Feng smiled. Bibi Dongfeng could not hide the excitement in her eyes and her magnetic voice trembled slightly with excitement. You have become my hope for the 9th test of the God of Light. Why do you say that? Lu Feng was confused and stared closely. The female pope's breathtakingly beautiful face. Go in and talk. What Bibi Dong said next was her biggest secret and had a great relationship with Lu Feng. There were many people watching below and she was also afraid that Lu Feng would act recklessly and violate the rules. The high platform is on the head of the angel statue. Behind the high platform there is a small hall and you can go down the spiral staircase to the Pope's palace. Of course there is no need for the soul master to walk along the steps. He can land on the ground after just skimming for a moment. Bibi Dong took Lu Feng away from the high platform and entered the small hall at the back. He stopped, turned around and said, I told you last time that I received the inheritance of the God of Light and drove away the Rakshasa God. The second stage of the 9th test of the God of Light requires me to evolve my dark attributes to the ultimate darkness. I see. Lu Feng understood. Everything must be reversed. As long as your heart is toward the light, even if you are in darkness, reaching the end of darkness will be the source of light. Extreme darkness can produce light. Are you willing to give it to me? Bibi Dong was so shy that her face turned red. Of course I do. Can I give it to you right now? Go to your bedroom or just here. Lu Feng felt excited in his heart, grinned and walked directly up to him, banging Bibi Dong by against the wall and sealing Bibi Dong's red lips with his mouth. Well, Bibi Dong stiffened, struggled briefly and then softened. Let Lu Feng kiss him. She agreed. Enjoy the moment. In the lingering affection, Bibi Dong's mind went blank, but she was able to maintain a semblance of sobriety. He raised his jade hand and pressed Lu Feng's exploration claw. After a while, the female pope gently pushed Lu Feng away, her breathing a little rapid. Can't be here. She didn't expect that Lu Feng would directly make out with her on top of the most sacred angel statue in Wuhan Hall, but she didn't forcefully refuse, which was simply blasphemy to the angel god. But to some extent she also had a happy feeling of revenge inside her. In her heart she already had hatred towards the angel Wuhan family because of what Qian Sunji had done. There was a time when she desperately wanted to destroy the angel martial spirit inheritant, the heir to the angel Wuhan family, who claimed to be the most sacred and wanted to purify the world of filth, did the most despicable thing. But how could she attack Qian Rongxiu? After finding her own happiness and feeling unprecedented joy, she gave up the idea of revenge. Donger, let's go to your bedroom, or you can choose a place. Lu Feng put his arms around Bibi Dong's soft waist. Bibi Dong, who was wearing a papal robe, had an incomparable noble temperament, and the charm of a mature woman was not comparable to that of ordinary women. After Lu Feng was aroused by her, he became a little lustful. Can't stop. The invasion didn't stop. The high-level meeting of Wuhan Palace is about to begin. There is no time. Feng, Donger will be yours sooner or later. Wait a little longer. Okay. There was a hint of begging in Bibi Dong's panicked eyes. If Lu Feng forced it, she was afraid that she might not be able to refuse. Lu Feng secretly smiled in his heart. The female pope who was in charge of the overwhelming power was no different from any gentle woman who fell in love at this moment. Under his tender offensive, he peeled off her strong disguise and opened up her soft heart. Okay, listen to my wife. Lu Feng kissed Bibi Dong's beautiful face, then stopped and let her go. Bibi Dong, who was already blushing, took a deep breath to adjust her emotions and calm down. While arranging her hair and clothes that were messed up by Lu Feng, she said, You have the authority to attend this meeting. Forget it. I'm most afraid afraid of meetings," Lu Feng said, gently helping her tidy up with his hands. Hair. The little daily interactions between this couple. Bibi Dong felt a little excited again and looked at Lu Feng with a smile, enjoying Lu Feng's considerate service. "The crown is still a little crooked." Lu Feng raised his hands and straightened Bibi Dong's purple gold crown. Bibi Dong gave Lu Feng a slightly coquettish look and said, "It's all your fault." Immediately she couldn't help but laugh out loud, then stood up on her toes, hooked her hands around Lu Feng's neck and offered her fragrant red lips. Kissed. "I'm leaving." As soon as he finished speaking, Bibi Dong's figure turned into a flash of light and disappeared from the place. She didn't dare to look back, worried that she would be unable to leave after seeing Lu Feng's affectionate eyes. After staying with Lu Feng for a long time, she became more and more reluctant to leave. In fact, the meeting time has been delayed and several elders and cardinals are waiting in the hall of the Pope's palace. She was always punctual. This time she was late, but she was happy. The relationship with Lu Feng has become closer. Get a strong sense of mental pleasure. Lu Feng's invasion. She actually doesn't reject it at all. I also like it a bit. Such contact never before. Lu Feng is young but very bold. Privately, he doesn't regard her as a pope or a teacher at all, only as his woman. Act with willpower, but it made her truly experience the taste of love. The hazy love she had when she was a teenager once made her heart beat. He has never held hands with Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang looked like a gentleman on the surface, maintaining his demeanor and never overstepping his bounds. The two treated each other with respect, but that's not true love. In retrospect, it was because Yu Xiaogang had a bigger intention, wanting fame and profit, and his purpose was not simple. I have been deceived by him for a long time, and I still feel guilty about him for many years. Hypocrites are really scarier than villains. Chapter 597. Blindly guessing Yan's collapse. And because of her competitive spirit, Qian Rongxue felt that she could not fall too far behind. She hoped that after this matter was over, she could choose a good and auspicious day to possess Lu Feng for once and then declare her sovereignty. But now, it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is whether Lu Feng can survive today. To be precise, it is whether he can survive Lu Feng's 9-ring explosion of the Great Sumuru Hammer. Qian Rongxue was extremely worried, uneasy, and anxious. After all, her father died due to this move. When Qian Daoliu saw Tang Hao using the Great Sumuru Hammer, deep sadness lashed across his eyes, which obviously brought back memories of the pain of losing his son. Immediately his eyes flashed, and extremely angry and murderous intent suddenly appeared. He roughly guessed that it was Bibi Dong who finally killed his son Qian Sunji, but the initiator was Tang Hao. If Tang Hao hadn't severely injured Qian Sunji, Bibi Dong wouldn't have had this chance. At this moment, Qian Daoliu decided that no matter what the outcome was, Tang Hao could not be let go this time. Due to the limitations of Wuhan's mission, he must focus on cultivating Qian Rongxue to become a god and cannot lose both sides. But he believed that even if Tang Hao severely injured or killed the leader of the Merchant Alliance, it would still be a tragic victory and he would inevitably be seriously injured. It was time for him to reap the benefit. Before, he was worried that Tang Hao had the aura of God in him, so he didn't want to take the initiative. He was worried that after both sides were injured, the recovery time would be very long. When Qian Rongxue needed him, he would be in trouble if he couldn't fully help. But if the leader of the Merchant Alliance and Tang Hao both lose, there is no such concern. Tang Hao used the Great Sumuru Hammer to kill the former Pope of Wuhan Palace, and he was very famous. Now that Tang Hao used this secret kill again, all the soul masters in the audience suddenly burst into shock. Our last hope died due to this trick. Will the leader of the Merchant Alliance make the same mistake again? Said a member of the Spirit Hall. Another added, it's hard to say that Tang Hao used the secret technique of blasting the ring with a giant hammer to severely injure the previous Pope. This is a secret that has been spread in the past 2 years, but rumors are rumors, and very few people are lucky enough to have seen it. I am also the first one. Once I saw it, I heard that the Great Sumuru Hammer has extremely high requirements for cultivators. If you are not a gifted genius, you will never succeed in cultivating it, and your life will be in danger. When Tang Hao's soul power was not high before, he could do it. Defeating opponents with much higher soul power relies on this skill. I heard that Tang Hao often shoot far away after one strike. Yes, after many years of experience outside, Tang Hao was known as Tang Yizui. No, escape with one strike. After becoming Haoshan Douluo, no one gradually called him such a disrespectful nickname. Before everyone could whisper, Sword Douluo, Poison Douluo, Bone Douluo, Lu Erlong and others came. There is action. 7-in-1 fusion technique. The other 6 people transmitted their power to Sword Douluo through secret method. The 7 treasures turn out to be glass. The 7 treasures have name, and the third is soul. Ning Fengzi also used all his strength, first giving Sword Douluo an increase in soul power. Soul power is absolute power. Facing the peerless Douluo Tang Hao, the gap in absolute power must be made up as much as possible. The 97th level Sword Douluo is about to break through the 98th level. Combining the power transmitted by 6 strong men including Poison Douluo, Lu Erlong and Gu Rong, plus the huge increase in soul power given by Ning Fengzi sword. Douluo's soul power is infinitely close to that of the 19th level peerless Douluo sword. Douluo was already known as the strongest attacking Douluo in the entire continent. Now let's talk about attack power. In fact, he has also reached the peerless Douluo realm. He is capable of fighting against the current Tang Hao sword. Douluo is also the same as Lu Feng. After all, the power is not entirely his own and he is not able to control it so freely. This is the most obvious disadvantage. But sword Douluo was not here to fight Tang Hao this time, but for her protection. Lu Feng was the husband-in-law of Ning Rongrong, whom he loved as his granddaughter, the leader of the alliance he served, and the only young disciple he truly admired. Therefore, sword Douluo was willing to trade his own life for Lu Feng's safety. At the same time that Tang Hao struck Ling Tian, sword Douluo had already activated the 7-in-1 fusion skill and was preparing to attack. But it's not too late. In other words, Lu Feng didn't give him this chance. Tang Hao and Lu Feng attacked each other in just a moment. It was too late for anyone to take action. Otherwise, even if Tang Hao used the great Sumuru hammer that shocked the world, sword Douluo would still have the courage to use the strongest move of the 7 kills sword to attack him. At this moment, sword Douluo and his sword merged into one, transforming into a simple giant sword. Tisk tisk tisk. The giant sword stretched across the void and the sword roared in waves. Sword Douluo couldn't intervene and could only wait for the opportunity to act. If Lu Feng was hurt, he would be the first to rescue him. The sharpness emanating from it made one's scalp tingle and the skin felt as if it had been scraped by the edge of a sharp sword. But Lu Feng's sword intent was obviously more terrifying. People who are shrouded in the sky by sword and have no protection from forest trees feel the sword energy and their hairs stand on end and they tremble. That sword light was also extremely powerful. People thousands of meters away seemed to be killed by a knife at any time, sending chills down their spine. There is also the murderous aura that permeates all directions, which is so fierce that it makes people feel like they are in a desperate situation in the deep hell. It is extremely cold and terrifying, and the shadow of death follows them like a nightmare. This moment, Lu Feng also merged with the 100-meter-long dark golden dragon spear, cutting through the sky and arriving in the blink of an eye. But strangely, the blow was silent. It was opposite to Tang Hao's powerful Sumuru hammer and the hissing sound of the 7 killing sword tearing the air. The Dragon King break through the sky and attack. Everything immediately fell silent, deathly quiet in the eyes of others. This is the simplest move. Just deliver it with one shot. Nothing fancy, simple. Compared to Tang Hao's 9 attack that were full of explosion, roars, wind and cloud, and howling in the sky. This shot from the leader of the business alliance was so simple that it was difficult to understand. Everyone doesn't understand. They don't understand. It's because the strength is too far apart. Without reaching Lu Feng's height and stage, it would be difficult to see anything. Although there are many high-level soul masters and geniuses among them, some are also titled Douluo. Logically speaking, they are all insiders. However, now they seem to have become laymen. Only the peerless Douluo Qian Daoliu and Tang Hao, as well as Bibi Dong and sword Douluo whose power was about to reach the peerless Douluo, could roughly understand Lu Feng's seemingly simple and silent attack, especially Tang Hao, who was at the center of the Merchant Alliance leader's attack. Tang Hao knew that it was because the Merchant Alliance leader's attack had broken through the boundaries of sound, space, and vision. This is almost no longer a blow that humans can attack, breaking through the limits of human power. Tang Hao used the secret skill of 9 rings to explode together, breaking through the peak of human power, and his attack barely reached the quasi-god level. Lu Feng's attack was completely quasi-godly. In terms of absolute strength, it is at least 1 or 2 levels higher than Tang Hao. As for other human soul masters, they are so different from each other that they cannot glimpse such a profound truth. Tang Hao secretly thought something was wrong. Chapter 598. Don't play according to common sense. Just tell the truth. Is Tang Hao going to take action against the leader of the Merchant Alliance? Then concubine Shui looked at Lu Feng with a look of worry in her charming eyes. Don't worry, since we know he will take action. Of course we are all ready, Lu Feng said confidently. The few people present are all trustworthy people. Lu Feng no longer hides from them. I hid it before for protection. Speaking out now is also for protection, fearing that they would run out without taking it seriously and face possible dangers. Tang Hao won't attack us. Maybe not before, but you guys have performed so well in these 2 games, so maybe it will. Lu Feng said, well, I understand. Yuer is sorry you have to deal with such a big thing, and I have to rely on you. Shui Yuer became very obedient and was about to stand up. Don't go, it's okay now. Lu Feng was holding Ruanyu in his arms, and he was holding her comfortably. He tightened his arms around Shui Yuer's waist, pulling her into his arm, and the 2 of them were close to each other. He also slapped Shui Yuer on the butt. 2 wanton, Shui Wu, Shui Binger, Shen Liuyu, and others blushed with shame. shame. Water gleamed in Princess Water's eyes. I envied Shui Yu'er very much. She could only sneak around with Lu Feng, and she would never dare to openly flirt with each other in front of so many people. Shui Yunmei took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, put on the posture of the dean, and said, "Listen up. Everyone in Tian Shui College is strictly prohibited from going out for these 2 days, and violators will be expelled. This strict order is for protection. Everyone in the Tian Shui Academy team." "Yes, Dean," the girls responded. Shui Yunmei said, "Well, it's a bit late now. I'll go back to my room to rest first. Good night, Master Lu Feng." "Good night." Lu Feng also nodded in greeting. Shui Yunmei stared at Lu Feng with some reluctance, then turned around and returned to her private room. She knew that Lu Feng did not belong to her tonight, but she was content. It's enough for Lu Feng to accept her and to steal from Lu Feng once in a while. Lu Feng's bravery also made her love and fear her. That time in the locker room the other day, it took her a whole day to recover. I also went back to my room to practice. Chu Ruo Shui, Yu Hero, and others also decided to leave, leaving space for Shui Yu'er and Shui Bing'er. Shui Yu'er and Shui Bing'er are Lu Feng's legitimate girlfriends. Judging from Lu Feng's posture, he was about to do the kind of intimate things that could only be done between male and female lovers. Therefore, they were embarrassed to stay. In fact, they didn't want to leave and wanted to have more contact and communication with Lu Feng. Swu opened her small mouth but stopped talking. She stood up and followed Shen Lu. "After you leave the hall." "Shui Wu, wait a moment." Shui Yu'er suddenly broke away from Lu Feng's arm, chased after her, pulled Shui Wu back and pinned her down beside Lu Feng. Then Shui Yu'er took Shui Bing'er's hand. "Sister, Shui Wu has something to say to Lu Feng alone. Let's go back to the room first." Shui Bing'er looked at Shui Yu'er and blinked at her, winking. "I probably understand what's going on. Shui Bing'er is particularly focused on training and fighting, but she is not unreasonable." Swu had a crush on Lu Feng for a long time, and she also heard Shui Yu'er say that she had a deep love for her. The relationship between the sisters and Shui Wu has always been very good, and now they can form a 3-person martial soul fusion skill. It is a good thing if they can serve one husband together and never separate from each other in the future. Therefore, Shui Bing'er is also willing to help Shui Wu. "Okay, I'm going to take a shower first." Shui Bing'er winked playfully at Lu Feng, a little more cute and a little seductive. Then she turned around and left with Shui Yu'er, leaving a graceful figure behind Lu Feng. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng and Shui Wu were the only 2 people left in the hall. The atmosphere is getting weirder and weirder. Swu had long wanted to find an opportunity to confess her love to Lu Feng. Today's opportunity was created by Shui Yu'er for her. A little unnatural, but she was still very grateful to Shui Yu'er. It is very rare for a best friend to be able to do this. Shui Wu was initially interested in Shui Yu'er. "I thought I was secretly in love with her, but later it was confirmed that it was not true love. It's just a special emotion that wants to be with Shui Yu'er forever." As for Lu Feng, she was truly moved. However, because of the slight quarrel with Lu Feng before, Swu was not sure that Lu Feng could accept her. "I am afraid that my confession will fail and my heart will be hurt." Swu was afraid of being hurt internally and also afraid that meetings would be awkward in the days to come, so there was some hesitation. Tonight she was forced out. Lu Feng was usually very busy and it was rare to see him. If he didn't express his love, he didn't know how long it would take. Swu is not an indecisive girl, but this matter is too important and may determine her life, so she was super nervous. Her slender fingers kept pinching the corners of her clothes and sweat broke out on her temples. "Shui Wu, what do you have to say to me?" Lu Feng said warmly. Shui Wu raised her head and met Lu Feng's bright eyes. She lowered her head in embarrassment. Her pretty face flushed and she didn't know how to say the first sentence. "There is no one else here. I used soul power to shield the surroundings so that no one can hear us." Lu Feng's soul power burst out from his hand, creating a soul power barrier. Shui Yu'er, Shen Liuyu, Gu Qingbo, etc. who were hiding outside the door and eavesdropping suddenly couldn't hear anything. "It's so annoying. Use soul power to block it." Shui Yu'er muttered with a flat mouth. "If you can't hear me, take a peek." Yu Hero gently reached out and pressed on the door, pushing open a small gap. Several girls pretended to leave, but in fact they were very curious and wanted to eavesdrop on Shui Wu's confession to Lu Feng. How interesting. They have a good relationship with each other, and I believe Shui Wu won't blame her. At most, she will be embarrassed for a while. A few pairs of beautiful bright eyes were pressed against the crack of the door. Looking in, however, he saw ripples in the light film of the soul barrier in the hall, and the scene became blurry. Only the figures of Lu Feng and Shui Wu could be vaguely seen. This is also the effect of soul power barrier, but it can satisfy their curiosity to some extent. The beautiful girls covered their mouth and snickered. Lu Feng could sense that they were peeping. He can completely increase the shielding ability of the soul barriers so that they can't see anything. However, everyone is honest with each other and trusts each other, so there is no need to be strict and defensive. This is no secret or big deal ill either. Having more fun with each other also helps with emotional interaction. Do you hate me? Swu finally said the first sentence. Actually, she didn't mean to say that. As soon as the word came out of my mouth, I felt like it was a silly question. She was certain that Lu Feng didn't hate her. Otherwise he would not be so kind to her and give her the holy fruit of soul power and soul bone. But I don't know why. When the word came to my lips, they turned into this sentence. I have never hated you. Lu Feng shook his head. In Tianshui College, you were not angry when I opposed you and questioned you. Did you ever oppose me? I don't remember. Even if you did, there is nothing to be angry about. Questioning is normal. In cultivation and during the training process, there is no progress without questioning. So that's what you think. Xuewu realized that she was overly worried. Teacher Lu Feng was open-minded and didn't take what she thought was wrong to heart at all. She even forgot that it happened. Chapter 599. Use the Peerless Douluo Experience Card. I like you. Do you like me? Swu finally summoned up the courage to ask what she had been hiding in her heart for more than a year. She stared straight at Lu Feng with bright blue eyes, waiting for his answer. Her heart was pounding with anticipation. Looking at Xuewu with a blushing face, Lu Feng smiled. It's not that I like it, Lu Feng said frankly. Xuewu only heard the word no, and then her delicate body trembled. Her head exploded with a bang. Her face turned pale, and her mood suddenly fell to the bottom. As soon as her eyes turned red, she wanted to leave here. Lu Feng then solemnly said, I love you. Ah, what? Xuewu thought she heard wrongly. Lu Feng smiled softly and explained, friends can also like each other. Love is a pure relationship between a man and a woman. Yes, I love you. I fell in love with you when I was in Tianshui College, but I didn't dare to take the initiative to say it. I'm afraid that you think I'm too sentimental because there are already many girls around me. You are bad. You hurt me. No, it's not you. Xuewu was filled with joy, and her emotions were ups and downs. Somewhat incoherent and at a loss, Lu Feng stepped forward, naturally held her in his arms, and covered Xuewu's red lips with his mouth. At this moment, actions speak louder than words. Whether it's making money or picking up girls, it's all about starving the brave to death and starving the timid to death. There are flowers that can be folded and must be folded. Afraid of this, afraid of that, and worried too much are destined to have a troubled relationship. Lu Feng had learned a lesson in this regard in his previous life. In this life he is willful and for keep going. As long as the situation allows, he wants it successful. Shui Yuer clapped her hands and chuckled. Oh, I kissed you. I'm so embarrassed. Yu Hero blushed to her neck, but her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement, as if she had put herself on Xuewu's body, as if Lu Feng was kissing her. Xuewu, you are so happy. Gu Qingbo couldn't help but sigh. Chen Liuyu and Chu Ruoshui also chuckled. Their hearts were filled with ups and downs, and Xuewu's successful confession also inspired their courage, and they secretly made some determination. Xuewu responded slightly clumsily. Her head went blank, her body stiffened for a moment, then immediately became soft again. Let Lu Feng invade her plump red lips that no man had ever occupied. Her heart and body seemed to melt in an instant. A strong sense of happiness lingers in my heart. Lu Feng's words I love you kept echoing in her mind, activating the hot emotions she had buried and brewed for a long time. Passion is like a volcano erupting. Hot tears rolled down her cheek, crying with joy. Lu Feng didn't know what Xuewu wanted to say. The reason why she waited for Xuewu to speak out on her own initiative was because she wanted to see what level of Xuewu's courage she could reach. Xuewu is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and has a particularly stubborn personality. Tonight her courage surpassed her own. It will be of certain help to her future cultivation path. When practicing as a soul master, it is very important to have clear mind. Yeah, they fell on the sofa. Yu Hero's breathing was a little rapid, and her heartbeat accelerated, as if Lu Feng had knocked her down. Are they going to do that kind of thing? The development is too fast. Gu Qingbo felt his mouth was dry and swallowed a gulp of saliva. Lu Feng is just so wild. Shui Yuer couldn't help but stick out her tender red tongue and licked her red lips. It's too shameful. I dare not look at it. Shen Liuya stared at the looming scene with wide eyes. I can't see clearly. It's blocked by the sofa. Yu Hai said judo. They are on the sofa. Shui Yuer knew Lu Feng's trick and location preferences very well. Her eyes were a little complicated. It was she who created opportunities for Xuewu and Lu Feng. It was equivalent to pushing his man into Xuewu's arms. At